You think people would be okay if that was just like we should do like 5-minute opening of just you playing the harmonica awfully.
No, let's get into this video.
And
What's taking so long?
See how long people sit through this and be like, what the?
No,
what
we
is
have to
happening
get to
here?
the. Let's get to the video.
Hey
What's going on there?
Oh, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with a Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite harmonica player, Adam Friended. And today we'll be watching the battle for the soul of the Republican Party.
Oh my God, is that what it is? I'm not registered Republican anymore. I used to be registered Republican. I registered Republican because
is that what this means?
Well, I think it's funny that I was registered Republican for years and years and years because I was deep in the progressive bubble, and I always assumed those dirty Republicans cheat. I don't want them throwing my ballot out. I'll just register Republican. They'll never know.
Exactly.
They'll be like, "Oh, keep this one. This one's good. This is one of our voters."
That's right. That's right.
Sneak attack.
Bam.
There you go. Obama vote. Ha ha. Slam dunk. Hold on, I got it. I'm trying to find the watch together so I can take the watch together off for a second. I just want to thank everybody. Well, maybe I won't find the tab. Our campaign is up to $38,205, 668 backers. Yes, somebody already got the lucky 666 backer, so that is officially off the table. You cannot get that any longer.
But you know
I'm
you can
sorry
get
to disappoint you.
777 backer.
Oh yeah. We're headed towards 777. We had 1,400 people sign up for our mailing list, so I think we could actually double these numbers. So just to keep you guys guessing. But let's get to the video.
Well, before we get into the video, our video last week for some bizarre reason got hit with an age gate, an 18+ age gate, and the reason it gave was excessive vulgarity or sexual content, which. We curse sometimes, but I don't think last episode was more than particular. So the only thing I could think of is maybe some Cody Johnson fan reported the video because they were very triggered, and I realized that like the opening frame of the stream is the cover, the Ask Clowns cover. So.
But it's so tiny, and I'm not going down or anything.
That's the only thing I could think of. That's the only thing I don't know what else it would be. There was no sexual content in the stream.
That's technically not sexual content either. So. But let's move on.
But what else would it be then?
Let's not call. Why are you bringing this up? Why are you giving?
Okay. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because the video got like 10,000 less views than normal, and the reason for that is because once something is age gated, yes, YouTube doesn't recommend it or show it. So in case anyone missed our amazing stream last week, I'm like so fired up in that stream. I'm ready to fucking take on the world, ready to tear down Cody Johnson's terrible commie shitty ideas. Check it out.
Yeah, Sitch goes like full nuclear. It's great. Like full rage. 10 out of 10 for Triggered. Yes, it was awesome.
I was very
totally
triggered,
awesome.
Yes.
I was actually a little bit out of it, but Sitch was fucking on fire. So check it out.
Anyways, let's get into
Dr. Carl here was the first one to celebrate me being
Karlyn.
Karlyn.
Well, I celebrated that you were banned on Twitter because you repeatedly tweeted that my husband should be deported, Lauren.
He's a legal alien.
I don't really know how much you know about me, but I'm probably the most vocal anti-children transitioning person on the internet. It's what I'm.
Right.
I let you speak.
The best thing you can do for us is grow out your mustache and tell people.
Look at that look on Karlyn's face. Look at that look. Look at that look. She's like, whoa.
It's pretty
what
shitty.
Just happened? Yeah. What just happened here?
Pretty oof. You know, it's really gross too because, of course, a lot of the bread tubers, you know, they saw this, and they all had to use this to attack. They had to use these clips of Blair getting attacked to attack Blair more.
What?
And I remember, like Jack Saint was all like, "Oh, this is the group of people that Blair is trying so hard to ingratiate herself with. And even her friend is not even defending her from these transphobic attacks." Which isn't even true, by the way. But
who? Karlyn totally defended her. Defended her great. Swimmingly. I loved it. I was cheering the whole time she was defending her. I honestly was. I honestly was, man. Karlyn does such a good job in this. So.
But it just, to me, it shows how a lot of the talk on BreadTube about, we have to protect trans people, we have to protect minorities, that all falls secondary. The primary thing is we have to promote our communism, our woke socialism, or whatever ism that they're promoting. And they don't really care about your identity. That's all the excuse they use, because they're fucking using this. They're using this video to like go after Blair pretty ruthlessly while Blair's being ruthlessly attacked by this lady who's very transphobic.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, but they don't care. The trans people are like human shields for them. They don't care about trans people at all. They just care about using trans people so that they can call other people that are their ideological opponents transphobic. That's all they care about.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually disgusting. Extra disgusting here.
People not to live like you.
We are going to be watching the commercials here because I do find them absolutely hilarious. They're so funny. And we got a couple great comments about, we were going off on Raycons last week. There's so the video last week was this communist, basically in the middle of the video, he had an ad for Raycon headphones.
It's worse than that. It's like after he goes on and on about the plight of the worker, he has a fucking ad for Raycons, which is made in China. So you have all these people working in these like sweatshops making these fucking Raycons. After he's going on and on about, the plight of the worker and how capitalism's so evil. It's like, fuck you. Fuck you, Cody. Yeah.
But we just went off on Raycons, and a bunch of people in the comments were like, the Raycon bit is absolutely hilarious. So I laughed so hard during the commercials. It's so funny because just juxtaposed next to last week, where it's like the Raycons are obviously his audience is majority like kids, right? I mean, that's who's buying headphones. Let's be honest here. But this audience is like, I don't know, Sitch, how much doomsday food are you packing in your house? Are you ready for the apocalypse or what?
I know that when COVID first started, okay, I used Tim Pool's special product code to buy 20% off on all my doomsday food prepping needs.
Wow. My house is usually well stocked for the apocalypse, but simply because I don't like to leave the house. I don't want to go to the grocery store but once a month. So I stock
once
up,
a month,
but not
once a year. I don't want to leave my house.
Yeah, exactly. Now you're talking, brother. Now you're talking. Yes. Yeah. One-time shop. I shop in late May, and I'm good for the year.
There's been a lot of arguments on Twitter recently where people cannot decide what it means to be right-wing or what the future of the party is. If you don't know why that's important, well, just look around you at the radical leftism, all the insanity in the culture.
You hear that? You hear that echo? That terrible echo?
Is that Elijah's echo?
That's Elijah's. Well, it's either Blair or the other lady, and I'm assuming it's the other lady because Blair
Karlyn?
streams all the time.
I don't know the Christian lady's name.
The blonde lady, the Christian lady. Because they're not wearing headphones, so...
Oh, yeah.
Put some fucking headphones on when you stream.
Hooking it up in their room.
You put the little headphones in your ear balls. Okay. It's easy.
I do a little earbud here. This is the pro way to do it. You don't have those big bulky headphones. You just put a little thing in your ear. It's great. It's like Matrix style. It's like, let's get Neo. Where is he?
Borrowed an election and a country who wonders what is our future and who is going to save us from this.
Yeah, it is. It's a Christian lady. It's like echoing in her room.
Yeah, it's terrible. It's
absolute madness. Well,
and right now he's like seething. He's like, oh my God, I spent 2 weeks scheduling this and this is what I get.
A lot of people seem to disagree, which is why I brought a panel of guests on to talk about what the future of the right wing looks like and how we win back our country. We can bring them on the screen. I went ahead and I invited on a myriad of people. I have
a myriad. What's a myriad? Doesn't seem like 4 people's a myriad, but anyway.
That's true. He's like, what do we do to like bring back to revive the republic? I mean, they lost one election. It's not like it's the end of the world. I don't know what he's talking about. They lost one election. It was pretty close. It wasn't close popular vote, but it was close, I guess, in the swing states. And
myriad, too numerous to be counted.
Yeah, just I don't know. It seems like a little
large infinite number. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But
That's so
Adam,
bad.
they represent a myriad of different opinions. Okay.
Well, that might be true.
You're being too critical here.
That actually might be true.
Karlyn, he's called Karlyn Borysenko.
Whose side are you on here, Sitch? I don't know. I'm conflicted. My enlightened centrism is tingling here.
Whose side am I on?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I never finished this video, so I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I stopped about halfway through. I was loving it so much, but I got sidetracked working on the comic a bit, and also I don't know. It's nice to respond to things off the cuff. So.
Fresh.
But the first half of it is just, I'm so amazed.
Well done.
Awesome. Commentator. We also have Lauren Witzke. She ran for Congress.
Witzke. Lauren
Lauren.
Witzke. But Witzke's probably better. Witzke. Yeah, it's fun to say. Witzke.
In Delaware. We also have Blair White, YouTuber as well, and John Doyle, YouTuber, and they're all here to answer these questions. So let's talk a little bit about this as we get into this. Starting with Lauren, how do you describe yourself politically?
Okay, so I am socially conservative. I've always been economically populist. Economic populism is the future of our party. However, preserving social conservatism within the Republican Party is a real passion of mine. I'm very pro-family. I'm very pro-life. My whole motto is I just like to win and save babies. So that's what I do.
I like to win and save babies.
It's so fascinating to me that so much of because of Trump, I guess, because of the housing crash and the Tea Party, it's like this idea that like, oh, the Republicans are all economic populists now. And it's so bizarre because that's so new. For my entire life, Republicans were the party of big establishment monopoly business. And for them to just instantly change on a dime their branding, like we're the populists now. I don't know. I didn't think a political party could just be like, okay, we're doing this now, like instantly.
Selector theory, man. Selector theory. That's exactly what's going on. They're trying to cobble together a winning coalition. That's exactly what they're doing. They don't care who's in that coalition.
But it didn't. I think like with Trump, it didn't even really work because you look at Trump and Trump is all advocating for all this economic populism stuff. But how much of that even really went through? Like, what was the big economic populist policies that went through under his administration?
Although the tax cuts were super weighted for the heavy,
exactly. They're weighted for the rich. But that's just standard Republican, economic stuff for the last 80, last 30, 40 years.
Well, you don't believe in trickle down? Come on, trickle down. It trickles down. Don't you know how that works?
It's not populism.
Don't you know how it works?
Populism.
Rich people, they buy it and they buy Apple stock and it trickles down in China. My Apple stock is up huge.
I mean, I did see lots of Republicans, or lots of conservative people, lots of Trump supporters who were very anti Mitch McConnell, very anti-Republican establishment figures in Congress. I just don't know I'm very curious if the right-wing populists are actually going to seize power, because they seized power, Trump, and then nothing really changed. And so are they going to seize power in a way that's actually going to manifest into policy, I guess is my question.
Yeah. What is the economic populist policy aside from tax cuts? But tax cuts are pretty good for economic populism. It really is.
It's going to be, no, but it has to be, I mean, if it's populism, it's got to be a lot more protectionism and a lot more helping of the lower wage earners.
Well, that's the whole jobs, right? That's populism. Totally.
Yeah, it is. But we didn't really see that manifest.
Jobs. What do you mean? Trump was the jobs president, Sitch.
Yeah, but what did he do? I'm saying, what policies did Trump do that were protectionist for America?
Well, you did a bunch of trade tariffs, right? Mm-hmm. That helped American companies.
Because we all know, I'm sure everyone here knows the specific tariffs that were in place, right?
He did the thing that I'm always praising with transparency in healthcare costs.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
But that's not really.
That's
well,
populist.
I guess that would be populism to some degree. Sure.
Definitely populist. Yeah, he fought against the private healthcare companies. Yeah, and they've spent a lot of money advertising against him because of that. So there's some populism in there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's some.
What is the Democratic populist policies? I mean,
Democrats aren't populist. Well, the woke people are populist. The communists are populist.
Didn't they used to be populist? Isn't that usually their thing? The working class.
The Democrats.
Yeah,
you can be pro-working class without being a populist. Populist just means that you have a distrust and hatred of the elite institutions.
Oh, okay. Really?
Yes.
I thought it just meant you were for the large population.
No.
For the little guy, basically.
That's usually part of it. But because left-wing populism is communism.
Populism.
We don't really want to see that manifest.
Populism, the political doctrine that supports the rights and powers of the common people in their struggle with the privileged elite. You know, I might be a populist, Sitch. I think this sounds like me. Fuck the elite. I hate the elite. The elite are scumbags, except for when they're buying my art. Then I love them. Then I love you.
When they're paying thousands of dollars for your art and your friend's art. When
they're paying thousands of dollars for art, I do love it. That's the thing about the privileged elite. They like to throw a lot of money around just to show how privileged they are.
It is funny that the avatar for right-wing populism was a multi-millionaire. Like New York business real estate.
Trump was a traitor to his class. He was like FDR. What are you talking about, Sitch? Don't you know this?
Okay. Oh, sure. Yeah.
Sitch, I'm serious.
Yeah.
Why do you think Trump lost the election? Trump lost the election because the establishment didn't like him. Romney didn't like him. The establishment Republicans didn't like him.
Yeah, but he didn't lose because the establishment Republicans didn't like him. He lost because the establishment, the normative establishment that is generally left-wing thought he was, or advocated that he was a horrible, racist, bigot, incompetent buffoon who was also crazy and manipulative at the same time, and caused a coup. So
that's what the left said, but what the right
they
said
threw
was
but the left controls the institutional narrative for the most part. In America.
True. Unfortunately,
yeah, but the right wing machine was. I don't buy the conspiracy that there were lots of people on the right that didn't like Trump, but a lot of it was under the radar because they were also afraid of him because they knew that he leveraged power so well in their party. I mean, you didn't see the Republican politicians for the most part going up against him. Who did they have? They had fucking Mitt Romney, a failed presidential candidate who was probably, let's be real. Let's all be real here. We all know why Mitt Romney was anti-Trump, okay? We all know why.
Yeah.
Because when Trump was
played him like an idiot.
Yes, when Trump was president, he invited Mitt Romney to some dinner, and it seemed like he was gonna have him be in the cabinet, and then he just shit all over Mitt Romney for some reason. I don't know what that's happening. That's the only reason why.
Trump is right now working on getting the people that backstabbed him after the election kicked out of office. You know that, right?
Yes. I don't know if that's going to manifest into anything that works, but we shall see, I guess.
Yeah. He's keeping busy. I like it.
Awesome. Blair, go ahead and tell us where you lean politically.
Yeah, every political quiz I've ever taken matches center right. So that's me. I don't have sort of the popular story everyone loves of like,
I will say, I don't think that's a good opening. Someone's like, what's your political line? And you're like, well, every political test I take.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just took one in Cosmo this morning.
It doesn't come off well. I don't know. That's not how I would open.
Former liberal. I'm a lifelong Republican, always voted that way. And yeah, that's me. I'm definitely a little bit less socially conservative.
She said that she's never been a liberal, that she's always been
lifelong conservative. Right. Sure.
And that's where I land.
John, go ahead.
It's a pretty clear copy paste between Lauren and myself, I think. Fiscally populist and socially conservative.
Fiscally populist, socially conservative.
Karlyn, are you different than them?
Yeah.
Does that make sense to be fiscally positive but socially old-fashioned conservative? Does that make sense, or is that simply because if you're because I'm of the opinion that usually people's social opinions is what motivates their voting behavior.
What does fiscally populist mean anyway?
It means protection. Trump protectionism, like Tucker Carlson. I'm against these.
Are you for universal health care?
No.
Like, why wouldn't you be if you're a populist?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Well, I'm reading the definition of populist here. The struggle against the privileged elite who all have their own fucking healthcare plans, their own Cadillac healthcare plans.
Right. No, but what I was getting at is
the common people are dying in the street.
I wonder if for a lot of this, since I think people's social opinions is what motivates their voting behavior far more than their financial views. So I think their financial views kind of follow. So if you're the reason that a lot of people on the right would be in favor of small government if they're socially conservative is only because they view that the government is not on their side. The government's not promoting socially conservative values. And I think this is where the flip-flop horseshoe shit comes in, because a lot of people aren't really in favor of small government. They're in favor of small government only because the government is not advocating their causes. Mm-hmm. But then they think that they're in favor of small government. Like, I don't think, like, neither of these people, that guy or Lauren, they're not libertarians. They're very anti-libertarians in this conversation.
I am for shackled government. I'm not for small or big government is irrelevant. Like,
right, but they're not conceptualizing it that way.
Like if you have a battleship, you want a huge battleship. You want a gigantic battleship, right? So if you conceptualize your government as a battleship, don't you want a big strong battleship?
I want the biggest, the greatest, the best battleship the world has ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It's the most beautiful battleship. Everyone comes and says, look how beautiful and big this battleship is.
When I'm thinking of stealth bombers, I want them big. I want them giant. I want strength. Yeah. This is that book, what is it? The Narrow Corridor. They talk about the shackled Leviathan. You want, it really depends upon how you conceptualize. If you want to solve big problems, you need a big government. The problem is where government gets out of control. Like when government turns on its people, that's when you run. But that's when you don't want a big government.
But that's the argument, is always how does turning on its people manifest? Because they would argue in this debate that, taking prayer out of school, promoting the ceasing of promoting socially conservative values, they would say that's the government turning on its people, which obviously you would disagree with.
All of these shithole countries, as they call them, have small, feckless governments. Like they have tiny governments that can't even control crime. Like they can't even, like the militias, basically private militias control everything, and the government isn't even big enough to take care of the private militias. You want to live in that environment?
Or we look at Mexico right now, where the cartel controls basically the Mexican border and a lot of parts of Mexico, not their own government.
Yeah, not the government. Yeah. Weak central government. Ugh, terrible. You want to live in that nightmare? Yeah. You think you want to like shrink government to the size that you can drown it in a bathtub. The people who are advocating that, they're the people that they want you working 6 days a week for 20 cents an hour.
Well, I think most people that advocate for that, they're not malicious in that they want that. I think they're just naive in terms of thinking
they're
that
utopians.
Somehow
they're as bad as the communists.
Yes, they're utopians. They think that somehow everyone's they think our society is going to continue the way it is, but just with smaller government, which I am highly skeptical of. And history would be highly skeptical of as well.
We want no taxes. That's what we want. That's what you really want. When you say you don't want big government, what you say is, I don't want to pay for big government. I don't want to be taxed to death for government. Which I agree with.
Adam, I don't understand why it's so difficult. Why can't I just have all the benefits of society without having to pay into it whatsoever?
You can. We just have to tax the rich more, Sitch. We have to tax the millionaires and billionaires.
A lot of it's psychological because, especially in America, people just feel like their tax money goes into a big burning pit somewhere, and it doesn't seem like it manifests in their life in a way that's tangible to them. And that's the big difference they have in a lot of the European countries where they pay higher taxes, but people are happier about it. It's because they feel like psychologically they're like, oh, this is what my tax paying money is going towards. And you talked about this. Wasn't someone's idea that when you pay your taxes, you get something and it tells you like where each dollar that you're paying goes?
Yeah.
I wonder if that would help.
I don't conceptualize taxes that way anymore.
Oh, you don't? Oh, is this part of your MMT stint now? You've changed everything?
Yeah, it's really ridiculous the word deficit spending is really a fictitious term. There's no such thing as deficit spending.
That's fine because neither you nor I said deficit spending until you just said it right now.
Yeah, but you did talk about where your tax dollars go, you're conceptualizing it as you're spending your tax dollars on something. Yeah.
But I mean, I assume you agree that people psychologically need to feel like their tax dollars are going towards something that benefits them.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't seem like a very controversial statement.
I guess it's helpful psychologically, but it's kind of like a crutch.
Everything's psychological.
When you gonna read that book? Read that book, man.
Your MMT book?
Yeah, The Deficit Myth by Stephanie Kelton. You're the only one I'll recommend that book to. No, hey, you guys in the chat, do not read that book, okay? I'm explicitly
why do you not want them to read that
forbidding
book?
you.
Why do I get the homework assignment?
Well, the book is just, first of all, it's going to trigger the shit out of anyone who's remotely conservative.
I see.
They're just not going to be able to see past all of her crazy declarations about climate change and all this. Like, a lot of the left-wing policies that they advocate for are just going to turn people off to MMT. But MMT is useful I'm sure you guys have policies you want to advocate for. So MMT would be useful for advocating for those policies. Just advocate for your policies instead of their policies.
Different in that, some people say I'm a former liberal. I'm actually a current liberal. I have never.
God, I love this. Can we back it up a little bit? This is so ballsy. This is so fucking ballsy right here.
It's a little confusing though. I'm not 100% sure I understand Karlyn's position. But.
Well, this is something that I had contemplated for a long time, because the problem is with all this political polarization is you have each political party is ideologically separate from the other party. You don't have liberal Republicans and conservative Democrats. Well, the Democrats will complain you have far too many conservative Democrats, but this is just so ballsy to say, yeah, I'm a Republican, I'm a liberal Republican, I'm here and I'm fucking proud.
Yeah, but that doesn't really make sense under current American definitions of the word liberal and conservative.
That's why I love it, because she's pushing at changing those definitions. Listen, I have said this a million times that the achievements of the progressive movement and the liberal movement with freedom of speech and all that stuff, right? Technically, it's the conservatives that are conserving those gains right now. So it's great for a liberal to step into the fray and say, listen, I'm here. Where do I go if I want to conserve free speech? Obviously, I have to go to the conservatives because they're the fucking conservatives.
Right. But it doesn't, the issue would then be about, there's a lot of baggage with both parties. So to say, oh, well, I'm conservative now, it's like, yeah, but does that mean that you suddenly agree with conservative economic policies, other conservative social policies that don't have to do with fighting wokeness and free speech and all that other stuff? Are you suddenly pro-life? Are you suddenly, anti some of the LGBT stuff now? Are you suddenly more in favor of religion?
She's saying, a little confusing. She's saying, I'm a liberal Republican. I'm here. I'm proud. Fuck off, church lady.
Okay, I'm just saying it doesn't make sense to me either.
What do you mean it doesn't?
Because I don't know what that means. If someone says I'm a liberal Republican, I don't know what that means. What do you believe?
Don't you understand that the whole point of what's amazing about this is that she is challenging the definition.
Sure, I understand all that. I'm saying the part that I saw in this debate, I'm not 100% sure I understand Karlyn's position, her political position, which maybe that's to her benefit in this conversation.
Because she didn't enunciate it specifically?
Right. Well, because throughout this entire debate, Lauren and the other guy keep casting Karlyn as like, oh, she's not, she shouldn't be in this conversation. She's not conservative. She's not Republican. She's some liberal who snuck into this conversation. Get her out of here. Just ignore everything she's saying. And they keep casting her in that light. And I think that she would do a better service if I or the audience clearly understood what exactly her position is and why she should be part of this conversation. Do you not agree with that?
So you think she snuck attack him with the liberal stuff and they
were
inviting a conservative?
No, I don't think
she snuck attack. Are you saying she should be dishonest?
No.
Okay. No. Well, where are we going?
I'm saying
I don't understand.
that I feel like she could do a better job explaining what it means to be a liberal Republican or liberal conservative. That's all I'm saying, because I don't get it.
I'm not confused by that.
What does it mean? Tell me what it means.
Well, listen, there's a thing called a party, right? Which is composed of voting constituents. I mean, earlier in this conversation, we had a talk about how they'll just change on a dime if they can add another voting block. They're like, okay, we need another 10 million votes here.
We talked about the difference between neoliberal establishment, conservatism, and populism. Mm-hmm. Populism is not conservative or liberal inherently. It could be on both the left or the right.
Sure.
Okay. So, yes. But in America, being a liberal has been defined for the last 30 to 40 years as being clearly on the left to some extent. Mm-hmm. And so that's why I'm saying I don't really understand what it means what positions does someone as a liberal Republican hold? I don't really know what that means.
Well, liberal, it tends to mean freedom, individual freedom, individual rights. That's what liberal tends to stand for today. Progressive stands for progress, the increasing of the rights of marginalized people, even though pretty much they have all the legal rights, right? It's just a question of whether
I feel like we should just move on. We should see what she says.
Stopped being liberal, even though I did leave.
Karlyn, are you? John?
Yeah, I'm a little bit different in that, some people say I'm a former liberal. I'm actually a current liberal. I have never stopped being a liberal, even though I did leave the Democratic Party. I politically, on my political compass test, I tend to be right in the center, and I frankly just want common sense people to come up with common sense solutions.
Awesome. So as we get into this, I want to let you know something important. This is the first question we're going to jump into, which is...
So I guess I could just be wrong in that she's not considering herself a liberal Republican at all. She's saying she's a enlightened centrist. She's a pure enlightened centrist soul.
She registered Republican. She left the Democratic Party and she registered Republican.
That's what I thought. But that's why. But her answer there makes it seem like.
Are you going to be upset when I register Republican again? Like if Andrew Yang's out of the thing, I'm registered Republican. Fuck the Democrats. The Democrats are racist pieces of shit, and I'll never vote for another fucking Democrat in my entire life. I'm serious. The Democratic Party is racist fuckbags. Okay. Maybe it's a generational thing. Okay. Mm-hmm. I was raised to believe racism is evil, okay? And when the Democratic Party is single-mindedly focuses on race so that they can cobble together their voting constituency, they're the racists.
Yeah, but
how am I wrong?
You're not.
Okay.
Okay. I don't think you understand.
Republicans are less racist than Democrats. I'm going to register.
I don't think you understand my position at all. Uh-huh. Okay. Which is that if you said, Sitch, I'm registering as Republican, I would say, well, what Republican positions do you agree with? And then you would rattle off, say, well, I'm not racist. Yeah. I don't like this woke shit. I'm like, okay, so you're basically a single issue voter against wokeness, right? At this point, you don't really agree necessarily with Republican positions beyond the woke stuff.
Wokeness is the most pressing issue in society right now.
I'm not saying it is or isn't. I'm just trying to descriptively figure out what you're saying.
What public policy doesn't wokeness touch? Like literally, they're giving out the vaccine based on wokeness now.
Well, no, they're not. Some people talked about it. They're not actually doing that though.
Okay.
Because there are people that were saying that they should do it they shouldn't do it by age. They should do it by job first, because if you do it by age, it would hit too many white people first.
What about, so it is based on wokeness then?
No, but then they said, no, we're not doing that. We're doing it by age.
What about schooling? What about public schooling? What about higher education?
But we're getting you keep sort of like unintentionally strawmanning my position here.
Well, okay. What is your position so I can steelman it?
I'm okay. What I asked you is saying, if you're saying that if you're going to identify by Republican now, and you're basically saying, well, I'm going to be a single issue voter against wokeness. I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying that's how you would descriptively.
I'm not a single issue voter.
Okay, so then what beyond wokeness that the Republicans advocate for would you advocate? Would you agree with?
Individual rights, I guess. I mean, what? Give me.
I don't know what that means.
Give me some policy.
I mean, you were just mocking.
Well, no, wait.
Neoliberal Republican economic policy like 5 minutes ago.
Neoliberal is libertarian policy. It's not.
But that has been the Republican Party's economic policy for the last 30 to 40 years. That's what cutting, that's what trickle down is. That's what cutting, tax for the rich is. That's what cutting regulations for businesses. These are all neoliberal economic policies.
Cutting regulation?
Yes.
Give me some policy. I mean, you're asking me about just nebulous what policies. So what policies are you voting for? What policies are you voting based on?
I believe that we need some sort of national healthcare system. Or at least an option, a national healthcare option.
Yeah.
And I thought
I think we need transparency, and I don't necessarily know. I think market solutions might actually be better on universal healthcare. So, I mean, I don't have a firm opinion because I haven't really dug in I read the book, The Price We Pay, and it leads me to believe that you're still, even in a national healthcare system, you're still going to get some of these problems.
Problems, right? There's no perfect utopian solution here.
So the biggest problems in the book, The Price We Pay. I know this is a big sidetrack, but the biggest problem that stands out as just completely repugnant is there was several organizations, several doctors that would organize these like health screening things at churches, okay? And they would find people that were eligible for Medicare to do these like knee or hip like operations on that were totally unnecessary, so that they could charge Medicare to basically make money off of these people.
Okay.
Like totally repugnant, awful. Right? Yeah.
Right, sure.
How is nationalized healthcare going to stop something like that?
It's not. That's not what nationalized healthcare is designed to address.
Okay.
I mean, what you're talking about is just fraud. That's just what they're doing is wrong and illegal now. That has nothing to do with the current system.
I'm not sure what they're doing. I'm not sure what they're doing is illegal.
You said if they're going to find old people to convince them to do unnecessary surgeries just so they can charge the government for it, that's illegal.
It's nebulous whether or not it's unnecessary. That's the thing. The science is unclear. Different, like some scientists, some medical professionals.
Private insurance isn't going to change that either. Doesn't address that either.
Say this is unnecessary.
Private insurance doesn't address that problem either. So I don't see how this is relevant.
Well, I'm just saying, like, isn't the government the dumb money at the table that makes this possible? Like, if there's not Medicare, then this wouldn't be a thing.
If those old people had a private insurance plan, Okay. The doctors could do literally the exact same thing as long as whatever surgery they're advocating for is covered by their private insurance.
He gives examples of people who do have private health insurance, and doctors talk them into operations that they don't need all the time.
But that's not an example. So I don't understand why you bring this example up then. It seems completely irrelevant.
It's the only thing that I know about the healthcare situation. I don't necessarily know if universal healthcare is going to make this problem.
Well, it's not, but universal
better
healthcare
or worse.
Okay, so that's not what universal healthcare is. Not designed to weed out fraud in healthcare. It's designed to make it so that the majority of people have access to healthcare that doesn't bankrupt them.
Right. Well, all these people have access to health. All of these people have access to healthcare that doesn't bankrupt them. It makes doctors filthy rich, and it's
right now that's not the case.
Procedures that they don't need.
Right now that's not the case.
Anyway, shall we move on?
I guess we can.
I mean,
so I'm still not understanding your position.
Hold on. What policies are either of these parties promoting? I mean, Republicans are promoting tax cuts, right? And Democrats are promoting, I'm going to make a transgender person the head of some organization. Like, what policies are they promoting?
We can. Why? Because why are you giving like this like very simplistic, this very partisan simplistic take here? Okay. There's a lot of fucking bullshit woke virtue signaling on the Democratic Party. That's not my point. And I'm not trying to advocate for the Democratic Party whatsoever.
What did Biden run on? What did Biden run on?
What did he run on? Health insurance or Medicare for all who want it was the big thing he ran on.
Okay.
Well, that and Trump being racist. But.
Well, yeah, exactly. I'm not Trump, basically, is what he ran on.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
We need to stop Trump from kids in cages. Kids in cages. How's that going for him? How many kids are in the cages now?
Right. A lot of kids in cages right now. But we all knew that was bullshit. I think people that only follow the mainstream media didn't realize that was bullshit. But we here all knew that was bullshit.
So technically, if I am a voter and like kids in cages is my number one issue, and I want as few kids in cages as possible.
Then you don't vote because you're fucked.
I should have voted. I technically should have voted for Trump because Trump said, stay away, go away from America, don't come. And Biden said, come on over. So now, like, a bunch of people are coming, and there's more kids in cages, right?
First of all, I don't think Biden said, hey everyone, come to America. I'm pretty sure that didn't happen.
But there's more migrants coming to America now that Trump is out of office, correct?
Well, now that COVID is slowing down, more migration is starting up again. Yes, I don't know if it has anything to do with Biden being president now.
So you think it's a COVID thing?
It could be. I have no clue.
No, it's totally because Trump is out of office. Trump scared
people
away.
Here's the numbers you'd have to look at to make that distinction. Say, okay, was immigration under Trump coming to a screeching halt pre-COVID or not? Because that would be the answer to this question, right?
I don't know.
I don't know either. But you have to look into it.
I just know.
But again, I mean, that's not your single vote, issue anyway. So I don't really care about
the kids in cages thing.
Yeah.
Well, I just find irony,
of course,
totally entertaining. The fact that people voted. I mean, I've done these live streams with Isaac. Isaac can't stop talking about kids in cages. Kids in cages is like horrifying to so many progressives, right? So
I don't think they care. I think it's a virtue signal. It's an easy thing for them to yell.
Right.
I'm not sure they really care.
So
does the
sad.
average look?
So
maybe
sad.
I'm just a cold, heartless bastard. Okay, but does the average person care so much about a person they never see, never interact with, that exists thousands or hundreds of miles away from them? That's out of sight, out of mind. Do they really care about that person? You do?
I'm a populist. I care.
Yeah, I don't think they do. I don't think the people on the left care. I think it's just it's an easy thing to attack. Say kids in cages. Nice catchy slogan.
Yeah, well, you've got twice as many kids in cages now that Biden is president because the perception is that The United States is open for business. Come on, come one, come all. But they still have to put them in cages because so many of them are unaccompanied minors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird. Super weird.
What is the future of the right wing, right? If we're going to win a war, if we're going to fight the left, we've got to figure out who.
So he's already, this Manichaean nonsense. He's already categorizing it as a war. So sad.
Well, he's very big on, I mean, I follow him on Twitter. He's very focused on Antifa, which fuck Antifa, but I think he's a little hyper focused on it as if it's like the dominant force in politics right now, which obviously Antifa has very little impact on most people's life.
Well, yeah.
Political life, anyway. Obviously, the people that get their businesses destroyed are very devastated by Antifa.
Yeah, but it's not the war between the left and right.
No, it's not.
Who's on our side? And there's a split of trying to figure out if the future of the right is a conservative, moral Christian party that is a strong nationalist background, or if it's this big tent party full of liberals, libertarians, disaffected left, etc. Before we jump into that, I want to give a huge shout out to our sponsor for today. Guys, the world is getting crazy, and I'm telling you, it is not getting easy out there. Not only do you need to have defensive equipment, you need to own guns, but you need to have some way to conceal your guns, to carry them around, which is why I want to tell you about North.
Oh my God.
There we go.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know that some of these people's fans are packing. That's a little scary.
Northwest Retention. Northwest Retention has a few goals that are amazing. This is a company I love personally and own their products. Number one, they want to bring the greatest quality value and service to the marketplace. Number two, they want to be innovative and continue to build and provide.
You know, at least, first of all, I don't have any problem with people doing ads whatsoever. And I'll say that at least with Elijah here, this product is relevant to his political position.
Oh, totally relevant. Yeah.
With Cody, the Raycon thing was completely counter his political position 100%.
Yeah, you can't be pro-capital. You can't be anti-capitalist and start running ads. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
For some product made in China, no less.
I'm all for protecting yourself. The thing that I find interesting about this is that it totally presses the fear buttons.
Yes, of course.
So much. And there's this one picture in here, I think it's this ad, where there is just a devastated city in the background. I think it must be like Baghdad or something. And there's a super hot chick in the foreground that's not in a burqa or anything.
Look,
and it's
Adam, when Antifa comes to burn down your city, okay, you got to be strapped. You got to be ready. You got to fight, because the government, this government, this liberal elite government under Joe Biden, they're going to just roll over. They're going to let Antifa
that's
just
true,
stroll into the Capitol, okay, and grab the gavel and just take over. That's what's going to happen.
That's true. That's true. I am scared. They would welcome him. Nancy Pelosi would get him coffee.
The best quality style gear to the industry.
Did you see that they've sent federal troops to Portland again?
Did they really? Holy shit.
Yes.
That's awesome.
You know, it's fun. Or not
awesome.
Federal troops, sorry, federal officers. And it's funny because remember when Trump sent federal officers, this is the hypocrisy. When Trump sent federal officers to Portland, they're all like, oh my God, they're kidnapping people off the streets. There's overreach. There's the Nazis. And then, of course, when the Joe Biden does it or the Democrats do it, it's, dead silent. No one gives a fuck.
It's not even in the news. Who cares?
Right.
Good guys are in charge now. Joe Biden and cocaine hunter.
And number three, and most importantly, is to show gratitude by helping their fellow men, build relationships, train, and educate. But if you go out to their website, you can see all they have to offer, guys. These are the most premium quality and satisfaction guarantee.
God, who invited? I hope the person who's got the echo going.
The echo, it's really bad. Yeah.
Keyed is amazing. Even my wife can wear their clothing.
There it is.
Look at that. Hold on. What happened?
Pretty awesome. Time warranty.
Oh, look. They got multiple poses. Look at this city here. This is actually where Sitch lives, guys. This is Sitch's hometown here.
That's right. I'm actually that woman And that's why I don't show my face, guys. I know you can't tell, but I'm actually a trans woman. So there you go.
Is that a trans woman?
Well, no,
in the
but
foreground there.
I don't think so.
Look at you assuming. I don't know.
Adam.
What is this girl, Polynesian or something? I mean,
I don't know.
It seems pretty odd. This was obviously photoshopped together, but
really, you don't think that a 30-foot woman is standing in front of
what is
blown out?
She's
city?
Obviously on a rooftop, like she's a sniper or something. Sis.
Oh, with her pistol.
About?
She's a sniper with her pistol. Yes, of course.
Probably has a laser sight on it.
And look, she's doing a tactical pose with her weapon.
That's not a tactical pose. That's more like I am hot. Look, no burqas allowed.
You know what? Actually,
I don't get it. This picture is so bizarre.
I have a theory. I think that's just a picture of a woman posing, and they photoshopped the gun onto her son.
Oh, really? Holy cow! They might have done that. They got a good shadow on there, though. So
there's a good shadow. That's true.
They got this smoking hot girl in front of a burnout city.
Yeah.
Look at this. This is obviously like mortar fire here. How bad is it going to get, Elijah? I feel like what's going on here? You
just pull out your pistol and you shoot the mortars down before they hit you. You know.
We get someone tagging a sidewalk and like 8 people call 311. Okay.
Right.
Like. This is a little insane here. Where's this going on? Is this happening in Texas? What Texas city looks like this right now? Is there mortar fire in Texas that I'm not?
I think you're right. This is probably
that I'm unaware of.
This is like Fallujah during the Iraq War or something.
Yeah. Where's the tanks? This is crazy.
They've got you covered with holsters done right. I'm telling you, these are amazing.
I love how they have multiple poses.
Oh, okay. I guess it's not Photoshop if it's multiple poses then.
Well, she's obviously photoshopped in front of that city.
Well, yeah, but I meant like the gun.
Has them. I have them. And guys, the owner of this company is amazing. Even my wife, we wear their clothing, which is pretty awesome. It's really great. Check out what they have to offer. They even offer custom options as well. Go to nwretention.com. That's NW Retention. So let's jump right into this. So my question is this. As we look to take back the country from the radical left and we seek to make it a stronger place, how are we going to do that? Is it A, by building a stronger, conservative, Christian moral party, or is it B, building a big tent party of libertarians, the disaffected left, conservatives, etc.? Like with the questions, we'll try.
B, okay, we're done.
Yeah.
Wrap it up. Where's the harmonica? Well, now,
yeah,
let's go to super chats.
There you go.
Yeah. She doesn't bring in any evidence to support her case that we lost.
Well,
because
let's see.
We'll
play it out. We'll see where they go with this.
You sure? We can just end it here.
No.
Try to go in the same order. We'll start with Lauren.
Yeah. So, I'm really confused why this is a discussion about the future of the right when we have a liberal, actually she's a Democrat, with one good opinion. We also have a transgender on here.
Democrat with one good opinion. My God.
Yeah, because I don't know what
that.
Well, see, but that's part of the problem. That's why I said earlier, I didn't really understand from this debate Karlyn's position because this Lauren says that she's a Democrat, and I don't remember if I don't think she says I'm not a Democrat at any point in the conversation.
She says she's a Republican. She's registered Republican.
No, does she?
Okay? Let me spoil it for you. She's a registered Republican.
I don't remember if she says that in response to this.
And here, you really think we should be giving a.
What do you?
I was gonna say, so it hurts her efficacy in this conversation if she just keeps casting her as this liberal who's a liberal Democrat who just doesn't like wokeness. And then, so if you're conservative and you're watching this, you're like, well, why should I listen to this person?
Who like? We talked about a little bit about this privately, and I just think it's fascinating because the one person that really hurts the Republican cause more than anything is this lady right here. Like,
oh yeah, 100. This lady comes off as a fucking crazy person and a relic of a bygone era.
Yes. 100%. Okay. So every single progressive out there thinks every single Republican is this lady. They think
Yes.
this is the stereotypical Republican. And I would argue that
Right.
this is so far from the Republican Party now that I'm wondering if it's even strategically effective to even be platforming somebody like this, because this is like the perfect catnip for liberals.
It's not.
Or
it is
progressives,
not
rather.
strategically effective. If that's your goal, it would not be strategically effective. But it's true that this is not what this woman's about to say, and we keep cutting her off before letting the audience hear what she's going to say.
We'll back it up.
We're sort of preempting this, but yeah, what she's saying is not where the Republican Party is publicly today. But I guess the question is, how many Republican voters are where she is? Because that's a different question completely.
Yeah. Yes.
And I don't know the answer to that. I would imagine it's definitely
Karl Rove
less.
knows the answer to that.
Yeah, I would imagine it's definitely less than the majority. I don't think there's a majority by any stretch.
Yeah, it's difficult to say. I mean, the George W. Bush was the last base election, and Karl Rove was the one that basically came out and said, listen, we don't need to cobble together a coalition, a big tent coalition. We can win elections just if we turn out our base. That was the whole strategy of George W.
Right,
Bush.
but that's
he won two elections.
Right, and that's true, but that's reliant on the Democrats not being able to cobble together a bigger coalition, which it seems like, well, they were able to do it with Obama.
Obama did, yes.
And Obama did. That's why Obama won. And then the question is, okay, so Hillary failed at that. Biden succeeded, but again, that could just be because Trump was so polarized to the country, or so polarizing the country. Who knows if this will be repeated again in 4 years?
Yeah, you think maybe a George W. Bush type re-insurgent of some...
It could be. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if in 4 years you're going to see a big drop in voter turnout on both sides again, back to whatever the numbers were previously. Just because people they're not going to be so energized about voting.
Platform.
Here, let's back it up so
this
we can,
kind of right when we,
etc. Like with the questions, we'll try to go in the same order. We'll start with Lauren.
Yeah. So, I'm really confused why this is a discussion about the future of the right when we have a liberal, actually this is a Democrat, with one good opinion. We also have a transgender on here. I don't really think we should be giving a platform to this kind of degeneracy, which is a gateway drug.
I love his look too. The guy in the bottom right-hand corner is like, he's like, whoa, what?
We have to hear this full sentence in its awful and glorious context.
Opinion. We also have a transgender on here. I don't really think we should be giving a platform to this kind of degeneracy, which is a gateway drug to pedophilia. I absolutely disagree.
So we have Blair is a transgender degenerate who's a gateway drug to pedophilia.
Yeah.
How do you even respond to that? Like if I'm transgender, if I'm Blair, I don't even know what I say to this person who just said I'm a degenerate gateway to pedophilia. What do you say to that?
I can't remember his name, but he like stifles a laugh here. It's like, oh my God, I'm gonna crack up.
Because it's so it's pretty gross. Even if you're against transgender people, to go to someone's face and be like, you're a degenerate who's leading people to pedophilia. It's like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ, lady. You need to chill the fuck out.
I wonder if this is the same exact strategy as the, gateway to Nazism thing that the left
is
always
It 100% is.
Yeah.
Yes. I think we've said this before. The right-wing version of racism is pedophilia. That's what triggers them as much as racism triggers people on the left.
Right, but they also are making an argument that, I'm just waiting for someone to come out with some study that shows the algorithm, you start watching ContraPoints and you end up watching is there anything?
I don't think there's any pedophile advocates on YouTube.
Well, there was that one guy, the Polynesian guy or Filipino guy. Yeah, there was that one guy.
And shocking, he got arrested for
Yeah, totally. So, but hopefully, obviously, I'm not watching these channels. Hopefully, they aren't out there. But I'm always wondering because they talk about the Nazi hole on YouTube, and I think,
Right.
where's the Nazi content? What is that on YouTube? I don't know.
Right. It's not. Yeah, it's not on YouTube. But I don't. There's no pedophile. I mean, I'm sure there's some pedophile content that's snuck under the radar, but I don't think there's no one that's like, oh yeah, that's the pedophile like YouTuber who's promoting pedophilia. I don't think that's the thing that's happening right now.
I mean, they did have some racy comment thing going on, some controversy about that YouTube had to step in on.
Well, here's the question: is that how does transgender lead to pedophilia? I'm not even sure.
It doesn't. How does conservatism lead to Nazism?
No, I understand it, but I'm just saying she doesn't even explain the there's no logic. There's no line here to give us how this connects. It seems like it's like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's why it's insane.
Right. But and as you said, this is a horrible disservice to the modern conservative movement.
Right.
Just to have this position.
Yeah, it basically says that a Big Ten is not possible.
Well, it even goes beyond that because you can. I mean, as we said, we have concerns about children transitioning who don't actually have gender dysphoria. That's our concern.
Yes.
Or even people in general who are transitioning that don't have gender dysphoria. And then I had the additional concern of that there should be in the future research into additional treatments for people with gender dysphoria because transitioning is not a viable option for everybody. But this is like a total fuck science. It's just degeneracy. Fuck those people. They're just degenerates. Like this is going back to as you said, this is like the old stereotype of the Republican Party.
Yeah. Yeah.
But these people still exist. These people are still out there.
Yeah. It's entertaining as fuck too.
We were the party of traditional marriage. We were the party that opposed gay marriage. We've always been that party. We've always been the party of family.
I mean, I don't understand how you still can't be the party of traditional marriage, even though, I mean...
Well, because traditional marriage is a buzzword that means anti-gay marriage. They don't mean... Really? Yes, they don't mean like, oh, we're in favor of two people having a loving relationship.
That's traditional marriage right there. Yeah.
No, they mean no gay marriage. That's what that means.
For me, traditional marriage is two people getting married, staying married, not fooling around with other people.
Right. Having a steady environment for a child.
Yeah.
Right.
It's the buddy system. It's the buddy system. It's so easy. It's so easy. Everyone needs someone that's going to have their back, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes like siblings do this. Like they end up spinsters or whatever. They never get married. So they are the buddies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's weird.
Family. We won handedly in 2016 without the LGBTQ vote. We started losing when we started compromising. So I'm really curious why.
Yeah, what was it? Where was the losing? I'm curious.
Well, this is what every ideologue does. You see that's on the left. They say, oh, only Bernie Sanders can beat Donald Trump. Only Bernie Sanders can beat Donald Trump. The moderate candidate can't beat Donald Trump. And the reason Hillary lost is because, she's moderate, chill, and she's not true lefty. This is what they always say. And then so she'll say, oh, well, the reason they lost to Obama was because they had a bunch of, fake conservatives who weren't truly right wing, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I guess what's interesting is that when it comes to the Biden thing, she's saying that I guess Trump is not a true right winger in this scenario because he lost to Biden.
Trump was never. I mean, Trump wasn't a true conservative anyway.
I understand that, but most people who are pro-Trump people are never going to take that position.
That Trump wasn't a conservative?
That Trump was, that he was total pragmatist for his own political career.
Mm-hmm. And for the little guy, obviously. Trump was totally a populist. Why do you laugh? It's true. Trump was a traitor to his own caste. He's like an FDR.
But the going back to what she was saying, why this is so delusional is because, and this is the same thing you hear from Kyle Klinsky and Jimmy Dore and all these people, is that they think there's a secret majority of extremists in the country that are just that don't vote and are just waiting for like the extreme left-wing candidate to come out. Or in this case, there's a secret majority of super socially conservative right-wingers that are all just not voting and are just waiting for the right super conservative religious candidate to come along, and suddenly they're going to come out in droves and go vote, which is fucking crazy, which is totally devoid of how elections or human nature works, because all the people that have the most extreme opinions, they're going to go out there and vote regardless. Those are the people that you have to get. Those people are showing up because they care. Those are the people that are very involved. And they're generally, you can have some edge situations like the lady on the Noam Chomsky podcast that we listen to. But generally, most of the people that have the most extreme, strong political opinions are going to pick what they think is the best choice for the lesser of two evils. So you don't really need to, I don't think you really need to appeal to these people on either side.
The extreme voters are saying we don't have to appeal to them because they're going to vote anyway.
Yeah, because the extreme voters are the people that are really heavily involved in politics.
Yeah.
Those are the people that show up. Yeah, they vote.
I vote. I've voted every election since I was 18. Yeah.
But
I wanted to vote when I was 16.
Adam wanted to vote when he was 12.
Adam
wanted to vote when he was 8 years old. He's like, damn it, Mom.
Karlyn is in the chat, and she says liberal equals liberty. The Republicans are the more liberal party right now. Here. Yeah.
There you go. But my point is that there's no way.
Less racist party too, by the way. Just FYI.
There's no way that Lauren's conception of reality could ever manifest. That there's a secret majority conservative religious Republican that's just not voting at all. They're like, well, I look at Donald Trump and I say he's not conservative enough for me. I'm going to sit this one out. Who fucking thinks that that's a reality?
A lot of Trump voters were first-time voters, though, because Trump was a celebrity and they wanted to vote for him because they liked him on The Apprentice.
Right. But,
yeah.
Okay.
So, but this lady is not like, she's not going to understand that.
No.
What? We need conservative voters.
By people who are libertarians. I mean, you have a party of freaks who love the free market that you can join, but don't come into our party and try to influence it, because that is how we are losing. And in case
did she just say did she just say join the Libertarian Party to Karlyn? It sounds like she did.
Yes. She
the Libertarian Party, who hasn't won an election ever.
She said there's a Libertarian Party of freaks out there. Go freaky join them. Yeah.
Go join the American Libertarian Party, you freak.
Well, I'm curious as to where does she conceptualize, where is this mythical Republican Party that she's referring to? Like, when is the time period where that she wants to go back to? Because Reagan was very big on a lot of libertarian free market economic solutions. So she's going beyond Reagan. I don't even know where the fuck she's going.
Yeah, didn't Romney kind of run as like the religious guy?
He 100% did.
And lost big time?
Well, he was Mormon now, so they're weird. I don't know if they count.
It's true.
I mean, they wear magic underwear. They can't have soda or caffeine. They want to get to be gods of their own planets in space somewhere. They're
well, what's wrong with that?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it prescriptively. I'm just saying it seems a little strange for the American voter, I imagine.
Never trust anyone who doesn't drink caffeine at least once a day.
That's true. Or wear magic
totally
underwear.
Untrustworthy.
That's true.
Well, it depends upon what kind of magic the underwear is.
In case you haven't noticed, we are losing. They are now advocating for chemical castrations for children. We're spotlighting transgenderism at CPAC. And I am a traditional Christian conservative. I believe in family. I believe that family is the foundation of everything that this country was founded on. And no, I do not believe that we should be compromising our values and spotlighting a lifestyle that is a gateway drug to pedophilia every single time. And you cannot deny it is.
Pedophilia is fucking disgusting. I don't understand how she can call it a gateway drug. Drugs are fun. What is she talking about? Pedophilia is a fucking nightmare.
Look, Adam, if you said, "Hey, lady, do you smoke pot or do shrooms?" She's gonna say, "What are you, a degenerate?" Of course, I don't.
Okay, I guess you're right. I don't like what she's doing here. She's totally throwing drugs under the bus in a way that I'm uncomfortable with.
Because it's here.
Blair, would you respond?
I think that there's a difference between you spoke sort of to gender ideology, which is definitely rampant on college campuses, definitely taking over culture. I think that's different than just people who, as individuals, may technically be gay, lesbian, bisexual, any of the above. And I think that it's possible to fight against gender ideology while holding true that there are going to be people that are just different in life. I definitely am not here to speak to the future of social conservatism because that's just not my lane. But as far as the party, I think that a big tent is most likely the future. I think that knowing my generation and a lot of people my age, which is mid-20s and Gen Z a little younger, I think that they voted for Trump the first and second time, or just the second time, because Trump kind of ushered the party into an era of a little more secularism. I don't think he was overtly religious. I think to an extent he was a little performative with religion and with prayer and things like that. And I think that attracted a lot of new voters. And I'm not sure that, going full force religious social conservatism is really the future.
John.
So here's my question when I'm watching this. I'm thinking strategically, when you're having a conversation or debate with someone, and we've done debates on this channel before. If someone calls you a degenerate or some other ad hom, is it better to just ignore it and to press forward, or does that make you appear weak if you don't address it?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you. It really depends upon the audience.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if the audience is
so we'll be specific in this situation with Blair. I mean, this lady called Blair degenerate twice, said that Blair is a gateway to pedophilia twice. Mm-hmm. Is it better for Blair to just say, I'm not even going to address that, I'm not going to wallow in the mud, in the muck of this, or does she have to address it?
For bleeding hearts, the first, don't address it. For fighters, conservatives, yes, you should definitely address it. So she probably should have addressed it.
Interesting. Why? And here's the question too: is how? I don't know how. How would she address this without coming off as super triggered? Because I think this is the very difficult position that she's in this conversation.
Yeah, how to address it? Yeah,
right.
I don't know. Yeah, you got any ideas? What do? You say, listen, Blondie.
Well, because I don't know, because if someone called me degenerate for this, I would. I mean, it's always difficult when you have this more structured debate, because if it was just the two of them, you could be like, well, what are you talking about? How does transgender lead to pedophilia? And that would lead down an hour-long conversation probably. But it wouldn't be a productive conversation. It would just sort of shine a spotlight on their insane way of thinking. Right?
Yeah. Yes.
So I don't know if you need some, I hate to say it, you need some snappy debate line to respond to this degenerate pedophilia comment.
Well, this is totally tearing she's literally turning people away from the party in the same exact way that the wokesters are. The wokesters are saying, yes, if you're not anti-racist, you're not a part of us. Get the fuck out. It's okay, let's make our party as tiny as humanly possible. And she's saying, well, if you're not a conservative Christian, believe
get out, right?
Jesus died on the cross for your sins, you're not a part of the party either. Get fucked.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's an interesting thing to keep in your mind when you see these conversations, which is that the environment, every platform has sort of a political alignment. So YouTube has sort of a political alignment. You don't see a lot of people like Lauren on YouTube. A lot of these Christian conservative, very right wing type
You
of people.
do though. I see the anti-theists responding to them all the time. A lot of them on YouTube channels.
Yeah, but they're not part of the political conversation. They're not part of the world that Blair is part of. I mean, when you think of like YouTube politics, no one's thinking of Lauren or people that hold Lauren's position. They're thinking of people like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro.
But Ben Shapiro's sister is pretty close.
They're thinking of Ben Shapiro's sister.
Well, she's like this conservative religious. I mean, I think she's Jewish. She's not Christian, but she's definitely like traditional family values.
Right, but what I'm going to say is that Ben Shapiro and his sister could craft an argument, or they're saying they have a problem with transgender stuff in a way that doesn't come off as horribly bigoted as Lauren just did. And I don't think, I'm assuming, maybe I'm wrong, I'm assuming Ben Shapiro and his sister wouldn't say that transgenderism is the gateway to pedophilia.
No. And Ben Shapiro has actually mentioned Blair White on this topic and said, he'd have no problem using her pronouns and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Like he doesn't approve of her lifestyle, but he wouldn't insult her to her face and not have dinner with her and be rude and condescending. So yes, he would not do any of the stuff.
Right. But that's what I mean when I say that like certain platforms, like they exhibit a sort of environment they create an Overton window of sort of acceptable ideas on both the left and the right about how these conversations should be held. And it's interesting because Lauren, he said like all the three of these people are YouTubers and Lauren is not a YouTuber. So she's sort of coming into this conversation as an outsider. And I guess what I wonder is, to us, we watch what Lauren's saying. We're like, this person's crazy. This person is, as you said, they're really just turning people off from being conservative or being Republican. And I guess my question is, how much of this is going on out there in the real world of politics that we're just completely unaware of because it's not happening on YouTube?
I don't know. I was just going to try to look up Lauren's. I think Lauren ran for Congress.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious. Like, Karlyn says she wishes that she would have asked her how many points she lost by, which made me curious. Yeah. How badly did she lose? Because she sounds insane. I just, first of all, this whole idea, like people are more libertarian now than ever. The churches have emptied out because people don't want to be told, what to do. And I can't imagine electoral strategy. Maybe because it's, the pendulum obviously swings and it's swung so far now that you're
it's going to swing back.
Yeah. I mean, you have a bunch of kids who are growing up I can't imagine me being in junior high having to deal with like genderless bathrooms. It's like, what the fuck? Really?
Yeah. No, you're right. There probably will be a swing back, but I don't think Lauren is smart enough or aware enough. She's not saying that. She's not saying, oh, there's going to be this swing back to traditional values. She's acting like, no, there's just all the people in America want these traditional values. They're all out there already. It's the secret majority.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Which
know.
Obviously,
I'm curious, though.
It seems totally insane to me, but.
Can you respond?
Yeah, I think that the concept of a big tent movement is basically this sort of intra-party democracy that prevents us ultimately from being effective at actually wielding power. And this could date back even to what's referred to as the Reagan coalition, where we tried to unite social conservatives with libertarians, with fiscal conservatives, and then we created something which ultimately didn't last in effect, where we're now on the back foot with things such as gender identity. And even now we're trying it, with pandering to different minority groups, different interest groups, which will never give us more than 8% of the vote, for example. So I think that to actually try something different would be to legitimately establish a strong party with the values that we're nominally in support of and actually wielding the power effectively when we are given the chance, instead of getting into power and then doing nothing and trying to pander to these groups thinking that we're going to own the libs and take their voting base away from them.
Yeah, Karlyn.
So he's taking the position that I alluded to earlier. So he's anti-Reagan and the Reagan coalition, which is very bizarre to talk about being anti-Reagan in terms of modern politics right now, because he was so successful at creating the modern Republican Party. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, to me, if you're sitting here saying, okay, the 4 years of Trump was the Republicans pandering to the left. If that's your position, I don't know what fucking world you exist in. I don't know what reality you're perceiving.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's just based on anecdotal evidence by your social circle. I have no doubt, like, if you're in a Christian community and you're only interacting with Christians, you obviously think, you know, we have the numbers. I don't know what the numbers look like on paper. I mean, he seems to have looked into it if he says, you know, we're only going to get 8% of the vote.
Well, he's cherry-picked he's looked for an answer that, you know, fits his preconceived notions.
True, probably so, yeah. But I just like, you're a wing and a prayer. Like, how does democracy work, guy? Like, he's basically saying, yeah, we should just go on our principles and hope for the best. It's like, how does that cobble together a coalition? Like, Trump was out there trying to pass. Solution. Trump was out there trying to pass prison reform. He's like, I'm going to get 20% of the black vote. Watch this.
I don't. Do you think that I don't think they're in favor of prison reform. They would say that they would use that as their example of Trump pandering to the left.
Yes, but they would be wrong because Trump did boost the black vote considerably.
Sure. Yeah, I don't think that's because of the prison reform, but yes. Mm-hmm.
What do you think it's from then?
Just his attitude. He's cool? Yeah, because he's cool. I think people are drawn to the kind of fuck you attitude. Yeah, sure. A lot of people are drawn to the idea that, like, oh, I'm a self-made man. Fuck you. I do what I want. You know, everyone's corrupt. I'm going to fix everything. A lot of people are drawn to that image.
So she ran for the Senate in Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
Which, is Delaware even a state? I mean, I think you should have a certain number of, you know, square footage in your state
before you get to be a state.
Before you qualify.
I see.
Were they like grandfathered in? Was that where the Mayflower landed?
Should there be a space requirement and a population requirement too?
Well, I'm just telling you.
I see.
Like, if your state is not big enough that a jumbo jet can land in the state, like, without going out of the state, you know what I'm saying?
So we should combine like 3 or 4 of those New England states. They should just be one mega New England state.
You know who she lost to?
Who?
Christopher Coons.
Wow.
He got 60% of 59.4% of the vote. She lost by 21 points. Yeah.
There you go.
Republican in Delaware. Looks like Delaware is pretty much a blue state. Deep blue.
I forgot what I was going to say, but
that's okay.
Whatever.
Let's move on.
This guy's crazy.
To hear your perspective, because obviously this would be a question that would pertain to you directly, since you admit that you're a liberal and you just registered as a Republican. I mean,
you admit that you're a liberal.
I love the head shake. I don't know how Sitch. This is so amazing.
It is pretty amazing.
This is like ballsy, Karlyn. Hats off.
The fact of the matter is that MAGA is not a religious movement. MAGA is a political movement.
Happened?
And in
what
order
happened?
to win elections,
Stop.
you have to win votes. The fact of the matter is that Donald.
What are you doing?
No, it's freezing for me. I don't know. What are you doing?
Oh, it keeps going.
Oh.
It looked like you jumped forward quite a bit, though. Karlyn kicks ass in this.
Yeah. I did. Well,
obviously, this would be a question that would pertain to you directly, since you admit that you're a liberal and you just registered as a Republican. I mean, give us your thoughts.
I did. Well, the fact of the matter is that MAGA is not a religious movement. MAGA is a political movement. And in order to win elections, you have to win votes. The fact of the matter is that Donald Trump has never cared about gay marriage. It was never something that he was against. Dude hung out at Studio 54. Why would he care? And so I am on the side of winning too, Lauren. I'm on the side of winning elections. The fact of the matter is that Donald Trump created a Big Tent strategy that brought 10 million more people to him in 2020 than he did in 2016. And if we go back and look at the history of the Republican Party and when they lost the culture war the first time, Ronald Reagan offered a big tent. He said, everyone is welcome in this big tent. He won 2 terms. George H.W. Bush followed him. The Republicans were in control for 12 years until what happened? The moral majorities tried to swoop right in and started legislating Christianity. And that is when they lost the culture war. That is when they started losing voters, when they started trying to legislate their religion the first time around. The First Amendment says Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of a religion or they're prohibiting the free exercise of thereof. So it protects your right to practice your religion as much as it protects mine right to practice mine. This is not a question of religion. If you want to do whatever you want to do in church, that's fine. Go talk to your church elders, go talk to your deacons, exclude anyone you want from your church. But the fact of the matter is that I would really like if the Democrats didn't control everything. And in order for that to happen, we need to win. And that means building the broadest possible coalition of voters that we can. And that's what I think we should do.
Lauren, that's pretty much all.
Sitch.
I agree. Sure. That would be the strategy to win, of course.
Raw pragmatism. I love it.
Sure. Well, I mean, it's not just that's. You just have to look at the direction the country's going.
Do you agree that that's when the Republicans started losing, when they started trying to legislate they're doing the Republicans try to do the same thing that the woke people are trying to do now. Mm-hmm. They're trying to basically say our religion is the state religion. Anti-racism is the new religion in town.
Right.
You get on your knees, prostrate yourself to the new religion.
I wasn't cognizant enough to really pay attention to why Bush Sr. lost to Clinton, and I haven't really studied that, so I don't know if there was a big religious component to that.
No, he raised taxes, and he said no new tax. Well, that's the common conception is it was a tax issue. Yeah, he broke his promise.
I know with W there was a lot more focus on religion. But I think when he lost, it was more just because he had the double whammy of the endless Iraq war and of Katrina or the triple whammy and also of the housing crash, sort of all, he had the trifecta of shittiness.
I take it back on the why he lost. He lost because of Ross Perot. Ross Perot entered the race as a libertarian candidate, and
that's true.
Clinton won. Clinton didn't even win a majority. He only got like 38% of the vote. But Ross Perot took away enough of George H.W. Bush's votes that George H.W. lost. Yes. Spoiler candidate. That's how it got lost.
So I guess the question is, why did Bush beat Al Gore? I don't know, because a lot of it did seem like...
He didn't. What do you mean?
George W. Bush.
Al Gore won the popular vote.
Oh, okay. That's true. But, technically you could say, well, Gore probably won because he probably won Florida, but that's a whole nother issue.
No, I know, yeah.
Right. But he still, it did seem like Clinton, getting a BJ in the White House really impacted Gore negatively. So you could make there was a religious argument there, God. Or a moral argument there that was working against Al Gore.
Perhaps.
To me, it's not so much that the religious stuff necessarily impacts the party negative. It's just they don't gain anything from it because all the religious people came out and voted for Trump in droves. They're all voting. What were they calling Trump? Nebuchadnezzar. They're like, oh, he's the secular guy who's going to enact our policies. Like they can't, because he's so pro-Israel and all this other nonsense.
Yeah, he's the most pro-Israel president in history.
And so I think to me the argument's more that just they don't gain anything. Who established
Israel? Was it FDR?
He didn't establish it, but I guess he was president when they. You're right. He was president or was he dead?
When Israel was actually made a country, I figured that's probably the most pro-Israel
right
president.
It
the second most pro-Israel president
is Trump. There you go. Is that the religious stuff? Yeah. If the Republicans turned to being okay, we're gonna hard right turn back into religious conservative. Yes, that would definitely destroy the Republican Party.
Yeah, I completely agree. I'm to the point where it's just a bad strategy platforming this lady.
Well, it is a bad. Well, I don't know because I don't know what Elijah believes because he's very religious.
Elijah is? I'm not really?
Yes, he believes. He believes that God told him to report on Antifa to save the country.
Oh man, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
I
he's
barely
very
know
religious.
this guy, so.
Well, I follow him on Twitter, so I see some of his stranger takes. But so I'm not sure where he fits in this conversation.
Yeah.
Opposite of what you brought up and what you were saying, could you please respond to that?
Yeah, so, Donald Trump, he did do things that made the church have to make excuses for him. His Globo Homo initiative ended.
Oh my God. This is hilarious.
What was Donald Trump's Global Homo initiative? I'm very curious.
It's Globo Homo. Say it right.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was Trump's Globo Homo initiative? I'm very, very interested in this.
The Globo Homo initiative.
Trump. Well, if I type in Trump Globo Homo, will I get something?
I don't know. I'm trying to know though. Type it in.
Global Homo agenda. UW college Republicans demand GOP stop embracing LGBT community.
Oh, the haters. The haters.
This is fun. President of University of Washington College Republicans, Armin Tooley, defended the group's controversial Sunday Twitter commentary, saying the term global homo actually stands for globalized, homogenized, and has nothing to do with gay people specifically.
Hilarious. He really did have a global homo policy. Hilarious.
Oh, that's like, oh, when I say white, I don't mean white people. I mean the system of whiteness. Like, give me a break. Go on, fuck off.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh my God.
That's hilarious.
Ended up losing him a significant amount of the Christian vote, and we are the base of this party. We make up a huge portion of this party, a way bigger portion than the libertarian sector of the party, no matter how much.
Trump had the second largest turnout in American history.
Of the Christian conservatives?
Of anyone.
Okay.
Of anyone.
Well, I don't know how much of it was Christian conservatives, though. Like, maybe he won if the Christian conservatives turned out.
But that's what's insane about it. You think that Trump, who had the second highest voter turnout in all of American history, but he didn't get the Republican conservative base of the Christian conservatives? Of course he did.
I don't know. But there was a lot of never Trumpers, though.
Those were like, you know who were the never? It wasn't those people. The never Trumpers were like the fucking
Christian
neoliberals. No, they were
really?
the neoliberals. What are you talking about? All the never Trumpers and part of the Lincoln Project, those people were not super Christian conservatives.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Not a Christian conservative.
They were anti-populist is what they were.
I just think it's fascinating.
How much they want to tell you. So him making those compromises is probably a big part of why we lost the House in 2018. In 2017, we had the House, the executive branch, and the Senate, and we still failed on conservative issues. They refused to stand up for life. It
bothers me that she speaks almost entirely in generalities. Like, I don't know, what is the global homo agenda? How is Trump pandering to the left? How is Trump pandering to the LGBT community? Like, what is she what is the thing that Trump did that suddenly all the religious conservatives said, oh, we're not voting for Trump anymore?
Yeah.
They still passed a budget that actually made us forced Christian taxpayers to fund Planned Parenthood. So every vote lost on social conservative.
She gave an example.
Yeah. Well, she's a single issue voter, obviously. She says saving babies is my saving babies is her jam. She wants to save babies. Technically fetuses, but technically she wants to save fetuses.
That actually made us forced Christian taxpayers to fund Planned Parenthood. So every vote lost on social conservative.
Christians had to pay for Planned Parenthood. I thought that got turned down.
I don't know. Are you looking it up?
I was looking up how many, if there's like what was the voting pattern for 2020?
Yeah, look at the Christian conservative voting.
See what the Christian conservatives votes were, yeah.
I'll listen.
Conservatism is, we are significantly more. We are the party that was established in traditional marriage. So I'm curious when the liberals and the transgenders decided that it was their duty to come and infiltrate our party to make it successful.
Infiltrate.
Infiltrate.
They're here to infiltrate. I got to look up the word infiltrate.
The AP VoteCast survey shows that 81% of white evangelical Protestant voters went for Trump this year, and only 18% voted for Biden. The Edison exit polls estimate 76% of white evangelicals voted for Trump and 24% for Biden. So I don't think this is groundswell she's talking about.
It's pretty much the same, huh?
Mm-hmm.
So it didn't change at all.
Let's see, in 2016. Yeah, it's in 2016, 80% voted for Trump and 16% for Clinton. So it's it's about the same.
So she's wrong there. She's also wrong on infiltrate because they're voting. They're not there for espionage for the Democratic Party.
Well,
so
actually,
they're not infiltrating your party. They're joining you.
To be clear, according to this, they're saying Trump actually lost 4 points in the share of the white evangelical voter to Biden.
Really?
But the question that we're looking for isn't the share of the vote. It's what's the gross number of votes to bolster or attack Lauren's position about whether there's all these Christian conservatives out there that are not voting for Trump.
4 points is pretty big, though.
Yeah, but that just means the share. But it's 4 point share. So, like, for example, if Lauren's right and a bunch of religious evangelical Christians didn't vote for Trump because they felt he was too LGBT friendly, then that could swing a 4 point share in favor of Biden just by them not showing up.
Okay. I'm not sure I understand the difference. So in one election, he got X number of religious conservatives. In the second election, he got 4 percentage points less than in the previous election?
No. So in 2016, they're saying that Trump got 81% and I'm sorry.
Of the Christian conservative vote.
Yeah, he got 81% and Biden got, no, hold on. Because they're comparing two different polls. Okay. They're saying the exit polls for 2020 was Trump got 76% of white evangelical voters and Biden got 24%. Okay.
76% in 2020. What did he get in 2016?
In 2016, with Hillary, he got 80%.
So it's pretty much a wash.
So it's, 4 points isn't going to be a huge issue. But the question was, how does those 4 points, did the same number of evangelicals vote?
Or did they vote for,
did they switch to vote for Biden? Right.
Or did they vote for Biden? Because then it's 8
that's
points.
The question. Yeah. But even so, even if this went in favor of Lauren's position, that 4 point difference isn't going to make or break your presidency, obviously.
Yeah, they were super upset with Trump, so they've decided to vote for Hunter. They were like, this guy shares our values right here. Cocaine Hunter.
Because we were doing just fine. We started actually losing votes when we started pandering.
This person's saying in Georgia, Trump got 92% of the white evangelical vote against Clinton, but Biden got 85%. So it seems like
that's Georgia. That's the election.
Right. But it seems like, at least the way this article is making it out, which could be very misleading, but it seems like they're saying evangelicals it's not that evangelicals stayed home. They actually switched their vote to Biden because they didn't like Trump. So this would go completely counter to her point.
Her point is that, no, it helps her point.
No, it doesn't, because her point is that Lauren's point is that Christian conservatives stayed home and didn't vote for Trump because he was pandering to LGBT causes. But these numbers, these numbers seem to indicate
LGBT.
That they actually switched to vote for Biden because they felt they didn't like Trump for whatever reason.
They voted for the woke guy, the LGBT king.
So this appears to be the exact opposite of what she would suggest is reality.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Yeah, obviously they didn't. Well, I don't know. Does Biden? I don't know that they're actually voting on the LGBT. It seems to me that the Christians, conservatives, there's like a minority that's super fixated on LGBT stuff.
Right.
And I think it's, I don't know that it's all evangelicals are so gung ho for LGBT. I mean, there is obviously an argument to be made that, you know, live and let live. He who is without sin cast the first stone. Like there's a lot of Karlyn even brings up a lot of religious stuff in here. She does a great job of fighting back against this. Yeah. It's just, I don't know. It's so much hate. It's hard to bring a lot of this hate into a church for me and for a lot of other people, I think.
We lost a significant amount of our base.
When you go to synagogue, do they drone on about the gays?
Synagogue. When's the last time I've been to synagogue, Adam? I don't. Jesus Christ.
Do they, in your synagogue, do they have a huge problem with the gays? Is it the gays this and the gays that?
The temple that I was bar mitzvahed at when I went to temple was super fucking progressive. So.
They had you had a gay bar mitzvah.
Well, this is a funny story. So my family, when I was a kid, used to be part of one synagogue, and the way your bar mitzvah works is that you have to read a Torah portion. So okay, let me back up a second. The way Jewish temple works is that the rabbi reads the Torah, which is the Old Testament, throughout the entire year, and he reads like different portions every week until you finish it, and then you start over again. And so when you're bar mitzvah, what you're supposed to do is that the 13-year-old child is supposed to lead that Sunday's service, or that Friday. I'm sorry, Sunday.
Wow.
That Friday, that Saturday's service. And so
responsibility.
Right. And so the kid is supposed to read whatever the Torah portion is that falls on like that time that there just happened to be bar mitzvah or bat mitzvah. And so my brother happened to fall on a Torah portion that was all about how when women get their periods, they have to be separated from everyone else because they're unclean.
Oh,
and
my
mom, who's very liberal and very second wave feminist, was horrified about this idea. And she went to our rabbi at the time, and she's like, my son is not going to do his Torah portion on this. Like, he needs to have another section. And the rabbi said, no, this is the way it is. They have to read the Torah portion when it's this set time. So my mom said, okay, bye, get fucked. So we left that temple when I was like 8 or something. We left that temple and we found like a very progressive temple so that they said, oh yeah, you can read whatever Torah portion you want. Like,
just open the book randomly.
Yeah, whatever, pick something that, that's more aligned with your values. So yeah, wow. I went to a very progressive temple after that point.
That's awesome. That is an awesome story. It is the way. It is the way.
I mean, look, it is pretty.
It is the way.
I think it's pretty absurd. You're like, I want this child to read the section about the women being segregated because their period blood is unclean. That's pretty ridiculous to me.
Is it in English? Is the Torah in English?
No, you have to read. Oh my God. So not only do you have to read it,
you wouldn't even know that it was about the period blood. And
stuff.
No,
because after you read it, you explain
you translate it. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You explain what it is. And you have like you have to write like a whole speech about what it means and all this stuff.
What it means.
It's terrible.
These dirty women.
Exactly.
These dirty women.
Can you imagine like 13-year-old, like, my Torah portion is about how women are unclean when they bleed out their vaginas once a month. Like, that seems so fucking bizarre.
Oh my God.
But it's terrible because
God, I'm dying.
Not only do you have to read it in Hebrew, first of all, you have to read it directly from the Torah. They unscroll the Torah, which you can't touch because they're all like old. And so you can't get your finger oils on them. So they give you like a little pointer that's like metal. You have to like touch it with that. But then Hebrew was created as a spoken language, which means that a lot of the way it's written is shitty because it wasn't meant to be written down at first. So written Hebrew has no fucking vowels.
Oh my God.
It's awful. Yeah. So basically you have to, when you read Hebrew, you just have to know the context to know what the fucking word is. Like imagine English, but you remove all the vowels and it's just consonant sounds.
Some people do that in super chats and I can't read them.
Exactly. So it's terrible. So basically for your Torah portion, you can't read it because first of all, just memorizing like an alphabet and the sounds is pretty easy, but you can't do that because there's no vowels. So you just have to literally memorize the 3 pages of pure Hebrew that is your Torah portion. You just have to memorize it. And then you don't have to just memorize it. It has to be sung and chanted.
What?
And there's a specific, not only does it have to be chanted, there's a very specific tonation and way in which you have to chant it. So you have to memorize the specific way to sing this shit on top of that.
This is crazy. That's why you would never leave something like that. You're like, I've done all this work. I'm so invested. My God. I'm dying Jewish.
I know, it's crazy. It's awful. It's awful.
That's funny. You don't have to do anything like that in Christianity. Christianity
is totally
have to
show up.
Key.
You just have to show up.
Yeah. You
Confess
get dunked.
your sins if you're Catholic, right?
You get dunked. You get baptized sometimes. Some religions.
Yeah, but you're like a baby. You don't remember that.
Well, Baptists actually get dunked in the tank. They're like, that's like the one thing. They have to get like dunked underwater like John the Baptist did.
Right.
Catholics, they just sprinkle it. They've gone the super lazy route. They're like, nah, it's too much work to fill a tank up. Let me just sprinkle some on your head. There you go. You're baptized. Get out of here. Throw some money in the plate on the weekend.
So
enough to make and a fact to make.
There's a Pew Research that shows like they're breaking down the votes by religion. And from
oh no, we lost Sitch. What happened?
You can't hear me?
No, you're back.
Oh. I was just going to say, from 2012 to 2019, the white evangelical Protestant people that identified that voted Republican only dropped by 2 points. And it seems more that not necessarily that they didn't vote for Republicans, it's just that they stopped identifying as religious.
They stopped identifying as evangelicals because of this crazy bitch.
Because
they're like, I'm not identifying as evangelical when you got people like this running around.
The white evangelical vote identification dropped by 2 points, but the unaffiliated rose by 4 points.
Oh my God!
And the other faiths rose by 3 points.
So it's 7 points total. Jeez. Yeah. The evangelicals scare everyone off. It's complete authoritarianism.
Yes, definitely. Well, that's this Lauren person. This is like the 30% that we're talking.
Yeah.
That Stenner's talking about, the 30% authoritarian that's waiting to be activated.
Yeah. Oh, she was activated long ago. Long ago. John Smith has a super chat that's relevant. John Smith for $4.99 says, my Torah portion was on leprosy and circumcision. Good times. Good times. There's bits about circumcision. I guess there has to be.
Of course,
right,
there
in
is.
The Torah.
So
what do they tell you, how to fillet it or what?
Oh my God. So a lot of the Torah is like, people always focus on like Moses and the biblical stories and all that stuff because it's like the most fun, it's the most narrative. But there's a lot of it that's just like the rules, the boring rules and explanations of what the fuck you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Sky needs sleep for $20 says, would be nice to not be the main focus in everything political because neither left or the right doesn't care, but only wants to use us to win by being exclusive or discriminate against how to be an ally. Let us live. True.
Yeah. That's LGBT, right?
That is. Yeah. There's a lot of LGBT people that don't want to, and I understand this completely. Why would you want to make your sexual orientation or your gender
your identity?
No
shit.
Right?
No shit.
It seems so shallow. It seems so incredibly shallow.
Imagine like if you're, a doctor or something, you know, high-powered attorney, something like that, something that you spent your entire life like struggling to achieve, working your ass off to gain this piece of status in your life, and then all of a sudden everyone identifies you by the like the sexual preference you have. What a fucking nightmare.
The thing you did zero work for that you were born as. Yes, I know. It's really stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
Stupid. Right.
Yeah.
Cullivar for $20 says, I'm 40 and Republicans have been swaying populists slowly since I was born. The voter base more so than politicians. We got tired of the crazy Christian right. A-team is best team because you were late class.
Oh,
you know, I was actually, I was like, hey, Adam, when do you want to start the stream? And he's like 30 minutes late. And I was like, okay.
We're technically 30 minutes early, though. Let's be honest. We started 30 minutes early.
That's right. It's spring forward. Okay. So we were 30 minutes early. That's true. Big Mitchie for 20 Aussies says, my super chat last week about Adam's wife and his girlfriend was about AOC. Also might have the Rona. So time to play Stellaris all day instead of doing my work. Also, how do we get into the Discord? I can't find it. S class for sick class.
S class what?
Sick class, because he's got the Rona.
Sick class. Uh-oh.
I took the link off, but if just message me on Twitter. If anyone wants to link to Discord or to CT's Discord, which is our unofficial Discord, one of our unofficial Discords.
Yeah, we have two unofficial Discords now.
Two unofficial Discords.
Know.
Yeah. Just send me a DM or a tweet on Twitter, and I'll send you the link.
Yeah, people ask me about it all the time, but.
And also, stay healthy, Big Mitchie. Stay healthy.
Yeah, don't die
Just
of
get
the
some
run.
rest.
Jeez.
Just relax. Shally Sandler for $20 says, invite Yarn Brooke onto the show, guys. S-class. S-team is best class. There you go. S-team is best class. I like that.
Stop. These aren't relevant super chats. What are you doing?
Well, we were reading the $20 ones. Okay.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize. Never mind. Yeah. Keep them coming.
There you go. That was the last $20.
Any more? No. What's going on, guys? No more $20 super chats here? Come on.
Get that into the electorate by compromising our values. The only way forward is to stay true to our values that we've always been and established on and win with them. You know,
and lose with them.
Yes.
You've got that last part wrong.
The weakness.
Yes.
People value strength over anything else. And when we started showing weakness and compromise, that's when we started losing. And I don't think that is something that we should continue. I think that we should remain the party of Jesus Christ, the party of life, the party that celebrates.
Didn't we just look into all that stuff and find out that it was really the authoritarian, strong arm tactics that was when they started losing?
Yeah,
feels like we did. Yeah,
we're in this weird time politically where things are switching, where the left is basically taking up the cause of being authoritarian,
strong
moral
arm
police.
Tactics. Yeah.
The left wants, we lived in a country where the right was the guardians of morality and the moral police for so long. The left was the cool rebels, and now it's kind of switching. The left is trying to take up the mantle of being the moral police, and it's interesting because I'm seeing that many young people are being turned to the right because of this.
Yeah,
you have entire generations of people that consider themselves left or liberal by default are now saying I identify as Republican or conservative because they're the party of free speech, etc.
Yeah, defund the moral police.
Right. And this lady is so stupid that she's like, no, we have to out moral police the woke crowd.
Yeah,
that's how we're gonna win. That's how we're gonna get the voters back.
Yeah, bossing people around. That's how we're gonna get all these voters back.
Right.
Yeah. The Libertarian Coalition that's voting with the right wing right now, I'm sure loves hearing about how you're gonna boss them around. They're thinking, man, I'm gonna have to vote Democrat. Dang it.
Mm-hmm.
Celebrates family and makes it as easy as possible for Americans to get married and have children. Why would I celebrate a lifestyle that people can't reproduce? You can't reproduce. You just can't. So having families, that is the future of the party. We started losing when we started compromising. Big Tent is a lot.
Aren't there like tons of unadopted children in our country?
I don't know. I think it's hard to adopt kids. So
how many orphans
That's going to be sad. Oh my God. Don't do it.
Because it's not like, oh, why would I support people that can't reproduce? It's like, okay, well, they can just adopt. There's tons of kids out there that need loving homes. So
yeah, but I'm sure a lot of the kids that aren't adopted are probably like Down syndrome and all kinds of stuff.
Well, they need loving homes too.
They do. They definitely do. I'm just saying. Most people don't want to take on that kind of challenge.
Why?
It is. Jump in there real fast and give Blair a chance to respond to that.
Sure.
I think the concept of more people infiltrating a party isn't necessarily what has happened. I think that the modern left has shown its hand to such an extent that people are just being extremely turned off by it. Again, being a lifelong Republican voter, I've never had a moment where I entered the party and then had plans to change it from within. I think that every American has a right to vote in any direction that they choose. And I think especially over the next 4 years of the Biden presidency, there's probably going to be a lot more people who are red-pilled, I guess is going to be the term, and wanting to vote.
No, bad Blair. No, not red-pilled. But she does make a good case for the rest of this, that infiltrate is not the right word. Not remotely the right word.
Well, it is for Lauren, because if you view it as the degradation of your position, then that is the term you'd use. You say they're infiltrating, they're subverting, they're coming inside and tearing us down.
Oh, I guess, yeah, intruder with hostile intent. Yeah, I guess
right.
I don't know that it's hostile intent, though. I don't know that they have hostile intent.
Obviously, I agree it's not hostile intent, but from Lauren's perception, any sort of subversion is viewed as malicious.
They're like, she's like, damn it, this was the Jesus party. You're ruining it. You're ruining exactly it for everyone. Who was the big Newt Gingrich? This was the Gingrich party.
That's right.
The moral majority, the contract with America.
Wasn't that the guy that cheated on his dying wife?
Yes. Yeah. Head of the moral majority there. I rest my case about all these politicians being just completely narcissist, egotistical, backstabbers. They're all terrible people.
Yeah, the guy who was the head of the moral majority, leading the cause against Bill Clinton for getting a blowjob in the White House, cheating on his wife. Oh, yeah.
Hypocrite.
Yep. And then he cheated on his dying wife, right?
What a bastard.
Or was that someone else?
You know, in the opposite.
Who cares? Who cares? They all do it.
Direction of how things ended up in November. And I also would say, Trump got the most votes of any sitting president in history. I think that's true. Right? That's right. And
hats off to the editor there. Blair White slips. That's true, right? That's true. Karlyn backs her up with a head nod. Yeah, that's true. You got that one right. Good job. Karlyn's smart, man. She's on it. She knows her facts.
Hey, I saw it was weird. I was looking at some of the comments. Some of them were like, Karlyn's facial reactions are so bad. Oh my God.
Why?
I don't know. I guess that they don't like that she's like nodding and reacting to things. They're like, you should just stand there like a statue. Just be blank.
So many tribalists. So many terrible tribalists.
Well, that's really what it is. They're just mad because they don't like her position.
It's ballsy, man. Jumping in as just saying in the beginning, I'm a liberal. Fuck off, you guys. Fuck off, all you. You didn't ask me when I joined the panel. That's why. Get fucked. I love it.
I think there's a reason for that. I think what I spoke to earlier was the push towards more secularism. And I think that while social conservatives and religious conservatives still voted Trump because it was the right direction, and like you said, they did make a lot of excuses and compromises on their beliefs, I think Trump really, and Trumpism is the future of the party and the future of success. I'm also one of those people that, I don't know, this might have to be edited out for YouTube, but I'm not completely convinced that the election was won by Biden by completely.
Sitch.
Here at Adam and Sitch, we didn't.
No, Sitch, man. I got into it with Isaac yesterday on our stream about this stuff, about how it was never properly investigated. there were shenanigans that took place. None of those shenanigans were on record or anything like that. But there's lots of stuff that we can't possibly know. Like, we don't know how many people got like 4 ballots in the mail and they were like, oh, I'll just send them all in. I'll sign one of these envelopes and I won't sign the other 3.
Well, yeah, continue.
Well, you don't know how many of those ballots actually got into the system.
Right. Well, I was going to say your favorite person in the world, Scott Adams, has a very good point about this, which I agree with, which is that what's more important is not necessarily whether there was fraud, but is whether people feel like they can understand, whether they can see if there was fraud, whether there's a way to prove that it exists or doesn't exist. And because our media was so partisan, we couldn't even have the conversation to understand, well, is there a mechanism in place that shows us whether votes are fraudulent or not, or are we all just operating on faith here? And we never really, and I agree, I don't think the public really understands the process and whether there is a way to double check it. And I do think that's a huge failing right now from our voting process.
Giant failing. Yeah. They carpet bombed some of these states with mail-in ballots, Sitch. You know that.
Right, but again, the question is,
we had Steve on, and Steve said he got 3 ballots. He's in Minnesota.
Is there a process that exists to make sure that you can't just send in 3 votes?
No.
I imagine there is.
No,
because you'd have to have 3 different names. There is, because you'd have to have 3 different names that are all registered to the voting list.
Oh yeah, because they would take out the name and they would check off the name. Perhaps.
Right. That's what I'm saying. You can't just mail in 3 ballots all under your name. They're not all going to count. And so that's what I'm saying, is that it's never really been explained to the public. And part of this is because since voting is localized, this is all done. Every place that votes has their own method of doing this.
Right.
Which maybe is part of the issue. But the states have never.
They can't dig into it across the board because there's no universal system.
Right. Each state would have to explain to its population how they do it. And the problem is that that's not really, no political party gains anything from doing that.
No, not at all.
Right, because there's always going to be flaws that the people that lose are going to point to, or B, there's always going to be things that seem like they work that the people that won are going to point to. So it doesn't really, that's the problem. It's not really politically advantageous for either party to really dig into this, even though we as the population of the country need to know this information to feel like our vote actually counts.
Voting by J.J. Abrams. It's a mystery box. What's inside? Who knows? Who knows? Someday we'll figure it out. Nah, who cares?
Right.
Legit.
We got a couple $20 super chats here. I couldn't help but notice one of them says,
Alternate Factory for $20 says, I consider myself both fiscally conservative, less spending on social programs and endless war/regime, James, and socially English liberal. Do what you want in the privacy of your own home. Can I be both? Sure. But that's consistent. You're saying, that's like you're taking a libertarian position. You're saying, I want less government spending, but I want less government involvement in my personal life. That's a consistent position. Yeah. Lauren and the guy are taking an inconsistent position because they're like, oh, I want less government spending, but I want more government, more societal involvement in my social life. Yeah.
Yes. I don't want the government to spend any money, but I want them to tell everyone what to do.
Right. Exactly. Right. Which is, and that's why for those people, it's bullshit because they only want less government spending because they view the government as not spending the money how they want allocated. Those are the people those are the secret authoritarians who, if they felt the government was allocating resources the way they want, they'd be 100% on board of, government.
They want a giant
spending
government.
all the money, doing all this stuff. Thanatos 777 for $20 says, my dudes, I'm a Christian, and it feels like so many Christians don't read where Christ turns away from taking political power in the Bible. He's against it. Also, A team
for life. Woo!
Yeah, I believe Karlyn throws a biblical quote.
So. I know. It's so good.
At one point in this conversation.
It's so good. Triggers the shit out of her.
It does trigger the shit out of her, which is pretty funny. But and of course, yeah, there's always the famous quote, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. So
how dare you use my Bible against me? It's just like
I could, even though I don't, this was not the conversation for it, but there's like a whole very interesting idea about how the modern New Testament is sort of pro-Roman propaganda.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, because there was a big contention at the time when Christianity was starting, whether there were two sects. There were two sects of Christianity originally that were feuding with each other, and one was you have to be Jewish first to be Christian, and that Christians would be considered a sect of Judaism.
What?
And then the other sect was no, it's its own separate thing.
Right.
Now, one of these sects was very inclusive and was saying, no, only the Jews get to be Christians. And one was saying, we're going to proselytize and make the Romans, who are the ruling power of the region, Christians. Guess which one won that debate?
Wasn't it Constantine, though? Constantine actually was the one who just said, okay, Rome's going to be Christian now.
Right, but I'm saying...
Take it or leave it.
Right. But I'm saying if you have two factions that are fighting, and one saying we want to limit our members to this tiny group, and one saying we want to expand our members so as many people as possible, including the ruling class, can be part of our group.
Obviously, the
obviously,
second one's gonna win. Yeah,
the latter is going to win that argument. So
yeah, which has a parallel here to this little debate we're watching.
Exactly, it sure does. Because Lauren wants to shrink her group and make it more inclusive.
Yeah. Very exclusive.
Exclusive.
Exclusive. Yeah. Which means so tiny, you'll never win another election.
Right.
So we can say it was borrowed.
I think, what?
We can say it was borrowed. You can't say stolen, but you can say the election was borrowed.
The election was borrowed. Get that? That's the joke.
There you go.
Well, it was borrowed by Biden, right?
And so even though, Biden won, I still think Trump is the future of the right in general. So.
Okay, John, why don't you jump in there?
I think that's correct in that Trump is the future of the Republican Party. But what's interesting about that is that during his first campaign and even his second campaign, he really didn't touch on LGBT issues that much. I mean, he held up the flag, I think, at a few events at the advice probably of people like Jared Kushner. But if you look at where his voters...
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's like the anti-Semitic scowl right there.
Is that how you took it? Is like a...
She's like Jared Kushner.
Jared Kushner is whispering in the Trump's ear.
The bad guy right there.
Yes.
Do you think? I mean,
I don't fucking know. I don't think so.
Most of the time, evangelicals are very pro-Israel, though. So maybe not. It's probably just the LGBT thing. It's got
maybe. I mean,
up.
The rumor has always been that Ivanka is the one who's trying to push Trump more moderate on the LGBT issues.
Oh, really?
I don't know where Jared comes into any of this stuff.
Oh, okay. So he might be anti-LGBT too.
I don't know. I mean,
I'm with Karlyn. There's no way Trump isn't pro-LGBT. He's lived in New York his entire life. It's impossible.
Yeah,
I can't imagine it.
Yeah, of course. But it doesn't matter what he is. It matters what kind of policies he's going to implement.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the truth of every politician.
Sure. Totally. Yeah.
I mean, this is what we talk about with Kamala Harris. I don't think Kamala Harris has a woke bone in her body, but she's fucking going to pander like crazy and probably implement some bad things.
Yeah, of course. She's going to bend over backwards for wokeness.
Right.
Yeah, she's going to use it to her advantage.
Actually sit on the political spectrum. They're not the right-wing libertarians that a lot of big donors would like the party to be. They're actually basically authoritarian in the center. And so if you look at where they poll on...
Wait.
Yeah, you're like, says the authoritarian.
What's happening
right?
here? I'm so confused.
He really didn't touch on LGBT issues that much. I mean, he held up the flag, I think, at a few events at the advice probably of people like Jared Kushner. But if you look at where his voters actually sit on the political spectrum, they're not the right-wing libertarians that a lot of big donors would like the party to be. They're actually basically authoritarian in the center. And so if you look at where they poll on issues...
Trump's voting base is authoritarian centrist.
Yeah, I didn't know there was such a thing.
All right. That's a very interesting position. I'm not sure what the authoritarian centrist platform is.
Yeah.
Issues such as like versus traditional marriage or like transgender bathroom issues, like whatever, they're all like very, I guess you'd say, authoritative and conservative in that they're in support of traditional and socially conservative policies. And so that
there is this interesting thing I've noticed, which is that
Well, hold on, what's he talking about? We've lost the thread here.
I don't know. He's talking nonsense. I don't even understand what he's saying.
I want to know what an authoritarian centrist is. Maybe
Well,
I'm an
he's saying-
authoritarian.
He didn't really say. He said they're authoritarian centrists, and we can see this by their positions on transgender bathrooms and gay marriage.
But what is a centrist? There is no centrist position on any of those things.
I know. It doesn't make any sense.
There's no centrist position on anything because you can't have a centrist position on anything.
Well, people can be biased towards moderate.
Yeah, but that's moderate.
Views.
That's not necessarily centrist.
Right, but generally moderate and center is conflated to be similar.
Yeah, it is. He's probably conflating it here. He probably means moderate.
I don't know if it'd be interesting if you could be authoritarianly moderate. You're like, we must eliminate all extreme ideologies. We can only go the middle path. I don't think there's that many people that have that viewpoint. But what I was going to say is it's interesting to me because I wonder if maybe it's not necessarily that conservatives or people on the right, and this happens on the left too, but on people on the right on this specific issue, became more in favor of gay marriage. It's that issue becomes replaced with something more extreme, and then everyone's energy gets directed at that, because it's like once the Supreme Court ruled that gay marriage was legal, very quickly the focus shifted to the transgender issue. And the transgender issue is obviously a more extreme issue than gay marriage. And it's almost like when the issue becomes more extreme, people just have to cede the lesser issues to fight the more extreme issue without seeming like they're a bigot or something.
Yeah. Well,
like, I'm not a bigot. I'm in favor of gay marriage, but this transgender stuff, this is too far.
The fallout from gay marriage, I mean, I don't understand. You're forming basically a stable family formation just with same-sex couples. It's basically conservatism.
Well, no, because
the hormone blockers for kids. Oh, we're in crazy town here.
Sure, but with the gay marriage thing, it's a religious argument, believing that homosexuality is sin, and therefore, society should be trying to prevent people from being gay or stigmatizing it
to avoid the hurricanes and whatnot. We got another $20 super chat. I'm glad you recognized the joke there.
Amp Bond for 20 Aussie bucks says Anthony Bonda, ADJ here, different account. Christianity traditionally does the same with its services because it grew from the service of ancient Judaism. Protestants and Catholics generally don't, but East Orthodox still do to this day. Interesting. There you go.
Cool.
Jashuari Goro Mania for £10 says Trump's best friend and best lawyer was closeted gay, and Trump gave him a roof over his head while he died of HIV. Oh, I didn't know. That's very interesting. I've seen Dems attack Trump over this because his friend worked for McCarthy.
Ooh,
that's fascinating.
Wow, McCarthyite.
But it's interesting to me. I never heard that story, and I wonder.
Yeah, of course you would never hear that story. The mainstream media, you think they would tell that story? It would make Trump seem completely pro-LGBT.
Right, but here's my question. I never heard Trump really promote that story either.
Well, this is the thing. This is why I'm so mad at Scott Adams, because it became painfully obvious that Trump was not playing 4D chess, because if he was, he would be promoting that story.
I don't know.
Why?
Because if Trump said, yes, I put a roof over the head of my dying,
you think all of a sudden this
best
lady's
friend
not going to be
who was
voting
dying
for
of
him.
AIDS and was gay.
Right.
That could hurt his vote with the Laurens of the party.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Yeah. He's walking that line. Maybe he is playing 4D chess.
Maybe. Jayesaran Goral Manyan for another £5 says Trump was one of the few people who knew he was gay at the time. Yeah, I don't think Trump personally is homophobic or anti-LGBT or any of that stuff. Sure. I don't think, and I agree. 100%. I don't think Trump is socially conservative at all, like even slightly.
We got a $20 super chat to you.
I know. I'm going to get to it. Okay. But, I mean, you agree with that, right? You don't think Trump is personally socially conservative, even a little bit?
No, not a tiny bit. No, no.
Ovid for $20 says, "What makes a man turn authoritarian centrist? Lust for gold, power, or were you just born with a heart full of authoritarian centrality?"
I guess, yeah. I just want power. All that centrist power out there to have. What was it? What was the name of the people in Futurama that were like the gray moderates? Oh, I don't remember.
But that's who like the authoritarian centrists would be.
The moderates.
Yeah.
That's where the momentum in the party is. And so if you're going to come over and vote for Republicans because you agree with their positions on foreign policy or fiscal policy or what have you, that's all and fine. But what we can't do is start to compromise and say that, like, you can come over here and we're actually going to pander to you as well and give you positions at CPAC. And I think it's interesting because a lot of people that are trying to join the Republican Party or the conservative movement and then bring to light more of these like LGBT issues are basically showing their hand in that they're not actually conservative. And I'm not speaking about you guys specifically, just like the rhetoric that I deal with online, because fundamentally the idea of like LGBT issues is about the enshrinement of total equality, which is fundamentally not a conservative idea. Conservatives believe in hierarchy and natural law, and the idea that we can have total equality across the board for different types of relationships or different types of marriages, quote unquote, is just fundamentally not a conservative idea. And so if we want to have success in the future as a party, we have to actually like maintain a strong footing on what it actually means to be conservative, which we haven't done in the last 70 years, I'd say.
Yeah. See, he conflated conservatism with orthodoxy.
Well, but that is a part of conservatism. That's to conserve, right?
But we're not living in fucking 200 years ago. Like,
right.
We're not trying to conserve the Bible Belt 200 years ago. This is.
But wait a minute. It wasn't 200 years ago that gay marriage was illegal in our country.
Dang.
It wasn't 200 years ago that people thought trans people were degenerate or whatever, or you know, evil or sinful, or whatever negative word you want to associate with it.
Right, but I mean, it's quite some time ago where we're talking about. Well, there is hierarchy, but I don't necessarily know. I don't necessarily know what he means about hierarchy. If he's talking about certain
I don't
people
either. What
cannot
he's talking about,
like. A hierarchy doesn't really say, like, if you're talking about only males can be at the top of that hierarchy, maybe we're having a different conversation here, right?
Right. Well,
I don't necessarily know what the hierarchy thing that he's trying to say.
I don't know, because sometimes when he's talking, I don't know if it's because he's sort of referencing broader ideas that I don't understand the underlying context to. But what I do understand when he's talking about, I agree to some point that yes, by definition, and we've talked about this, conservatism is defense and progressive is offense. And so, you know, being pro-gay marriage, being pro-trans, these are all new things in our society.
What is natural law, though, as a part of conservatism?
Well, I assume what he means by natural law is he's referring to religious law. He's saying it's unnatural to be gay, it's unnatural.
Well, that's definitely orthodoxy. That's been gone for 100 years. What are you talking about? No, it hasn't.
People have been saying it's unnatural to be gay. Not long ago. We had gay marriage was illegal in our country.
Well, I'm not talking about specifically for the gay stuff. I'm talking.
Well, but that's what he's talking about. He's talking about LGBT stuff.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was his main. He said they're coming into CPAC and all this other stuff, and they're trying to implement LGBT ideas. So this is what he's focusing on.
Right. Yes.
But
he thinks the entire Republican Party should be focused on hating the gays.
or
that's
not.
But that's not conservatism, though. I don't.
Right. Well, I don't. To not strawman him, I don't think he would say he thinks they should focus on hating the gays. I think he would say they should focus on social conservatism and not pander to gays or to LGBT community.
Well, every time he says the whole pandering thing, I think, dude, what do you think what do you think they're doing to the evangelicals? They're pandering to you, you idiot.
Of course. All the pro-Israel stuff is 100% pandering to the evangelicals. All the The transgender bathroom
why
bill
doesn't
stuff,
he
it's all
perceive it?
pandering.
Why doesn't he perceive it as pandering when it's
No one perceives the
things?
pandering they like as pandering, Adam. That's just true belief. Okay, that's the way it
I don't
should
understand it. I don't understand it. It's like, dude, they're pandering just as much to you. We just had a conversation 5 seconds ago about how Trump wouldn't say anything about the LGBT lawyer that he paid for because he was worried that you might take it the wrong way. That's pandering.
Of course, of course.
He's like, oh, I need to pander to my evangelical constituency here. Let me sweep this nice thing that I did for an LGBT man under the rug.
Yeah. Well, as I said, everything you don't like that your side does is pandering, and everything you do like is them,
being
advocating
sincere,
for the true cause,
being sincere, individuals.
Yeah, of course. The true red pill is that everyone's pandering to everything 100% of the time in terms of politicians. Yes, but
well, if that's what conservatism is, I hate conservatism. Then conservatism's on my shit list. The way he just described conservatism is like, now I understand why the progressives call conservatives evil.
Well, that would be as you said, that this is Isaac, a stereotype of the conservative, is this guy, and of Warren. But I do think even though I disagree with him pragmatically, I do think he's a valid point in terms of if you're going to be the party of conservatism, it would make sense for you to be against recent social changes, right? Like LGBT stuff. No,
I don't think so. No,
you're not conserving the previous social order.
I've heard tons of conservatives say that generally when the fight is lost, they're over it. Like since LGBT, since gay marriage became legal, they're like, okay, it's the law of the land. We fought it out in the courts. Next.
Yeah, but again, I wonder if that's only because everything has switched to the trans issue, which is so much more extreme.
Yeah, way more.
If that trans issue didn't exist,
then they would still be fighting over the gay stuff.
Right? Would they? I don't know. Would they still be fighting over the gay stuff?
Maybe. It's hard to say. They gotta fixate on something that's gonna, get people to buy their guns and their apocalypse food, right?
Well, and I think he's totally wrong in terms of
the moral decay.
Well, obviously, I don't agree with that. But I mean, in terms of what is attracting people to the right, I don't think it's the issues he thinks. I think it is the culture war. It is the woke stuff. It is anti-immigration stuff. It is the idea that the government is just wasteful of spending. It is the idea of personal freedom and personal liberty. I don't think it's the social, moral, conservative, right-wing Christian decay. I don't think that's what's drawing people to be Republican anymore.
Yeah.
I'm going to tweak this a little bit to you, Karlyn. As that question that he said, right, is like, this is the question a lot of people ask on the traditional right, is that the right has been defined as being a conservative party. And that has been traditionally what it has been. Now, you say that you identify as a liberal, but you are a Republican. I would say that's more of a new development in the party. I'd say that it is, related to Trumpism, to Maga, or as Lauren calls it, the Globo Homo movement, which I almost spit out my coffee when she said that. I find all this stuff quite hilarious sometimes. But with that being said, if we're going to take the big tent party approach, right, and we're going to bring in all of these people that are of different viewpoints like yourself, what is this conservative party conserving? And how is it any different than, let's just say, being...
Look, Karlyn almost spit out her coffee.
Right, but he's saying what I'm saying. There has to be some conservative conservation mechanism of the previous social order to be considered conservative.
Well, the thing is, though, I would conceptualize that we're conserving things like freedom of speech.
Right.
But I think all three of these people here would be like, oh, well, we're, obviously we're in favor of them shutting the fuck up. Like, we're not really in favor of freedom of speech. Like, we want to ban video games and records that have naughty words on them, right?
Well, I'm assuming you said three. Who's the third person? Are you talking?
Elijah.
Oh, Elijah. I don't. Yeah, I don't.
Well, no,
I don't wanna...
I think a lot of the super right-wing conservatives
right
are only in favor of freedom of speech because they're currently getting their freedom of speech
100% agree.
Yeah, but they're
100%.
not really in favor
Right.
of freedom of speech. They're not conserving freedom of speech across the board.
Right.
Right.
No, I don't know Elijah's position on this, so I don't want to throw him under the bus.
Oh, okay.
Too much.
Well, you were the one that's saying he's conservative.
He is.
Christian
No,
and
I
stuff
think he's
like
very
that.
religious.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means because that means different things for every people. But
okay. Well, if that's not his position, then obviously I don't want to throw him under the bus either. But
yeah, I don't think the Lauren and the other guy whose name I always forget.
I always say
strike me as very pro free speech for free speech's sake.
Yeah. Yeah. No, there would be. Well, they'd line up to vote for blasphemy laws. What are you talking about?
Sure.
Being a liberal party from 10 years ago.
Well, right now it's not conserving anything because they don't have any power because they lost elections. But I do want to speak to John's point specifically in that he used the magic word, which is pandering.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah.
The left panders to the LGBT movement. Trump did advocate for LGBT policies. He did so by appointing the first openly gay member of the cabinet, which the left likes to forget about all the time. He did support this community. He just didn't do it in a way that was pandering. But again,
Well, I disagree with that. Policy-wise, well, no, policy-wise, the only LGBT thing that I think Trump did was trying to remove same-sex protection from gender discrimination lawsuits, which is a huge blow actually to the LGBT community. They were not successful to my knowledge. So
I'm a liberal because I believe in individual liberty, individual freedom. I'm very concerned with preserving specifically our First Amendment values and all of the amendments specifically. But the First Amendment's really my jam, which again does not allow.
Which one's the first one? I forget.
That's the gun one, Adam.
No, freedom of speech. Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
Freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion.
Freedom to complain. I love it.
Freedom to complain. For the state to legislate based on one religion's specific values. But if we want to talk about religion, we can talk about a verse from the Bible, which is 1 Timothy 2 verses.
How does she do this?
She had it ready. She had
Karlyn, how do you have that on the ready?
She was prepared. She did her homework.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
1 through 2, which says, I urge then, first of all, the petitions, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and for those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. And I bring that up because that is the only place in the New Testament that really touches on the relationship of Christians to government. And what does it say? It says they should pray for the people in leadership so that they may live peaceful and quiet lives in godliness and holiness. So what does that mean? It means that we should be working on electing a government that allows people to practice whatever religion they want and to live peaceful and quiet lives in godliness and holiness. And the only way that we can do that is by creating a broad coalition of voters who win elections. That's what we should be talking about first and foremost, is how we win elections.
Before we go, I'm going to go to John because John was sort of laughing.
There's another good Bible quote. There's another good Bible quote I like too, which is Jesus said, this always comes up when people talk about the war on Christmas. Jesus said, oh, you should go pray in your closet alone, privately. Your relationship should be between you and God. And the people who go out in the streets and make a big deal about praying, those are the frauds. They don't actually care about their religion or their God. They want to put on a show. They want to say, look how pious I am. But they're not.
They want
really
to pander.
Actually. Yeah, they want to pander. They want a virtue signal. Jesus is coming out against virtue signaling way back then in the Bible.
Yeah, based Jesus right there.
Based Jesus. There you go.
During that, and so why are you laughing?
I was humored by the biblical substantiation for having more gay people in government. I just thought that was kind of funny. But no, I don't think that, like, even you push back on what I.
Where in the Bible does it say no gay people in government? I thought it was like render unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
Right. Well, that was
didn't
also,
it pretty much separate government from religious life?
Yes. Yeah, and also the quote that Karlyn just just said. And
Sure.
yeah, he totally just straw man's the position that she put out, but that should be par for the course here, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, straw manning abounds.
I had said about the hindering.
Adam's law.
Adam's
well,
law.
Trump appointed these people and he appointed these people. So he was actually like, serving the interests of the community. It's interesting because, as you noted, the left will still ignore that because they control the narratives and they control the media. And so really, no matter what Trump does to pander to that, however many percent.
Which would lead you to believe that it's not actually pandering. That's why when you said it was pandering, Sitch, I was like, well, it's hard to call it pandering, if he's like supporting his LGBT lawyer on the DL. It seems like he really cares about those people.
I said, well, no. I'm saying Trump.
Not necessarily pandering.
Wait, no, I didn't say. I'm not. Trump is not. No. I said Trump like holding the LGBT flag is like the virtue signal.
Right. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but you agree with that.
Well, I don't know.
I don't
but
think Trump is personally
it's only pandering if you're not personally invested in it, right? Let's look at pandering.
Well, but wait a minute. This gets more complicated when you're a politician.
Pandering.
Okay? Because if you have someone like Donald Trump, who I think personally has no issue with LGBT people, but then his executive branch is enacting policy or attempting to enact policy that will directly harm LGBT people. Mm-hmm. How is it pandering? Because he personally believes it.
What was the legislation? And pandering is yield or give satisfaction to. So it's really, there's not any kind of negative connotation, even though pandering, I think we conceptualize as doing something against your own interest for votes.
Pandering generally in these conversations means virtue signaling. It's someone doing something to either get votes or that they don't really care or believe in while doing
they're
the
insincere about. Yeah, right. Insincere motives just to gain power. Anyway, but what was the anti-LGBT legislation? You brought it up a couple times, and I never know what it is.
So currently, you can't fire someone for being gay. Mm-hmm. And the reason you can't fire someone for being gay is that it's considered, when it says you can't fire someone right now, like under the law, you can't fire someone for being a specific race or a specific gender. Mm-hmm. And there was a lawsuit, I forget, in like the 80s or something, where they wanted to fire some woman because she wouldn't wear dresses. She wanted to dress in like a suit, or she wanted to wear pants or whatever. And so the court said, well, you can't fire a woman for not being feminine because that's a version of sex stereotyping. You're stereotyping someone on the basis of their sex. Mm-hmm. You're saying people of certain sex have to have normative sex behaviors. Mm-hmm. So that opinion basically led to protecting gay and trans people under the same orientation. Under the same idea, because you're saying, wait a minute, if you fire someone for being gay, you're really firing them because you're saying they're not following the normative values ascribed with their sex. Mm-hmm. And so the Trump administration was actually trying to get that overthrown and removed and say, no, that clause only protects firing people from because of their sex. It doesn't protect firing gay people or trans people. Mm-hmm. So they actively went out of their way to try to get that removed.
What about non-binary?
It would protect non-binary people too.
So if you were at work and knew you were going to get fired, couldn't you just say you were non-binary?
You could try, sure.
And then just like sue them for firing you because you're non-binary.
You could try to do that, yeah.
If I knew I was going to get fired, I'd come out as non-binary. There you go. Like there immediately.
Pro tip: if you're going to get fired from your job, just come out as non-binary.
So then you're totally protected.
Threaten them. Yeah.
Well, I wonder if that's the reason the Trump administration was trying to get rid of it.
No, that's not why they're trying to get rid of it, because the conservative argument has always been more about the strict letter of the law.
Deregulation.
Well, no, it's about the strict letter of the law. And they're saying, oh, well, the strict letter of the law says set protection from sex. It doesn't say sexual orientation. It doesn't say gender identity. It says protecting on the basis of sex, period. Mm-hmm. That was their argument.
But do you think they were doing it to go after the LGBT community, or they were doing it to deregulate? That's my question.
They were intentionally doing it to remove the trans protections.
Right. So they were going after trans people.
They stated it. The Trump administration stated that's why they were doing it.
To throw trans people under the bus. They said, hey, we're going after trans people here.
Right. But they were
sly
about.
They couldn't have said that. They
You
wouldn't
can
have
look.
come out
I
and said
literally
that.
did a video on this.
Really? Okay, well then you know what's up.
What they were sly about is that they didn't say that it would also throw gay people under the bus, which it would, but they never mentioned that because it's less socially acceptable to attack gay people than it is trans people.
So what was the argument? What was the argument that you made in the video?
My only argument was just people saying that Trump is like the most pro-LGBT candidate ever. And I'm like, that's not really true. That might be true in terms of his rhetoric, but it's not true in terms of what his administration's actually doing policy-wise.
Right. Okay. What was the purpose of limiting this? Basically, you're setting up a situation where people can fire somebody for being gay.
Yeah.
Like if they want to fire somebody for being gay, they can.
For being gay or trans.
Okay.
Right. And this started because there was a case, which I admit is a weird edge case, where a funeral home wanted to fire someone for being trans.
Right.
And
because they hired a male and the person
they hired a
became
man
female.
who was transitioning. And now, unfortunately, I sort of almost agree, or I do agree to some extent with the funeral home because, and I don't even know if they wanted to fire them. I think they wanted to move their position because I would agree that if you had, and you saw the person that was and you had the person that was transitioning, and we have to be real here, okay? They're like a big fat guy. He didn't transition well. He just looked kind of like a big fat guy in a dress. Okay. And I could totally be 100% sympathetic that if you're running a funeral home, you don't want there to be any, you want the person who's going there to bury their loved one to not have to think or process like the workers there. They should all just be like in the background.
Yeah.
You know, that there should be no focus on them. And
but
if
this guy is center stage, obviously.
Right. And if you have someone that sticks out like a sore thumb, and I would say this is even beyond trans thing. If you have some like 10-foot tall brick of a man, it'd be a little weird too. But if you have someone who's a trans person who looks not great, you don't want that person to be in the front and face of your funeral. And that's, I think that's totally acceptable.
And the Trump administration went to bat for the businesses instead of the trans people.
Right. But the problem is the way in which they're going about it is removing all protections for all trans people and all gay people.
Right. Which
the avenue in which they were going about it. They weren't seeking what would have been the more responsible way to do this would be for the Trump administration to instead try to get there to be some sort of legislation passed that would protect certain edge cases like the funeral home while not removing blanket protections from gay and trans people.
Right. Because someone who has an axe to grind with gay people, Lauren perhaps, who wants to go on a firing spree at her, like she moves up the corporate ladder and now she's finally in a position to fire all the gay people at work.
Sure.
She starts going after all the gay people and this law is no longer protecting them. There's no reason why a gay person can't do a good job. And obviously, like, you're never going to run into the same problem that you had at the funeral home with a gay individual because they can easily become,
Right. Yeah.
We have a couple $20 super chats that have escaped us. Alternate factory I brought up, but I think that's the last one.
Hitch Wagster for $20 says, I'm pretty sure natural law is the basis of all English common law. Isn't that where we get the idea of rights that pre-exist government? Also really product of Karlyn here, and A-Team is best meme.
A-Team, best meme. I love it.
I don't know exactly the way he was referring to natural law. I'm assuming when I hear natural law, it's generally used in a religious context. Because you're talking about who is the natural law guy?
Natural law. There's a guy.
Let me look it up. Wasn't it Thomas Aquinas that came up with natural law? I don't know. Generally, I'm assuming he was using it in a religious context and not in any sort of liberalism, Thomas Hobbes context. I'm assuming I could be wrong, but I'm assuming that's the context because his entire thing is about sort of this religious context and the degradation of the social order.
Natural law, a rule or body of rules of conduct inherent in human nature and essential to or binding upon human society. Yeah. I think they're talking about the
Right.
people shouldn't get
Yeah, but
married
it says,
unless they can have
right, but
kids.
the next sentence says, according to natural law theory, all people have inherent rights conferred not by act of legislation, but by God, nature, or reason. And so that's what I'm saying. Some people, when they say natural law, they're referring to nature or reason. Some people, they're referring to God. And I'm assuming he's referring to God when he says it. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, we could be. A couple more.
Alternate Factory for $20 says we should keep religion out of politics. After the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, ending the 30 and 80 Years' War, Europeans found it was best to keep religion and politics separate, creating a great peace throughout Europe. I agree.
Yeah, 100% agreement here on the panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly.
Right.
Yes.
Sure, definitely.
Even the woke religion. I think we should just get wokeness categorized as a religion, and that would solve so many problems. You get it right out of the school.
I agree. It should be not just a religion, a cult. A cult of wokeness. 100%.
One more.
Joseph for $20 says, you guys ID'd where the break happens. If conservatives always defend, they will always lose. The argument from people who think we've gone too far is not we need to hold, but we need to restore. Offense, not slow losing. Yeah, I understand. That would be what I'm saying about how if, with the trans issue overtaking the gay marriage issue. And I guess that's true. If you are, I mean, that's what's his name's. Who's the cathedral guy? Mencius Moldbug. That's kind of his position, isn't it?
Moldbug. Yeah.
That the conservatives are destined to lose because they're about holding a position. And if you're always defending, you're going to be ceding ground because you're slowly getting chipped away forever.
Yeah. Well, that's the way the world works.
Though,
I mean, you can't have football without a defense. I don't understand.
Right, but you
got to have a defense.
Right, but there is always the pendulum swing back at some point, where the conservative, as Joseph says, the defense becomes the restoration of quote unquote the natural order or whatever the previous order was.
It happened with prohibition.
How did that work?
It did. They restored. They were like, give us our
how did that work
back.
out? Yeah, how did that work out for America?
Prohibition, the restoration, it worked out great.
Oh, really? Prohibition worked out great? Okay.
No, prohibition worked out horribly. The restoration was making booze legal again.
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah. Right.
Prohibition was a progressive movement. The conservative backlash was, give us our alcohol, you whiny little
Prohibition
bitch.
was a progressive movement.
It was a progressive movement, yeah. It was fighting for the marginalized housewives that were getting beaten by their husbands because they'd come home drunk from work. You don't know this?
Well, I know that it was considered a progressive reform at the time, but they were doing it off of the backs of what we would consider social conservatism by today's standards.
Because they used the church and
it was all the temperance movement was about restoring the proper social order.
But they were also, I mean, the reason why they were making alcohol illegal is because there was an epidemic of battered housewives.
Right. That was also part of the argument.
Yeah.
Well, I think we get into trouble sometimes when we try.
Not me. I never get in trouble.
We try to look at, because the political lens of what is considered progressive, conservative, left and right is always shifting.
You don't enact any policy unless you conceptualize it as progress. What policy do you fight for that is not progress?
I understand that, but when you say progressive in today's standards, that's not how it's being conceptualized.
What do you mean?
It's being conceptualized as you also said, protecting some marginalized group of people or class.
Yeah.
Which was definitely part of the temperance movement. It was, as you were saying, it was to protect, battered housewives. But it was also done in the language and in the guise of social religious conservatism. Something that
returning to an age when alcohol wasn't a thing.
We need to go back to our, alcohol is a vice, Adam. It is a sin. It's our godly duty to create a just and moral society in the name of the Lord.
Progress. We have to progress to a just and moral society.
Okay. I feel like we're not communicating effectively here, but it's fine. We can move on.
3% of the vote traffic isn't actually going to serve interests. And I just don't think that the reason Trump didn't win in 2020, assuming the election was totally legitimate, was because he didn't serve the interests of the LGBT community enough. I mean, Trump won in 2016 because of immigration, because of free trade, and because of foreign policy. It wasn't at all because of social issues as it pertains to like...
And the housing crash. People wanted change. They wanted the system overturned at them. They said, no, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. I'm going to take a gamble. I'm going to
Drain the
I'm going to kick the table over. Too much corruption.
Drain the swamp. Drain the swamp. What the hell is this guy talking about?
I don't know.
This guy was watching a completely different election.
Yes.
He was smoking peyote or something.
The interests of gays and transgenders or what have you. And then as far as the biblical substantiation for it, I mean, it's outlined obviously in not only in the Old Testament, but in the New Testament, like very clearly that sexual immorality, which under the umbrella would be homosexuality, is wrong. But you seem to be alluding to this idea of like the individual and in their private home and things like that when you talk about, you know, people living in a free society to do what they want and not, you know, causing any problems. But what's interesting about that is that was the argument that during the movements in the 1960s and 70s, including the sexual revolution, that allowed a lot of this stuff to have a seat at the table, which ultimately would usurp power away from traditional Americans and traditional social conservatives. And I just think that that's basically a myth because there's really no...
Is that true? I feel like that's completely not true.
What's not true?
That the sexual revolution in the 60s and 70s used the libertarian argument of people should be able to do what they want in their own homes to win. That is not my I could be wrong. I'm not super learned on the subject, but
yeah, I don't know. Not my time. So
I don't think that was their big argument. I always thought the big argument was just, you know, the system. It was the leftist arguments. The system is corrupt. The system is oppressive, and we need to fight against this oppressive, corrupt system. We need to fight against the man. We got to rebel.
Well, the sexual revolution came about because of the pill. The
right,
pill made it possible.
Sure.
So I always conceptualize that as more of a technology thing than...
Well, it's funny because I think you're right in the largest extent. And it's always we always make these grand pronouncements about our philosophies dictating social order when it's really just
yeah, it's new technology came along. It wasn't possible to go out and sleep around until the pill came, and you'd end up pregnant and, you know.
Well, it's funny because there's so many people who are like, oh, and I guess it's we conceptualize it as the left-wing argument now because they're very big into social conditioning, but it was for a long time it was the right-wing argument. And they're saying, oh, you know, the reason people aren't going out having all the sex is because our society is, you know, promoting chastity and, you know, not sleeping around and all this other stuff.
No.
And then the very second, like you can sleep around, not worry about pregnancy. Just everyone's like,
yes.
No, it just explodes.
Yeah.
It's like it turns out that all the social learning and conditioning, all this, it's all bullshit. It didn't matter. People were always going to do it. People always want to do it. They're just waiting for the opportunity to be able to do it.
All that social conditioning was just to remind you that you can get pregnant. As soon as you no longer needed that reminder because you couldn't get pregnant, everything changed.
Yep.
Yeah.
No such thing, private individual in the privacy of their own home, because you are one person. And so any actions that you take in your house are ultimately going to reflect you and how you conduct yourself in the real world. And then it's all...
There's no such thing as a private individual in the privacy of their own home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oof,
if you're a dirty birdie at home and watch pornography, you know, obviously you're going to take that degeneracy to work with you.
Can you imagine thinking that this is a persuasive argument for the modern
party? No. Right now, I'm envisioning a conservative party that's like 15 people. They're like they're like a Bible study.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is weird.
It's also kind of misleading because people don't want to be confided in the privacy of their own home or what have you, because that almost presupposes that it's something to be ashamed of, and people don't like that. And so what happens is then they start taking to the streets and they start having parades and they start to infiltrate education. They start to infiltrate institutions such as the American Psychiatry Association. And then what was it, June of 2015, the Supreme Court decided that 5 minutes.
I mean, wouldn't you argue though that the reason why they want to do the Pride parades as ostentatiously as they do is just to trigger this guy? Like, if this guy wasn't out there saying, oh, this is terrible degeneracy, then they wouldn't be any big deal to do the big Pride parades and stuff like that.
Right. No one would care. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Right.
Yeah. So you're literally causing the thing that you don't like.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's usually the case with all this stuff.
Totally. Yeah.
With
totally.
like, you know, same thing with Trump's tweets. You know, if it wasn't triggering the libs, he wouldn't have been doing it.
Yeah.
Minutes ago, marriage can be between two men, and now we're here on the back foot with issues.
But to be clear, the world is not made of these absolutist extreme positions. That's like a child's way of thinking. You can say, hey, I think people should be able to do what they want in the privacy of their own homes. But then if they are advocating for whatever they're doing, certain behaviors to be taught in school, you can say, well, okay, well, fuck off. Like, you can have both those positions. You don't have to have this extreme position where it's like, no. Everything that people do publicly is what they do privately. There could be no line there.
Separating public and private life is brilliant. I don't know why you'd want to destroy that.
Because he wants to enact a social order on people.
I mean, you talk about going back to the Stone Age when nobody had a private life. Everything you did was public. We don't live in bands of 100 people now where people are peeking in your hut every fucking 5 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. No, having a private life is great. Yes. It makes modern society possible. This guy's crazy.
She's like, hey, maybe kids shouldn't be taking prenatal hormones.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. We agree with him on that. It's like...
Well, that's what I'm saying. He has this absolute position. Like, oh, we either have to be in favor of everything or in favor of nothing. Period.
Yeah.
Can we jump into that?
Elijah, I want to jump in there because John just fundamentally misrepresented something I said, because I specifically chose 1 Timothy 2 verse 1 and 2 because it has nothing to do with homosexuality. That's why I specifically chose that passage. It has to do with the relationships Christians have with their government. Now, if we want to talk about how the Bible deals with homosexuality, what I would like to focus on is the fact that there are multiple different arguments for different interpretations of the Bible. I'm not a Christian, I'm not a Bible scholar, but I do know that there are multiple different interpretations for that. And instead of getting into the nitty-gritty about what it says in that area, I want to focus on the fact that, again, this is an argument for the First Amendment, for religion to not be the dictator of a political movement. If you want to talk about these issues in your church, do talk about them in your church. If you want to exclude people from your church, fine. If you want to exclude gays from getting married in your church, that is a conversation between you and your church elders. This is a conversation about a political movement.
It's interesting because this guy is basically making the woke argument. They're saying, you have to be as woke publicly as you are privately.
That's what's crazy about it. I'm telling you.
Well, I mean, it's not because that used to be the way the right was more publicly. And that's what's weird about the woke thing being on the left now.
Yes. Yeah. They're both religious ideologues.
I think that arguments against the acceptance of homosexuality within the right are completely secular. It may just so happen to appeal to the base of that movement as Christians, but I think that Lauren and I could recite several arguments that are maybe even more compelling from a completely...
Every single Christian church, though, is not against homosexuality, not fervently against it.
No.
Yeah. So that doesn't hold.
I think it's a waste of time to argue about that stuff. I mean... The Bible
argue about it in
your
church, just like Karlyn
that's what I'm
said.
saying. Yeah, the Bible has so many different passages that can be interpreted in so many different ways. It doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Secular perspective.
Let me.
And I hope you'll do it in church.
Let me jump in.
And I think it's really funny that she's quoting scripture as a liberal, thinking that she can use.
Oh, I love it! Oh my God!
I love the bitchy tone of voice. I think it's really funny that she's quoting scripture as a liberal.
There are no liberal Christians.
Jesus.
Come on. Didn't you hear Sidge's story? His mom found a progressive synagogue. Look around at the hippy dippy churches we have here in Southern California. If you want to see some of the,
I mean, half of Catholics vote Democrat.
Yeah, totally.
It's not like,
This is like the conservative bubble here.
This is.
Use it against Christians. It's like, oh, it doesn't apply to me, but maybe it'll work on you. And guess what?
Well, she also, and Lauren's point here is very stupid. She completely doesn't understand the reason you bring up the scriptures to say, look, you're being hypocritical even to your own religion. It's not to say that you have some special magic words that I can say that makes you shut up.
It is pointless though, because obviously she's got some other scripture that she can turn to, and you're down the rabbit hole. You're down the rabbit hole.
It depends what your point is. Pointing out hypocrisy is not persuasive to people who are not already on your side. It's persuasive for people on your side to say, look, this person's full of shit. They're a hypocrite. Right. But it doesn't change anyone's mind. So it depends what your goal is.
It doesn't work on our Christian compassion and making us be tolerant and acceptive of all this diversity. You know what that's left us with? Transgender pedophiles on Twitter saying that your daughter asked for it. Your little girl isn't actually a princess. She asked for it when I abuse her. That is where we're at. So you're throwing scripture at me as a liberal.
Do you think our political environment is what enabled that? Like that's obvious. That kind of degeneracy is obviously terrible. So
that there's a wave of transgender pedophiles running around.
Well, I don't know what that's a thing. Like okay, you're basically saying whatever she saw, she's mischaracterizing, which there's probably the case.
No, look, we live in a very big world. Okay, you can always find the one case. And pretend like that's the that's the
that is the point. That is the point I'm making here. That would have taken place regardless of the political environment because Twitter is a cesspool.
Right.
Yes.
Well, we've talked about this a lot. This is the big problem with Twitter is that even further than Twitter being a big place where we can find anything, Twitter is positioned as it's not representative of the normative values of the population of America.
No, it's extremist on both sides.
Yeah, it's very extremist on both sides, more so on the left on Twitter specifically. And so if you look at Twitter and think that is a reflection of people's opinions in America or that's indicative of the whole, then you're way off.
Yeah.
You're way off.
Liberal is not going to work. You cannot play the Christian compassion card on us anymore. We are taking a stand for social conservatism because it matters. Social issues matter. And using God's word and manipulating it to try to get Christians to agree with you is absolutely subversive. And that's what we're struggling with in our party is subverters.
Look at that. Oh my God.
Absolutely subversive.
How many kids saw Blair White, giving one of her videos? I know Trump is a cash cow. I know people love to talk about him to get their popularity, but how many children saw her and looked at her and said, you know what, she looks really good. I could do that too, and started transitioning. This is about the children. They are coming for our kids, and we are at a point now where we're going to have to take a stand. Will the party?
Why are you laughing? The woke people are coming.
Adam. Think of the children.
See, I'm conflicted here because they are coming for the kids.
It's funny. She's making the social contagion argument, but in regards to Blair, which I don't think applies to Blair whatsoever for the most part.
I don't. Obviously, Blair is a special case because Blair says, "Don't do this." Like she's highly against children transitioning. She's vocal about that kind of stuff.
I don't think you can make the argument.
But kids still do it because it's cool. That's why they do it. They don't do it because somebody said to do it. They do it because they're like, look at her. She's so popular and beautiful. And
yeah, but I don't think
I could be popular and beautiful.
I don't know. I don't think that the average Blair White viewer would appeal to her that way, where that might be more appealing for like the ContraPoints.
There's
the philosophy tube.
There's at least one. There's at least one person.
Okay, there's always going to be at least one person everywhere doing something.
Well, if there's one, there's five. I mean, she's super popular. She's super popular. I looked up. There's a.
Wait, let's be clear here. Let's be clear.
I looked at the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization has a paper on how the media should respond when celebrities commit suicide, because they've discovered suicides go up tremendously when celebrities commit suicide. So
sure.
But you can read that, and any of the stuff in there I'm reading going, well, all this could apply to transgender people just as easily.
So, well, let's be clear what we're talking about here. Okay, before we both get accused of being rampant
Let's
transphobes.
Not be clear. Let's be completely confused.
Okay. We're not talking, or I'm not talking. I don't know about Adam. Adam could be a transphobe, but I'm not talking about.
How's that transphobia? That's not transphobia. What are you talking about?
Well, you don't know what I'm going to say. Okay. I'm not, and I'm assuming you're not. We're not talking about
people with gender dysphoria.
People with gender dysphoria who watch Blair White's content and then say, I also have gender dysphoria, or realize they have gender dysphoria and then transition. And maybe they wouldn't have realized it if they hadn't seen Blair's content.
We're talking about false positives. We're talking about people who don't have gender dysphoria, who have other maybe depression, maybe autism, and it's a misdiagnosis that autism or depression is gender dysphoria.
And yeah, I agree with you that simply by Blair existing and being public and being popular, there's always the chance that could create those false positives. But I don't think there's anything you can do about that. And I don't think it'd be right to say Blair should not be able to make content or exist in the public eye because of that risk. And I think Blair has been.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That's like completely authoritarian nonsense. I'm not saying.
And I think that all you can do is what Blair has done, which is that Blair has been, I imagine, I'm not super familiar with her content, but from what I've seen, been responsible in terms of, making sure you have gender dysphoria, and this is a very big decision, and, you make it as an adult, and, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's the only thing you can do in this situation.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't counsel people to become an artist, but I know they are just because I'm cool. Like they're gonna do it, right? I mean, it's kind of the same thing, but you can't say I can't make content just because I'm a degenerate artist, right?
Exactly.
We got another $20 super chat, but thanks for making that clear.
Well, I just want to make it clear before you get hit with the.
What am I going to get hit with? I'm not.
Denzer Foss for $20 says.
I'm not worried about it, really.
Some have issues with the term marriage used in relation to homosexual unions due to the term's religious implications. These same people may not have issues with legal equality of gay unions that afford the same legal rights. Yeah, I've heard other people make that argument. I don't know. I'd be curious to see if there's been polling done on how many people would be okay with gay union if it was called something different. Personally, I don't buy that argument. I don't find it persuasive, because it's marriage. Even if it started, I don't even know if it's really accurate to say marriage has started as a religious institution historically. But even if it was at some point in America, it's always been a legal contract that ascribes legal, that has legal consequences to it. So I don't think you can say it's just that marriage is inherently a religious act. I don't agree with that. I don't think there's any validity to that claim. I mean, people got married way before Christianity existed, and it was usually a property transaction. Right?
And it's still massively discriminatory. If you're going to say, okay, it's cool.
It is.
We're going to call normal people getting married marriage, and we're going to call the gay people getting married civil unions, is massively discriminatory.
Well,
discriminatory.
It is, but I would say it's a valid argument if I agreed that marriage was inherently a religious concept, which it isn't historically.
regardless of the argument. I mean, if you want to I'm just saying, like, you have to have some consistency. You can't discriminate against people. That's the bedrock of America, right?
But to make their argument, like, for example, you'd say, like, oh, what if people who are not Jewish want to suddenly get bar mitzvah?
Mm-hmm.
And then they also...
What? I can do that?
Right, but so then they want... But,
I want my bar mitzvah.
But you'd say, wait a minute, how can people who are not Jewish get bar mitzvah? They should call it something different. And they said, well, we don't want to call it something different. That's discriminatory. It's like, but wait a minute. Being bar mitzvah is literally a religious ceremony, a Jewish specific religious ceremony. It doesn't make sense for non-Jews to have their, be able to be bar mitzvah.
I don't care. I'm getting bar mitzvah. I want to talk about the period blood. Let me get bar mitzvah. Don't discriminate against me, Sitch.
Right. But my point was that marriage has been primarily, marriage, maybe not primarily, marriage has a lot to do with lots of non-religious things. It's been used to, secure alliances for countries for many years.
Oh, yeah,
it's been used as property transactions. That was like the whole point of the dowry. You're like literally
arranged
treating
marriages.
Yeah, arranged marriage. That's the thing too. Marriage has been, I think it's a better argument that marriage has been thought of in terms of property transaction than religion for most of human history.
I wonder if there's been more arranged marriages throughout history than actual consensual marriages. I think there probably has. Yeah.
Maybe not. Only because the population growth increases
true.
exponentially.
In recent years, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But historically,
I'm going to arrange a marriage for you, Sitch. I should do that. I'll just set it up for you.
There you go. Thank you, Adam.
The way of LGBTQ. Will the party, we already have a transgender man, woman, I don't know, in California running the Federation for Republican Women. Are we going to let...
The Federation for Republican Women has a transgender woman or man. I don't know. She was unclear. I don't want to be hit with transphobia here.
Let this stand, or are we going to choose to stay with the nuclear family and support the nuclear family? Because from what I've seen from these LGBTQ activists, such as Richard Grinnell, who's an absolute pervert, he refuses to stand up for transgenders in the military, against transgenders in the military. He refuses to stand and make a public statement that, hey, men shouldn't be in women's bathrooms. That's because they're bought, sold, and paid for by these LGBT donors who have seen an opportunity. Trump was a cash cow. He was. If you talk about him and if you are...
This is such first of all, this is the idea that there's some like massively powerful, rich LGBT lobby in America is ridiculous. First of all, but then second of all, that Blair and other people who are LGBT are like grifters who aren't actually conservatives. That are like, oh, I just wanted to talk about Trump to be, be popular on YouTube. Like, give me a break.
Yeah. How come they're both doing the same like tongue-in-cheek thing? I don't know. That's a little weird.
What do you mean?
Had a different look or whatever. People would throw themselves at you because it's like, oh, look how inclusive we are, but we're sacrificing everything. And when it
how much is this woman gonna freak when Candace Owens becomes the nominee for 2020?
Well, I don't know. She might like Candace Owens. I don't know.
Oh, I guess, is Candace Owens Christian?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
Candace
Owens probably is a firebrand against the LGBT stuff anyway.
Yeah.
I could see Candace Owens going hard at the gays, going hard at the LGBT community just for whatever reason.
Well, she might. I'm actually curious now. I don't know how she feels about any of this stuff.
It comes down to, I choose preserving the life of little children who are 15% of them are growing up identifying as LGBTQ and transgender, and we should not be giving a spotlight to or a platform to people who operate in a lifestyle where 40% of them end up attempting suicide, eventually. 1 in 4 children growing up struggling with LGBTQ gender dysphoria.
Blair can't take it anymore. Blair's raising her hand now. Please let me speak.
According to Wikipedia, which is obviously left-wing bias, it says Candace supports same-sex marriage. And while she was in favor of banning transgender people undergoing sexual reassignment surgery from serving in the U.S., she was not opposed to fully transitioned transgender people serving in the military. So
Oh, really?
She probably wouldn't like Candace because Candace would be pandering to the LGBT community.
That's the thing that the problem that they were trying to avoid was people going into the military to get their transition paid for. That's what they were trying to avoid. Like, they weren't necessarily discriminating against transgender people, like if you've already had your transition.
Right. But I mean, well, I understand the idea that you're like, okay, if someone's going through this process, maybe they shouldn't be in the military. That makes sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine there's not that many people who are saying, I'm going to join the military in order to pay for my transition.
Really? I don't know.
That seems like a very extreme thing to do.
Someone said it on Twitter, so that's where I heard it.
It's possible.
But, whatever.
There's always one. I just don't think there's going to be like an epidemic of
like a huge thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Free transitions.
Victoria end up with depression, drug abuse. I think it's 80% of.
What's wrong with drug abuse? This lady, she's totally getting on my nerves here. Jeez, throwing everyone under the bus.
Men have a
You know who needs drugs? Her husband.
higher risk of HIV. You know, why would I support that lifestyle? Why would I even make excuses for that lifestyle or try to use?
I want to give Blair a chance to respond to your statements real fast, because I know Blair has a hard out. We haven't heard from Blair. Just on the statement of Lauren said, Lauren is talking about, you know, the subversion in the party, the idea that your choice, transitioning.
Before I
just
want to specifically address what Lauren said about children maybe watching my YouTube videos and thinking that they can be like me or transition or whatever. I don't really know how much you know about me, but I'm probably the most vocal anti-children transitioning person on the internet. It's what I'm. Right. I let you speak.
The best thing you can do for us is grow out your mustache and tell people not to live like you. That is the best thing that you can do to help us, because you are not helping.
Christ love, wafting off Lauren. Christ love.
Go at it, guys.
I think actually to close on the biblical point, the first thing I did want to say is the vindication of Lauren's point comes very clearly in the fact that we have a liberal on here who is personally a liberal.
You know what we need this? You know what we need this situation?
Oh my God, this is so good.
We need Dave Rubin. We need the guys. No. Elijah stepped back and was like, go at it. Well, I also think that's probably the optics of that are on Blair she's probably learned from that to not be super overly aggressive anymore, which sucks. Cause then it's like, people just fucking talk all over you. And they just totally interrupted her. Like, she talked for like one sentence and they just totally interrupted her.
Yeah, she's definitely doing some eye rolls, which she should. I mean, let her speak, for heaven's sakes.
Right.
Yeah.
The best thing you could do is grow your mustache.
But you know, I mean, after that was right before Candace Owens blew up. Like, Candace Owens is huge. I don't know if Blair wants to be in politics or anything like that. So.
Yeah, but I don't think that Dave Rubin interview did not help Candace Owens blow up in politics.
I'm not sure why. I mean, it shows she's a complete fighter.
It made her
look
so bad.
I think it made her look so good to a lot of conservatives.
No, she came off as totally unhinged in that conversation.
I don't think it hurt her.
It didn't hurt her. Wait, that's a different question. It didn't hurt her because she was still relatively unknown at the time. If when Candace Owens was on her big upswing, that Dave Rubin thing happened in the middle of it, that would have sunk her career. But she was lucky because it happened in the beginning.
Yeah, but that makes my case that it helped launch her career.
No, I'm saying she was on an upswing, and this happened before people were really paying attention or caring about her enough to point to this and say, wow, look at this crazy person.
I don't know. I feel like it made her stand out.
Okay. Well, I guess we have to agree to disagree on that one.
She blew up. She completely blew up, and that's like her firebrand is like yelling at people.
Okay, but you're making an attribution error here. You can't say because she blew up after that, it was because of that.
We literally did.
That's like saying every time I open the door, I see a car drive by. Therefore, me opening the door is causing the car to drive by.
Right. You're saying she blew up in spite of this.
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
I think this might have been one of our first shows. I mean, this might have been like 6 or 7 shows. Yeah.
Right.
We definitely covered this. Yeah. The guys thing. Yeah, we covered. We covered. Candace Owens got huge after that. And Candace Owens is still huge. She's hanging out with Kanye, man.
Liberal and ideologically liberal.
Why are you laughing? You don't like Candace Owens.
She can't like
Although
Kanye.
feels as though
She's huge.
She's gonna run for president.
Ugh, fucking Candace Owens.
She's gonna run for president.
Remember when Candace Owens wanted to create a doxing website, guys? That was fun.
I find it fascinating. I think Karlyn might run for president one day. She's
Go for
tearing it up.
She can manifest that by voting for Republican.
She might be the first liberal Republican president.
There you go. I love it. I love it.
I do love that. Can you imagine? I don't know. It would be such a shame because it would totally take the title away from Kamala Harris as first not elected female president.
Wait,
the first unelected female president.
Elected. Camilla would still have Camilla would still have the title of unelected.
Yeah, Camilla would have the title of first unelected female president,
yeah.
right? But Karlyn would have the title of first elected female
sure,
president,
right.
yeah.
Yes.
Which would kind of just sweep Kamala Harris under the bus. I call her Camilla.
Because you're a bigot.
I don't know if you know. Am I pronouncing it incorrectly?
I thought it was Kamala.
Kamala?
Kamala.
Okay.
I don't know. Who the fuck cares?
Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala. Kamala.
You're wavering
Kamala.
now.
It does. We'll just say it differently every time, right? Just to cover all the bases.
Kamala Harris.
Camelot Harris.
And so I think that really speaks to how far our party has deviated in the last 50 years to where now there are people who are personally liberal who feel as though their
Man, Karlyn says in the chat, fake news, I'm never running for president. I am disappointed. I am disappointed. I am disappointed. Man. I guess we're going to have to go with Candace Owens then.
Oh, God, please no.
Sorry, Sitch. It's Candace Owens.
There's got to be someone.
For Republicans. And to close on the biblical topic, there's this misconception that like Jesus just said that we should be like vaguely nice to each other. As far as judgment goes, we are called as Christians not to judge people individually. Like we cannot look at you and make a moral declaration like you are good or you are bad. That's not our position. However,
tell that to Lauren. She's literally calling Blair a degenerate pedophile, gateway for pedophilia.
Excellent point. Excellent.
Jesus.
Point. Yes. Call out your fellow Christian on the panel there.
Yeah, what the fuck? And this guy just said earlier, he's saying there's no such thing as the private individual. So you have to moderate their private individual behavior in their own home.
Yeah. Loads of contradictions here. It's great.
Contradictions ahoy.
We are called quite explicitly to judge the actions of people so as to maintain a moral and civilized society. And so we need to keep that social pressure on people like you actually can't behave in this way or that way. And that's how we maintain a civilized and virtuous society. And we are called throughout the Bible to do that quite explicitly.
Okay, Blair, can you...
Yeah, and that's the best way to lose elections as well. Just FYI.
Exactly.
Keep that social pressure up, man.
Well, I mean,
please respond.
All right,
it's all just so. All these religious arguments are so dumb when you talk about legislating based on them. Because as I said, there's so many different interpretations of so many different parts of the Bible. You can get anything. Jesus literally says everyone should be fucking kosher still. Christians aren't kosher. It doesn't. None of this matters.
I'm not giving up lobster, man.
Exactly. I'm Jewish. I'm not giving up lobster. Shrimp. It's like the best seafood ever made.
We got a $50 super chat.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Havlin Becklin. Havin's always giving us so much money. Thank you, Havin. For $50 says, here's my weekly contribution. I'm 2 hours late, but good stuff so far. All fellow conservatives need to read Leonard Sachs' books on sex differences to know the true harm of accepting the idea that the sexes are one and the same, a team forever.
Ooh, yes. A team forever. A team forever. Sitch always lacks on the. I feel like I have to. My 18 boys have to.
No, it's good. It's good. Look, I do the S class, best class. You gotta get it in when you can, Adam. I understand.
But good for him. Leonard Sachs. Yes, you should read Leonard Sachs.
Everyone.
Leonard Sachs will make you a better wife, a better husband, a better brother, a better sister.
Everyone
help you.
should read Leonard Sachs, not just conservatives. Everyone. Yes.
Isaac is going to dismantle all of Leonard Sachs's argument on my Saturdays.
My God. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he's going hard after Leonard Sachs. He's got a total hate boner for him. Should be fun.
Never finished my point, so I would just like to say, as I said earlier, whether anyone on this panel likes it or wants to acknowledge it, there's a really huge chunk of LGBT people who are very much against ideas like children transitioning, like trans women in biological women's sports, and all of the ideas that are, hot talking points, but they're very real at the same time. So I don't think many kids would look at my YouTube videos and want to do anything like me, because I explicitly have been very known for saying that it's not a glamorous lifestyle, that it's difficult, and that children shouldn't be allowed to transition because it can often be a mistake that really damages their life. So I don't know, I just felt like that was a false premise. And again, I would like to agree with Karlyn on that.
It wasn't a false premise. Like I said, if you want to help us, tell people not to live like you.
That people would watch my videos and come to that conclusion when I say not to, and I advocate against it. I think that there are a lot of trans people online that you could argue maybe someone looks at their videos, children, and wants to do a certain thing, but I'm very much against it.
So we were talking about defense versus offense in regards to politics. And I guess it's also true in these conversations. You can't just be on defense in a debate because it makes you look weak, unfortunately. Come on, Blair. You gotta get in there. You gotta throw some punches. Punch that bitch in the face. Figuratively, metaphorically.
Yeah. In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
Transitioning or kids who want to transition hate me. So I also would like to say,
it's normal. That's normal. That's nothing special.
I do agree with Karlyn in the sense that, if you guys do want to wield power and enact the socially conservative changes that you want, you do have to win elections, and telling people that they don't have a place to vote in your direction or that they don't have a place in your party isn't the way to win elections. So I guess if the topic is the future of the right, I think the future of the right's already settled. It's Trump, and that's not an ideology that tells people they're not allowed to come over. If anything, it's an ideology that welcomes people to come over. So it's kind of already overaction.
Do you agree with that, Sitch? That Trump big tent, that's the future of the Republican Party? Seems pretty sound to me.
Well, I agree that the more bigger tent is going to be the future of the Republican Party. To me,
not necessarily Trump.
Well, no, I'm going to say, to me, it remains to be seen whether populism will continue on the right or not. I'm not sure on that one.
It's not bad. I mean, the Democrats and the Republicans fighting it out for the middle class is it should be good.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, sure. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying I don't know if it's the neoliberal, neocon stuff is its roots are so deep in the Republican Party. And they did a very good job of obstructing Trump for 4 years. That's why I'm saying I don't know. I guess it would be really dependent on who's going to be the candidate in 2024. Is it going to be Trump? Is it going to be another populist? I assume it's going to be someone trying to copy Trump's style, but is actually going to be Ted Cruz, who's a fucking neocon through and through.
Ted Cruz is not going to be nominated.
No, but I'm saying I feel like that's going to be the model for the Republican candidate. Is going to be, I'm Donald Trump light. I'm Donald Trump, except I'm not a populist. I think that's going to be the model. So I'm curious as to whether the right-wing populism will continue beyond Trump or if it will die with him.
Every time I talk to any of my conservative friends about the candidates that they're interested in primary elections, I'm just dumbfounded. I just don't understand. What do you see in that candidate? What is it about that candidate? Well, even I've heard some people say, they're for Ted Cruz. They support Ted Cruz. Right. And I think, how can you support Ted Cruz?
Because he goes on Twitter and he craps on woke people at him.
I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't seem like he can be elected.
Well, it's always, I think, dangerous and difficult to make these predictions very early out because in 2016...
Oh, I've already made my prediction.
No, but I know you have Candace Owens. But in 2017, who would have predicted that Joe Biden would get the nomination?
Oh, no one. That was totally unpredictable.
No one. Fucking no one would predict
I
that.
would have predicted he had a stroke. I could have predicted that, but not that he'd be elected. No. We would have been that prediction.
Who would have predicted
I don't know that he had a stroke.
Who would have predicted in 2013 that Donald Trump would be the nomination for the Republican Party in 2016? No one.
Oh, yeah.
No one. So
as soon as he got in, though, I knew he'd win.
Yeah, I know. You bet on him, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, you made money.
Before we jump any further, I want to let you guys know something. It's very important. As you can see, a lot of people in this country.
Is this a commercial?
Yeah, it is. This one's a good one.
Disagree
no, I don't
right
know
now.
If this one's...
We cannot seem to come to common ground on a lot of things, which is why people see the instability in the stock market. We had things like the power grid fail here in Texas, which is why I want to tell you about My Patriot Supply, which you can find at preparewithelijah.com. You know, right now, no matter what you...
My Patriot Supply.
We'll skip this commercial. I don't think there's anything.
Well, I think I have to go to the bathroom, so.
Okay, well, I'll listen to the commercial. I'm going to fast forward. No.
Think, guard, and please get. And the company that I personally recommend is My Patriot Supply.
This fire behind food,
which is why I really want my followers to.
You're not supposed to look at. I'm hungry. I was the one thing I want to say about this product is, and no, you go.
Okay,
I'm going to tell the audience.
You tell the audience.
The one thing I want to say about this product is this is the kind of business that you really want to get into, because this is like the perfect business. You sell them food for the apocalypse. So you sell them food. He's even saying in this commercial that this food is supposed to last 20 years. 20 years. Amazing to sell someone a product that they are never going to use, because that you never hear, oh, that stuff spoiled in like 6 months. That stuff spoiled in 3 months. When you're actually breaking into this food, when you're actually opening up, you're in the middle of the shit. You're in the middle of the apocalypse. You don't care if it tastes good or not. You don't care if it spoiled 3 years ago. You got it. This is what you got to eat. This is all you got to eat. So you're pretty happy that it's here no matter what. Somehow I don't think that the actual product when it's open is going to look like this, because this looks delicious. This stuff actually, I'm getting hungry. We usually spare the getting hungry portion of the live stream for afterwards, for the super chat portion. But this looks good. This actually looks like tasty food.
To know that more than your politics, please take your safety in regard, and please get a...
Oh no, they're giving me a hard time in the chat.
What?
That food's for natural disasters too.
Yeah, it's for everything.
I don't know.
Is it like
natural disaster? I'm eating at the gas station.
Is it like powder that you like mix with water or something? It's like freeze dried food, right?
We went through a pandemic and I didn't eat anything terrible. I wasn't forced to eat terrible food because of the pandemic.
Yeah, but this is like the apocalypse pandemic, right?
No, someone was giving me a hard time in the chat here about this is for natural disasters, not just for the apocalypse.
Like if you don't have power or something.
Can
you make this stuff if you don't have power? This stuff looks like it needs to be heated. I guess you could have like a sterno stove or like a wood fire or something.
Yeah.
I'm not against
light a fire in the backyard.
Yeah, look, I'm not against people having any of this stuff whatsoever.
No.
I think it's a good idea to have like something like that. But it's just funny that it's always the same type of people shilling these kinds of products. I don't know. It's interesting.
The point that I made is you're selling a product that nobody uses. And if they're actually using it, you're past the return policy because you're literally in the apocalypse. So it's like nobody can complain that this doesn't, this spoiled. This food could literally spoil 2 years in and they would never know because they say it lasts
They say it lasts forever,
years.
but who really checks? Yeah. Well, I don't think that's a fair characterization. I would say this should be thought of as the same way you think of insurance. You pay for something that you don't ever want to have to use, right?
Yes.
So this is like food insurance.
Yeah, it's a great deal. I like it.
I mean, the issue is that from what I've heard, people that do buy this stuff, they always say it all tastes terrible. But
really?
Yeah. I mean, they always have the nice picture, but they say it tastes awful. I mean, but of course it would have to if it's like freeze. I don't know. I mean, if it's like freeze-dried food,
I'm getting hungry now. Where are my snacks? Where are my snacks? I need some snacks.
You know what Elijah should really be for a sponsor? Chili's. Honey Chipotle Chicken Crispers, brought to you by Chili's. My God,
what I would give for Chili's. Oh, Chili's, reach out, sponsor us.
Of food that lasts
survival
up to many years. I think up to 25 years. Absolutely crazy. If you're not well stocked with emergency food and clean water.
Up to 25 years. Notice that? If it goes bad in 1 year, that's technically up to 25 years. You didn't make it. You didn't make it.
Did you see that Brendan Fraser movie, Blast from the Past?
No.
Where his dad builds like the bomb shelter with all the food. Because it's during like the A-bomb scare, and then there's like an earthquake, so he rushes his family.
Is that a Pauly Shore movie? Maybe I haven't seen it.
No, Brendan Fraser.
Oh, but he's done a bunch of movies with Pauly Shore. Oh no, I'm thinking of Biodome.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking of.
Yeah, similar concept.
Water, you need to get started right away, and the company that I personally recommend is My Patriot Supply, because their 4-week supply of emergency food, it lasts 25 years. It's crazy. And you can never have to worry again. Right now, we're losing. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. But if you're off this life-saving food, guys, this is really important. Why take the risk of going without food or standing in government food lines? We're talking about the future of the right. Right now, we're losing. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. But if you go to preparewithelijah.com to...
Okay, that's kind of gross. That's why I stopped.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with people buying this kind of food because they're afraid of natural disasters. They're afraid of some sort of sickness. They want to leave their house. There's good reasons to have things like this. I don't think it's right to be like, currently the right wing is losing political power and Joe Biden's in office. You need to buy this food because you don't know what the future may hold. Like
I think that's a great idea. Are you kidding?
It's a great sales pitch.
Woke re-education camps.
Yeah, there you go. When the Wokies roll into town.
Do they allow you to take food into the re-education camps? I'm thinking I might buy one of these for my stay at the re-education camp.
When the Wokies roll into town, Adam, okay, the way they're going to get you is that when you go out for food runs, they're going to snatch you up and they're going to put you in the re-education camp. But if you're hiding in your home, well defended with your guns and your freeze-dried food, they won't be able to get to you.
No, they will. Aren't the re-education camps really going to be done on Zoom anyway?
That's true.
They kind of have to.
Yeah. You can get your emergency shipped quickly and discreetly to your door so people don't know that you're, awesome prepper and you actually prepare for...
Discreetly to your door so people don't know that you're an end-of-the-worlder.
That's the only other product that usually gets shipped discreetly to your door is sex toys. So I don't know.
Well, I guess you don't want your neighbors to know that you've got a stockpile of food when they're running around looking for shit. You want to be like, I'm all out of food over here.
Exactly. You know what? I take it all back. That's genius. Because now when the apocalypse or whatever happens, they're going to come to your house to steal your supply, your Patriot supply.
I'm going to Nancy Pelosi's house. She's got all the good ice cream.
She's got that big freezer. That's right.
Real world scenarios. Don't pass up the $70 savings. Go to preparewithelijah.com. And John wanted to respond to that. .com to get your savings and get your food today. Okay, so let's jump into this. You're saying it's the future is this.
Oh, they fixed the echo. Did you notice?
Finally.
Trumpianism, and John wanted to respond to that.
Oh, I don't know. This was probably a live stream, so maybe they didn't.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
They might have fixed it during the commercial break. That might have been a pre-recorded commercial, and they fixed it finally.
It didn't look like it. Looked like that looked like a live read to me.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
As we talked about earlier with where the people who voted for Trump, that coalition, sit on the political spectrum, Trump may or may not have touched on this issue either side very much, but they still fundamentally sit at the center economically and authoritatively socially. And so if you look at where those people poll on issues pertaining to LGBT issues, they're all basically socially conservative. And so maybe Trump didn't come out and support those or be as against those as he should have been to really wheel those people in. But basically it's ambivalent as far as that's concerned. And so what we do know is that Trump taking time to address those issues, thinking he's going to win those people over, hasn't actually worked. I mean, even his support in 2016 or 2020 with that.
Gallup poll from last June, 67% say marriage between same-sex couples should be legally valid. 2 in 3 Americans overall.
2 out of 3 Americans?
Yes.
That's giant.
Yeah. So yeah, you would be suicidal to be a Republican candidate and come out strong against gay marriage.
Totally.
Yeah. I'm sure there's lots of Republican voters who they don't care enough. Like that's not a wedge issue. Like if you're against gay marriage, they could still vote for you, but you're not gaining anything from it. And that's the way that the politicians always view this.
The LGBT people was not like statistically significant, nor was there a statistically significant improvement.
Well, I love how this whole discussion has devolved into like anti-gay rhetoric around the future of the Republican Party. This is so bad. This is so bad.
Right.
These people, like, this is a gift to progressives everywhere.
Well, this is the equivalent of the Bad Faith podcast where they're attacking Noam Chomsky. They're saying, "Oh, we can't vote for Biden because he's not leftist enough."
It is, yes.
This is a right-wing version of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump is not rightist enough.
You're just willing down your coalition to nothing. Yeah.
Right.
This is terrible stuff.
It's interesting. This poll shows from 1996 to 2020 the feelings on gay marriage have basically become the inverse. It used to be 68% were against, and now it's 68% are in favor. So there you go.
Yeah.
Progress achieved. Good job, guys.
It's discrimination. It's totally discrimination. I don't see how you can see it any other way. Yeah. So, but there's a little. I mean, if they were focused on the trans issues, I think they have a much better argument there when they're talking about the social contagion. But I guess they're just too blind to see it. They're like, they think the social contagion is just as valid for homosexuality. I don't necessarily think that.
Because they probably would make the argument that it's a slippery slope. You allow gay marriage, that's what leads to trans stuff. That's what leads to pedophilia acceptance.
Mm-hmm. Which is
they're
bonkers.
confusing
zero fucking evidence for any of that shit.
Well, they're confusing what the phenomenon that I explained, which is that once the gay marriage is accepted, the people stop fighting in it, and then they focus on the next marriage. It's the next issue, which is the trans issue. So they're confusing that to mean that like, oh, that gay marriage leads to trans kids, which leads to pedophilia, et cetera, et cetera.
Nope. It's going to be very hard to cobble a coalition together of people who want to actively discriminate against gay people, which it seems obviously like that's what they're advocating for here. We need to build our anti-gay coalition, people who want to discriminate against gay Americans. That's a losing fight. But every single American out there is just a little bit concerned that their kid is going to have some false positive. Like I said, is like, what kid doesn't go through some bout of depression? What kid, if your kid ends up being autistic and gets some false positive with this trans stuff and then gets thrust into a system that's telling them, oh yeah, you're trans, you're definitely trans. That threat, that every single American is going to be concerned by that. But that issue doesn't. What American is not going to be concerned by that?
I think people are more concerned about that than gay marriage, but I don't know.
I mean, I don't even have kids and I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned for other people's kids.
Right.
I'm concerned for my friends' kids.
But the point is, I don't know if they're concerned about that enough to sway their vote one way or the other. Like that's not going to be, I don't think that's people's wedge issue is trans stuff. I don't think people really care that much about the LGBT stuff except for these two people here.
Well, no, this is the problem with the LGBT stuff, because I think there should be a definite difference between like the gay issue and the trans issue. Like it's like hugely different issue. I don't understand how you can call it the same issue.
Yeah, I was one of the points I made in one of my videos so many years ago when I made videos on this very topic was that it makes no sense to put gay people in the same category as people with gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
Makes zero sense. One's a medical condition and one is not.
Sargon's in the chat, man. Sargon's welcome to come on and reach out to me if he wants to jump on.
The same.
Always welcome.
The same poll says 49% of Republicans are in favor of gay marriage in 2020.
Read that. What's that again?
49% of Republicans are in favor of gay marriage in 2020.
49%. That's what are these people smoking? Oh, they're doing a huge disservice. Like you would think Elijah would be, I don't know, wise to this maybe.
Well, Elijah might be, but he's playing the moderator role, so he's not gonna.
Right.
I assume he's not gonna interject.
Well, I'm all for, obviously, platform whoever you want. This is great for us. I think it's hilarious, but I don't necessarily know. Strategically, I think it's a gigantic blunder to be even having this conversation. The future of the Republican Party.
Well,
like, how anti-gay do you think the Republican Party should be?
I agree with you. Strategically, this is a horrible conversation, but I think it's incredibly fascinating, and I think to me, it's important to remember that this conversation is still happening, because I think people, especially in the YouTube space, they think that Blair White and that kind of idea is like the normal mainstream conservative idea, and I'm not sure it is yet. It might become the normal mainstream conservative idea, but I'm not sure that's there yet. You still have your Laurens of the world.
Sargon incoming. Just send him
So
away.
when any political operation is happening, you have a certain volume of discussion and resources that you can expend on different things. And so if you're going to waste those resources, which it is a waste on people who aren't going to vote for you anyway, because they've basically been brainwashed into hating you because we don't control the narratives and we don't control the institutions, the place that you want to be pouring those resources.
He's literally saying gay Americans are not voting Republican.
How's it going, guys?
Hey, now.
What's up? How you doing, man?
What's up?
Yeah, really good. How are you guys?
Good.
All
good.
right.
Would you like me to say something controversial?
Uh-oh.
No, don't say it on our stream. Sargon.
As long as it's not the N-word, you can say whatever you want.
So the leftists use, I think, gay activism as a kind of Trojan horse.
Mm-hmm.
How so?
Well, I sent a link to Adam about something called the pedophile information exchange.
Oh my God!
Uh-oh, you're not gonna agree with the gateway to pedophilia thing, are you?
Well, I can see why they think it looks that way, because the leftists have
explain
been
it, because
trying
I
to
am.
push this.
Yeah, explain it.
Yeah,
well, are you? There was a TED Talk.
The thing is, I want your live reaction to what you're about to read. So seriously, open up that Wikipedia page and just give the first line a read. I promise.
Wait, put this link in the Zoom.
Yeah.
The Zoom.
Let
thing.
me.
Okay.
Because Adam can't read, so.
Yeah, I have a designated reader over here.
Okay.
A-team reigns supreme, but we don't read so well.
The Pedophile Information Exchange, known as PI, was a British pro-pedophile activist group founded in October of 1974.
1974.
Officially disbanded in 1984. The group campaigned for the abolition of the age of consent and was described by the BBC in 2007 as an internal organization of people who trade obscene material.
Now, the deputy Labour leader, Harriet Harman, was deeply and closely involved in this, right? but keep going down to, in early history and activity, go down to the third paragraph down and just read from there.
The Pedophile Action for Liberation has developed a breakaway group from South London Gay Liberation Front. PAL had its own magazine, which published material sympathetic to pedophiles. One edition of the magazine carried an article saying that if all pedophiles in community schools or private schools were to strike, many would be forced to close. I don't think there's a groundswell of pedophiles out there just waiting in the wings to be activated.
I agree. But the point is, there's a fringe element of leftist activism that does use homosexuality as a Trojan horse, right? Because like most,
pedophilia disgusts most people, Sargon. You're
yes, it does, rightly so,
Yeah.
but it doesn't disgust radical leftists, does it?
Well, I do. There was a TED
Weird,
Talk,
isn't it?
There was. Did you see the TED Talk, Sitch, with the lady who was talking about underage attracted or something like that, where she was basically trying to
There was a TED Talk where she was trying to justify pedophilia.
She was basically she was basically trying to justify pedophilia in the same way as it's an attraction, just like homosexuality is an attraction, that we should empathize with these people and feel sorry with them. And I thought, no, we shouldn't. Right. We should take them out of the fucking gene pool is what we should do.
This is an old thing as well. In the 70s, literally every leading French intellectual who is a problem in academic life now, this is the people that Macron are describing as Islamo-leftism and the American wokeists, they were all French intellectuals, and they all signed this fucking letter in France to essentially, I think it was abolish the age of consent there as well. And it's like, right, so there is this distinct strain of pro-pedo activism that comes out of the left, right? And because they care about minority rights, as Adam says, like they view it as like an oppressed group.
But so
this will keep coming.
But you have to admit this is throwing the LGBT community under the bus in a big,
that's what I was saying.
way.
Trojan horse.
Yeah.
Trojan
horse. Well, I don't necessarily know what you mean by Trojan horse.
What? It's a way of sneaking something in without the people who are bringing it in knowing.
Yeah, but it's the pedophiles that are using the Trojan horse. That's not the LGBT community that's doing it.
No, that's what I'm saying. The radical leftists. This is a political.
It's not the leftists either. It's not the leftists. It's the pedophiles that are using.
No, that's not. That's
that
not
are
true.
the Trojans in the horse. They're the ones that are like, we got to get in.
No, because there's not just like a constituency of the pedophiles, right? You have like individuals who are sexually attracted to children, and then you have people who are politically and ideologically aligned to view children as equal moral legislators to themselves, right? And so this is why the left...
Adam, your child voting is going to lead to pedophilia.
What? No.
This is not even no.
No. Do you not? They do. They absolutely do. This is why they want children to be able to vote. Sargon, no.
Yes. No.
Well, the thing is, it can't really be any other way, because if all it requires to become a moral legislator for someone on the radical left,
moral legislator. Listen, I'm talking about voting, and Sargon is talking about being elected to Congress here. It's like there are very different levels between voting at the rank and file level and being a congressperson, a legislator, and also having sex. Like there are ramifications for having sex that don't exist for voting.
No,
voting is like
you're missing me. That's not what I'm saying, right? A moral legislator is just someone whose moral authority you respect and whose moral prescriptions you will at least engage with, right?
Half the country doesn't respect the other half's moral.
Yes.
Right, but we hold adults responsible. Right. We hold adults responsible, and Sargon's saying if we hold children responsible in the same way, that opens up the door for consent for children. Which
children responsible
this
for
is
what?
This is already in the left, right? This is something that historically they have done.
Right, but I think
it comes from this particular view that all it requires to become a moral legislator is being a rational being. Right, is being able to assert in a certain way.
What do you make? What is a moral legislator?
Wait. Because I think you're kind of coming at this.
Moral legislator.
Hold on. Wait 1 second. I think you're kind of coming at this. I would say you're coming at this backwards, because I don't think that there's a group of leftists out here who are making an argument in favor of pedophilia because it aligns with their values. I think there's pedophiles who say, "Hey, we want to."
That's exactly what Vorsh is doing. Yeah. That's exactly what Vorsh is doing.
We have pedophiles who say, "Hey, we want to make pedophilia accepted in society. We have to map our arguments onto pre-existing socially acceptable arguments. Who can we do that with? Oh, the Deconstruct Everything crew has these very useful arguments that we can map our pro-pedophilia arguments onto," and so they do.
Yep,
I don't
exactly
agree
what's happening.
Unless you think Vorsh is a pedo.
I don't know.
Vosh, I don't know. Yeah.
What does Vosh have to do with this?
Well, the thing is, I've actually got no reason to think that Vorsh is actually a pedo, but I have got every reason to think that he's a leftist. And the way that left-wing philosophy works is the abolition of these barriers so minority groups can feel fully liberated. And they happen to also believe that children can be moral legislators. This is very important because, like Adam, if you're going to take moral advice from someone, right, you believe that something about the real world has to have affected that person, right? As in they have to have real world experience or knowledge of what it's like to be a person, right? That's correct. Like you're not going to start taking advice from a kid, right?
Well, I'm not going to take advice, but I mean...
But like if a child comes up to you and tells you right from wrong, Like, you know, if you tell a white lie or something because
if a child comes up to me and tells me he's being abused by his parents, so that's something different than giving me moral advice.
That's not moral legislation, Adam. Like telling you what right from wrong is. Like when we're having these sort of moral negotiations, what we're doing is when we create a prescriptive moral statement, we are saying you should do X for Y reasons, right?
According to developmental psychology, though, 12 years old is when kids have a fully functional moral compass.
Okay. And do you take moral advice from children?
Well, you're separating it. Knowing right from wrong and being able to give somebody advice in every situation are like vastly different ideas.
Yeah, but you brought up the knowing right from wrong thing. I'm not interested in that. I mean, kids know right from wrong from much earlier than that. That's not really what I'm worried about. I'm asking, do you take moral advice from a child?
Do I take moral advice from a child? Well, I mean, it would depend upon the advice.
Just say no.
Really?
Just say no.
Really?
No, but this is a question.
Well, hang on.
You're asking a weird. You're asking a very weird question here.
I'm not asking a question, really. I'm driving a point.
What kind of advice are they giving me?
The answer is obviously no, because I mean, what kind of adult?
Well, but what if the child?
What
if the child is from the future, though, and they have some information that I'm not necessarily privy to? Then I would have absolutely take moral advice from that child. Is your morality
actually dependent on the amount of information you have?
Yes, big time.
Go on.
Yes.
Like in what?
Consequentialist man, come hither.
No, what
we want to know. We want to know what outcome it is. Like
we're talking about prescriptive moral statements,
right? I know. So say the kid is from the future, right? And he knows my marriage turns out to be a total disaster, and he shows up and he says, "Listen, I think you're marrying the wrong woman. I don't think this woman is for you."
That's not an argument against marriage, is it?
He's giving me moral advice, right?
No, he's
Whether
not.
Or not
he's giving you factual advice, practical advice.
Well,
like he's not telling you right from wrong.
We have to separate out what moral advice is then.
Yeah, moral advice is exactly as we described it. Moral,
right,
is right and wrong on a moral level. Right. What is ethical? What is should,
let's
right? How
let's say I
should live a good life.
Let's say I'm in financial trouble, okay?
Yeah.
And I decide I'm going to burn my house down and get the insurance money, okay?
Right.
If my 12-year-old tells me, "Dad, that's not a good idea. Burning down your house for the insurance money is wrong," I might take that moral advice. That seems like solid moral advice to me.
Why wouldn't you come to that conclusion yourself?
From the mouth of babes, Sargon. From the mouth of babes.
I'm really serious about this, right?
Well,
Why wouldn't you know that a child just doesn't have the world experience to be able to give you moral advice that would be significant. Every lesson that child has learned,
but that would be
you're going to have not only learned but also the lessons that come after those lessons. And so that's why the experienced give advice to the young, right? That's how you think that works that way, right?
If my dad came to me when I was 12 years old and confided in me that he was going to burn the house down for insurance money, I think that I would be able to give my dad some rock solid moral advice. I would step in and say, "Dad, what are you doing?
This isn't the question. This isn't really the question, because maybe I'm wrong to say the word moral, right? Because what we're talking about is the sort of grand plan of a person's life, right? What they should do. Right. And that's the discussion that's being had with these Republicans. Like what I'm saying is, it's not like, what is right from wrong in a very obvious and like simple sense of don't burn the house down and claim the insurance, right? But it's what is your life plan? What should you be doing with your life? What would be a good person? How would you be a fulfilled person? Like how can you take a child's view of this seriously? Like, it's ridiculous. But left-wing philosophy, because none of it is contingent, none of it matters. In fact, nature is a counter-revolutionary to the left. Nature is the problem. Everything they want, they have decided upon in advance and brought it to the real world and been like, right, okay, well, you need hormones, you need this, you need surgery, you need, we need to abolish this, abolish that, abolish the other, they've already decided these things. And anyone can already decide something a priori, like in the beginning. And then when you take it to the real world is where you get the sort of the process of it, and then the consequences follow. And those things are important, right? And this is why, like, but the left puts no stock in those bits. They only care about the bits they decide on theoretically, and that's why they see children as equal moral legislators, because they don't think the consequent or the act have any moral weight.
I don't think they see children as equal moral legislators. I think the left right now wants to lower the voting age because they see children as easily manipulated they can manipulate into voting
on a pragmatic level
to expand their voting base. They don't want the advice from the kids. They want a strong voting bloc that they can say, you're immoral if you don't vote for us.
Yes. And there's definitely that sort of pragmatic contingent, right? So getting away from that sort of theoretical side of it, yes, that is definitely a pragmatical area that has this problem, and it's a very big one, right? And so what I think the moderate left need to have is their own solid theory on, like, the most contentious one seems to be gender, right? The left have a very strong theory on gender. The evangelical right have a very strong theory on gender, and the center has nothing. Like, what is it to be a man? In your opinion, Adam, that's the question. How would you advise someone who's looking for guidance and inspiration on your knowledge of the world from, like, this sort of ethical teleology?
I disagree.
What should a man do?
I think the center was the old liberal position, which is that you can be a man or a woman and just don't box yourself in.
Yeah, totally.
And the new the leftist position is no. You have to carve out every single aspect of the gender spectrum and label it something and put yourself in a little box.
So yeah. Sitch, I would call that a utilitarian perspective, right? Because you're saying you can do anything, just don't X, right? And that's not what we're asking. Not what
you're asking what it means to be a man.
Sure, but the question is not like what shouldn't we do? It is what should we do? And so, from your view, what should a man do?
I don't think there's this is where I guess I would say I don't think there's a prescriptive value that applies to men which would not apply to women.
Well, I didn't say there wouldn't be, but like,
okay, well then it wouldn't but then I wouldn't say, well, what should a man do? What should a person
do? Well, there we go. So you essentially agree with the radical left.
Well, no, because they're doing the opposite. They're saying the conservative argument that we need to create boxes for gender is correct. They just wanted to limit it to 2 genders, and we want to have 100. That's their position.
No, what I mean is, you believe that men and women are interchangeable in certain kinds of gender roles.
I don't believe they're interchangeable, but I don't believe when you're giving prescriptive advice on how to live your life, you should be gendering that specifically.
Well, I think that you do need to formulate something.
Are you for like hard and fast gender roles, Sargon? I don't feel like you are.
No, what I'm saying is, it's about.
I'd say
teleology,
like I'm about 20% soy. I'm like,
no,
I'm pretty masculine, but I have some feminine qualities.
No, it's genuinely about where people can be, right? So you're pointing people in a direction and say, look, if you walk in this direction, you'll arrive at this point, and this will be good for you, and you'll be glad that you did it, right? And the evangelical right have a very strong argument in traditional gender roles, right? The problem is that these traditional gender roles are from a theological basis. God made the world, God made the genders, this is how things should be. And then you get the Texas stuff where it's like, you should walk behind your man and stuff like that. It's like, what the fuck am I reading? It sounds like something from Saudi Arabia.
Right. I like that stuff, though. I always make my wife walk behind me. You don't do that, Sargon?
Not as often as I should. I've got to be honest, we drive a lot, But so the center doesn't have this. The center really could do with some sort of naturalistic, like, there should be men, they should have masculinity as the essence of it, and they should be a construct. There should be a moral construct that is a man there, right? An ethical construct.
I think you can promote positive masculine and positive feminine values without saying men have to be X and women.
No, you have to do that. You have to be making an argument. You have to
give me an example of what your specific.
Sure, men should get married and have a family.
Okay, but because that doesn't apply just.
No, you don't.
No, I think that there is an absolutely rock solid evolutionary naturalistic argument for this, and it's a thing that you can give to young people to give them a life.
No, but I'm saying you could. You could say that to women. I'm saying, what is the specific only applies to men advice? That
No, because men and women are different, right? We'll have, you have to have a theory of gender.
I know, but I'm saying, give me an example of something that you would say ascribe to men that doesn't ascribe to women in terms of
not as good
prescriptive
sandwich
advice.
makers, that's for sure.
You should try and be the breadwinner in the house.
Well,
that's just a perfectly crystal clear, again,
why do you,
valid
that's not going to sail over well
perspective.
With
why do you say that? Why
because I think that every relationship where the man isn't the breadwinner, the woman doesn't really respect him as she would if he was.
Interesting.
There are loads of examples of this, and often they come from women themselves. I remember reading one account from this woman who was like, I decided to be the breadwinner, and I went off to work, and I was earning 6 figures a year, and I'd get home and I'd be tired and I'd be disheveled, and he'd look like happy and relaxed, and he was playing with the kids and making the dinner, and I became resentful. It's like, yes, because there's a fucking natural order here.
Yeah, but men,
hold on a
have
second.
the exact same feeling.
Hold on a second.
I don't know if they do. I think
well, wait a minute.
A slightly different feeling.
But here's my question: if men don't have that same feeling, I don't think that's because of some natural phenomenon. I think it's because that was based on the conditioning of how society was structured back in the day. Men work and women stay at home with the kids. Thus, it was seen as the normative behavior.
Hang on.
I
so
think
it's the only woman on this chat right now that also happens to be the breadwinner in her family.
Oh, there you go.
This has absolutely never occurred to me, to be honest. It has never occurred to me to be resentful to be the breadwinner or to look at my husband with anything other than respect and love.
Women have all women. And it's funny that he brought the naturalistic fallacy, because women have traditionally been the breadwinners. Women invented agriculture. It was the men that went out and hunted. They actually brought in about 20% of the calories, and women brought in 80% of the calories through hunting, through gathering. Women stayed close to home, gathered. Men went out, hunted.
When do you think that was, Adam?
This is
the
caveman times. Our heritage.
Since all of recorded history, men have also farmed.
But it was women that invented agriculture because they were the ones that stayed close to camp.
I don't think that that's provable, to be honest.
Well, you can look it up.
Either way, all of recorded history, men farmed.
Well, once women invented agriculture, the men did actually farm. They put women put them to work. They were like,
maybe they did.
You're going to do the heavy lifting here. I would like to put that tree over there, but I can't.
Adam, let's be honest, mate. If it was just a bunch of guys and all they had to live for was being guys, they'd probably sleep in caves still, right? They'd probably have amazing weapons, but they'd probably still sleep in caves.
They would.
The memes, you know, men think it's okay to live like this. Yeah, we fucking do. You know, and what, you know? But this is the point. I'm not like, I really think that there has to be a kind of naturalistic theory of gender, and it has to be kind of what we have already.
Oh, this is so it's like so old time.
No,
yeah, but there is some reality to it. There is some reality. All of the statistics are in my favor.
Hold on.
All of the statistics are in my favor.
There is reality that these things exist, but that doesn't mean that they should be
prescribed.
prescribed.
And most people adhere to them, right? Which means they're good for most people.
It's not good or bad. It's just descriptive nature.
Good. No, it is good. It is absolutely good for people to get married and have children. There are lots of good reasons.
No, but I'm not saying no. I'm talking about in terms of specific gender roles, not in terms of everyone should get married and have children. You know, it's probably good for most people. That's not.
But it is good for men to be manly and masculine, and women to be feminine and lead.
Not for all men.
I didn't say all men. I said it's good for men.
Well, but that's what you're doing when you create these prescriptive values. You're saying
there's a
all
criteria
men that most or all people
in each case, it would be good if they did this.
I don't necessarily know.
I don't.
Yeah.
It seems like you're trying to create sort of this in order to combat the extreme left and extreme right. The center needs to create its own prescriptive values. Which
what's wrong with that?
But it's not, even if because it sounds like you're saying we should do this because it's like strategy, not because it's true or necessarily good.
I think what I'm saying is true and necessarily good.
Okay, well, I disagree completely. I think it should be. I think what you're describing is descriptive. It's not prescriptive, and creating a prescriptive narrative about it is what creates the left and the right wing ideology in the first place.
Well, that's just all ideology then. All ideology is off the table.
Well, no, because you're saying I want to create a prescriptive ideology based around whatever the normative value is. But also somehow you're trying to separate it and say, well, no, not everyone has to apply to it. Not everyone has to be a part of this, which is not how these value systems work at all.
Yeah, but all morality is categoric.
Sure.
You know, it's always focused from, it's egoistic, so it's focused from the individual outwards, and it applies to everyone who speaks the statement, who the statement is considered by. Like, there's never a time where it's like, you know, it's right to steal. Oh, except if you're Mike can steal. You know, it's just prescriptive for everyone. And there's nothing wrong with the liberal center trying to find its own prescriptive morality, right, especially if you're based in like science. You know, it's like, okay, well, what can science tell us? Well, science tells us that most people are fairly happy being men and women in monogamous relationships with a couple of kids. Like, that seems to be what people gravitate to. It seems to be that it doesn't require any outside interference, and it seems to be a fairly healthy way of life to promote. And so if we like the left and the right, the radical, well, not the radical right, but like, well, and them too, but like, you know, the evangelical right, they're both promoting very prescriptive lifestyles, and the moderate center needs to find something, or else the two extremes will eat it up.
First of all, I don't agree. I think the nuclear family is an example of outside interference, because if people want to do whatever they want, you're going to have a bunch of men are going to be trying to grab up as many women as they can via their own power. So the nuclear family is the domestication and the civilization of man in some regard. So you can't just make a naturalistic argument here.
That is a naturalistic argument, isn't it?
No, because the naturalist argument would be men just want to seize land and power and fuck as many women as possible.
No, why? That's the Machiavellian argument. And a naturalistic argument would be one that is just based in the natural state of humanity. As in
I'm saying that is the natural state of humanity.
No, I don't agree. I think humanity is quite cooperative. I mean, I think we can just look at what we've got and be like, okay, what is it? So most of it is, you know, like 80% married couples. Okay, why is that? Well, we can think of some fairly good natural reasons. They take care of the kids. They love their kids.
Right,
they raise healthy kids. They become economically productive units.
It's a dangerous fallacy to look at modern times and think this is the natural order of things. There's so many societal pressures. By someone else. Yes. We had, when we were hunter-gatherers, yeah, you had people were probably more egalitarian. There's probably
you're conflating emergent properties.
Hold on.
You're conflating emergent properties with deliberate will.
I'm not.
Construct.
Yeah, because an emergent property of agriculture and land ownership was that suddenly one person could produce a lot more than they could on their own, and thus that necessitated men to be able to grab up as much land and power and have as many wives and do all the fucked up shit that dominated most of human history was these land struggles. And so for you to turn around and say, well, right now we're living in a time where we all have these nice nuclear families and that's the natural order, that's not the way it was for thousands and thousands of years of human history.
That's just not true. That's just not true. That's a totally ahistorical view of reality, in my opinion.
Okay, so all of the power grabs and hierarchical fighting that was going on.
We know who lived in the very first cities. Mm-hmm. We know we've got their skeletons. It's small family units. It seems that humans have been monogamous for as far as possible for as long as we've got history for. Like these cultures in which you can have more than one wife. We're not like this. Even in those cultures, most of the men would not have had more than one wife, right?
But that was for financial
sultans
reasons.
And princes.
Right.
Sorry?
That's because for financial reasons.
There's it's for feudal reasons, right? Yeah, but that's not most people's lived reality.
Yeah, but that's what they wanted. That was the goal they're trying to attain.
No way. Like no peasant was thinking, I'm going to get 5 wives.
Well, that's because they didn't think climbing the hierarchy was possible. But we live in a society where it is viewed as climbing the hierarchy as possible.
Well, no, it is possible, even in feudal societies. It's remember that privation was a lot closer in every era beyond our own, right? Before our own. So, like, when you say, like, you know, marrying 5 wives is some terrible oppression, well, actually, the wives would have wanted the marriage because the husband in Islam, for the example, is obliged to be able to sustain them at a certain level. And without that, she may well starve.
Sure. So I'm not saying it's necessarily oppressive to women. I'm just saying it's not for you to make that the nuclear family is a naturalistic argument. I'm saying I disagree with that completely.
Okay, well, what's the natural human family?
Well, you shouldn't prescribe. Like,
Why?
yeah, if you want to have traditional gender roles that work for people, let them have those. If non-traditional gender roles work for people, then that's fine too. I mean, you can't step in and say,
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I mean, look at these polyamory couples.
How are you not taking the authoritarian position though? If you're basically saying we must enforce gender stereotypes and men have to be the breadwinner. Like that's like an total authoritarian perspective, is it not?
I don't see why prescriptive statements are now authoritarian, right? I thought authoritarianism.
Well, if you're saying it's better, that's one thing. But it sounds like you're saying this is the way it should be.
It is how things should be, right? It is what you should do, right? But right. That's me as a moral legislator, someone who can hold a moral thought, formulate it together, and then say, hey, look, I think if you do this thing, you'll have a better outcome than if you chop your penis off and have to dilate every day until your inevitable suicide, right? I really think that there is moral weight in actually recommending
eunuchs moved way up the charts in several societies, man. Eunuchs were.
Do you not?
That was your ticket to politics, right there. You whack your wee off, and you're like, next thing you know, you're working for the king.
Do you not see that they're doing the same thing though? Like it's not authoritarian to have a moral prescription. I'm making a moral prescription when I say you shouldn't steal something.
Moral prescriptions don't exist in a vacuum, though.
Yeah, Karlyn,
they have to be culturally and societally and even legislatively enforced.
Karlyn, welcome.
No, they don't have to be enforced by anything. Like apart from our own agreement on the moral, statement, right? So and. Like, for example, what I'm saying is just if we would, I would have thought that the moderate centrist position would have been, yes, there are gender roles of male and female. Yes, they are biologically essential, right? These come from our natural differences.
What do you mean by biologically
the needs of women
essential?
Are different than the needs of men.
Well, wait.
What do you mean by biologically essential?
I would say the centrist position should be, yes, there are biological tendencies that men and women that lean towards, and there's a biological reason for certain behaviors that on average more men or more women would have. And if people want to do that, that's fine. But if they don't, that's also fine.
Hang on, no, right. So, well, I mean, yes, but you're missing the point. I'm getting frustrated myself from being unable to articulate properly. So sorry if I'm sounding rude.
Fuck you, sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
I know, no, I'm sorry, man. What it is, right? Is you need to tell people why they should do something, right? Otherwise, there's no point listening to you guys at all, because all you're talking about is damage mitigation for someone else's should, right? So it'll either be the radical right or the radical left who turn around and say, no, this is what you have to do. You should, and that's what we're saying. We should do this.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Obviously, I don't want any state involvement in any of this. This is what, the position as an activist position should be able to advocate for. And natural, healthy, two-parent families is a pretty solid base that almost everyone, rather than the fringe loons, are going to agree with. Now, that's if you approach it with a naturalistic base, then you can expand this to, say, the fringes, where you get 1% of the population is gay. What about them? Well, we're fine with gay marriage. That's fine, and there's nothing wrong with gay people getting married, etc., but that doesn't change the fact that
hey, who should the breadwinner be there? I'm just curious.
Well, it's up to them. I guess the more masculine one should be the breadwinner.
Oh, okay, good. So it's based on masculinity then.
Yeah, sure. But the point is, there's no prescription against it, right? It's just this is not what is going to fit for most people, but a healthy I almost said organic then, but the biologically essential part is the fact that males and females are biologically different, seem to have a set of near universal sort of male and female characteristics across cultures. And these seem to marry up into a marriage to produce children, right? That creates this family unit. And the extended family relations, we've got all of these defined very clearly in our language that transcribes into pretty much every other language. So it seems to be a fairly universal aspect of the human condition based on our biology that we want to get married to the woman of our dreams and have lots of sprogs. Right? That's not radical. That seems to be totally moderate and centrist. And what we should be saying is a good thing.
Okay, I just feel like we'd go in circles here. I mean, the reason
I'm more
this
than
is
comfortable
because
saying it's a good thing. I'm just not comfortable
Sure.
saying that it's like
Okay.
the only way people should live their
Who said
lives.
that?
Sargon.
Who said that?
It
Who said
sounds like
that?
that's what you're saying.
well, but that's
No,
what
what
you're
I'm saying is we should say this is a
necessitating.
good thing. When people ask us, what do we think about gender? We should say, well, it seems that this is the natural position and this would lead to the greatest happiness for human beings. This is a good life path. It gives you financial stability, personal happiness, fulfillment, contentedness, a reason to do things when you're old. You know, like there's a lot to this.
And you're
you know,
complete, but you're
if you're a
completely
young person,
throwing the
you
gay
don't know.
community under the bus. So, but anyway,
We're not even just a gay, but people who don't fit that mold biologically.
sure,
either.
totally, yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
You're throwing
Who
a lot
doesn't
of
fit
people
that
under the
mold
bus.
biologically?
There could be there's a lot, like, for example, if there's someone who is very masculine or has all what we consider masculine tendencies and behaviors, and they were born that way, then yes, obviously being who they are, living that life through traditional masculinity would probably bring them the most happiness. However, if someone is born male, but they're not born traditionally masculine, they have what we consider more feminine qualities, it would actually make them, they'd probably feel a lot shittier and worse in life if they tried to force themselves to live some path of masculinity that doesn't really feel right to them.
Why?
Because they're going to feel like their whole life is a lie. They're going to
Yeah,
feel
but
like,
you've made up a
I don't fit
fancy
in, I feel
person.
shitty.
Yeah, but
This is
I
social
don't know.
conditioning is what you're talking about.
Yeah, it is social conditioning, but I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think we need to be, you know, mean about people who are feminine, but there's no like reason that you can't become more masculine.
But wait. It's not just a question of a reason. The question is why. Because I understand saying these roles, the traditional masculine, traditional feminine roles should be available to people who that brings happiness to. I don't understand where people it doesn't bring happiness to, what's the point of forcing them to live those roles?
I didn't say anyone
Or,
should be
I'm sorry,
forced
trying
live
to
anything,
socially
right?
condition them to learn to live those roles.
Well, okay, look, if an effeminate or like, you know, a fairly effeminate guy like, you know, Adam comes to me and says, look, sorry,
I knew sooner or later it was going to go there, but anyway,
Right.
continue.
If
It doesn't
he
help
comes
me
to
with
me-
all the gay stalkers that I have, Sargon. I just want you to know that. But anyway,
Well, I think
technically, I am super straight. But anyway,
good.
continue.
But yeah, so like, you know, he comes to me and says, look, I'm not feeling happy in my masculinity. I don't know what to do. I'm not going to give him advice to become feminine.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Well, I guess
Sargon,
okay,
what?
but that's
You're
what
not
I'm
going to
saying,
show me
right?
your dress collection?
Okay.
Well,
Well, what
I'm
am I going to say to
appalled.
him? I'm going to say, okay, well, you know, like start earning some more money, start lifting some weights. You know,
Well, I
get a
guess
bit
here's my
fitter,
question.
Get a bit stronger, and suddenly you'll feel more masculine.
Do you think every male would be happier if they followed and tried to live by
Your
traditional
advice.
masculine
I don't
values?
care about every male. I
But
do
that's
not
what I'm
care at
asking
all.
you specifically.
I don't care about every male. What I'm saying is for most people, most of the time, in most circumstances, I think what I'm presenting is the best option.
Yeah, but why can't
I
you-
agree there. I totally agree
Yeah,
there.
but
Sargon.
I don't think we disagree with that. I'm saying, why can't these options be presented as opposed to being socially conditioned
Mandated,
to learn? Yes.
Well, they will be socially conditioned. I mean, you know, obviously, because people will just say, well, I just think this is the better option. But the problem I think I have is that you're essentially giving the fringe cases the same importance and weight as the overwhelming majority. And I just don't think that's really
I'm
appropriate.
not. I'm talking about freedom, baby.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you
I'm
mean
talking about
fringe
individual
cases?
rights here.
Okay, but what
Okay.
individual rights will have been violated?
If you're saying that the individual person should be forced down a social conditioning program of learning to be masculine or feminine, that's
Forced
you're
how?
violating
Forced
their
how?
individual
Who
rights.
talked about force?
Yeah, I'm
when you keep-
offended.
okay,
too.
we
I'm
keep saying
offended too that you
cis-
gave me advice to work out when I would have given the advice to like read up on some philosophy and expand
but I'm
your
not
intellect.
forcing
When I-
Become
I feel
a
like- I feel like
strong
when-
intellect,
okay,
not
when I
just
say
a strong
force,
body.
Wait, when I say force, I don't just mean like there's a government official knocking on your door saying, "Are you lifting weights in there? You better not be listening to musical."
Based.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm saying
If
society.
I hear the Smiths in there, I am coming in.
Right. I'm saying like if you're not the most traditionally masculine man, and your parents and everyone you know is like, oh, look at this pussy, look at this bitch. Okay, you know, like, oh, why are you such an effeminate, loser? Why are you such a girl? Oh my God, you have to do all these traditionally masculine things. That is that's forcing someone to live a specific role.
I don't agree that forces them.
Okay, well, I don't know what to tell you then.
Well, how are they being forced?
If everyone is shitting on you
Shaming,
to do
yeah.
something,
Social
that's them forcing you
shaming.
down a path.
They're doing
social
it. They're,
shaming, yes.
Sargon. They're doing it in the chat. They're doing it in the chat right now. Every time they're saying beta male, sitch, Adam, betas.
That's social
that
shaming.
is social fucking pressure.
But you're free
I
to
don't
say,
give
no,
a fuck.
I am a beta.
I don't care.
You can claim to that beta status if you want.
Okay,
You know, no one can make
this
you
is all
stop being a
relevant.
beta.
This is
Wait,
irrelevant.
Sargon, I'm happily
We're
married here. I have a wife.
I didn't say you weren't.
We're quibbling over the definition of the word forced, okay? It doesn't matter. You understand the concept that I mean when I say forced, and I understand that you don't.
No, I
consider that
don't.
forced.
No, I genuinely don't, man.
Okay, what word would you like me to use? Okay.
Well, I don't know.
forced.
That's the question. That's the point. Because like you're saying, well, that's forcing someone, and it's like, well, look, I'm just advocating for what I think is a sensible thing for most people most of the time, and that's like go for a moderately, quote unquote traditional. But I'm not, I would find a better word than that, to be honest. Natural, marriage, something like that. So it's just what people fall into, right? So you don't really have to advocate very hard for anything. You don't have to, have really strong ideological constructs or denounce people as being bad people if they fall into the fringe categories. So you can say, well, you're free to do whatever you like. But if I'm being asked what my opinion on what they should do is, which is normally how most moral legislation comes about, then I'm going to suggest that actually they should probably take a fairly moderate and sensible road, because these fringe weirdos are clearly lunatics and bad things lie in that direction. So, it'd be prudent to just take the center road. That's how I view this.
Okay, now, it feels like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, now you're saying your position is centrist.
Yeah, I think this is the centrist position. Yeah.
No, but you're sort
the
of like
centrist theory on gender.
You're sort of like wording it in this super ultra careful way that I just don't think could possibly manifest in reality. And I'm just being a little bit more specific with how I'm wording it, and you keep having problems with the fact that I'm not being prescriptive enough.
Well, you're not being prescriptive at all. That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm saying this rule is probably would make most people happy, but not everyone happy.
Yeah, totally. I agree. Traditional gender roles generally make most people happy. There are edge cases though.
And even let's be specific.
Okay, hang on a second.
But wait, let's also be clear here. It's not like there's not a light switch binary like traditional versus not traditional. There's a mixture of lots of things going on here.
Sure, but the question is, what are you going to advocate for when it comes to discussions on gender, right?
But that depends upon the person, Sargon. Jesus Christ!
Sure.
If you're a therapist, you don't have one prescription for everyone that walks into your office.
Sure,
like you'd literally be giving bad advice if you gave that advice to the wrong person. That's all we're saying.
That's for the people who receive the advice to make that judgment on, because you're calling on information you guys couldn't possibly have.
Well, you giving that advice to a gay person would be like bad advice. It would be terrible advice.
Sure, but you don't know out of the 1,000 people watching how that advice would affect them, because you don't know those people. And so what you've got to do is be like, right, okay, generally, what would a good theory of gender be for the centrist, liberal, scientific persuasion? And this, I think, is the closest thing you can find to something that can be considered wholesome.
Why can't people just do whatever the fuck they want? I don't understand.
Because you end up like the radical left with weird fetish
because again,
absolutely collapsing demographics.
You're arguing,
the rates of infections, of STDs in certain communities.
You're arguing that if you don't lay out a strict prescriptive value system, someone else will do it and fill the gap, and they're going to do it worse than you. So you have to cut them off.
Absolutely.
Okay. But so I'm okay
from a strategic perspective.
Right.
Yes.
So I'm saying that I believe we should at least be trying to build a society where we don't fucking give up and say, well, because we're afraid of extremists, we have to do our own thing here, our own version of prescriptive normative value claims. I'm saying, can't we just create a society where we say, yeah, people can do whatever the fuck they want, and if people come in and try to tell us what to do, fuck them. Tell them to fuck off.
But why wouldn't you think that you would be required to have a normative theory in this specific regard?
I don't think it's necessary. I think people should try to learn for themselves.
Hang on here. I think you can do both, though. You can say that there's a good percentage of the population that does XYZ thing, and they're happy at this percentage, and you can say there are other people that do other things, and they can also be happy doing that. I think I'm on Team Sitch on this one, in that I think that, you know, people need to be allowed to grow and figure out what works for them and try different things and hear different opinions. And I don't think, you know, offering one opinion that it's supposed to be the prescribed method is necessarily going to negate a far leftist having a different opinion.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah, but the far leftist opinion is wrong as far as we're concerned, right?
Well, let's separate that out. What is the far leftist opinion that's wrong? What opinion is the far leftist have
Can
that's
you
incorrect?
not describe to me the far left position on gender?
Well, the far left position has morphed into this weird thing where they're for gender stereotypes that my generation was for abolishing. Like, we didn't like these constricting gender stereotypes. Now they're to the point where they're basically saying, you know, if you're a guy who's the least bit feminine, then you should transition into a woman and like live that stereotype. Yeah.
Right, so they don't believe that there's any essential nature imbued in the terms man and woman.
No, they do. They're actually enforcing those. Well,
they believe that a female can become a male, a man, and a male can become a woman, right?
Yeah, but that's based on a gender stereotype that is from the 1950s of a woman.
Yeah, I agree. It's caricature. But the point is, they think that there's no essential biological component to man or woman. I mean, their definition is a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman, right?
They're wrong about that, yes.
Yeah, of course. Right, okay, so they're wrong about that. So we think that there is a biological connection there.
Correct, but I'm not in favor of hard and fast gender stereotypes.
Well, we kind of need something, though.
But we don't. That's
I don't know.
That's what the left did. They said, we're giving up the argument. They're saying, we're going to give up on the argument, and we're going to do the right-wing strategy of going back to creating everything into little boxes and categories.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the working class need their gender stereotypes.
I don't know.
Oh.
That's a little...
Karlyn.
Yeah.
I was just, that seems kind of like an elitist position.
Yes.
Yeah, big time elitist.
No, the idea that they don't is the elitist position. It's a cognitively privileged position, right? Because I have a lot of family who are working class, and I know that they don't have the academic ability that the PhD doctor here has, and that Adam and Sitch have through long experience, right? They are not like academically gifted, and these intuitive things are actually way more useful and actually allow them to really figure each other out.
Yeah, but Sargon, some of the biggest idiots I've ever met in my life are PhDs. Like, just because someone doesn't, want to get a PhD doesn't mean that they don't have other ways to be intellectual or to think about complex topics. I mean, I've had some of the best conversations with people who've never even graduated high school.
Yeah, but I never even implied that was the case.
I do agree.
Implying that there's like the plebs need this because they're so stupid. You know, they need to have these strict normative values to live by because they can't think.
They need something that can be based on intuition because they are not adequate abstract thinkers.
But if it's based on intuition, why do they need to be given it?
Because, well, I mean, generally they don't need to be given it. Generally, they inherit it from their tradition.
It's not like we have to teach like dogs how to be dogs or cats how to be cats. They know that through intuition. So if it's the same thing here, then,
Yeah, sure.
They don't need to be
this is
description.
And but this is why we don't actually have to do very much, because we're actually advocating for the majority position that's established in tradition.
But
so
you
we
don't
don't have
need
to
to
really
advocate for it. But if they do it by intuition anyway, you don't even need to advocate for it.
No, we do.
You can just say this is what the majority does. That's not taking a position. It's not making a judgment call.
Yeah, but we want to
take
a position.
Outside this norm.
We want to take a position because that's what's good for most people.
But like if we're talking about what's naturally good for most people, then their intuition is going to tell them that. You don't need to prescribe anything. They're going to go towards what feels best. I mean, human psychology is like really, really simple. We go towards what makes us feel good. We run away from what makes us feel bad.
Yeah,
right?
But when everyone around you is presenting an alternative theory on what gender is, and you're being persuaded, then you can feel that this is safe and secure when it in fact might not be.
Well, and most people experiment in college at some point too. You try out different things, you learn what works, you learn what doesn't.
I don't see how that's a refutation to what I've said.
I don't generally
because the people are experimenting.
Otherwise, go ahead.
Because people are experimenting outside the norm.
So
yeah, they can.
But I think
you are defining the experimentation by the norm I am advocating.
Sure.
So, but you have no position if my position disappears.
But the fact that that the norm exists does not mean you need to prescribe it. I don't think anyone here is questioning whether or not the norm exists. We're questioning whether or not it takes a prescription or a blessing from on high so that the proletariat know what to do.
No, I think it does. I think that
I'm so lost here. I'm so lost.
Look, you guys are very smart people.
Well, Sitch is.
Except for Adam,
Karlyn is.
I'm not really that smart. I'm way too stoned for this conversation. This whole thing is
oh my God, Karlyn.
Look, imagine that you have an IQ of 85. Imagine that you have an IQ of 85.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And now you want to get a girlfriend. How are you going to get one?
Oh, man. First of all, I agree with you, Sargon, that conservative, traditional gender roles are probably best for people who have low IQ or low intellectual capacity. Jordan Peterson has said this.
It's true.
Sitch. Jordan Peterson has said this. This is not controversial in any way, shape, or form.
That's just the way you said it. It's very funny.
There are certain structures, certain patterns for living life. But you can be the smartest person in the world.
Of the population,
and also, like, if you're at the other end of the spectrum and you're like 180 IQ, you can get into trouble there too. Those people generally don't have good lives either. So
right, but that's 50% of the population is below 100 IQ. So why would you be creating an entire structure just for those people?
Well, because they're the people who are going to be most disadvantaged in what I guess we could call is the technocracy. Like they're the people who are actually going to find it hard to get ahead, right? And so we want to kind of make sure that society is geared towards not screwing them over. And having it so that like all of the TV, all of the radio, all of the police, all the powers that be say, oh, by the way, it's okay to gender transition. In fact, it's good to gender transition in the slightest hint of you being unsure about your own sexuality or your gender. Hang on a second. And the thing is, like prudential decision making, is an important skill. And it's, again, easy for someone who's got an IQ of 120 to be like, well, I worked all that out. But again, you don't know what it's like to be in the position of someone with an IQ of 85 or 90 who does not simply see all of the answers before them in the same way that you do. Right? That's what a cognitive privilege is. And you get people who repeatedly, and I've got these people in my own family, right? And it takes them years and years to learn the lessons that I learned when I was very young, very quickly, because I have a cognitive privilege. And it's not out of condescension or hatred or anything. It's actually because I'm genuinely concerned, how can they have good lives? And I think that imposing on them a very complex, abstract, and incomplete theory of gender is going to do way more damage to those communities than actually being like, look, don't you worry about what these fucking crazy lunatics in academia are saying. The traditional roles that are working for most people are actually good. Here's why they're good. They do most good for most people for most of the time. So if you're in any doubt, just go with this and go with your gut. I think that's a defensible position.
Does anyone else find it odd that Sargon just made an argument based on privilege?
No,
or a lack of. In fact.
I'll show myself out.
There you go.
No, there are privileges.
No, but we gotta solidify, because you say the danger, and I'm just trying to understand, is the only danger you're worried about is that if there isn't a set in more stone prescriptive gender roles, that someone else is going to fill that void? Is that the only danger you're talking about in terms of the low IQ people?
No, I mean that's going to happen anyway, right? So
what is the danger of a 85 IQ person in a society that doesn't have strict prescriptive gender roles?
Again, you keep using the word strict. Well, I'm not using that word.
No, I don't know. Right? What word would you like? Maybe?
Normative is a perfectly fine word, right? All I'm saying is, if someone came to me and said, what should I do? I'm a young man. I don't know what to do with my life. I don't know what will give me a good and happy life. I need some advice. I would say, try and get married, start a family, find a good wife, have a good job, buy a house, have some kids. You'll be happy.
Yeah, but give anyone that advice.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah,
you wouldn't.
You want to give a young woman that advice?
some 35-year-old gay man from London who's got AIDS that advice, right?
Okay, I'm time out. Okay, but you would give a young woman in the same age range the same advice, right?
But that's the point. You don't give the same people the same advice in place in all times.
I have a question, Sargon. Are the traditional gender roles intuitive? I believe that they are.
Yes, yes, of course, because they're natural, because they're essential. Right. They come from our biological nature, of course. Like if you met a cave woman, you would have some idea of what you would have to do to try and romance her.
Yeah,
you
I
absolutely
would.
Give her the best.
How hot is this cave woman?
Very.
Does she vote?
What was the one from like 10,000 BC or whatever?
What are her limbo rings
Shawshank
like?
Redemption, yes.
But the point is, you'd be like, right, I'm gonna have to bring her something. Right, I'm going to have to go and get her some.
Oh
food
yeah.
It's a shiny rocks,
magic stones, whatever it is.
Shiny rocks, yeah.
You know that your role as the man there is to provide something in order for her to be interested in you, right?
That's how you
prove your
Karlyn,
competence.
where you brought pelts and shiny rocks.
These are.
I kind of was because my husband was my mover, and so I saw him lift very
oh
heavy.
My God!
Our first date.
See,
I was like, "That's it, done, check."
Mate, my wife is the same. Whenever I build something, my wife goes crazy for me, and it's like, okay, great, if ever I'm bored, it's like, right, we need a new chest of drawers, darling. What's this?
They go nuts when you build.
But
fix things.
It's a real aspect of humanity, and it's again like we sit in this cognitive space that's very, very privileged, and it would be, I think, sensible and healthy for the liberal center to just be like, look, just try and get married and have kids. That's what, if anyone asks what we probably would be the best thing, that's the best thing.
Yeah, but no one. Okay, I don't think most.
There are lots of people who disagree.
That's one broad statement. You should probably try to get married and have children and start a family and get a
That's
good
what
job.
we're advocating, right?
Oh, okay, I'm not against. I don't think anyone.
How are you advocating it though? Are you advocating it be like mandated by the state? Are you advocating it be like mandated by church?
I just told you how. When someone says, "Hi, what should like male and female gender roles be like? What should my life plan be like?" Just be like, "Well, this is probably going to be the most successful."
Right. Okay, done. We'll just get Christy Winters on this page, and everything will be good.
Sure. And the thing is, I don't think she would be able to disagree with me.
She would, though. She definitely would.
Not in the way that I'm describing it. Like, again, I don't think there should be any state force involved or anything like this. But like, if it's like, what's the liberal center going to promote about families, about a person's life plan, then you kind of need something, because the radical left have something and the radical right have something, and I don't like the stuff that's coming out of either, frankly.
Are all of these positions just aimed at confronting the gender ideology of the left?
Sorry, say again.
Are these positions constructed just to confront the gender ideology of the left?
No, I mean, if you want to confront the right, then it would be very useful to have a naturalistic argument rather than a theological argument, because the theological argument will be very off-putting to a lot of people who are like Karlyn's sort of, centrist liberal sort of perspective, obviously. But you do want to be able to defend natural gender roles, and so taking on a natural position, it helps you avoid the sort of walk behind your man, God commands you to be an obedient housewife, right? You avoid all of that, and you still end up with some.
I'm here to defend traditional gender roles. I think
you still end up with a traditional gender role.
Sitch and I think both of us would defend traditional gender roles as good, healthy, and something that we should encourage.
But I don't want
to I don't want to mandate it across the board.
Yeah.
That's the only discrepancy there. But you do have people on the left who want to destroy traditional gender roles. Like they don't want gender roles to exist in any way, shape, or form, which I think is bad, categorically bad for society. So, yes.
Yeah.
So it seems like we completely agree, but I would not feel, I don't know that I could give that advice to every single person, but I guess maybe I could, because you would look at the basically the weakling. I don't know if Sitch is going to give me a hard time for like saying, you know, the traditional weaker individual who you can't necessarily say man up. Like, you know, he's a foot shorter than everyone in his class. So I don't necessarily know that you could say, you know, start working out at the gym. You're not going to grow a foot in height if you start working out at the gym. I would counsel him more to go.
Being short doesn't make someone less of a man.
Well, it doesn't make him less. It makes him less attractive on the marriage market. It definitely. I mean,
it's one factor, but I mean, imagine a tall, skinny guy.
It's a huge factor. It's a giant factor. Height is
a tall guy wearing a dress, or a shorter, like 5'7" guy wearing a crisp suit and tie and driving a Lamborghini.
Yeah,
which one's the hot girl going for?
Yeah,
it's the tall guy with the dress, is it? No, of course not. Like there are lots of different factors.
They did a study.
It seems like you're trying to simplify it down, though, in a way that doesn't need to be done. Because this isn't like, oh, I'm talking to a flaming gay guy. You know, am I going to advise that he gets married and gets a suburban home? Probably not, right? But that's the point, isn't it? When we're talking generally, what should the position be to the 1,000 people watching? Just be a normal person, be a normal man or a normal woman. Try and find a woman, you know, or opposite that you love. Get married, start a family, have kids, be successful. Like that's the centrist position, isn't it?
Yeah, but Sargon, I mean, maybe this is just a thing. I don't know if this is like an American versus UK thing, but I think the sticking point for me is the word prescribe. I think it's perfectly fine to talk about like, here is the normal, here's like, if we're looking at like a bell curve, here's like one standard deviation, here's what most people do. And that's totally fine. And then I also think it's okay to say, okay, if you fall maybe outside of these norms, here's some other ways that you can be happy. And just, you know, but most people do this one thing. But I think saying that, at least how I'm interpreting it, is different than prescribing it.
But we are literally looking to prescribe something.
But why? Again, I think
because that's what morality is. Point. That's what morality and ethics is. It's a normative system.
I think it's just
of
a
prescriptions.
Yeah, but I think where Karlyn and me have the contention is that we're saying that we don't think there should be a moral prescription based around your gender. There should be a moral prescription based around being a human being and living in society, but not one specific to your gender.
I don't believe you.
You don't? Okay. I don't know what to tell you if you don't believe me.
Okay, how about this, Sitch? If me and you are stood in the subway and some guy walks up to a random woman and starts slapping the shit out of her, do I have a moral responsibility as a man to intervene?
Sure.
Yeah.
Then you agree with me.
Well, no, because if I was in the same situation,
even if he's slapping the shit out of a dude, though, you have the moral.
Yeah, I would be the same situation.
Intervene.
No,
yeah, exactly.
I don't agree. I
know you don't.
I don't
but
agree that I have a moral
should.
duty in the same way to intervene between two men having a fight that I do between a man and a woman having a fight.
Well, hold on. You set up the situation, though, Sargon, that it was a random act of violence. If these are two guys that are like starting shit with each other, it's a completely different situation.
So
between a man and a woman, not between anyone and anyone. Specifically, as a man, do I have a responsibility to come to a woman's defense? And I think that you agree, Sitch, right? I think.
Listen,
depends upon the situation.
I have witnessed many public fights in my life, and in those situations, none of them have been a man attacking women. They've always been men attacking other men, and in every single one of them, I am the only person who immediately tries to get assistance or help. Or everyone else just sits there like a fucking moron with their gob open, just staring. Okay. I do think that that from a moral perspective, people should try to break up fights, maybe not necessarily get in there because that's dangerous, but do something about it. Now, in terms of your specific example, if you see a man who is much larger than a woman attacking her, yes, I think there could be a moral prescription that you should go in there and try to protect the person. I would say the same thing if there's a large woman beating up a small man. The problem is that usually that's not the case. It's usually not some giant woman beating up a small man. So that's why.
Sure. Sargon, what if the man is beating up AOC? Then are you obligated to intervene?
I think I would be duty bound to have to defend AOC.
So if what I mean is 7 foot tall Amazon lady smacking around a 5'4" guy, do you just sit there and say,
again, what I'm saying though is something that you do agree with, right? You can find a ridiculous hypothetical.
I'm basing it on physical size.
But I don't think that's the case though, is it? I think there is something gendered about it, right? There's something that's like, I mean, when you see a woman punch someone and then get hit in return, I think there is an understanding that there's a power differential there that makes the return blow slightly unsavory.
Right, because women are generally smaller
but that doesn't happen with men
than men on average.
But that doesn't happen with men. If a man goes up to another man and punches him and then the other guy lamps him out, you fucking got what you deserved.
But what if the woman came from the future?
Why are we making up absurd hypotheticals?
No, but okay, wait a minute.
Because I'm right.
No. Here's a hypothetical that would apply to this. Okay, if there's some massive Arnold Schwarzenegger guy,
sure,
and he just beats the shit out of some little guy who looks like he doesn't defend himself, you get the exact same feeling. Like, what the fuck? This guy's like way, but this guy's totally just wailing on this guy.
Feeling. But
exactly.
But
that's what I'm saying.
No,
it's not a gender-specific feeling.
I think it is. I think there is also an aspect of dishonoring a lady that is also involved with this.
Oh my God!
Okay, well that's up. I mean, I don't. That's not for me. That's
you don't think
that's your personal prescription. But
yeah. I think that, but culturally, there is also a view that women should have a certain level of dignity that means that they don't get into physical confrontations.
I mean, I think all people shouldn't really try to get into physical confrontations generally out in the world.
Yeah, but I think there is a social prescription against women being physically violent.
Yes, I agree that there is. Sure, I don't.
Right. In a way that doesn't apply to men.
Yes, sure.
Right.
Women getting in physical altercations will
and
generally lose status. Women getting in physical altercations will generally lose status among other women.
Yeah.
Men getting in physical altercations will generally increase their status. That's why everyone in the chat is like, based sitch, stepping up, like fucking getting in the middle of the brawl.
This is what I mean about the power differential not being sufficient to fully explain what's happening here. Because even with the power differential, there's still an added element when it's a man hitting a woman rather than a big person hitting a small person, a big man hitting a small man.
Yeah, there can be. I'm not denying. There can be.
Yeah. But
for me specifically, there isn't. But that's me specifically.
So Sargon,
you wouldn't see it as being in any way demeaning to women to see that happening.
No, I would say, wow, this bigger person is beating up this smaller person. That's my first thought process. It's not, oh, this man is demeaning this woman.
So you agree with the SJWs here?
Oh no, Sitch, you're an SJW.
This is the SJW position. This is exactly it. They don't agree that there is such a social construct as man and woman. They're trying to destroy it. And you have
I'm not denying that there isn't a social construct between man. I am not denying that there's social construct between man and woman exists. I'm just saying in this hypothetical situation that you posited, I'm not looking at it through gender goggles.
Yeah, but why not?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Yeah, but it's a man punching a woman.
Right, but to me, that's not what makes it important. It's important that someone is beating someone up. That's what's important.
No, I don't agree. I think that man punching a woman is important in that formulation. But I mean, I think most people would agree with that.
They might, but okay. I don't understand what the point here is.
Well, we're looking for the moderate centrist position, right?
We're looking for the moderate, the centrist position. You think moderate should be prescribing? Yes, that's what you're looking for.
Can we bring this back also to the actual discussion in the video? Because I'm curious, Sargon. Do you think, two of these people share your opinion, and they think that the Republican Party should be mandating traditional gender roles? It should be like in the platform, whatever. You think is that a good electoral strategy for the next?
No.
To take the presidency of the United States? Somehow I don't think it is.
And this is what Sitch was saying. Why, in fact, I think the moderate center has to have some theory of gender to be able to push back on the radical right wing.
We do. We have a theory of gender. What are you talking about? We don't have a theory of gender. We don't have a mandate about traditional gender roles. We have
Uncle Adam. What am I supposed to do to get a girlfriend? Why should I get married and have kids?
You're who?
Well, I got to see what you're working with.
I'm your 15-year-old.
What are you working with?
I'm your 15-year-old cousin looking for some advice. Don't know what
How
to do.
tall are you?
I'm thinking about going trans.
How big's your cock, kid?
Jesus Christ, Adam.
Well, what the fuck? You're asking me for advice here. What? The ladies are going to they're going to size you up sooner or later, kid. Let's have a discussion here.
There you go. Pull your pants down. Whip it out. Show me what you're working with.
I'm pretty sure that would have terrified me when I was 15, by the way.
Yeah.
If someone told you whip out your cock,
for any more advice.
Jesus Christ, you're begging me for fucking information on how you're going to get a girlfriend. Sargon. Sargon, don't come to me for advice if you can't figure out how to get a girlfriend. That's the bottom line.
Got it. But the point is, if someone's asking you what to do about gender, you need an answer.
Yeah. How about, do you have a job?
Well, what difference does that make? Women have got jobs.
Well, that's not even true, though, because, it's true for about 50% of the population that they're going to be looking for a black and white answer. And I'm using the DISC model when I'm assessing this. Like about 50% of the population, they need to have a concrete example. About the other 50%, though, they don't. And this doesn't necessarily align with someone with the scale that either puts people on the right or the left. It's just some people have a fixed mindset and some people have a flexible mindset. So if we're talking about prescribing something, I think it's great for that 50%, but then you're leaving the other 50% out in the cold.
Sure, but I'm not suggesting we make it black and white. I think it could be quite
what else
fuzzy.
is a prescription, Sargon? Like, if it's not black and white, then is it a prescription?
Well, I mean, any prescription is, of course, I think you should do something. Yeah.
Right, but doesn't that necessitate that?
Well, I mean, I think you should leave now to catch the train as a prescription.
Right, but that's a black and white prescription, right?
Well, yeah, I either do think that or I don't think that, or you're agreeing you don't agree. But like what we are prescribing isn't just yes or no.
I really think there's a language thing with the prescription thing. Because when I think prescription, I think like a prescription to take this pill, otherwise you're going to be sick. Right?
Right.
That's not like a suggestion. I think it's a language thing.
Yeah.
Well,
I think you should get married and have kids, or else you're going to find yourself lonely and alienated and depressed later on in life.
Yeah, but let's try to stick to the gender role thing.
That is the gender role.
Well, no, because you would say that both a man or a woman should probably get married, right?
Yes, obviously.
Okay, so it's not gender specific, I mean.
Well, it's specific for each gender. Men,
but it's not. But again, it's like not even the same as like medicine, though, right? Because if I'm married now, but if I don't have kids, I can still be happy. It's not as. And in fact, some people would argue that you're going to have a lot more money when you're older and much more freedom throughout your middle-aged years if you don't have kids.
See, now that's a theory of gender and the family, right? And it's actually a theory I disagree with. I think that you'll probably find the condition, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not universal, but I think for most women, I think that there would be a gnawing hunger for children and a sad disappointment that ends in you screaming that gets reported in newspapers. Because I've just seen loads of these articles. I've met loads of women. They all seem to get the baby rabies around 35.
Wow.
It just seems to be something that happens.
So, I mean, and I don't dispute that a lot of women need they have that gene that like they want to nurture something at some point in their lives. I just think that energy can be channeled in a variety of different ways.
Yeah, but why wouldn't you advocate for it to be channeled into having kids?
Because I like having money and freedom.
Oh, that's a good reason. Yeah.
That's a good reason for now.
Right now, I'm stoked that
money
don't
and freedom
have
become
kids.
prisons
I mean,
of their
the
own.
way things are looking,
Seriously.
Sargon.
I'm not even joking. Once you've bought all of the things that you wanted to buy and you've fucked all of the things you wanted to fuck and taken all the drugs that you wanted to take, what will you spend your money on? Like, this is a real question that lots of people are struggling with. And the moderate center doesn't seem to have any arguments. It doesn't seem to have any answers. And the religious right will gain ground on this silence.
Right, but
it's good to have grandchildren. I can see it in my own parents. You should see my fucking parents, man. They are. Yeah. I've never seen them so goddamn happy in all their lives. When they're around their grandchildren, it's amazing. Like there's genuine human happiness in all of this, and the center should be advocating for this.
Advocating how though? That's the thing. That's all we're asking.
Just by saying that these are good things.
I just don't think this is. I mean, getting back to like the debate, I just don't think that this is the thing that's going to win elections, though.
No, this is not going to win elections. This is going to lose a lot of fucking elections for sure.
How can family values lose elections?
Well, first of all, you're completely skipping the part about where you're mandating everything.
What am I mandating?
Well, it seems like you're basically coming out and you're saying this is the only way to live a happy, healthy life.
But
which I think it is. What did you say earlier? I don't know.
I said for most people, this would be the best way to achieve that.
And we totally agree there. Yeah.
Then
for
why are
most
you
people,
telling
it
me
will
that
be.
it's for all people? Because I didn't say for all people.
Well, first of all, back to the debate. I would argue that both people in this debate are thinking more of it as a mandate. So that's
I'm
the
assuming,
question.
Well, it kind of is. I'm prescribing it. I'm prescribing for the 1,000 people watching now. This is my advice. This is the best chance that the average person has of getting what I would consider to be happiness.
Mm-hmm. I would give the same advice. Like, get married. Find yourself someone that you care about. I mean, obviously, you can't give that advice to gay people because obviously they can't have
get
married.
married.
Yeah. They can get married. Yeah, exactly. Give the same
They
advice.
can also have kids, as it turns out.
But let's be
it's
specific
true.
here.
Oh my God, they have reproductive ability.
To be clear here, so there's no confusion. Sargon, I imagine you're not on board with Lauren and whoever the other guy's name is side because they're advocating for the Christian religious side. You're saying there needs to be some third solution here, a third way.
Okay. I think that the naturalistic way avoids the like. Did you guys see the thing in Texas where they were teaching them in the schools to be subservient to men, literally like biblically subservient, right? And that you want to avoid that. You really want to avoid that. That's a massive own goal, basically. Like the really religious right, like John Doyle. I can see him being uncomfortable with the way that this is being framed because he's a very smart kid, and you can tell that he's thought this through. And if he was smart, he would start advocating for the naturalistic view from the sort of practical perspective. And because I think there is the moral question of, okay, the extreme religious right will do things that are immoral to the minority populations that they view as being immoral inherently. Because from my point of view as a sort of naturalist, there's nothing immoral about being gay. Like there's no moral fault there. You're not blaspheming in the eyes of God. But it's not, if you look at what the state of the gay community is in, what I would want for my own children, right? There are actually some like negative effects and consequences from being in these minority groups that are very unpleasant and are not really preferable. And you would try and steer people away from that, gently nudge them away from, going too far. And one of those ways I think would be sort of, almost like boomer family values.
But Sargon, people gained access to these examples of traditional gender roles in the past through religion, though, and I would argue that the religious authoritarianism that kind of came around in the 80s is what pushed them away from the institution where they had these examples available to them. So if we're talking about some third way, which I'm in favor of, I think these traditional gender roles. Well, I'm in favor of these traditional gender roles and people.
That's why I said.
Oh, it is. Well,
yeah.
Well, what the fuck are we supposed to call it then? Jesus.
Centrist way.
Yeah. Naturalistic view of gender.
What is it? First of all, what's the second way?
The first way would be tradition, the traditional religious. Second way would be the leftist woke shit.
But the second way is to actually just completely annihilate. Do not give anybody any examples of how you live your life, and you just sort of cobble your own ethic together. You cobble your own, I guess you don't even call it a gender role now because there's no such thing as a gender role. I'm talking about a way that people can see traditional gender roles in action that are not in a setting that's religious. What institution are you prescribing to even, like, how do people even know that this is an option now?
I don't really know what you're asking me.
Well, first of all, you're here saying traditional gender roles are the fucking shit, man. You got to have traditional gender roles in your life. If you don't have a traditional gender, hold on, let me finish here. You're basically saying people will be happiest if they embrace traditional gender roles. That was your argument coming in here.
I would use the term natural gender roles.
Whatever you want to call them, okay? Traditional gender roles, natural gender roles.
I think there is a difference.
You know what's hold on. What is the difference between traditional gender roles and natural gender roles?
Okay. When you say traditional, I think
there better be a difference here, Sargon. There better be a fucking difference.
I think you're connecting that to the theological.
There better be a fucking difference here. What is it?
But like the natural gender roles that we find replicated in essentially every culture, like they're the ones that I think we should be
then
promoting.
you're completely off the charts, because there are cultures that don't embrace American traditional gender roles. Okay,
I agree.
There are plenty of cultures that don't. Okay,
Yeah. I don't agree that we should adopt the fringe cases. We should go for the ones.
No,
that
hold on. The normal case is polygamy, for heaven's sakes.
No,
in most cultures, there's. Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
The normal case
polygamy
is not
runs
polygamy.
rampant.
Most people on Earth are not polygamous.
That's bullshit. The entire Middle East is generally polygamous. If you can have as many wives as you can afford.
You're an Islamophobe, Adam.
Yeah, but
I can't believe
that's
you're
like
saying
5% of the population, Adam.
Yes, you're allowed to have as many wives as you can afford. Correct,
but only like 5%.
That is
of the population have more than one
illegal.
wife.
That is illegal in the West.
Money constraints, though.
And that's just the Middle East. That's just the Middle East. In every other culture, it seems to be that it's monogamy.
First of all, to be clear, though, I don't know if that's even true. I don't think the majority of Muslim countries have polygamy.
They probably do also to a degree, the reason this came up was the difference between traditional and natural. And are you telling me that 100 years ago it wasn't the alpha male that took all the females and 80% of the males got nothing? Because that's the natural gender
I'm telling
roles.
You exactly that, Adam, right? No, go back 100 years ago and every single man had a wife.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Totally
that's completely
it's totally
bonkers.
The social stigma of being unmarried was unbearable. And not just that, not just
that.
The
what are you
economic
talking
poverty
about?
of it. Right? Look at marriage rates.
Genghis Khan fought like 80% of the Asian country. Their genes are related to Genghis Khan. Are you telling me he was in Are you telling me he was in a monogamous marriage?
Like, if you go back 100 years, then the unmarried rate is like 8% of people aren't married.
This is crazy. This is crazy.
That's Thomas Sowell, man.
So the traditional gender roles and the natural gender roles, I'm saying, are much different. I'm like I'm in favor of monogamy. That's what I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of monogamy. But I would call that traditional. I wouldn't call that natural, because natural, you're getting into all kinds of other things like polygamy.
Wait, just to be clear, because I'm pretty sure I remember Jordan Peterson bringing up this point. Isn't there some number where like 40%, only 40% of males have ever reproduced historically, but like 80% of all women have reproduced historically?
It's worse than that. It's 20% of males, Sitch. It's 20% of males.
There's some
I would
discrepancy.
Be very cautious with these sort of statistics and numbers.
Well, I'm assuming they could figure this out just by tracing.
They do it. They figure it out through the gene, through the DNA, through the mitochondrial DNA, which is only passed down through the mother.
But either way, if you go back 100 years,
I did a video on this. I know.
But if you go back 100 years, almost everyone was married.
100 years, that's not very far back in the whole natural versus traditional. This is why I was making the distinction between natural and traditional.
Censuses in English medieval villages. In fact, they did. In fact, I could probably go and find.
We're getting way far off the whole point that I wanted to make about the traditional gender roles, which you want to call natural gender roles. Which, if you want to call natural gender roles, I'm totally cool with that.
I don't think they're exactly the same. I don't think they're exactly the same.
I think they're vastly different. Like, if we want to go with natural gender roles, we're talking about polygamy. We're talking about high status males taking all of the females and 80% of the males being locked out of the mating market. These societies tend to be terrible to live in because they're very violent. Men, turn to crime and gangs and all kinds of things. It's a terrible situation to live in. Yeah. That's not the state of nature.
8,000 years ago, 17 women reproduced for every one man.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. I'm sure they did 8,000 years ago, right?
Right.
But 100 years ago, almost every man and woman were married.
Sure. Because we have civilization now, and we have society and all this other stuff.
Which is great.
But that's not a natural. That's not appealing to nature, though.
That's why we came up with traditional gender roles. The tradition was monogamy works. Yeah.
Yeah, but
and it was codified in religious institutions. My whole point of bringing this up,
I was not ideological, right?
My whole point of bringing this up was monogamy generally, traditionally, was enforced in a religious setting. That religious setting has been completely annihilated by modern culture. People do not respect the religious setting. We're watching a video here. We're laughing at these two people because they are living in the past. We've looked up statistics about how 2 out of 3 people think these people are morons. They're never going to vote in any kind of Republican constituency that caters to this stuff. 1/3 of the population evidently thinks this is great, but I don't think it's enough to cobble together a voting coalition. So I'm talking strictly strategically here, but you make an interesting point, and it's something that I grapple with myself, because I do think people in general will have a more thoughtful, fulfilling life if they embrace traditional gender norms that they used to get in a religious setting, but I don't necessarily know where they're going to get it in society now if that traditional religious setting no longer exists. So my question to you is, how do we deal with this issue? How do we establish
the natural
those?
emergent properties of human society? In a free society where men and women are left to their own devices, we know from the Norwegian paradox that you get more manly men and more feminine women because they just gravitate towards those things that they happen to like. You get a big gender split in a lot of different professions and things like this because naturally they're drawn towards these things, just from whatever inherent impulse that they have.
So
and
then
it's fine. I don't think that's bad,
But isn't that they weren't advocating for that prescriptively, just naturally emerged, and that was fine, right?
Yeah, and so we should be saying, well, look, it generally seems that it would be good for most people and probably good for you if you're included in the category of most people, that you should look to getting married and having kids because there's a life plan laid out that you will want to hit at points in your life.
Okay.
Great.
I mean, it sounds like we're all in favor of the same thing. Like, let people do what they want to do, and traditional gender roles will emerge. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. And so if someone doesn't know what to do, we can point them down the road that's most likely to make them happy.
Yeah, I think it works.
There was something you said earlier that I wanted to be clear on, which is like if for example, if you had a child who came out to you as gay or a friend or something, what would the advice be? I'm assuming you're not going to say like, oh, well, you should try to fit into traditional sexual orientation roles.
Let's ask
conversion therapy. Let's go.
Well, so I'm assuming you're not saying that. So I wanted to be clear as to what you were saying.
Well, it depends on the person, right? It depends on, it depends on how they approach it. Like you'd want to be really quite sensitive in these positions, right?
Right.
Because I mean,
I'm saying like, what would be the prescriptive advice you?
Well, it depends on the person. Like if they're like, I'm really not sure. I just find myself having a few thoughts, and I'm not bothered about them, but I don't know where it leads me. But I don't really think I want to be gay, and so I'm not sure what to do. I might give them advice on feeling more manly, right? And how to attract women or something. But if they're someone who's a really gay guy, and they're like, well, I'm thinking a really feminine gay guy, and they're like, oh, I'm thinking if I'm trans or not. Like it's a different conversation.
Well, I'm saying, okay, so you have a child, hypothetical child in the future that comes to you and says, Papa, I find myself attracted to people of the same gender/sex as me. I think I'm gay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You say, and what would your response to that would be?
Well, it's for you to figure out whether you're gay or not.
Okay.
I mean, I can't tell them that they're gay or not, right?
So there's no, okay. So okay, good. So there's no, because it sounded like you're creating some sort of prescriptive overlap between gender roles and sexual orientation.
Well, man and woman is assumedly heterosexual gender roles for
on average, sure, right? Of course.
No, for them to be interested in marrying one another.
Wait, what?
Man and woman,
right?
They both need to be heterosexual if we're going to talk about them marrying each other.
Right. Of course.
Yes.
Right.
So bringing up a gay isn't really very useful.
Well, no, you brought it up in the whole context when you first
They're defining themselves out of the conversation.
Right. The entire first of all, they're not necessarily, because if you have gay marriage, gay people are not putting themselves out of the conversation of marriage whatsoever. But the first opening statement you came on and said was that the LGBT stuff is a Trojan horse for other nefarious ideas like pedophilia.
No, the leftists use the gay community, and they have we've got historical examples of them doing it.
Gotcha. So
isn't that another reason though why sensible LGBT people should be welcomed over to the right? Because
absolutely
the leftists use them as political tools.
Absolutely.
Yeah, totally.
No, I don't see why. Like again, this is the thing. So you've in fact you are actually right to bring up the gay thing. It's a really good point, because if we're saying, look, just try and be moderate, get married, have a wholesome life, have kids, have grandkids, blah blah, right? That there's no reason that we couldn't say that gay people can't adopt and then buy into that, like, I just want to grill sort of dream, right? There's no reason why they should be excluded from it.
Lauren's not going to be in favor of that, obviously. She's going to be like, gay marriage, what? Gay people adopting, they're going to turn their kids gay.
Yeah, but she's going to end up like the fucking Handmaid's Tale perspective, though, like they're promoting in Texas, and it's like,
of course,
but
she has that movie on a loop,
right? Like, we want to avoid that shit because it's really gross, and it's like, fuck's sake, So, but the thing is, all of this requires us to have a normative view of what a generally healthy teleology for a human life looks like, and that means that we have to be able to promote something.
All right, cool.
Okay.
It sounds like we all agree. Sounds like we agreed it sounds like we always agreed about all this stuff.
I think our issues were always language, to be really honest.
Yeah, it always is about the language. Yeah.
Damn Brits.
Natural
thinking they created
traditional.
English.
Well, I guess they did.
It's not even
so.
It's not even that. So I've been doing a lot of work on language recently, and I did this study on thick concepts, and it turns out husband and wife are really densely loaded words. They've got a lot to them. So they're kind of prescriptive in their very nature.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but anyway, I won't get into it but you're totally right. It's about the language, and this is why I was interested that you would remove the man and woman aspect from the man punching the woman and just say it's a big person punching a small person, because I think there is an extra concept that's layered on with man and woman, and if you take that away, you're actually losing some information and essential understanding.
If you were to ask me how the average person would view that, I would agree with you. That is how they view it. You asked me how I specifically, personally, would immediately react to the situation. And I'm looking at it in terms of, if there was a woman attacking a man and she appeared to be much more physically threatening than the man is, I would also feel the same urge to step in. Therefore, it can't just be, I'm looking at this as a gendered scenario.
Yeah. But I think there is an aspect to it of being a gendered scenario as well.
I mean, I'm not denying that, sure.
Yeah. But you are denying that if you ignore that and only focus on the size.
Well, I'm saying how I would react. That's how I'm going to react. Okay.
Yeah, but you are.
I'm not denying that there isn't going to be a genderedness to it for most people. But I mean, this is part of the hypocrisy that we point out to.
You're denying the genderedness.
Well, no, I'm not, because I'm not making a conscious decision. I'm not saying, oh, I'm gonna make sure to not be sexist here, right? It's like we've seen this. People have done these videos on Twitter where they'll show a man is like berating a woman or attacking her, and people are like immediately going to get involved. But if a woman is berating or attacking a man, no one does anything. They don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Right. And so, but that's looked at as negative. That this behavior is allowed, this hypocrisy is allowed in our society. Same thing with, it's funny when the guy gets raped in prison, but if the woman gets raped, it's horrible.
Yeah. Yeah. And these are specifically gendered phenomena.
Right.
Right. That's what I'm talking about with this sort of extra layer. Like, I agree it's not fair or nice and to have these, but I think they are intrinsic, and I think that almost everyone has them to a certain subconscious degree.
It's intrinsic to the way our society is currently, but I guess the question is, when we're talking prescriptively, should they be intrinsically? Right, because I thought that's what we were talking about. And I would say not necessarily in these situations should they be.
I don't see what would be the point of normatively advocating against the norm.
Well, there could be a better way, so.
There could be a better norm. I mean, I guess.
Sure, but it seems easy.
Right?
Before we discovered monogamy, we had this terrible system of polygamy.
but it just seems normal and easy, and so
No, but like,
and there's no ideological reason that we should challenge it.
No, but the reason you'd prescribe against the norm is if your norm sucks. So like, if we're living in the antebellum South, the norm is slavery, and we're prescribing against slavery because fuck that, right?
Because it sucks.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we're living in a liberal democracy, and I think it doesn't suck if men were to step in when a woman's being attacked.
Sure, I don't disagree.
So we can advocate for that.
Right, but
on the basis of them being men.
I think a man should step in if a large woman is beating the crap out of a smaller man too.
Maybe.
I mean,
but do you view men to be as sacred in the same way that you view women?
I don't. I'm not. Oh my God! I'm not putting the pussy on a pedestal here. I guess that's the difference.
Well,
I definitely don't view men as sacred. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But do you view women as sacred, Karlyn?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I think most of society kind of does. And if you want to get the votes,
I agree. I agree with that. I do agree with that.
Then you're going to want to have the most popular position.
Women and children first. Fuck the men. They're disposable.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Disposable.
But my question is,
but that's
is
a position of honor in and
or
of
is it
itself.
like socialized? My question is that intuitive or is it socialized? Now you're going to dip out? You aren't even going to watch any of the video?
Dude, it's nearly 2 a.m. here and I've got to get up for work tomorrow. I've got an interview with Gad Sad tomorrow. It's going to be great.
Got to bring home the bacon, huh, Sargon?
Yeah. Well, no, I bet Gad Sad agrees with me on all of this. He's like, yes, that's exactly how it should be. Let me at your friends.
You have
he's
to
an evolutionary psychologist. So he's just like, yeah, it should be this way, Adam.
You tell Gad Sad that Jordan Peterson agrees with me, not with him. So
I'm the one making Jordan Peterson's argument here.
What do you mean? It's a different argument.
Do you know Adams? He doesn't like Gad Sad using the term parasites or contagion. Yes.
Why?
I don't mind contagion. Contagion is not a parasite.
Oh, I'm sorry, mind virus. That was your contention, right?
Parasite is the real word that I have a problem with.
Whatever. I don't know. It's stupid. Don't worry about it.
Stuff spreads virally, but let's not get into it.
Right, well,
congratulations. Congratulations on your interview with Gad Sad.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Can't wait to watch it.
Yeah. But sorry for just like coming on and dropping a bunch of hand grenades in a very
No, we love it. Are
way.
you kidding me? Our comments will be great. It'll be awesome.
yeah, but I bet they're all like Sargon's right.
I want you to know that my nephew is 18 years old and he's
I don't want to know how big his dick is.
He's the one asking for lady advice, not my fucking 7-year-old. Get out of here, Sargon.
See you guys, Jesus.
See you later. Hey, Karlyn, what's going on?
How are you doing?
I'm just chilling, hanging out.
So what was the aftermath of this? Sometimes people get super chapped after this, and I guess Blair White was receiving some backlash from this little exchange.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I mean, for me, it was like I pretty much broke Lauren in this debate when I pointed out that I'm married and she wasn't, and she proceeded to complain about it for like 3 straight days.
Oh my God.
We're not there yet. Oh no.
She's not even married? Like, is she divorced or is she unmarried?
No, and I'll tell you what too. If she had gotten really bad in this debate, do you guys want to hear the line I had in my back pocket for if it got really, really bad?
Tell us the juice. Yes.
Okay, here was the reserve line. It was going to be something to the effect of, Lauren, do you hate LGBT people because you dated a guy that liked to suck dick?
Oh my God. Is that she dated someone that turned out to be gay?
Oh, I don't know, but I suspected something like that.
Okay. I thought you were like doing the deep.
No, I was just like, what would make people hate someone hate gay people this much? Well, that would be it.
So it's interesting. Nuanceberg actually sent me an article about some of her run for Congress. Apparently, when she was younger, she was a drug mule for the cartel.
No way.
Yes.
Bullshit.
She got real pissed at No. She got real pissed at me when I posted her mugshot on Twitter.
Oh my yes.
My
and
God.
she was a drug addict. But see, this kind of adds
shit.
This adds a whole understanding and context of her position. Because if she's some drug addict, her life is in shambles, she's a fucking drug mule for the cartel, and then she finds God, and that kind of like pulls her out of this horrible situation. Then it kind of makes sense more of where she's trying to come from, I guess.
Oh my God, it all makes perfect sense now.
Yep.
So she's never been married. She was a drug addict. That's crazy. That's totally crazy. Like I saw her as like married with a couple of kids and living in Texas or something.
Oh.
Wow. Wow. We buried the lead here, man. We should have started with that. I've been watching this thing from the completely wrong perspective. Why are people taking Jesus advice from this person? Like this person obviously, they went from being a drug addict to a Jesus addict.
And I was the one that got in trouble for quoting the Bible. Like, I'm sorry. I am more Christian than this woman.
Oh my God. Yes. Yeah.
You dirty. So what was, explain the liberal, would you classify yourself as a liberal Republican or just liberal?
No,
centrist?
I am a Republican. I'm a centrist overall. I joined the Republican Party about like a week and a half ago because for a couple reasons. Number one, I knew it would really piss off Lauren, and so that was just reason enough for me. But I'm also like working with the Republicans in my state on some things, and it just makes things easier, to be honest.
Right.
But I generally do think the Republicans are actually the more liberal party at this point. If we're defining liberty as, taking in a wide variety of ideas, preserving individual liberties, like free market capitalism, stuff like that, they are actually the more liberal party.
Yeah,
sure,
I agree.
But
I'm actually closer to a life.
I'm closer so tied in with the left in America. It's kind of hard to disentangle the word.
Well, yeah, but that's part of the reason that I use it. I refuse to, like, they want to get on the SJWs for changing the definition of words like racism. Well, they changed the definition of liberal.
Well, I think the conservatives did that one.
I think both did.
Because I mean, liberal was a bad word, was a dirty word, in the 80s. They're like, these loony liberals over here.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, the right wants to ding the left for changing the definitions of words. Well, they do the exact same thing.
Right.
We should get moving on the video, or we should dump the video, move straight to super chats.
I don't know. I kind of want to hear Karlyn bring up.
It's coming up. It's coming up pretty
Let's
soon.
do it. All right.
I want
let's
to hear the
press
reaction.
I dropped the watch together link in the Zoom chat if you want to click, if you want to join us. Or you can leave if you want. It's up to you.
No, hang on. I'm coming.
Bring it on
I don't know how
up.
this stuff works.
There's a little, there should be a little button at the bottom says more, and you can hit like chat, and it brings up a little sidebar. There it is. Awesome.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
We see you.
I see. Oh, good.
You want to do
the issues
there you go.
that you won the election based on in the first place, which would be immigration, which would be free trade, and which would be foreign policy. It has very little to do with appealing to different interest groups and hoping that they come over, whether that's black people or gay people or transgender people. These are all things that.
Boy, she does. She has the posture of a drug mule. I'm noticing.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I just knew it'd be funny if I said it. It's just so weird. It's so weird because I've been seeing her in I saw her as like a Romney or something.
Nope. Well, you said it makes her less persuasive. Does it make her more persuasive because she was in such a bad place and found a way out?
Not really.
No?
I mean, not really. No. It makes her less persuasive. I don't know. I'd like to think a 12-year-old knows that becoming a drug mule is probably morally like reprehensible.
Mm-hmm.
Jared Kushner lobbied because he thought that they would be effective in creating the sort of Big Tent movement, which obviously didn't help him too much throughout the administration, but that also wasn't why he was elected in the first place anyways. Because if you look, even demographically, the people who are most likely to vote for Trump are also most likely to be socially conservative. So it's very clear that if we want to keep Trumpism going, if we want to keep the Trump train going, then the way to do that isn't by appealing to these.
It's back. The echo.
Issues. It's by appealing to the issues that got him into power in the first place. And then when we take the country back, then we can have these other debates once we actually wield power. But right now we're just getting totally crushed, so we don't have time to waste resources on anything that hasn't been proven to be effective.
Karlyn?
Blair has her hand up. Blair has talked less.
I was just going to say I actually completely agree with John that pandering to minority groups definitely didn't do Trump any favors. I think that the media completely controls the narratives. It doesn't matter. He could save, like, I don't know, a little person of color who's also trans out of a burning building, and the media would not care. But that's all the more reason to, I don't think you have to pander. I think you just don't have to try to exclude people. I think that that just loses votes. And so, again, it just goes back to, you guys can't wield any of this power you say you want to wield if you're not going to win elections. You're just not. And I don't know. I just think it's just kind of silly to go on about this argument that certain people need to be excluded, because all it's doing is telling people not to vote for you.
I actually agree with that.
If it keeps going back to, like, we need to win, saying you can't vote for us or you don't have a place in the party I don't see the winning tactic of that. I mean, I don't think that the social conservative movement is going to necessarily grow stronger to the point where you wouldn't need. And also what you said about LGBT votes not having a statistical raise, I believe they did double. Obviously, it's still a small community, but it did double from 2016. So clearly there is a shift happening. I think it was 14% in 2016 and probably like 1% every other election before that. And it was like 28% in 2020. So yeah, minority groups don't necessarily win elections now. Over time, they very well could.
Can I just let me move to Lauren?
900,000 votes. Yeah. 900,000 people nationally came out from the LGBTQ community and voted for President Trump. We've done the math. It was absolutely not beneficial for all the money we spent when we could have been going after the working class, the white working class, the Christian working class, I
do agree.
Religiously, we spent way too many.
But wait, this is conceptualized so incorrectly, because it's the total number doesn't matter. It's the margin of what states Trump would have lost, because he lost some of them by very tiny margins. So that 900,000 could be
states matter. Also, those are people that didn't vote for Biden. So it's like,
right. But even more importantly, the idea that there's some magic group of secret conservative religious people out there who just didn't vote in this election is completely unfounded.
Yeah.
Resources. So the lie that we have to be a big tent in order to win, and we have to be inclusive. Like I said, there is a party for free market capitalism and transgenderism and liberalism. That's called the Libertarian Party. Why don't you join them?
That's so stupid.
It's like so you say you want freedom on one hand, and then you're like, no, not that type of freedom. You can't join the party I say you can't join. It's like, who made you the keeper of the Republican Party, Lauren?
You're freedoming incorrectly. Go over there.
Yeah, those libertarians, they're really going to win the next election. It's right around the corner.
Right. And also, as you were saying earlier, it's if you want to win, you want to get as many votes as possible. Why would you say, don't vote for me? Like, that's absurd.
Yeah. Terrible strategy.
We do not need you. You're nothing but hurting us. You are hurting the Christian vote by creating a platform for yourself saying, this is Trumpism. This is Trumpism. We should have never glorified this in the first place. While we are losing everything on social issues, we lose every single time. We are influencing, public opinion matters, and we are influencing our own elected officials to not take a stand on issues such as transgenderism, LGBTQ education, drag queen story hour. They are saying nothing. We have created a cowardly elected class within our party, so it is not helping us. There is absolutely no electoral benefit. There's no social benefit, and if you, like I said, if you are a gunslinging, freedom-loving person, absolutely, we'd love to have you come vote for us. But should you be having a say in influencing the party? Should you have an opinion that, like Jared Kushner was the one who did push the LGBTQ agenda, mass migration. And those were the things that, mass migration was something that Trump addressed in 2016. That's what got the white working class out to vote for him. So there are plenty of votes out there for us to get, but it doesn't come with compromising. We don't get those 15 million unregistered Christian voters to get them registered to vote and out to vote for us by glorifying the LGBT community.
Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion. I don't know why Lauren's so against the First Amendment. I think the First Amendment's pretty great. I also think the Second Amendment's pretty great too, because it protects the first. And these are the things that we should actually be conserving, and we can't do that if we can't win elections. The fact of the matter is, Lauren, that every single problem you have with the LGBT movement right now, from giving hormones to kids, medical transition, whatever, this was all caused by the right losing the culture war 30 years ago when they tried to legislate their religion. That is why we're currently experiencing this today. The only way to come back and conserve whatever it is you want to conserve is by winning elections. And the fact of the matter is, it's not just people like Blair who vote based on LGBT issues. I am straight as an arrow. I'm married to a dude. Between the two of us, I'm the one that's actually married with the family. And so I will say that I absolutely will not vote for a party that treats LGBT people like they are subhuman. I won't do it. Part of the reason that Trump
aren't you pretty good friends with Brian? Is it Brian Straka?
Brandon, yeah.
Brandon Straka, that's it, from the
Yes.
Walkaway movement. He's LGBT, right?
He is very LGBT.
Okay,
yes.
I thought so. I didn't want to like. I was hoping I wasn't making news here.
No,
Yes,
you're certainly not.
Yeah. But he's like hardcore Republican now, correct?
I mean, I think he's definitely a Republican. I wouldn't call him. He's a Trump Republican.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
He
so
joined
he's
the
one.
Trump,
He's like one of the Trump coalition. He's not really like, he wouldn't call himself a conservative then.
I think he would call himself a conservative, but not Lauren's type of conservative. I think that
Right.
he's really on board with Trump, and he's on board with freedom and individual liberties and hating the left. But you know what? It's funny because so the Walkaway people, we all spent election night together in Florida. We rented this big house, and we actually had a conversation about, is Walkaway about walking away just from the Democratic Party, or is it about walking away from religious extremism on both sides, not necessarily
Interesting.
religious. So yeah, this is something that they're thinking about.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like a good electoral strategy at all. I'm completely in agreement with what you just said about how, I mean, that's kind of how they lost the culture war. They tried to do the strong arm authoritarian tactics and no one was having it. You just can't, we don't live in that environment anymore. You can't force your beliefs or your politics on people. You have to make them want to join your cause.
Well, exactly. And like I said in the debate, I am completely fine with them doing whatever they want in church, but that's not the same as politics, and we shouldn't be equating the two.
Yeah, that's their institution. That's the beautiful thing about separation of church and state. The state doesn't meddle in your institution where you have say and you can do whatever you want, but at the same time, your institution shouldn't be meddling in the state.
Won my vote is because he does not care. He promotes people. He doesn't promote sexualities.
Okay, so first of all, you're using issues again on me that you don't apply for yourself. So Dr. Carl here was the first one to celebrate me being
Karlyn.
banned from Twitter. She was so excited to see that my voice had been silenced. So freedom of speech for thee, but not for me. Absolutely. So, disregard that opinion.
Well, I celebrated that you were banned on Twitter because you repeatedly tweeted that my husband should be deported, Lauren. And
he's
now
an illegal alien.
No, he's not. He has a permanent green card. I am now thrilled that I don't have to hear you call for my husband to be deported on Twitter, who has had a permanent green card for the last 6 years.
He came into our country illegally. He broke our laws. He did not do it
married
correctly.
an American. How lucky is he?
Go back. He has to go back. I'm sorry,
No, he
Dr.
doesn't.
What is this?
Yeah,
what
what's
is
going
the story
on?
here? Yeah, what is the story
Okay.
here?
No, the story is my husband came into the country legally. So he
Mhm.
had a work visa. He was in a work program, and then he overstayed it by several years.
Mhm.
And then he met
You
me.
saw him moving, and you're just like, oh.
Well, that's actually literally what happened, though. That's a true story. He was working for this moving company, and he moved me to the house that we currently live in together,
Mhm.
and it was love at first sight.
There you go.
And on our second date, I knew I wanted to marry him. And a couple months later, he got picked up by ICE, and they started going through deportation proceedings. And we ended up getting married. And we got married 6 months to the day almost after we met. We spent the next 2 years getting his status adjusted in court to get a temporary green card, and then 2 years after that, he got his permanent green card. And he could have divorced me 6 years ago if it was just for the green card. So he's stuck around.
Right. Yeah. So, you guys have been married for 6 years. That's not
Yeah, we've been married for 10 now, but like he could have divorced me 6 years ago. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, tried and tested relationship lasted 10 years, not for the green card.
Well, and also we went through 2 ICE interviews where they grilled us to make sure it was actually a real relationship. So Lauren doesn't know what she's talking about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they ask you like, what's his favorite food? What's his favorite TV show?
You know what the question was that got me. And they were easy on us in the first interview. The second interview they really grilled us, but they asked, what is his mother's name? And that might not seem like a hard question, but my husband's mother left when he was a child, and he never talks about her.
Oh my God.
Right.
So I legitimately, like, I think he'd only mentioned her name once, and so that stumped me. But the one where they decided that we were a real marriage, it was the interview had been right after the 4th of July, and they were like, what did you do for the 4th of July weekend? And my husband and I gave identical answers. We both said nothing. And then we said, oh, we took the dogs to a parade, blah, blah, blah. And that was when the immigration lady was like, all right, they're real.
They're real Americans. They didn't do shit, and then they walked to a park with their dogs. Yes. Perfect. But it's funny because you think that Lauren, who's trying to be the big advocate for traditional marriage here, and it's like, I have a traditional marriage of 10 years. You should be all in favor of this. But it's like, no.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I want to be clear, because this is something, I see people in the chat saying it, and I'm not in favor of deplatforming people. In my ideal world, no one would be deplatformed unless they broke the law, and then maybe even conceivably not then. It just kind of depends. I'm still working through my thought process on that, but I don't think she should have been deplatformed. Of course not. But am I going to be sorry when she had spent the last 3 days before that tweeting that my husband should be deported? No.
Fuck no. Yeah, no. Fuck no.
I'm sorry.
Fuck no. Yeah. If my significant other was being attacked by anyone for any reason, I wouldn't shed tears for them getting kicked off of social media. I'd be like, well, fuck this person.
Exactly.
What was she deplatformed for? Do you know?
I think it was for something about calling a trans guy demonic.
Oh, there you go.
Or something like that.
I was like,
yeah. Like she legitimately should not have been deplatformed for that, but I'm not going to shed tears.
Twitter. It's Twitter. Yeah.
It's Twitter.
Yeah.
People need
give
it's
yourself
the reality.
Well, also, that's like a death wish on Twitter if you're going to go after trans people. So obviously,
exactly.
Yeah. What a cool story. I would imagine. Because I've never heard any of this stuff about, ICE interviewing you, make sure that you're a legitimate marriage. I think, the typical conservative might think that kind of thing never happens. Like they're just given, like they don't want to make sure that it's a legitimate marriage.
Oh no, dude, it is a long, hard. We went through a long, hard process. We spent thousands and thousands of dollars. You know what was actually one of the most expensive things was we had to spend thousands of dollars in bribes to get his documents out of Ukraine to use them in the immigration process. Yeah, it was a long time.
That makes sense. I played Papers, Please. I know how it works.
Oh man. But it was super stressful. He couldn't work for the first 2 years. I was, earning all the money in the family, and we were very happy when it was all over.
Yeah.
It's crazy,
cool, man.
Fucking Ukraine.
Yeah. For real. Listen, honey, that's not work. It's not how laws work. I'm sorry. I have a husband and you don't, Lauren. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, rubbing it in. Holy shit.
Oof.
You're welcome. Anyone want to respond? You guys can keep going. Keep going.
As soon as a girl tells me, that she was a former drug mule, I usually shy away from the second date. I don't know about you, Sitch.
That's the deal breaker.
How do you feel about dating a former drug mule?
Oh, you want me to keep going? Oh, well, I'm in early recovery. So, I've only been clean 3 years. Myself getting in toxic relationships is what kept, me relapsing. So, I'm just doing it with wisdom this time. I'm dating. But my intention is to get married and have children eventually. But I certainly will not be marrying an illegal alien, given his green card. So, I hopefully will find an American man. I will find an American man.
You'll be pleased to know we had several interviews with ICE, and they blessed our marriage.
Really? Even though he was illegal and didn't come the right way?
Has a permanent green card, honey. Permanent green
Wow,
card.
we're gonna have to reinvestigate ICE.
Let's go to Blair.
But you know what? Here's the thing though. Like, we can keep talking about my husband all she wants to talk about him, but the fact of the matter is, my husband ain't gonna win us an election. Votes are going to win us elections. I don't know why we're so focused on these issues that are driving people away from voting for things like conserving the First Amendment, conserving the Second Amendment. That's really what I would like to have the
You don't
conversation
even
about.
like the First Amendment. You don't even like it. So why are you
Blair wanted to chime
defending
in.
it
Let's
when you
cut.
don't
I'm
like
gonna
it?
cut you guys off. I'm
Make
cutting you guys
that
off.
clear.
Blair, I want to. Blair, let me hear you. What you're gonna say.
Blair's expression says it all.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think that there's a little bit of a tit for tat here, but I will say, Lauren, you said that Karlyn was celebrating you being deplatformed. I did see that, and I personally disagree with Karlyn for doing that. I don't like people being banned off Twitter, deplatformed. But I will say, you opened this up with saying that I shouldn't be given a platform and that I shouldn't have a say in the party, or you know.
Holy
so
shit.
I think there's a little bit of it to go around. I think everyone should probably just respect each other a little bit more.
No, I didn't say you.
Oh, nice.
That was the best.
Yeah. I didn't say you shouldn't be
Nice.
deplatformed. I just said you should not exist
Yeah.
in our degenerate gateway to pedophilia.
Yeah, exactly.
You should be deplatformed from your voice. I was saying that you should not have a platform within a party who stands for traditional marriage, because that is just opposing itself. You know, it makes no sense. Also, when you cannot deny that your people are the ones that are reading dressed in drag to kids at our taxpayers'
Your
expense.
people.
Your people, I know.
Your people. Blair's people.
Oh,
Blair goes to the convention of transgenders where they say, okay, who's going to read transgender story time to the kids this week?
oh man.
And I'm just curious, to what extent am I going to be forced to participate in your fetish or delusion while our children are being targeted for pedophilia openly? You know, so, you know, no, I don't want to give a platform to that lifestyle. And those are your people.
Here's the thing.
Deplatformer.
There is.
Go ahead, Blair. Sorry.
Okay, there is, and I think this maybe is something that you might not be aware of, or people who are not, you know, closer to the LGBT community, knowing the inner workings, that there's actually a huge divide from people who.
It doesn't matter. It's a package deal. It all comes together.
I disagree. I think that there's a huge divide within the community, as from people who do support things like Drag Queen Story Hour, one of the things I've been very vocal against children transitioning. So I don't think it's a monolith. I don't think any group is a monolith. The same way that the right wing is not a monolith of just people who believe, you know, in a biblical, you know, definition of conservatism, and people who don't. And I think that there's a really big missed opportunity for the right, in the sense that I think LGBT people are actually the best warriors against gender ideology. And, you know, and seeing children being read to by half-naked drag queens and children going under hormone therapy at 12. I think that people that are from that community coming and speaking out against it do a lot better of a job at trying to stop it than people who are on the outside. Because at the end of the day, Lauren, you could make it part of your platform to be against those things, and even Karlyn, you guys could talk about it, but it's simply the way it works. It's never going to be heard as loud as someone like myself or a gay person coming out of the community. And so I think that when you have, I would venture to say, the majority of LGBT people who disagree with those things, when they feel like they can't speak out against it, because what happens is the right will say, okay, you can speak out against it, but you still get no voice in the party, you're still disgusting, you're still a freak. They don't want to, then they end up staying on the left, and it makes it appear as though all of us agree with those things. But in reality, oftentimes we feel politically homeless, like we don't have a voice over here, and we have to pretend to be leftists or pretend to be along with these things because we don't have a political home.
Well,
so again, I think,
well,
so I just want to, one second, just one last thing. So again, I think just in general, the overall point of what I think is that you don't benefit from turning people off from voting for you. You just don't.
Okay, well, listen.
That's beautiful. Totally beautiful.
Yeah, I mean,
Here's
she's
the
totally
deal.
right that you need, because if someone like Lauren or whoever comes out against anything LGBT wise, you know, she gets hit immediately with the label of homophobe, transphobe, which in Lauren's case is accurate, but with other people, you know, they already hit them that, and it's kind of harder to hit Blair with the, well, she's a transphobe, you know, label.
Totally. Yeah.
So, yeah,
well,
but
and
Lauren
she should
doesn't.
be entitled. Her political opinion shouldn't be dictated by her status as a trans person. Like that's another problem.
Exactly, right. But But Lauren doesn't care about any of that because she's in favor of the purity spiral, you know?
Yeah.
To be this pure, you know, people like Blair or even Karlyn are, you know, subverting their party. They're destroying it from the inside.
As a person who grew up in California, I have more than my fair share of former drug addict friends. And I got to tell you, a lot of them turn to Jesus in this exact same way, which it's just like Jesus becomes the new thing that they're addicted to with the same kind of fervor that they were addicted to drugs with. And it's just, it's not healthy. Go ahead, Karlyn.
No, I was going to say you're exactly right. She's switched one addiction for another, and if it stops being Jesus, it'll be something else. I'm sure it's not even Jesus in this case. I'm sure it's actually the attention that she's addicted to.
Oh, okay, that could
Maybe,
be.
sure,
Yeah, definitely. So I often feel like Jesus is the only thing standing in the way of like hooking up and, you know, spending the weekend in a hotel room. So So it's a whole different perspective. I'm glad we figured that out.
Your whole lifestyle really opens the door to everything that you claim to stand against. Now, I'm not really sure if you really stand against the transitioning of children or drag queen story hour, or if it's just public opinion is against you, or if public opinion is against you because public opinion matters. You know, I don't really know what's really in your heart, but when you walk out a lifestyle that introduces that to children, I mean, it's there. It is your people. It is part of, you know, that's part of the package deal. It is spearheaded by the LGBTQ movement. Just because you take a normal stance on something, everybody should be opposed to grown men going into young girls' locker rooms or bathrooms. You know, that doesn't make you special. It makes you normal. You know, and just because you dress up as a woman does not mean that you have a special opinion on something that everybody should oppose.
Okay, so
I'm not claiming to be special. I'm just a person that shares my opinions online. And what I'm just trying to tell you is that it's a lot more people than you think within the community, the LGBT community, that agree with me and think the exact same way, not the exact same way, but on the more radical ideas like children, everything to do with children.
It's all the same.
I mean, you can sit here and you can insist that it's a monolith and insist that we all think that way and that it is a package deal, but it's really not, especially considering gender ideology and how it has manifested now and taken over culture and been popularized. It started it started well after the existence and acknowledgement of gay people or transgender people. Transgenderism used to be a purely medical issue that was treated on a purely medical basis. Gender ideology that we see on college campuses and that oftentimes it's communists spreading it, that came much, much later. So I think that they are two separate things.
Okay, so let me I have to move the conversation on because I know that Blair again has a hard out. And so I kind of want to give Karlyn and John a chance to respond to this. So as we're wrapping this up with the big tent, with the idea of the place with gays, I don't want to get your opinion wrong, Lauren. So if you can give me a brief response to this, do you believe that we should exclude the LGBT influence from the right wing and reestablish sort of like a Christian party? Can you give me your summary in under a minute?
Yeah, so certainly. In conclusion, the LGBTQ community has no platform, should have no influence on the party that was based on traditional marriage. Opposing gay marriage still is our platform. That hasn't changed, but we are going to have to vote on it again soon. You know, are we going to be the party moving forward? Are we going to be the party that compromises on our values that got us this far? Or are we going to stand firm on issues like family, restoring the nuclear family, getting dads back into the home, re-legalizing conversion therapy, which they have stripped parental rights, where children now can't even go to get therapy if they choose to change their mind. Well,
I didn't even catch that when she said it in the debate. I just heard that for the first time.
Oh my God.
Well, it's funny because she's like, oh, nuclear family. Like, okay, you know, getting fathers in the homes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
conversion
good.
therapy. Wait, what?
What?
Put that nuke in there. Jeez. Oh my God.
While struggling with gender, you know, the only path forward with this LGBTQ agenda is stripping parents of their rights. Parents are being villainized for not wanting to transition their children. They're having their children taken away from them. You know, so it is not a lifestyle that should be.
Those are probably things that Blair actually agrees with.
Of course. But
Yeah.
this has to she has to frame this in the most binary way possible.
Yeah, Blair is like such a great advocate because she's the one that they should be forced to listen to because she's actually experienced it.
Right.
Yeah.
But she's a degenerate pedophile, so
Yeah. Well, a gateway. A gateway.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
We don't want a straw man here.
Right. You don't want a straw man, Lauren.
Be included.
Even drug mules, they deserve a good steel man from time to time. God, that's such a terrible term.
I know.
I can't see. It's. I hope it's correct.
In the Republican Party, and it's not something we need either. Electorally, it hurts us.
Okay, Lauren, and then Karlyn, let me give you, so in under a minute, can you wrap up your conclusion on this as well?
Yeah, this is about attracting as many people to the movement as we possibly can. I would like everyone who believes in freedom of speech, who believes in protecting the Second Amendment, who believes in protecting all our individual liberties to come to the movement. And I think it's rather ironic that people like Lauren talk about treasuring the traditional family when she was campaigning on Twitter to have my husband of almost 10 years deported. So protecting traditional family, but break up mine. I would like to welcome everyone into this movement, including my husband, who will be starting the process of becoming a U.S. citizen a little later on this year. And when he does, he will be voting in the MAGA movement, just like me.
John?
I think that Lauren summarizes it pretty well. We're not saying that we're going to turn these people away. We're just saying that their issues can't be represented in our party platform.
Oh my God.
I don't think that's what Lauren is saying. That's not my interpretation whatsoever.
But even so, you can vote with us, but fuck your fucking issues. It's like,
it's
geez,
so
dude.
short-sighted. It's so short-sighted. I just don't understand. It's like these people want to lose. I just don't get it. There's so much infighting within this whole thing lately, just for absolutely zero gain. I just don't understand.
Well,
I don't.
You're looking at it pragmatically because you're an outsider. Where these are people that are. I mean, this is the ideologues they always think. They always think my ideology is secretly the most popular one. And if just someone would come out and embrace my values because I'm just so right, everyone would just clap their hands and say, yes, that's what I wanted the whole time.
Well,
they're just delusional.
I don't even know that it's that anymore. I'm actually starting to think that these people are much more comfortable being in the opposition than they are actually leading. And that's why they're doing this. I think that they like to be in the opposition.
That could be very true. It's always easier to oppose than to lead. Sure.
Yeah.
Are you saying that they have a victim complex?
they
like the victim role better?
Well, it's easier to be a victim, isn't it?
Yes,
I guess
definitely.
So. Yeah.
Because their issues essentially represent something that is deviant from the traditional American society. And these allusions to the Constitution as though it's an argument about religion, I think, is kind of disingenuous because, like I said earlier, Lauren, I mean, speaking for myself, I was against these sort of issues before I really came into the faith. But I think it's important to put that into context, that like when the Constitution was written, you mentioned the First Amendment and the Second Amendment, even the founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson, who would now be considered to be like the most radically pro-freedom of the founding fathers. When he was governor of Virginia, he wanted the punishment for sodomy to be the equivalent to the punishment for rape. Because
man, these guys are just obsessed with the gay thing. It's like,
well,
who looks that up? Who goes in and types in Jefferson? Was he against gay people? I gotta know.
Why would you think
I just gotta know. Like, what was his take on sodomy? It's
well,
like,
and it's also like too, like all I've heard for the last 2 years is like we're constitutional literates. It's all about like we take it all literally. We should be interpreting the Constitution literally. Right. When the first line in the Bill of Rights is Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of a religion. So it's like take the whole thing literally, except for the very first line in the very first thing.
Yeah. I mean, and that was, well, at least that's what we were taught in school. That's the entire reason America was founded. The first people came over here was to escape religious persecution.
Yep.
And it's funny that he's like, this isn't a religious argument. Now let me talk about sodomy laws. It's funny.
Yeah, I know. No shit.
Like, come on. No one cares about sodomy or the gay stuff except for religious. I'm sure there's someone, but most people who are not religious, they don't care about any of this stuff.
The question that I always have is like, does the gay thing bug them and they turn to religion, or does a religion turn them against the gay thing?
Well, there is. Sorry, Adam. There is a theory about this guy specifically, and this was pointed out by Blair's friend JC, who apparently John on his Instagram page has a lot of gay fans. That's what I'm going to say. Yes.
Well, I think we might have a lot of gay fans too. So I don't know what are you implying here.
A lot of gay fans. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm sorry. I was reading. What did you say that impugned Adam? Because I like that.
No. He. Never mind. Let's move on.
Okay. So wait. So what John said was incredibly misleading about Thomas Jefferson. Okay.
Oh, you looked it up. Holy shit.
I looked it up.
How could you? It's just like, that doesn't sound like, what the hell?
Well, I'm just curious. I'm like, Thomas Jefferson on sodomy laws. So, and he was very sneaky about this. Okay. He said Thomas Jefferson advocated that sodomy should have the same penalty as rape. Okay. What he doesn't tell you is that the reason Thomas Jefferson was advocating for that was because the penalty, the maximum penalty for sodomy in Virginia before that was the death penalty. They fucking killed you. So Thomas Jefferson was trying to reduce that maximum punishment to castration, which is still awful.
Oh my God.
But it's still a progressive position for the time period.
Wow.
It's like, I hate this. You always got to check everything.
I can't believe the traditional values is castration for fucking... We've come a long way, guys. We've come a long way.
Considered to be...
Although, wait a second here. That's for rape? It should be castration. What the fuck are they talking about? I'm actually in favor of that. Never mind. Let's move on.
Deviant acts that were against and went against the social fabric of the nation and the moral fabric of the nation. So if you want to come vote for Republicans nominally, that's great, but you can't have your issues represented because all of your issues, whether that be two men getting married, or it's just like it all represents something that is the total enshrinement of equality, which is fundamentally a left-wing idea, and it always has been.
And then Blair, give us your conclusion.
Wait.
Yeah, he's against equality. That's what he's like. Well, these crazy left-wingers, equality.
The left-wingers are the ones that are in favor of the leftists, I should say specifically, are the ones in favor of equality in terms of everyone should have an equal outcome, everyone should have an equal everything. But it's not a left-wing position, it's just an American position to say everyone should be treated the same under the law. Like that's the basis of the American legal system.
That's the basis of the Constitution, equal protection of the law. Yeah.
Everyone should be treated equally in that regard by the law and by society in that way. You shouldn't be judged because of your race or your gender or your sexual orientation.
Yeah.
It's weird that he would cede that to the left.
Well, I'll tell you what, too. I mean, I went to CPAC a couple weeks ago, and they're representing my values, and I think what I understand of Blair's values far more than they're representing Lauren's and John's. There was, I on the very first day of CPAC when they were welcoming everyone, it wasn't about welcoming. They specifically enumerated all the different religions. They even talked about welcoming atheists. So, if their contention is that the right is fundamentally based on conservative Christianity, CPAC's going to have CPAC isn't going to agree with that because they're welcoming everyone in.
Right. Well, that's what they're worried about because they see the change occurring before their eyes and they're afraid.
Yeah. Well, and isn't it funny too? Isn't it funny that like people like me who became politically homeless after leaving the left, the reason that people like Lauren and John are pushing back on this so hard is because they're afraid of becoming politically homeless. Well, we had to make a whole
Oh my God, it's true.
Good point. Yeah, that's true.
Oh my God, it's so true. They're the relics. They're in the relic world.
Yep.
They're like, holy shit.
I guess my conclusion would be that this is all kind of silly. You have half the country unconstitutionally locked down, people dying alone right now, can't go to funerals, people out of work, like the entirety of the country living with almost no dignity. Out of all of a sudden we have lockdowns and just so much stuff to worry about. We're bombing Syria, I can't wrap my head around this being even remotely close to the most important conversation happening on the right or anywhere. And I think that it's also kind of just over. I guess I'm just kind of saying what I've already said before, but Trumpism is the future, and Trumpism isn't, unfortunately, what you've seen with Lauren and with John today. And they're certainly free to advocate for an increase or a rise in social conservatism. But speaking for a really big chunk of my generation, going to be the people running things very soon, and they already are. You know, what Karlyn said earlier about we grew up in a time where we were very, very turned off from social conservatism, and a lot of the more radical ideas that you're seeing now in regards to gender ideology, wokeness, it is the pendulum effect of social conservatism. It is. It was, you know, I grew up in a time where when I was 5 years old, I was naturally feminine getting beat up by little Christian kids in my school. And that was kind of the era that we were in, and things changed and people got disgusted with that. And the pendulum is now to the point where now you have people being disgusted with the opposite end. So I guess Big Tent Party is the future. Not a huge tent. You don't have to compromise on everything, but you do have to acknowledge the anomalies in people and that everyone's different. And if you're going to be searching for, you know, pure, perfect, ideologically consistent 100% of the time people to only be part of your movement, you're not really going to find many of them, especially because a lot of these social conservatives on Twitter that you know love to talk about LGBT people being excluded, a lot of them are secretly gay behind the scenes.
All right, well, I gotta cut.
Hilarious. You everything she's saying there totally lines up with Robert Putnam. I don't know if you pay attention to him, social psychologist. You know the social psychology stuff, Karlyn, right?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
Well, he's made the argument that, you know, the social conservative stuff did completely turn off a generation and send them away from the moral majority, the Republican right, that kind of stuff. So all that checks out with stuff that I've read before. I was also curious too, because they keep calling this like Trumpism, and I think you're even calling it Trumpism, Karlyn, but I don't know if strategically that's, I mean, I guess it's a different story if Trump is running in 2024, but I feel like after the January 6th stuff, I feel like Trump is going to be pilloried in the media in a way that I don't necessarily know if some movement called Trumpism is going to be able to survive the media beating.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you. And this is why I'm not sure I actually want Trump to run in 2024, because I think if he ran, he would 100% get the nomination. I just don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it has a lot of chance of being successful. I think there are, you know, I mean, more polished people that can represent very similar values, like Ron DeSantis, I think could do it. I think maybe Josh Hawley could do it. That might be better choices. Kristi Noem, I think, would be an excellent choice. But no, I agree with you. I've been calling it the MAGA movement because that's something that's bigger than Trump. But I'll also say this. I mean, the 74 million people that voted for Trump, I don't think that they've gone anywhere. And I don't know. I mean, the Democrats basically laid out in that Time article what they did in this election. They gave us the entire game plan, right? And so now we know what they did. They kind of did, dude.
I know.
They did.
No, they didn't. Oh my god.
Well, we don't have to. We can agree to disagree on that point.
I would rather you guys fight it out. That would be more fun.
I don't know if I have the energy to fight out that particular piece right this second. But I mean, I think that, you know, the problem with the right and the Republican Party is that they know exactly what they need to do, but they just don't do it. So we're going to see what happens in the next couple of years. But the only
what do you mean by that? What is
what
it?
do they
What
need
is
to
the
do?
yeah? What is it they have to do?
Well, I think that they need to be fighting a lot harder to fortify the elections, if you will.
In the same way the Democrats fortified the election? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, you know, I mean, the thing about the Supreme Court not taking up that Texas case is they basically gave the green light to voter fraud by saying there's not going to be any consequence. So now it's kind of like, you know, I don't know. Do
just what we need, more voter fraud?
Because now it's going to be is a competition to see who can cheat the best. And the only analogy I have, and I understand it's not the best one, is Lance Armstrong when he was cycling in the Tour de France. Like, he was cheating, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so was everyone else.
Yeah, you couldn't be competitive unless you were cheating.
Yeah, and so Lance Armstrong was just the best of all of the cheaters. And I think what the Supreme Court did by not stepping in was they created a landscape where basically now it's going to be a competition between the Republicans and the Democrats to see who can fortify the elections the best.
Gerrymandering plays into that a bit.
Well, hold on.
There hasn't been some level of.
Hold on. I think you can. Well, I think you can make the argument about the cheating argument needs to be addressed. I just don't think you should hook it onto the Supreme Court case, because the Supreme Court case didn't really have to do specifically with that. I agree with the concept that yes, the Supreme Court was very negligent in that they just released their one sentence hand wave away, but they didn't really have jurisdiction to handle that case constitutionally.
I disagree with you. They were the only jurisdiction to handle that case.
But they're not, because you can't have, if every state legislature can make up whatever rules they want about their elections, one state can't complain about how another state is doing it constitutionally. And the Supreme Court only cares about whether states are following the federal laws. They don't care if states are following their own state laws.
Listen, I'm going to be honest. I am not in the state to make this particular argument right now. I will defer, I will defer to Robert Barnes, and I go with him.
Well,
that's who I'm always deferring to, is Robert Barnes. That guy's totally on it.
No, but Robert Barnes's argument was just, which I don't even remember if he was making this argument or he's just saying this is an argument. If I remember, he was saying this is an argument, was that because the Supreme Court has original jurisdiction, people are saying they have to hear the case. But that's not really been manifested or solidified to my experience as to why that is, just because you have original jurisdiction.
Well, whether or not they have to hear it, it honestly doesn't really matter, because my point is that by not hearing it, by not taking on that responsibility of expressing an opinion one way or the other, what they've done is create a landscape where there is no accountability for any of this. I mean, most of the, you want to talk about the case of the voter fraud cases being dismissed. Well, most of those cases were dismissed on standing. And so if you can't sue anywhere before, during, after the election, and no court is going to take it up, then there are no consequences to voter fraud. And that's what creates an environment where people are going to be incentivized to cheat.
They also, this is the best time for them to take it up, because this is a time when, let me, hold on. This is a time when the election wouldn't generally, I don't think the election would have been overturned by the Supreme Court decision. And that is the time to make it, because you're actually talking about the fairness of the election.
Sure. Okay. That's great. I don't disagree with that. But the problem is that the courts in general, all courts, are not the place to find fraud in the election in the first place. And that's why when you look through the actual individual cases, like 95% of these cases that the Trump team or anyone associated with them brought up, they weren't about fraud whatsoever. They weren't about voters committing fraud or extra ballots or any of this stuff. It was all about, we think that this law was unconstitutional. Yeah. We think the state legislatures did XYZ wrong. And that's sort of, I think, the problem in the way that this issue has been discussed, is that the courts aren't really designed to be the place to settle these issues about whether there was fraud in the election. And I think that's the better argument, is that there needs to be some system of transparency that people can see.
Well, that's not true, though, because the courts are supposed to decide on the process by which we all go about this.
Right. Yeah, but generally when people say fraud, they don't mean, I don't like this, the way the law said that the ballots are counted. They're saying, I think that people were creating fake ballots and stuffing the ballot boxes.
I agree with you that they're using fraud in an overly broad way, but maybe we could call it gaming the system. Because that's really what they did by all of these laws that may be constitutional, maybe not, but we don't know because the Supreme Court declined to rule on it. They gamed the system. And I think, too, I don't know that the Supreme Court would have overturned the election, but what I do think is that January 6th would not have happened if the Supreme Court had gotten involved.
I strongly disagree with that. But I don't think those people care. The people that are going to show up there and go and riot.
I don't know. I don't necessarily know if that's the case. Well,
I think they do.
Trump spoke, if Trump didn't speak on January 6th, it wouldn't have happened. Are you saying Trump wouldn't have spoke?
No. I'm sorry. I 100% I believe it would have happened if Trump hadn't spoke. It wouldn't have mattered. I was at the rally in DC.
But Trump, I thought the rally was set up for Trump, though. I thought Trump was the one who inspired the rally.
No, there was already going to be a rally. There was already actually two separate rallies. Actually, there was supposed to be another rally that I think was going to take place on the National Mall. January 6th was always going to happen, and there were already rallies scheduled even before Trump said that he was going to speak.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So but if January 6th happened exactly the way it happened without Trump speaking, then I wouldn't have my argument about Trumpism maybe being a bridge too far now.
Well,
like
maybe.
the Trump speech is the problem. Like he just gave the media so much fodder for like forever.
See,
to go ahead.
And I don't really understand that perspective, because from my perspective, he didn't say anything in that one speech that he hadn't said a million times before.
I agree with you that the media is mischaracterizing what he said, but what he said gave them the ability to mischaracterize it, which is the problem. Which is the whole problem of Trump, because Trump kept giving the media Trump would never succumb to like curbing his behavior because the media would mischaracterize him, which most politicians do, obviously, because they know the media's out to get them.
I don't know, man. I was there on January 6th, and I think the sentiment that I heard from a lot of people in the crowd was that they wanted to be heard. They wanted their voices to be heard. And I think that if the Supreme Court had at least heard the case and heard the evidence, that would have been something. But what January 6th happened, I believe, because there was a group of people who really felt like this was their last opportunity, the last chance that any of them were going to have their voices heard, and it went way, way, way too far. But I think if the Supreme Court had stepped in and heard the case, I don't think it would have gotten to that point. Now, I think, Adam, I think you said earlier that like once something's decided, conservatives are generally like, well, it's the way it is, and they go on to the next thing.
Yeah, that's a good point.
That's what would have happened had the Supreme Court stepped in.
Yeah. I agree. I think the Supreme Court abdicated their responsibility in a huge way. But
I agree.
Sitch, I think you disagree.
No, I agree. They abdicated their responsibility in terms of the way they dismissed it. They should have created a very long.
I don't think they should have dismissed it at all.
For why they thought Texas didn't have jurisdiction. They shouldn't have just said they don't have jurisdiction with no explanation and fuck off. That's the problem. They basically slapped everyone in the face with that explanation.
From my understanding of it, if they would have taken up the case, there wasn't enough votes to overturn the election anyway. So they would have been making a decision that was more about procedure than anything, which would have been the perfect situation to be in.
Right, but I'm saying, what's the difference between the court saying we're not taking this case up because they don't have proper jurisdiction, and they explain it, or they take the case, they hear everything, and they say, okay, well, we're throwing your case out because you don't have proper jurisdiction. It doesn't make a difference.
No. They would take.
It makes a difference psychologically.
They have proper jurisdiction. They would take the case up and hear the case.
But they literally don't. One state cannot argue against how another state holds their elections constitutionally. The Constitution says a state legislature can do whatever the fuck they want for creating an election.
Yeah,
so
but the problem was
the state of Georgia could have a fucking dog race and say whichever dog wins that race is who we're going to vote for.
But can they, and this I think is pertinent to the case, because can they, it was Texas suing Pennsylvania, right? And they were suing on the,
go ahead.
Am I correct here?
Yes,
Karlyn?
that was exactly what I was just going to say.
But they were suing them for breaking their own rules. So in your example, Pennsylvania says we want to have a dog race to decide our election, but then all of a sudden they decide, no, let's have a cat race
the dogs
instead.
Out for cats.
Yeah,
exactly.
Was that the
and this will work
legislature,
fine. Yeah.
The Pennsylvania legislature didn't change the rules. That was the problem. The rules were changed somewhere else, and that was the case, I believe.
Well, no, they changed the rules, but the rules were unconstitutional with Pennsylvania state constitution.
But why are they not hearing this case?
Well, hold on. Well,
why are they not hearing this case?
Hold on. Let me explain it. So we'll use the dog example because it's very easy. Okay. So say Georgia, they're going to say, okay, whoever wins the dog race, we're going to vote for. If it's the brown dog, Trump wins. If it's the white dog, Biden wins. But then they switch out the Trump dog for a cat. Mm-hmm. And then that cat loses the race. Right. And Texas says, wait a minute, your law in Georgia says that it has to be a dog race, and you switched out for a cat. So then the way this would happen is that, so Georgia says, okay, so that the people in Georgia sue because they said, oh, you switched out the dog for a cat. They go to the Georgia Supreme Court, and the Georgia Supreme Court looks at the law, and they make the determination about whether the state violated its own state law. Mm-hmm. The Supreme Court only cares about the federal law and the Constitution. They don't care if a state violates its own state law. So unfortunately, in this situation, there isn't really recourse after the state says no, the state constitution, the state Supreme Court says that there's no violation. That's it. That's the end of it.
It's totally fucked. That's totally
well,
fucked.
That's the way the Constitution, if you want to change it, you'd have to have a constitutional amendment, though.
And that's how election fraud has been incentivized. Because there's nothing anyone can do.
Well, except the problem is that, like in Pennsylvania, the law they're complaining about was a law passed by Republicans. It's not like this was it's not like the left was sitting around like, yes, now we're going to steal the election. We're going to create this unconstitutional law.
No, but they took advantage of the system in place. They gamed the system.
Right. Well, they didn't game the system. They took advantage of the law that the Republicans had passed the previous year.
There's so many people, you say that all the time, Sitch, and so many people respond that Republicans hate Trump just as much as like Democrats hate Trump.
But that was my problem with Barnes's interpretation of this, is that he was just saying, oh, this is all a conspiracy. All these Republican judges in Supreme Courts, they all just secretly hate Trump and want him out of office.
Oh, and that's not the old school Republicans do. That's legit. I'm sorry.
That's not a valid legal argument against these positions, though.
It doesn't have to be.
But if there's a valid legal explanation, you can't fall back on conspiracy theory.
Anyway, should we polish off the video?
We can polish off the video.
I gotta cut you off there. That's a loaded statement. I know, John, people want to respond to that stuff. Maybe you are secretly gay behind the scenes. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're super straight. It doesn't really matter. Guys, I want to hear your thoughts below in the comments. We could kind of go on with this conversation.
Was that John? Did John say something about being super straight?
No, Blair said something about a lot of Republicans pretend not to be gay.
Oh, yeah, they're gay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, here's a question, Karlyn. Was he reading those ads live or were they taped?
No, he read them live.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And I want to let you know something. Obviously, Karlyn and Lauren and Blair and John coming on. This is something that we don't get a lot of.
She's thinking about her marital chances here. You can tell.
Dude, she was talking about it for 3 straight days afterwards. She posted all this crazy stuff on Telegram, and I ended up posting on Gab because she's still on Gab, and I can tag her and things. I was like, Lauren, if you ever want to,
oh my God, you're trolling her. Dude, you're so bad, Karlyn.
Crazy.
Wait, what was she? She was posting about marriage prospects or something?
I was trying to give her sage advice that if she ever wants to lock down a husband, she shouldn't be acting crazy on the internet, all right?
Oh my God, that is great advice, Karlyn. That is excellent advice. Oh my God, yeah.
What was she posting? Was she like, look, I have all these men that are after me. Look, here's my receipts for dates.
No, well,
just what men want to see. All the guys that you've been dating.
She started lying about Blair, and she posted clips of things out of context that made Blair look like she said things she didn't. And then she was talking about like, I'm never going to marry an illegal alien. I was like, Lauren, come on. Like, relax.
He's going to marry whichever dreamy guy bats his eyes her way that accepts her.
That's exactly what's going to happen. And she's going to wear the pants in that relationship, and no one's going to be happy.
I don't know.
Before I wrap things up, I just want to let you guys know that you can follow Karlyn, you can follow Lauren, you can follow Blair and John. All their links to their social media.
Oh, can we end it here? Are we missing anything?
Yeah. No, you're not missing anything.
Okay,
let's just end it. Weird that someone who someone who ran for Congress, a woman who ran for Congress, is sort of advocating for traditional values where women would not be allowed to run for those positions.
One would think.
That is kind of bizarre.
All right, gentlemen, I'm going to bounce and go to bed, but I was supposed to be able to join tonight. Thank you for inviting me.
Thanks for jumping in.
Yep.
All right. Have fun, guys.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Take care. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Says, Sitch, the Supreme Court case was not about State A following State B's law. It was about states not following the Constitution. So State A is harmed when State B fails to follow the Constitution. No, it was about, the Supreme Court case was about State A not following State A's Constitution. And Texas saying, because they're not following their own Constitution, it's creating a harm to us. That's what it was about. Yeah. But the thing is, as I said, Supreme Court does not give a fuck if a state is not following its own state constitution, as long as they're not violating the federal constitution or some federal law somewhere.
And in order to make some federal law about elections, they have to do it, obviously, at the federal level, right?
They have to do it by the federal level, right?
So they would have to change
not only that, but
the rule about the state the state being allowed to do its own elections. That's like a no-go. That would never happen in a million years.
And it's not just a federal law. It's in the Constitution that says that state legislatures can create or devise whatever means they want for their elections. And so it would have to be a constitutional amendment if you want to change that, or create some additional oversight outside of the state itself. Mr. Ubercross for another $10 says, but if the Georgia governor decides to switch a cat and the court says it's fine, it still violates the U.S. Constitution because it wasn't ratified by the legislature of the state. No, it would be. So the people that decide in our system what violates the Constitution is the Supreme Court. So if the Georgia governor decides to switch the cat out for the dog, and the Georgia Supreme Court says, well, actually, we look at the statute and we interpret it from whatever way of saying that a cat is acceptable. Well, the Supreme Court of Georgia said it doesn't violate the statute of the Georgia state constitution. It wouldn't be violating the U.S. federal constitution, because the U.S. federal constitution says whatever the U.S. legislature wants to do is fine. It's up to them. It's their decision. And if the U.S. legislature and if the Georgia legislature turns around and says, well, we're going to give up our power of decision by creating a law that says it's going to be done by a dog race, then they're ceding their authority to some respect to the dogs, to the governor who's enforcing that law, and to the Supreme Court of the state and how they interpret that law being passed in the first place. And this is my problem. The argument here is so legislatively, judicially complicated that no one wants to hear it because it's boring. It's not sexy. It's a very boring, dry, complicated legal mechanism here.
But it should have been in the statement. It should have been in the Supreme Court statement.
Yes, but exactly. That's where they fucked up, is that they didn't explain all of this, which they very easily could have.
Right.
But and I don't know why. I don't know if they're just being scared, if they're just being pussies or whatever the case was. Because if you remember in the Bush v. Gore case, the Supreme Court's justification for being able to step in was they were saying, no, the state of Florida is violating federal law because they're treating certain ballots in Florida different than certain other ballots in Florida, and thus they're infringing on people's individual rights in the state of Florida.
Right, which is a federal law. They broke
which is a federal law.
Yeah.
Right. And
treating people differently.
Right. And that's what's, look, I get it. I agree. There needs to be some mechanism of transparency for voting, or some explanation of how this works in terms of can these things be gamed? Can they not be gamed? What is the process? And the media has done a huge disservice because they just want to say, no, Trump has no case. Get the fuck out of here, Trump. But the way it's being discussed and handled is not accurate, to say the least. Anyways.
That last super chat, that Mark Collins, I think, has been trolling us a lot in the
Mark
chat.
Collins for $5 says in all caps, hi
this
guys,
is hilarious.
I'm a MAGA conservative from 2023. I support transitions for children and communism. Victory.
I know, it's so funny. Well, at least he's from the future. I'm glad that we got the from the future joke. Multiple callbacks for it. Because
if Mark's from the future, I guess he's right, man.
I'm dying to listen back to the moral discussion with Sargon, because I'm not, like a lot of people in the chat were saying, you're just not understanding. But I don't know. I'm still a little confused.
Okay. Sargon is kind of, that's why I said he's trying to have his cake and eat it too. It feels like he's trying to say that there needs to be some prescriptive morality that is culturally enforced to some degree, but is
like
also
by
not
saying
enforced.
God wants us to do this.
Right,
That's how we did it religiously, right?
Right. Well, he didn't answer your question, but I don't think he really understood what you were saying about what is the pragmatic mechanism that enforces this culturally.
Yes. Yeah.
But that he's saying that there needs to be this prescriptive gender moral claim that society advocates for, but also you have the freedom to not have to follow it. And it's like, okay, I mean, I'm not necessarily against that, but
that's our position. That's exactly
right,
our position.
that is our position.
How
But
is
I don't
that
know,
not our position?
Because the problem is that whenever we would word this, he would sort of kind of word it slightly differently in a way that made it sound like he was saying it should be more than advocated for, but that there should be some sort of cost or something. I don't know.
Yeah, how do you put teeth in there?
Right. I don't know. It was a breakdown of communication for
the traditional way that you put teeth in there was you said, God told us this, and if you don't, you're going to burn in hell.
Right.
Yeah, those teeth have been lost. Now we have the teeth of law, the state, all that kind of stuff. But I don't know how anybody could come out and say, listen, we want the state to advocate traditional gender roles. Like, people lose their minds.
I would be, that's an interesting question. I would be interested into what he would say is the mechanism what is the teeth? What is the mechanism here? Because I don't think simply saying this is based on science that's going to make you happier. I don't think that's necessarily persuasive enough to solve the problem he's talking about, which is that you need some sort of prescriptive model to fend off the other leftist and super conservative models.
The problem everyone's talking about, because this is like the meaning crisis. Jordan Peterson's talking about this. John Vervaeke's talking about this. Like half a dozen YouTube channels are talking about this. Yeah. I don't know what the mechanism is for that. And, I don't even know that it's confusing because I don't necessarily know what exactly he's advocating for.
Well, I think you can advocate for saying, hey, this is what's going to make most people happy. I think you can advocate for that.
Big time.
By saying that this is what's going to make most people happy.
You establish prestige hierarchies and you have people go towards them by, these people live this traditionally and they're successful. I think part of the problem that we have today is the people who are at the top of these various prestige hierarchies, celebrities and whatnot. They live their life with traditional gender norms, like they're traditionally married, like, monogamously, they tend to have kids, that kind of thing. Yet they virtue signal for destroying the gender binary. And
and a lot of them are like raising their kids intentionally to be
gender neutral
or gender neutral or any of this other nonsense.
So that is this crazy thing, because normally people will look at successful people and go, I want a piece of that success. Let me do what they're doing.
Here's my question, though. In terms of the Sargon conversation, is if some celebrity is saying, I'm intentionally raising my child to be the opposite. If they're a boy, I'm going to intentionally raise them to be feminine. I'm going to have them have long hair. I'm going to put them in dresses. I'm going to do all this stuff. To me, that's awful.
Terrible.
It's terrible. Yes. Okay. But my solution to that isn't you should try to intentionally raise that kid to be ultra masculine. It should be you should raise that kid, you assume they're going to be masculine. You put them in quote unquote boy clothes and all that stuff. But I think there's like a line here between ultra masculine and like the opposite of that. And I guess I wasn't really clear on Sargon, like what is the line here that how do you raise the male child? Because I think you can do that. I think you'll walk that line without being like, no, he has to fit a clearly heteronormative masculine normative view.
I mean, this is the fucking stereotype from every single 80s movie, the fucking jock dad that like forces the kid to be hyper masculine, and he ends up like breaking and committing suicide or doing a bunch of drugs.
Yeah, like you have Dead Poets Society, the hyper masculine dad is like, no son of mine is gonna parade on stage like a fairy doing Midsummer's Night's Dream, and then he kills himself.
The Breakfast Club has the Emilio Estevez character. Yeah, I'm telling you. That's why I don't understand exactly what.
That's why, there has to be some kind. And this is I hate it because you can't give like a clear prescription, but there has to be some sort of balance here where you're like, look, I'm going to assume my child is cis. Obviously, I'm going to assume my child is masculine or feminine based on their sex,
their behavior. Yeah, exactly.
Right, but I feel like you could do that without and I feel like you can promote good, positive values in their child without making them gender specific. I guess that's where I kept getting the contention with Sargon. So I feel like most of the good values you want to impart in your children, you want to be responsible, you want to get a good education, you want to get a job, you want to be a good person. Like these aren't gender specific.
No, totally not. The recent twin studies show that parenting has very little effect on the children's outcome anyway. Like,
right.
Literally, if you do, this is true. Like they've taken twins that are biologically the same and raised in two
identical
different
twins.
Yeah, identical twins. They're raised in different environments, and the biology's like 80% of what the kid turns out to be.
Right.
So it's like what the parents are doing has absolutely no effect anyway. Like whether or not Timmy is attracted to same sex or opposite sex is just, it seems to be biological.
Right.
So.
No, exactly. And that's what I thought your point about the pill was so illuminating, because it's saying that. It's saying, oh, our society is trying to promote this, but the second people can do it, they just do it anyway, because it doesn't really have society doesn't have, I doubt how much of an effect it has to some degree. Obviously, with the woke shit, that is society having this huge degree on people. But then even then, it's sort of like, it's because people are terrified.
Yeah.
People are afraid. They're afraid of being labeled racist. They're afraid of getting fired. They're afraid of speaking out. And I don't know if that's the kind of, that's obviously not the social change any of us want.
We probably have a lot of super chats and it's getting late. So when do we start talking about chilies? I try to do a snack like in the middle here.
John Smith for 199 says late. That's right. We were late today.
Indeed.
Actually, we were early. We were 30 minutes early. I don't know what you're talking about.
I set the super chat up to block our campaign if that perhaps is the reason that we were age restricted last time. But
yeah, I don't know. That's the only thing I could think of, is that some Cody Johnson's fan flagged our video. The flagger looked at the first minute of our stream, and it has the cover on it. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, I think we got a few more backers while we were streaming, while we were arguing. So yes, $38,335. Thank you so much. That's very generous of all of you, and 671 backers. So, and I'll let you proceed with super chats.
Mark the Cyborg for $6.99 Canadian says, "I am formerly S-Class, but Adam followed me on Twitter this week, so I've defected to the A team."
What? Oh,
there you go.
There you go. Yeah. Okay, good. Yeah. Formerly S-Class. That's right.
That's
right.
You bought loyalty by a follow. Interesting.
Selector,
but then,
basic selector theory, man. Of course, you have to pay for loyalty, Sitch.
Right, but then if I say, okay, in order to get Mark back on my side, I follow him.
Unfollow immediately.
Doesn't that make me a bitch? Right? Because I'm being swayed by him. I'm giving into his demand.
What are you talking about? First of all, I didn't follow him so he would switch to 8. I followed him because I followed him for the same reason I always follow people. They say something that shows me undeniably that this person is intelligent and or has actually read a book.
What a good answer. What a fantastic
answer. I'm telling you, like as soon as I'm convinced, like intelligent or has read something that I've read, I'm like, okay, this guy knows what's up. And it never fails. They always have interesting stuff. So yeah,
that
works
is a
every
fantastic
time.
answer.
Yes.
Wow.
So
pure Adam went pure politician here.
What are you talking?
I'm so impressed.
This is not pandering. I don't want to cloud up my Twitter feed with a bunch of numbskulls. Okay.
Everyone, just look. If you want Adam to follow you, just say, "Look, A team. I'll go to A team if Adam follows me." Just tweet that to Adam now.
That's not. You're not going to get a follow that way. Yes. You have to actually have something intelligent, like Sitch. I feel like you're accusing me of dishonesty here.
I would never do that.
Yes, you would.
The Butter Anvil for $5 says, "Don't watch WandaVision. It's bad. I want to play Halo 4 and make a video, but I don't want to play it. Please help. Also get Rags on. Love ya. Hi, Rags." Yeah, we had Mullen on. We have to get Rags on. That's true.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
WandaVision was stupid. I liked it in the beginning, but it became very stupid. Ivan Geterix for $20. Thank you very much, Ivan Geterix says, the party that lives in the past and wants to keep in their 90-plus-year-old social policies is progressive, and the party that wants to look to the future and try new solutions based on the failures of old ones is conservative? ?
Mm-hmm.
They're saying the party that wants to. I'm assuming what he means is the party that wants to go back to the 90-year-old social policies of communism is supposedly the progressive one, and the party wants to look to the future. But see, that was the interesting part of this conversation, is that you could say, Blair and Karlyn are advocating for a future-looking version of conservatism, and Lauren and John are advocating for this 90-year-old or 40 to 50-year-old version of conservatism that is already a bygone. Derek Drummond for $10. Thank you very much, Derek. The Sky Needs Sleep for $10 says, woot woot, hyped for this.
Nice. I like it.
Anonymous Coward for $2 says, yesterday's talk with Isaac was actually productive.
Yeah, it was. Oh my God. I'm going to red pill somebody.
Uh-oh. What happened?
What do I get if I red pill somebody? Like I would always, my mother-in-law is kind of religious, and she knows I'm an atheist, and I always tell her, I will lie for you. Just tell them that you converted me, an atheist. How many points do you get for that? How many points do I get if I red pill a dyed in the wool SJW progressive? What do I get?
What was the persuasive argument here?
No persuasive argument. I brought on Drew Welty, who's like the nicest guy in the world, who's impossible to hate.
That's true.
I went nice. full intuitionist model here. I've talked to Isaac's. I had his elephant talk to Drew's elephant.
Mm-hmm.
And it was even better than ever I ever potentially imagined. We got a little splash of guilt in there because Isaac had officially trolled Drew on Twitter earlier on and felt guilty about it because Drew is like the nicest guy in the world. We've had Drew on before. Drew came on when we talked about objective morality.
Right.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I know,
so that's perfect.
You can't logic your way out of this. Yeah.
Right.
Can't logic. I'm playing 4D chess here, man. You can't logic your way through this.
Interesting.
So many people too. There are so many comments that are conservatives that think that you can, beat someone over the head into conservatism, which is just completely ridiculous. Yeah, exactly.
That's what the leftists think too. They think I'm going to beat you over the head with wokeism. Submit. I mean, I guess you can make people submit out of fear, right?
Yeah, but it's not a sustainable model for any means. I mean, this woke stuff. The days are numbered on the woke stuff because everyone's only clinging to it because they're fucking scared shitless.
Right. No, it's true. Did you see, surprisingly, what's her name? The Sarah, what's her last name? The comedian lady, Sarah, whatever.
Oh no,
Sarah Silverman
really?
Came out against wokeness. Yeah.
No.
Did?
Really?
Yeah.
The proud of her abortion lady is now anti-woke.
She said she was tired of I forget exactly what she said. She was like, I'm tired of all the the moral policing that's happening. She had a whole minute rant about it. It's very interesting. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
that is the problem
days are
with
numbered.
Right, and that's the problem. And what you're saying, the days are numbered. The problem with all the fear stuff is that it's kind of like when using a woke example. It's kind of like with Andrew Cuomo or something. It's kind of like when you have someone who's a serial abuser of some kind. I guess Bill Cosby would be a better example.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's all silent, but then when once it gets momentum, once people start coming out, all the dominoes fall over because people are cowardly, right? But they see once they see other people are doing it and are safe doing it, then they all start to join in. No one wants to be like the person that takes the first couple steps. And so I think once you have a bunch of celebrities who are like Sarah Silverman, who are viewed as being pretty liberal or on the left, come out against this stuff, that's when the dominoes will start to fall.
Yeah. They are.
Though the only
they are doomed.
The only issue, the big roadblock is, I think, is in journalism, because I think too many of these media organizations have hired these woke kids. And the question is, are they going to be able to fire them or shake them off, or what's going to happen with all that?
Right. And their positions are set in stone because they've been writing about this nonsense forever. So
yeah, I don't know. That's going to be the problem. Paper Relic for $2 says, why do I think this video is going to be lame? Because you didn't see the beginning where she called the player a degenerate the first second.
I did. We definitely had some spicy exchanges.
Yes. Karlyn hitting back with the you don't have a husband. Ouch.
I know. That totally changed her demeanor too. That's right. That is a good tactic. Like, speaking of traditional gender norms, like that was like a female savage punch.
That was a bitch slap. Yeah. Oof.
Yeah.
And look, I mean, she totally opened herself up for that, because she threw that. She literally starts with the ad homs. Like, one of the first things she ever says.
Yeah.
So you're a degenerate, gateway to pedophilia.
Yeah, yeah. And her claiming, I'm not going to marry an illegal immigrant. Bitch, you're going to marry whoever will have you. It's going to come to that.
Daniel the Bruce for $4.99 says, do you think bread tubers realize they're the equivalent of the people in the two boxes on the right for the Democratic version of this debate? No, very good point. I constantly felt that way the entire conversation, but no, they completely don't realize that they are the left-wing versions of John and Lauren, which was part of what was so obnoxious and hilarious to see the bread tubers attacking Karlyn and Blair in this conversation.
Yeah. They can't tell the difference. They don't know what's going on. They don't know the details and nuance of the situation. They're just attacking randomly.
I don't know if it's that. I think it's that they wish people like Blair or Karlyn didn't exist, because it would be easier if their straw man versions were all that existed. Because John and Lauren are basically like the straw man versions that they always want to set up. So when you have people like Blair or Karlyn who say, no, I'm on the right, but I'm not a straw man, it complicates their argument.
Yeah, it definitely
So that's kind of why they hate them more, which is interesting.
They want a panel of all four Christian conservatives.
Right.
Arguing about how much they should oppress people.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. That's exactly what they want. Alex Carrots for $5 says, next fire video, burn the harmonica.
Never. No way.
We had 3 pieces of fan art that I saw. That were pretty cool. Yes.
Are they on the Discord? I can get them.
One was on the Discord. CT sent you the one from the Discord.
Okay, well.
And I'll send you the other 2 if you don't have them.
I have a bunch of messages here that I'm not.
Cinema Sleuth for $10 says, thoughts on Ben Shapiro wading into the culture war with conservative content like run, hide, fight. I think politics getting shoved into things usually sucks. Either way, S-class is best class.
Man, that's so annoying.
I know you love it.
That's great.
So I actually don't know anything about run, hide, fight. Do you know what the deal with this is?
Run, hide, fight. Now that is a video game, correct?
It's a movie.
Oh, that is a movie. Yes, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, okay. Obviously. Run, hide, fight is distributed by the Daily Wire. It follows a high school besieged by a quartet of school shooters.
Huh. This is amazing. Oh my God, this is the best piece of art ever.
So
Run, Hide, Fight sounds like a good movie. Great.
A high school student uses her wits and survival skills to stay alive and protect herself and her classmates from an active school shooter. So wait, is this what was produced by Ben Shapiro? That is kind of that. I don't know, because he's doing the thing with
Gina Carano.
Gina Carano.
Yeah. This is great.
I don't know. It depends. Here's I haven't seen Run, Hide, Fight, so here's my feeling on it. If Ben Shapiro, the Daily Wire, was producing movies or TV shows that were just good and didn't have some like political slant, then I would totally applaud that. But if they're just going to say, oh, we're going to be like the right-wing version of X and we're just going to make, right-wing propaganda films, then I would be against that. And I don't know if that's the case with this movie because I haven't seen it. So what is the art that you are looking at?
The amazing, sorry, Adam, but I haven't done the reveal on what it says on the bottom yet.
Okay. It says, sorry, Adam.
No,
What?
I was trying to respond to the chat. Someone said Sargoninos.
Sargoninos?
I was trying to type, stay masculine, Sargoninos.
It's so funny that we got that criticism from One Species, because we like whenever Sargon's on, we always
all we do is fight with him. I know. It's like, what the hell? Fighting with Sargon is part of our brand.
But it makes Sargon. It more interesting. If he just came on and we just said, yep. Yeah, it would be boring.
Yeah, totally boring. Yeah. I still don't understand, like, you should watch that TED Talk just for the ridiculousness of it. It completely blew
the pedophile one.
Yeah. I can't remember what she was calling it. She was like underage attracted.
Isn't they call it MAPS? Minor attracted people or something?
I think this was pre-MAP.
Pre-MAP? Okay.
Yeah, but you watch that TED Talk and you think, I am repulsed by humanity. This is weird.
So this picture is by Thoth's Apprentice. Apprentice.
So there's a reveal down here underneath.
And Thoth's Apprentice, longtime fan. I remember he made fan art for me like way back in the day.
Smile is wrong, but we get the.
That's fine. It's better, honestly, with the smile.
Sorry, Adam, it says, and then down here. I don't like this bottom part. We got to edit this part off. Sorry, Adam. Oh, you can't see it.
But S-Class gets the best ass.
Beautiful.
I do like it.
I love it, Thoth.
Technically untrue, but I do like it.
I like that my Discord name is Kosher Non-Pork Related Sitch. For some reason in the Discord.
Someone changed your name? They always change my name.
I don't remember. There's some reason for why that's what it was.
Boomer something. I get the boomer jokes all the time, but whatever.
If the boom fits, Adam.
I guess so. I mean, technically.
I thought technically you're a Gen Xer.
I am Gen X, yes.
Yep.
Generation X, yeah.
Be proud. The Butter Anvil for $5 says John Doyle made a video about lib things cons shouldn't say. One of them was consenting adults can do whatever they want. Convinced me I wasn't conservative. Interesting. John Doyle's
interesting. Because you were saying, consenting adults should be able to do whatever they want.
Well, I didn't say that.
No, he's saying that he believes consenting adults should be able to do whatever they want.
No.
Obviously within reason.
No. John Doyle is making the argument that conservatives should never say consenting adults can do whatever they want, and that's actually a liberal argument.
Right.
But
But
we hear conservatives say that all the time.
But this convinced the super chatter that he wasn't conservative. Correct?
Right.
Which is what I was saying is good. Perfect. I like.
Well, I don't know if he means. I don't know if Butter Anvil means he's not conservative because he thinks consenting adults should do whatever they want.
Should be able to do whatever they want. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Consenting adults should be able to. Well.
Or he agrees with John Doyle's position.
I don't know. I mean, are we talking about adultery? I mean, is that I don't think consenting adults should engage in adultery.
Yeah, but again, it's sort of there's a nested thing. Usually when people say consenting adults should do whatever they want, they mean two adults who want to have sex that's legal,
that are
they should be
consenting, not in other relationships, not lying to people, not
they should be able to engage in whatever sexual kink they want to, as long as it's safe. Sure.
No cannibalism or anything. Keep it clean. Well, I'm just saying.
Who was the cannibal guy? that we were talking about the other week?
No, I don't want to bring it up again.
You don't want to bring it up? Okay.
It's fucking too. Oh my God. Jonathan Haidt brings it up in his book. That's the first time I had heard about it. And I was like,
yep.
And then I found out TJ, the amazing atheist, had made a video on the guy. What? Oh my God. Why would you? I don't know.
I never watched The Amazing Atheist because I always found his content incredibly boring. Was he always a socialist or did he become a socialist?
I never watched his content either. I just watched an occasional video. Yeah.
Okay, I saw someone play like a clip that was just like, I'm trying to remember. He's either saying like we should just take out all the landowners and redistribute their property. I was like, what the fuck? Like,
is he trying to like rebrand himself as, or maybe, I don't know.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he was always that way or if he became that way.
When people lose interest in our show, I'm gonna breathe a sigh of relief. Go back to my private life.
Chris for $5 says the trade war with China. He also backed out of the TPP, but like no one really cares about that anymore. That's true. My problem with all that stuff is it's like I agree with Scott Adams. All the trade negotiation stuff, no one actually knows what's in it, except for the people doing it. It's so complicated.
It's
hard for me to come to
MMT,
distinction on that.
No, I know exactly because of MMT.
Okay.
The trade war stuff is bonkers.
There you go.
Like
Adam knows, he knows what's up.
China wants to give us all their stuff for paper that we send to them. Sure, sounds like that's a great deal to me. The fighting against a trade deficit is totally moronic.
So you're saying we should be trading more?
If a trade deficit is legit good for us, are you kidding me?
Right, but no. So you're saying that Trump's position on the trading and the TPP is stupid, according to MMT.
If you're gonna trade your brand new 2021 Tesla to me for my piece of shit 1999 Volkswagen Jetta, okay?
Why would I do that?
Well, that's a trade deficit right there. I'm fucking stoked. Give me your Tesla. Here, take my piece of shit.
Yeah, but that's not the way it actually works, though.
Why not?
Like they're paying for the car. You're not trading one car for a shitty car, right?
Well, they're trading. We're sending them paper for it. We're sending them U.S. dollars. They're trading for treasury, for T-bills.
I see. You're saying that basically China is trading us useful things and we're trading them currency, which is just useless paper. I see what you're saying.
Yes, yeah. We get the good stuff.
That's not how I
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
So so you're saying that you think that you would disagree with Trump's position on TPP and all this stuff.
I 100% disagree with Trump's position on TPP and trade deficits and all that stuff. Yeah.
All that stuff. Okay.
Yes, we should try to get as much good stuff as we can out of people.
So this lovely, amazing picture that you're saying.
Oh yeah. What's going on here?
This is Zofrat's made this picture for me for International Women's Day.
Is this you transitioning?
This is FemSitch.
I have to send this picture to Lauren. Oh wait, she got kicked off Twitter, so I can't. Oh my god.
You like the little Adam keychain that FemSitch has? Sitch Chan has.
Oh yeah, that is cool. That is cool. Who's that heart for? Who's female Sitch?
It's for you, Adam. Oh, it's for you, Adam. You know, actually, it's for S class. It's the S class.
Zofratz is getting good at her anatomy, I've noticed.
Yeah. Sitch Chan looking hot.
Oh my goodness, we're gonna be demonetized again. I just realized.
Nah,
we're gonna be age restricted.
The people that do that don't look this far into the video.
We're gonna be age restricted. Got to keep this here. I'll use the. I'll cover up her scantily cladness with this with this guy.
It's funny on my screen. You're just zooming in. You're just making it look bigger.
Here, no, I got it covered now. We're good. We're good, guys. Narrow
Stuart Keating for 2. Aussie says 1 out of 10. How much will Snyder's Justice League suck? Oh, I fully anticipate for Snyder's Justice League to somehow be even worse than the cut of the Justice League that exists currently.
That's tough.
Which is difficult.
Yeah.
But it will manage. I'm telling you. It will somehow manage to be worse. And it will be boring as shit.
Snyder should have been a painter, because he's not very good with the story stuff.
No, he's fine at being a director. He just needs to have someone write competent scripts for him.
Yeah, totally. 300 is amazing. 300 is an amazing movie, but he totally stuck to the source material.
I wouldn't go that far.
You don't like 300?
There's there's some stupid shit.
What is the matter with 300 now? there is some latent homosexuality going on in that movie. I can't, like I've noticed.
There's only 2 things I remember from 300. I've only seen it once in my entire life. The first is getting kicked in the pit, which is funny. This is Sparta. Everyone loves that. The meme. This is Sparta. The second thing I remember is the scene where they're explaining how the Spartan boys are raised, and they throw them out into the wild, and they have to like kill wolves and survive.
Yeah.
And there's literally a scene where he just recreates the comic panel where the kid is backing against the wall with a spear when the wolf's coming, and the narrator is literally telling you what you're watching. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening? I don't need a narrator saying, the child backs against the wall, spear in hand, ready to attack the wolf. When I'm watching that fucking thing happen, it only says that in the comic because it's a still picture.
Oh my God.
It was what is happening? It was fucking stupid. It blew my brain.
This is worse than the Parasite thing. I can't believe you're making this argument. Like at least there's logic behind the Parasite.
I don't even know what the Parasite thing is you're referring to.
My difference with God's Sad about the Parasite thing.
No, it's not. What do you mean? I'm saying that
this is such a nitpick.
Wait a minute. Do you think movies should have narration that's literally describing what the fuck is happening in the scene?
Well, sometimes.
That's idiot. No, the point of narration is to add something to the scene, right? In Fight Club, he's not just saying, in this scene, I'm getting punched by Brad Pitt, but Brad Pitt doesn't exist. Like, that's not happening. The narration isn't just explaining what you're fucking watching with your eyeballs.
He wanted to stay true to the source material. He didn't want to get it wrong.
Anyways.
That narration is not bad narration. The narration that bugs me is the narration. The narration that bugs me is the narration that breaks the fourth wall. But that narration is technically a guy telling a story, and they end on the guy telling the story.
That narration 100% breaks the fourth wall. It makes me super aware I'm watching a movie.
It doesn't break the fourth wall at all.
Oh.
Anyway,
you're wrong. I don't know what to tell you.
Never been wrong before. Never will be.
So CT made this picture. Order your play button, Sitch.
I just want you to have the check. All the checks show up in our chat, and I'm always like, yeah, Sitch doesn't have his check mark.
I was talking to CT the other night, and I was gonna do it. I was gonna do it right there because she was like, you have to do it. And I was like, okay. I couldn't figure out how to do it.
What?
Because everything I looked into said YouTube sends you some email or notification, and you just click on the link that they give you. And I'm like, okay, but what if I don't have that email because it was so long ago? But I don't have that notification, and I couldn't find out like how to fucking figure this out. So I'm like, great, I'm gonna have to like sort through my fucking email and try to figure out whenever I got 100K.
Don't you
follow that link?
There's this search feature for email. I don't know if you.
Yeah, you know how many emails I get from YouTube that's telling me a bunch of useless shit. I have like a million of these. YouTube, someone has commented on your video. YouTube, someone's liked your video. Someone has like subscribed to your video. I have a million.
Guaranteed. It says congratulations in the email.
Okay,
guaranteed.
I'll look.
100% guaranteed. You can
congratulations.
Congratulations. Yeah, you find that thing. What is it? How am I going to bring this tweet up? I'm so confused here.
I don't know, but it's really cool. You have to show it.
It's like a GIF. Is this a GIF? Or...
Well, it's like a movie.
Oh, it is? It's not copyrighted, is it? Because I got a little bit of the sound.
Well, you can turn the sound off. We don't need the sound.
I think I figured it out.
Anyways. Pragmatic Culture for $5. Hey, Prag.
What's up,
Says,
Craig?
Lauren, how'd you say her name? Witzk is the closest to a based woman you can get besides Michelle Malkin. Let me know if you need someone to side with Lauren and John. I should have anticipated.
You should hit her up. She's available.
That's
yeah.
Craig, are you married? Are you dating? You should. Yeah, get on.
You should see how she feels about monarchy. She seems like something. It'd be like something she'd totally be into.
Bragg for another $5 says, if you want to see the potential of a truly populist Republican Party, just look at America First Pact. America First is inevitable. I don't think Nick Fuentes' white nationalism is the road for the populist Republican Party.
Is Nick Fuentes a white nationalist? I never know.
Yes, 100%.
How did he get away with the Catboy stuff if he's a white
cowboy stuff?
Catboy.
Oh, you can be.
What was the
resolution? White
resolution
nationalist and be gay. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay, I guess so. Maybe
there's a clip. It's so I've showed you this clip a million times. There's a clip of Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer being interviewed by JF. And JF says, do you consider yourself a white nationalist? To Nick. And Nick says, well, to me, the term is redundant because I'm an American nationalist and America's a nation for white people.
Oh, wow.
And,
okay. So
and then he
that's coming
says,
out hard.
Right. And then he says, I don't use the term white nationalist because there's too much negative stigma attached to it, the label, and it's to attack you. Right. So he's saying, I'm a fucking white nationalist, but I don't want to say that because it's a negative label. So, yes, Nick Fuentes, 100% white nationalist.
What game is this? Spirits, courtesy of, with some design help of Caffeinated Tweaker.
So, Cine Art, who made the cool Monster Girl coloring book, if you remember.
I do remember. I bought that comic book. My wife has colors on it all the time.
Yep. Tweeted out the game Friday Night Funkin', which is Cine Art involved in the production of this. I wasn't 100% sure. Or if she just made the mod. Or I don't know if she's he. I'm sorry. I'm assuming your gender here, Cine. I actually don't know Cine's gender.
I think it's a he.
Right.
Cine. Yeah.
Says sprites courtesy of Pikachu at Catastrophics with some design help from CT. So maybe CT knows more about this because of CT was involved in the production of this. But it's really cool. There's a game called Friday Night Funkin', and if you play it, you can see that there's little Sitch and Adam sprites.
Which one is me?
You're on the bottom.
I'm the guy with the microphone?
On the left.
On the left? Oh, yeah, the red shorts. I see.
Yeah, Sitch is sitting on top of you.
I know.
Yeah, that's why I said Adam confirmed bottom.
This is like surprise sex here. What's going on here?
It's cool. No, look.
If I see you reach around, Sitch, I'm going to stop the video, okay?
No, see, the combined S-Class A-Team is combining forces like Voltron to win the rap battle, okay?
That's pretty good.
The Friday Night Funkin' is the game. That's pretty cool. That's very cool.
It is cool. Yeah.
So I guess that means if you get this game, you could download
Funkin'.
Friday Night Funkin'. Does that mean that if you get Friday Night Funkin', you could download Sitch and Adam sprites for your game, like the mod? Because that'd be awesome.
Wow, that looks good. That's like some good 2D art.
Yeah, it's
animated up. It's cool. I like how I stab myself in the eye with the microphone. That's my favorite move. Boom, 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 boom.
Thoth says she made the mod, and CT says Cine is a dude. So there you go.
I thought so, yes.
Stop it was all
people's gender.
CT says, no, I just helped with the design slightly. I didn't do anything. It was all Cine. There you go. Awesome. Very cool.
Great. Yeah.
Looks amazing.
Who are we fighting against?
I don't know. Whoever the protagonist of the game is, I imagine.
Look at that. They got a little thing. We're losing.
If you advocate for blacks, does that make you a black nationalist? No. If you advocated that America should only be a country for black people, or that blacks need their own country only for black people, then yeah, that would make you a black nationalist, sure.
Yeah. Ethno-state is typically the word.
Ethnostatism, yes. Ninja Co-Star for £5 says, "Sup, Adam? How much does a ninja have to donate for you to show a pic I just drew?"
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, send us the pic.
Send us the pic.
Yeah. DM me on Twitter. Or...
As long as it's nothing, as long as it's something appropriate.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We're not going to show hardcore pornography.
Yeah.
Unless it's good. I mean, let's be real here. That was a joke.
Send it to Adam on Twitter. Chris for $5 says, "Adam, get over that MMT nonsense. You can't explain everything with MMT. Sitch, ground Adam for reading about MMT." I might have to do that, actually. Adam, you keep going on and on about this MMT, and I hear that's for leftists. So I'm going to make a decision and automatically assume that's bad.
Nah, it's good. It's fun. MMT is where it's at. Magic Money Tree. That's what it stands for. Who doesn't want a Magic Money Tree?
The guy you're fighting in the mod is Metal Commander.
Well, he's beaten.
Oh, that's Metal Commander from EFAP. Oh, that's funny. I didn't even notice that. Cool. Alex Karras for $10 says, "Lauren only cares about conserving her vision of evangelical ideology. Karlyn and Blair acted considerably more like Christ than she did. Conserve the Constitution."
Yeah.
Yeah,
totally.
Blair did. Even though I would have liked Blair to hit back, Blair's in this weird situation where she can't like get triggered because then it's like, "Oh, look at this transgender person just getting triggered because like, oh, they're degenerate." Like, you know, it's a really shitty situation for her to be in.
Yeah. Did she? I don't think she got super triggered when she was with Candace Owens. The guys. It doesn't seem like she went super.
Well, it's
from what I remember.
It's almost
maybe
impossible not to get triggered in that conversation. Yeah. Candace Owens was pretty intense in that conversation.
Yeah, she was definitely intense.
Candace started it because she came out like at 100 and just stayed at 100.
Yeah, the whole time.
Yeah, right.
Guys,
CT says the picture she sent us is the one from Ninja Co-Star.
Oh, the one that we already showed?
No. Oh. We haven't showed it yet. We're not in it. It's just a cool picture.
I got it. Hell yeah, it's great. And it's not dirty. So we're in good good standing.
Octor for $5 New Zealand dollars says, "Big government is a double-edged sword because while it can maybe solve big problems, it also screws up much worse when it becomes corrupt, which it will."
Which it will. Is that always? Is that like the iron law of government always becomes tyrannical? I don't know.
Well, all hierarchies tend towards corruption.
According to Jordan Peterson, but...
Well, do you disagree?
No, I totally agree, but is it... notice how he uses the word tend.
Right.
Which
but yeah, you can
gives
prevent
you an
it.
out. Yes.
Well, no, tend means that if you do nothing, it's going to keep sliding in that direction, but you can keep pulling it back.
Yeah, you keep shackling that Leviathan.
Right,
You're
you
like,
keep
the
shackling
Leviathan's getting bigger. We need some more shackles. Then we need some tail shackles. Get a little shackle here, a little shackle there. Yeah. The Leviathan is our beast of burden, right? That's our Pokemon. Our Pokemon.
The Pokemon. So this is the picture by Ninja. It says, "Kill us and you steal the peel from the dragon."
Is that dragon? Oh, there is a dragon over here. I caught it. Look at that.
It's very cool. Is that? I don't know what that's a reference. Was that reference for your Ninja?
There's some dragon talk in the new Jordan Peterson book, which you haven't read yet. First, you have to read The Deficit Myth. Stephanie Kelton. She makes a really good case that climate change is real.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just kidding. She doesn't. She just assumes she assumes it's terrible. That's what's so tough about it, because they advocate for a bunch of policies that I completely disagree with, but it's like they have the description of the economy correct, which bugs me. Yeah.
Prag for $2 says we don't want liberal conservatives. Our father in
Why
the
not?
green. Yeah, why not? Because they're subvertive. They're subverting our party, Adam, from the inside.
Your party?
Well,
our party now.
Our party / if I'm talking about from the conservative perspective, from the Lauren and John conservative perspective, and
I've been a lifelong
Pragmatic's
Republican. I don't know what they're talking about. I've been registered Republican more than I've been registered Democrat. I only registered Democrat so I could vote for Bernie.
There you go.
That's the only reason I registered Democrat. I changed my registration when Bernie was running in the primary. When was that? Bernie was running against, I think, what election was that?
Both 2016 and 2020. Bernie was running the primary.
But I didn't vote. I didn't vote for Bernie. I voted for Yang.
You voted in 2016, probably, yeah.
I voted for Yang in the other primary, which I was glad that I still had kept my Democratic so I could vote for, Now maybe I will stay Democrat just so I can vote in the primary, but I'm not going to vote for a Democrat in the general because no one cool is actually going to win the primary.
Well, it depends. We don't know who's going to run in 2024.
I would vote for Yang. I would vote for Yang. I would vote for Yang if Yang was the Democrat.
He's probably not going to run if he's governor of New York.
Anyone else I will not vote for because they're racist. Yang is the only one who's overtly against the wokeness.
Yeah, but I'm saying there could be a new contender that shows up. We'll see.
Nah.
We just had the conversation about how no one predicted Biden, no one predicted Obama, no one predicted Trump.
Yeah, we'll see.
Our father in green for $4.99 says, "Why are you so mean to Jangles, science lad, Adam?"
Because he's a fucking troll. I hate that guy. Fuck it. Fuck off. That's why.
You don't like Jangles?
Jangles is a dishonest hack. Of course, I hate his guts. What the fuck? I'm not bound by YouTube law to like everyone. Like if he was,
I've had no real interactions with him. So
all the interactions I've had with him are just, he's always a piece of shit to me. So what the fuck? I try to be nice to people. Okay. I live by the rule that.
So wait, hold on.
I cannot make people like me. Okay.
For
but
context,
if people
Jangles,
like me, then I'm gonna like them back, right?
So people know who we're talking about. Jangles is the guy that debate / yelled at
look, Karlyn's
Milo
still listening. Karlyn's still listening. Karlyn says Jangles a fucking troll. I love it. That's right. I love Karlyn.
Where was it that he yelled at? Where was it that he and Milo yelled at each other?
On Modern Day Debate Channel. Yeah.
Yes. And he also showed up at the in-person conversation.
Yeah, and I think he yelled at Karlyn there. I think that's why Karlyn is disgusted with him too. Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, I don't take him seriously at all. Like I think he's one of these people that just wants to win the argument. He doesn't care about truth. He just wants to build an audience. Like he's like a classic. I want to be a popular leftist. That's his thing.
Sasquatch says, first of all, Karlyn says she just can't quit you, Adam. Oh. Sasquatch says, Sitch, didn't Jangles say that white people killed Martin Luther King Jr., where you responded that all white boys go back in time to shoot him? Oh, is that Jangles?
What? That sounds awful.
That's funny. Someone said something about like white people killed MLK, so I said yes. As a rite of passage, all white boys, when they reach of coming of age, have to go back in time, and they're the one that has to shoot MLK.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he wants to argue about, like, he wanted to debate something that I just didn't want to look into, or like, what the fuck? I don't want to. I'm here to hang out with Sitch. Sitch and I are friends. Like, we can talk for hours. Fuck, I love hanging out with Sitch. It's like, this isn't work. like debating Jangles. Work. I don't want to work. Come on.
Work. Prag for $2 says church ladies are greater than freaks co-opting the GOP.
That's more like an equals.
Well, no, but when he says freaks, he's relating that to Blair. He's saying,
okay. People. I thought he was talking about like the woke people. The super woke people.
Woke people are not co-opting the GOP.
He's just talking about.
Right.
Oh, I guess you're right. It's late. Okay,
That's fine. Lord of the Nerds for $5 says Sitch is literally appealing to normativity to make a case someone can't have liberal values and desire fiscally conservative positions or some mix of. I never said that.
Normativity. When were you appealing to normativity?
I said that I don't believe people are being sincere in their principles when they say that they're economically libertarian but socially, very conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you're basically saying is, oh, I believe businesses should have the right to do whatever they want, but when it comes to your social life, you should have to follow a very strict rule of moral enforcement.
We're
that
coming
to me
into your bedroom
like
with a microscope.
Bullshit. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. That sounds like it's like, well, you're just you want the economy to match your social norms. You just don't think it can, so you're kind of taking a libertarian position in that regard when you don't really mean it. That's what I was saying. Lord of the Nerds for $2 says fake laughs and sighs aren't arguments. Oh, I disagree. Those are the best.
Sitch.
Those are the best.
That's all. Those are as bad as a well.
Well,
you can do better than a fake laugh and a.
You're right. You're right. It's a real laugh. I never fake laugh. Well, actually, that's not true. I fake laughed when we were watching watching Cody Johnson. That's the only time I've ever fake laughed.
Oh yeah, you did good. A lot of people mentioned in the comments how great your fake laughter was.
That's evil.
There's my
your fake laugh is evil, Adam. Your fake laugh is evil. That's terrible. Chris Jones for $5 says trickle down equals straw man. Why did JFK cut the top tax rate? Because the wealthiest report more income and pay more taxes after their tax rates are cut.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Adam.
Oh, really?
You're a straw man.
So the top tax people, they weasel out of paying their taxes, and once they cut their taxes, they were like, okay, this is fair. Now I'll pay my taxes. Something tells me that I'm not necessarily sure that's true. Okay. Especially since it wasn't Trump bragging about the fact that he paid like $800 in taxes.
That is true.
Technically, I pay more taxes than Trump.
Well,
that's the reason I didn't vote for Trump in 2020 was because he was bragging about how he didn't pay his taxes.
He didn't pay taxes. Yeah.
Fuck that guy. I was like, what? My taxes are so high. I'm in California. I'm getting hosed by the tax man. And this guy's bragging on national television about how he doesn't pay taxes because he's smart. I like to think I'm smart. How do I not pay taxes? Mm-hmm. They throw my ass in jail.
Right.
Yeah, this is horrible. You know what I'm talking about, Sitch.
I know what you're talking about.
Do you pay your taxes? You probably got a tax shelter or something. Nah, you probably got a huge tax shelter in like the Bahamas or something. Your grandma's
wow. This is anti-Semitic that you're bringing this up, Adam. I cannot believe.
The real estate magnate.
Cannot believe that you'd bring up this anti-Semitic conspiracy theory, Adam. I'm so
just because you have a tax shelter. Not what are you saying? All Jewish people have tax shelters? I know.
I'm saying that you would assume because I'm Jewish that I have a tax shelter in the Bahamas somewhere. Okay.
No, I know. You know who has tons of tax shelters? Mormons. All the Mormons have tax shelters. Yeah. Not just a Jewish thing.
You know who else does?
You haven't cornered the market on tax shelters.
Scientologists.
Oh, Scientologists? They're worse than the Mormons with their tax shelters. I don't even know a Jewish person with it.
I'm a good boy.
I don't even know a Jewish person with a tax shelter. What are you talking about?
Exactly. And you still don't because I don't have a tax shelter.
Okay, good.
You're with your slanderous remarks here. Jeez.
You better not. You better be paying extra taxes.
In all caps, Adam thinks Sitch is some kind of Jewish leprechaun.
What? I don't know.
They're after me pot of gold, Adam. They're after me pot of gold. That's another offensive Jewish stereotype, Adam. I cannot believe you said that.
You're the one doing the impression.
Terrible.
What? How much do I get if I red pill Isaac? I want to know. I want massive cred for this.
You get massive cred if you red pill Isaac. But I guess
giant, massive cred.
I guess we're gonna have to hammer out what you mean by red pill Isaac.
Yeah, I guess that would be.
I mean,
he votes for Trump in 2024.
Well, yeah. If you could get Isaac to just break out of the liberal progressive bubble and be like, okay, all conservatives are not racist. And I understand their positions.
Oh, I've already won then. He's basically said that on the last stream. Yeah.
Oh, because of Drew?
Done.
Oh, perfect. Awesome. There you go.
Yeah.
I consider that a huge accomplishment.
Done. Yeah.
Good job. Wonderful.
He even said he'd stop using the what's the matter with Kansas argument that Republicans are idiots because they keep voting against their economic interests.
Right.
He's turned on that old liberal chestnut, that old progressive chestnut.
Ivan Patrescu for $5 says, Sitz pretends to be enlightened centrist, but in the end, he still places all good with the Democrats. A-team forever.
Ah, there you go.
Fake news. That's not true at all. I don't place all
They
good
love it
with
when I
Democrats.
come out and talk about how racist
I
the
even
Democrats
said,
are.
I even said, if wokeness doesn't get better in 4 years, I'm not voting. I'm done.
You're done? You're not going to vote?
If wokeness does not get better in 4 years.
Where are you at on the Biden turning on the wokesters prediction? Where are you at?
It's still way too early to tell.
Oh, okay.
How this is gonna play out. Hey, that's why I brought up Sarah Silverman. That's a good sign.
It is a good sign.
That's a good
Definitely.
sign.
Yeah. If
Dr.
Sarah
Seuss
Silverman's
thing
on your side.
Dr. Seuss things, that's a good sign. Lots of people upset about that. Mr. Potato Head.
Did you dig in on the Dr. Seuss stuff? Because the Dr. Seuss stuff was a lot of like hand wringing over. I don't know the titles that they canceled, but supposedly they canceled 6 titles that weren't selling well anyway. It's not like people are talking like they canceled Green Eggs and Ham. No, they didn't cancel Green Eggs and Ham.
The only ones I know by name, they canceled. It was If I Owned a Zoo, and the Mulberry Street one, I think. I
hadn't heard of any of the. I hadn't read or knew of any of the.
They're
6
not
that they
the
canceled.
most popular, but that's what I think. That's why the reaction was so viscerally negative, is because people weren't even familiar with the ones they were canceling. They just said Dr. Seuss, like Cat in the Hat. You can't cancel Cat in the Hat. That's
yeah,
absurd.
exactly. Yeah, that's what I did. And then I looked into it and I thought, oh, well, these are pieces of shit. They should have canceled them. Why? Who knows?
Though
I think this lame thing.
I think the person who was writing, the person who wrote the papers that I think led to all this cancel stuff, they were claiming that the Cat in the Hat is really a black minstrel character.
So they were trying to cancel Cat in the Hat.
Yeah, but the state said no, like we're not doing
Okay, good. Yeah. They were like, are you kidding me? We sell 1 million Cat in the Hat books a month.
Yeah. And they were also complaining about the Sneetches because they're saying it promotes colorblind acceptance.
Oh my God. It's so funny because those books did fight for like the progressive cause of colorblindness. Yeah.
Sneetches is very progressive, yes.
These people, they don't know what's going on.
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says, after all Sitch's talk about single issue voters, he literally became single issue with my national health care. I'm a centrist. That's not true. That's not my only issue. It's fake news.
Well, you're against the trade deficit, right? You were convinced by my fancy
no,
Tesla.
I don't know enough about it to have a strong opinion one way or the other.
Read the deficit myth. Stephanie Kelton will set you straight.
I don't know.
We could have Warren Mosler on. He's like the king. He's the kingpin of MMT.
Oh God, please no.
No, you don't want to do that?
No.
Why not?
No.
Warren's like
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says S-Class confirmed for Pimp Class. Thank you, Lord of the Nerds.
Whoa. Hey, I like it.
He might have said something else that sounds like pimp, but I'm going to say he said pimp.
What? Oh, he said simp class, didn't he? Everyone was coming hard. Like, I don't
even know what that was in. Remember that was in context too.
I can't believe, seriously. I started looking for it, but I couldn't Google it fast enough because the women did invent agriculture, and something like 80% of the calories were taken in by gathering, and only 20% of the calories were taken in by hunting. And the hunting was generally done by the men, and the women did the gathering.
Yeah, but I don't think you can equate gathering with farming agriculturally.
Oh, why? Because it's like
it's completely different.
Yeah, but gathering led to agriculture.
I mean, I guess. Well, so is the argument that women gathering food witnessed and observed like foods growing, and thus they figured out that you can plant how foods work?
Yes.
I don't know. It took them a long fucking time to figure that shit out. If that's the case.
Well, they were dum-dums. They came.
I'm not saying if men.
They were walking.
I'm not saying that if men were the ones gathering, they would have figured it out faster. But come on, women.
Well, anyway,
it's a little quicker here on the farm.
If the natural environment is that the women folk gather and they bring home 80%,
of the bacon.
What was he saying? What did Sargon say? Breadwinner?
There you go. Is that true? I feel like that's how could they make a determination about those numbers?
Hey, wheat, grain. Is that like something you gather or hunt for?
No. Okay, no. Pre-agriculture, no one was fucking gathering grains whatsoever because you can't fucking just eat grain that's growing in the wild.
You can. Okay. What are you talking about? Wild grass. This is exactly what they ate. You know nothing about this stuff.
I read the fucking.
That's how they invented beer. Okay. They invented beer by storing grain in little rocks, and those little rocks filled up.
Once they fucking started farming it.
No, they did not.
He was talking about how
they were literal.
He was talking about how
they were
there's a whole thing.
Gatherers.
Oh my god.
Like, listen.
They didn't. I remember in Guns, Germs, and Steel, they were talking about how cereals were like horribly ineffective in the wild, and it was only through human selection that they became, productive crops. Yes.
Well, I have to bow to Guns, Germs, and Steel. Obviously, I don't want to get too far talking too much.
Okay. No, but
hold on. I want to make my central point about the.
But wait, no. You didn't answer my question. Was
80% of the calories.
How could people today figure out the diet of hunter-gatherers 10 to 20,000 years ago and say, oh yes, 20% of their diet was meat and 80% was cattle? How could you make that determination? How could anyone?
Because they found that guy in the peat mob in the peat bog.
My grandfather used to own a farm, Karlyn. I don't want to hear it.
They found that guy in the peat bog, and they autopsied his stomach, and they
so one guy, they find one fucking frozen caveman somewhere, and they think that's indicative of their entire fucking diet.
I want to look this up because I know that I've read this, because I remember it stuck in my brain. I'm like, Jesus, the guys are only bringing in 20% of the calories.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know how you could figure that out. This seems
well, it's stuck in my mind, but I'm like, okay, so the 80% of the calories come from gathering and 20% come from hunting, and they're a gendered culture because the men do the hunting and the women do the gathering. Who's bringing home the bacon in this scenario?
Well, I don't know. I don't buy this 2080 thing.
Well, if it's correct though, who's bringing?
If it was correct, then yes, women would be the breadwinners, primary breadwinners.
Yes, totally.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
But everyone's like, no, Sargon's got it right. What? Maybe not technically right, but.
Color says they look at the teeth.
Yeah, there you go. They look at the teeth. I Googled like crazy because I was trying to find this thing. And not only that, the polygamy thing. I know that's like the fact that monogamous society doesn't, like, we didn't come out of a monogamous society.
Well, we might have.
Genghis Khan was not conquering the world. He could get wives for all of his people. Okay.
Wait a minute. You have when you're talking about what is quote unquote natural to humans, okay, you have to go pre-agriculture. And I don't think polygamy existed when we were hunter-gatherers. I think it only existed once we switched to farming, to my knowledge. Yeah. Okay. So therefore it would be, so the argument would be, so polygamy existed. This is the problem. You have all these drives that are activated on humans promoting certain behaviors. But like all animals, they're geared towards living in a specific environment and in a specific way. So it's okay evolutionarily to have, or it would even make sense for humans to have some tendency that could lead to polygamy, but never does, because the environment would never allow that to manifest in a hunter-gatherer society. But then once you change the environment to something unnatural, like farming and land ownership, suddenly those behaviors can ramp up to unnatural and unhealthy levels.
Just like the pill. Yeah, exactly. That's
just
what
like
happened.
The pill, just like video games, hack our minds today, and social media hacks our mind today. They all take advantage of these systems that were created, or not created, manifested by evolution for completely different reasons. Sure.
Well, for saying I have bad takes tonight. Also somebody says that only high-level people in the hordes had multiple wives. Yeah, that's my argument. Only high-level people had multiple wives, and the lower-level people had no wives. Zero.
Right.
Because all the wives went to the upper echelons. I did a video on this. It's from the book The Moral Animal by Robert
Well, you
Wright.
could say
polygamy is the natural state of like agricultural societies. It is.
Anyways,
polygamy is a normal state in he even talks about it. North Korea. Like North Korea is massively polygamous.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, because it's got a, like, if you're in the party, you get like 20 wives. If you're not in the
to be
Communist
clear,
Party,
when you say natural, I think some people are confused here. When you say natural, you don't mean the average person in North Korea has multiple wives. You mean it's natural for those climbing the dominance hierarchy to have multiple wives, those who are successful.
Is the natural state, and I guess we're not talking natural in like you're living out in the woods like caveman, but is like the natural formation of society equitable distribution of resources, or is it normally like of a hierarchical elite, no middle class, and everyone else is living in squalor, destitute?
No, I would imagine, based on what they know of hunter-gatherers, which would be the most natural state for human beings to exist in, that those societies are far more equitable.
Yes, they are.
And as soon as you introduce land ownership and agriculture, everything goes topsy-turvy.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean, and this is where people fall in the trap, that doesn't mean the natural state of human beings is to live in equitable societies. It means that whatever mechanisms we evolved were suited to exist cooperatively in a hunter-gatherer society, because we were like that for tens and tens of thousands of years.
Well, and it's forced on you by ecological situation.
But then when you switch our environment to farming, those same tendencies we have can manifest in negative ways, which is where you get all the power hierarchies getting fucked up. So I would say no.
Coalitions forming.
Right. So I would say no. The natural state of humans is that they will tend towards unequal hierarchies of power. Would be the natural state of humans, because that's what we're seeing happen once humans are able to manifest their power in that way.
I should just send Sargon that video, because the thing that he's advocating for with like traditional family monogamous situation is like so not the norm. And that's kind of why it was triggering me so much, because generally in our situation, which is a highly stratified society, there's a major distance between the poorest and the most wealthy. In that environment, generally, it's polygamous.
Well, is it? Maybe it's completely useless to try to tie this into some sort of naturalistic fallacy in the first place.
Well,
Just because
I
something's
agree.
natural doesn't give it, prescriptive moral value. It should be whatever creates the best outcomes for people, right?
Well, that's why I wanted to use the term traditional.
Right.
Yeah, I got rooked into the natural stuff.
So, but maybe that's Sargon shouldn't be focused on trying to hitch it onto.
But I think
this idea of nature.
I think he is wanting to hitch it onto that. And I feel bad we're talking about this without Sargon here. Sorry, Sargon. Obviously, I'd love to talk to you about this stuff, but
talk another 4 hours.
We could easily, yeah.
Yes.
Sargon had to go to bed, but the reason that I think, and I could be wrong here, is that he wants to say that it's natural because it's like it gives it the gravitas that used to be given through the God thing, like God said it.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But there's so many natural instincts in people that are bad that it seems dangerous.
Totally,
hitch something to nature and say, well, this is why we should do it.
The natural instinct is, hey, I want 20 wives. You get none. I've decided because I control the army and they all get 20 wives too. Get fucked.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
Literature Devil for $2 says we need to talk Watchmen one day. Yeah, we do.
Ooh, yeah.
We do need to talk Watchmen. That'd be interesting.
I have to finish the comic first.
You do.
No,
Lord Tennyson's Pipe for $2 says John Doyle has this look of F my life right now.
John Doyle?
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh, yeah, on the thing. Yeah, he did have some good looks.
Frieza for 2 Canadian says, does Vosh count as a pedo advocate? I don't know. It's annoying because I haven't listened to him enough on these arguments to figure out if he's actually advocating for pedophilia or if he's trying to make some really stupid argument where he's equating capitalism to pedophilia in order to, or not even capitalism, but was it child labor or something to try to attack capitalism. So I don't actually know what he's advocating for. And I don't really care enough to figure it out, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, obviously people are saying that about Vosh just to take him down. So
right.
I mean, I don't.
And I don't really care enough to delve into the truth of it because I don't like Vosh. So why do I care? If
and also,
way.
it's like a super disgusting thing. Like you feel skeezy just even talking about it. So
it's a bad. Optically, you don't. I think what he may have been trying to do is I think he was trying to create his own version of Destiny's incest argument. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, he chose pedophilia, which is like 1,000 times
worse.
More.
Yes.
Yeah, it was 1,000 times worse than the incest topic. So, as bad as the incest topic is, the pedophilia one's like 1,000 times worse. So maybe he just really fucked up on that. Whatever. I don't really care. Fuck Vosh. His opinions are terrible. Brian Bishop for $10 says, as an evil right-winger, I hate this Lauren girl so much, she's just an SJW.
Here. Yeah, I wouldn't want her representing. First of all, here, I'm ex-drug addict, unmarried, like, just terrible at picking guys,
Yeah.
Here, let me come represent the conservative movement. Jesus. It's like, oh my God.
Or the nerd says he's on video saying horse dongs arouse him. Well, I guess it makes him into bestiality, not a pedophilia.
Yeah, that's not
pretty bad.
How's that work?
That's its own thing. That's pretty bad. John Smith for $1.99 says Lauren is hilarious. That's true. She's pretty funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says a lot of gender theorist founders were also pro pedophilia. I think that's where the transgender pedophile thing comes from. I know. So a lot of the guy who created the theory of gender that the woke people are all into is John Money. Right? I don't know if he was pro pedophilia. I know he forced the person he fucking live experimented on to transition.
Right.
He forced him and his brother to pantomime sexual activities.
Oh my God. What the hell?
And his rationale for this was because he was trying to instill like what it means to be a woman or a man to the kids, which is horrifyingly fucked up. I don't know if he was pro pedophilia or not, but that's what's so interesting about a lot of the gender is totally a social construct argument, is because the person that came up with that theory is a psychopath who was totally proven to be untrue by his own experimentation.
Yeah, John Money.
The person, the person he experimented on, I think his name was like David Renner or something.
Yeah, he transitioned back to his.
Yeah, not only did he transition back, so there was a kid that had a botched circumcision, and he like lost his penis or something.
He lost his ding dong in an accident. It's a tragic situation. So his parents said,
his parents said, "What do we do?" And they somehow they get hooked up to this John Money guy. He's like, "Oh, just raise him as a girl."
Yeah,
and we'll like create a vagina for him. Yeah,
they're like,
because
you can do that. That's a thing,
right? Because he thought, well, gender's a social construct, so if someone has a penis, just raise them as a girl. It's so fucking crazy.
Well, you do have a doctor's outfit on.
That's right.
I do see you have a stethoscope around your neck. Okay.
So they did, and it basically ruined his life. It ruined his brother's life, and they both ended up committing suicide.
Yes.
Because of this horrifying experience that they went through. So, but that's what's so dumb about all this shit, is that the guy who created the concept of gender being a social construct was literally proven to be as untrue and wrong as humanly possible.
Yes.
In his live experimentation on people, and they still cling to this fucking social construct nonsense.
It's crazy. It's totally crazy.
It's sad. Dr. Diddler for $5. Oh, that was the pro pedophilia one.
Dr. Diddler.
Dr. Diddler. If you want to talk about being pro pedophilia,
yeah, no, change that screen name. Jeez.
A variant horse for $4.99 says, Sitch, there's no pedo promoting lefty on YouTube. The chat simultaneously Vosh.
Oh yeah, they do.
I did see that. Yes, is Vosh really advocating for the pedophilia thing?
Yeah.
Someone says it's an equivocation that we shouldn't support like child labor, but we do, so therefore CP should be treated the same. Huh.
Oh, that's so
I don't know.
Disgusting. That's so disgusting. That's so
Dr. Dealer says, when I made the super chat, I was thinking about French philosophers like Foucault. Oh, I'm not familiar with Foucault. I know Sargon said that a lot of them were pro-pedo, which wouldn't surprise me. But
yeah, and Alex Jones has his like he says everyone in government's like pedophilia.
Well, yeah, but
they recruit the pedos, right. So they have
the Lauren lady. I think believes all that stuff.
Oh, really?
There's a secret cabal of pedos and shit. Yeah.
That's how she got into it. Hilarious.
Breaker for $5 says, doesn't sound crazy to me. I am literally one of those people. I don't remember what the context for that was. Breaker for $2 says, I stopped voting after this. Oh, maybe Breaker's saying they stopped voting because they thought Trump was too pro-LGBT. Interesting.
Or they could have been, we were talking about the religious right coming in and like bossing everyone around, and they could have stopped voting because of that.
Right.
Lots of reasons.
Alternate Keck for $5 says, honestly, the blonde girl is the most relatable to me in the Midwest as a moderate Republican. The way she speaks is how me and my friends speak. Interesting. Now, now the question is it the mannerisms that the way in which she's speaking that attracts you, or is it the actual ideas that she's promoting?
Her attractiveness definitely took a hit with the drug stuff.
Well, first of all, I don't think she's attractive at all, but...
Oh, really?
No.
Oh.
She looked like Skeletor.
Oh, I didn't notice.
She's got the Ann Coulter, like...
You something's don't find going Ann on. Coulter attractive?
Ann Coulter is not attractive, no. Interesting. Anyway, David C. for $10 says, logically, if kids can make the decision to change their gender, then explain why can't they decide to be in a sexual relationship? If they know about their gender, then why not the other? Yeah, that is a sort of... I never really thought, since I'm against kids transitioning anyway, I've never really thought about this argument. is that a fair argument to say? If you're in favor of kids being able to make the decision to transition, should they also be responsible enough to consent to sex?
It is a coherent argument, but I mean,
It seems to be a coherent argument.
Who's in favor of kids transition? I guess the
woke activists.
Yeah.
Are.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Right. Oh yeah, I think they would have. I agree. I think they'd have to bite the bullet if that's the position they take.
Oh my God, yeah.
Alternate Keck for $5 says Karlyn is wrong about her perspective of MAGA and right wing and is trying to subvert it to liberalize it by gaslighting recent history. There you go, Karlyn.
Karlyn is gaslighting recent history.
Yes, I don't know what she was gaslighting. Oh, I guess in terms of her. When she laid out the timeline for how like the religious right pushed people away.
You can look up. There's a couple great videos from Robert Putnam that he goes into this specifically, and I've actually done videos and used clips from those lectures of his where he pulls out the data and shows. Yeah, because he points to the anti-theist will always point to the rise of the nuns and say people are getting irreligious. And he points to them and says, no, this is like the moral majority just taking everyone out of the church. The anti-gay stuff totally turned off a generation because they were more open-minded about like not discriminating against people. They didn't hate gays. And a lot of them still believe in God. They're just not going to church.
Interesting.
Yeah.
John Smith for $4.99 says, U.S. didn't care about Israel when it was founded. They were neutral for a long time. Oil, oil, oil. I thought that's not true because I thought the U.S. coming out in favor of Israel was like one of the key factors in Israel being accepted as a country. From my understanding. I mean, maybe they didn't really care about it after that, but I know they were pretty big in coming out of originally.
I thought we were instrumental in making Israel a country.
Right. I thought so too. Brian for $5 says conservatives need to decide what the smallest political unit should be: the individual, the family, the community, the state, or the nation.
Family.
Interesting. The family should be the smallest political unit, not the individual.
Oh, I guess it should be the individual, but you should definitely focus on family formation. That's the problem with the left. The left is like, fuck the family.
There is an interesting thing where conservatives in America do suck up the Libertarian Party or libertarian leaning people when they're not necessarily the same.
For votes?
Well, I mean, they don't necessarily have the same position.
Libertarians get married.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm in terms of like a lot of the conservative position is anti-government and leave me alone. Like a lot of the conservative position, at least historically, this might change recently, but the last 20, 30 years, a lot of the conservative position of, get out of my life. It's not necessarily because they're libertarian. It's because the government and society was becoming left-wing, and thus they wanted that out of their life. In the 50s and 40s, I don't think there's a strong conservative movement to get government out of their life socially. I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, there wasn't.
Well, back in the 20s, when I was a lad.
No, but it shows what the first principle is and whether that's, what is motivating here. Immortal Mechanism for $10 says Julius Caesar was a populist who betrayed his own class. He was assassinated by elites who thought his death was for the greater good. His funeral was followed by a massive plebeian riot. So I watch the guy that I watch on YouTube that talks all about Roman history civilis. He talks about how Caesar was definitely advocating for a lot of populist positions, like grain distribution stuff, but he was also completely subverting democracy and seizing power as an authoritarian dictator. So I don't know which one you weigh out as being more important in that situation. John Smith for $4.99 says, my Torah portion was on leprosy and circumcision. Good times. I'm glad mine was not on that. Yes.
I think we read that one.
We did, but it was funny. So
yes, yeah, of course. What is my bar mitzvah going to be on? Give me some good topics. I want to.
My bar mitzvah, my Torah portion was on a nice liberal Torah portion. It was on how you were supposed to give up some percentage of your crops every year to the poor and needy.
Taxation. Look at this. Look at this.
There it
Holy cow.
I had the pro-taxation.
Oh my God, he's pro big government
propaganda
ever since the bar
in my
mitzvah.
Torah portion. Yep. There you go. Helping the
bar
poor.
mitzvahs are theft.
So terrible. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, my religious mom said, yes, it's degenerate, but most aren't pedophiles.
Really? Oh, well, that's good.
There you go. I guess that's
a good
progress,
take. That's a solid take right there.
Is that, I guess, question mark? Progress. The Butter Metal Works for $11.90 for $5 says, did Mitch McConnell say during Obama era that they would be the party of no? Didn't Mitch McConnell say during the Obama era they would be the party of no? How is that reasonable again? That is what Mitch McConnell said. It's not reasonable, but it is politically, or at least it was. I don't know if it will be with Biden. It was politically effective under Obama because people would say, oh, the Democrats had, the Congress and the House. I mean, the Congress totally in the presidency, and yet they didn't get anything really accomplished or passed. But we had the same situation with Trump and not much passed legislatively anyway either. And no one really seemed to mind. So, but Trump always could be the edge case because he's such a strong personality. I don't know if that's really indicative of a pattern or not. So we'll see what happens with Biden now. I think if the Democrats don't pass some healthcare reform, I think they're going to be totally fucked in 2024.
Yeah, healthcare's a nightmare. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The little bit that Trump did, it would be funny if Biden actually takes credit for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if it starts working, like the transparency in pricing actually brings healthcare costs down.
Pragmatic Culture for $5 says, government isn't a monolith. You can have it enforce good morality without needing endless funding. It's not libertarian, but it's still consistent.
Enforce good morality. How do you do that? I mean, other than don't, kill and commit fraud and stuff like that.
Okay. I mean,
I guess that is good morality.
Well, first of all, it depends how much good morality you're enforcing.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to need to fund the morality police that knock on your door to make sure that you're not engaged in sodomy. So I think it's going to be a little more complicated than you would anticipate, depending how strict you're going to be here. But also irrelevant, really, because they shouldn't be fucking advocate. They shouldn't be enforcing. I don't trust Pragmatic Culture's definition of good morality. Alternative Factory, thank you for the $10. Alternative Factory. Adam THM for $9.99 says, another issue, Sitch, was the last 5 years Democrats said our elections were hacked by Russia, ran specials about it, and then this election went silent because Biden won. That's the major issue I have right now. Yep. Of course. Everyone's going to be a total fucking hypocrite. If the Republicans win the House and Senate back in 2022 and win the presidency in 2024, you'll see the exact same switch. There'll be no Republicans saying the election, fraud or anything like that. That's the way everyone is, unfortunately. Even at the time, the people that were saying Russia, I mean, the concept that Russia hacked the election is so preposterous.
Why? You don't believe that?
Well, fortunately, there was some people that were making those claims, but most of them weren't. They weren't making they're being very dishonest. They'd say Russia hacked the election. And then when you would try to pin them down on what they meant, they'd say, oh, no. I'm just saying that Russia put out propaganda that got people to vote for Trump. So they would kind of do this very dishonest thing where they did the Mott and Bailey. They'd come out with a very strong position. And then when you try to pin them down, they would completely, retreat to the safer position. Lore of the Nerds for $2 says, religion isn't right-wing, Sitch. religion isn't right-wing. In America, our dominant religions tend to be right-wing. Would you disagree with that?
What's that?
In America, Adam's like checking out here. He's tired.
No, I put our OnlyFans in.
Oh,
onlyfans.com/sitching out.
Wait, what?
I don't think it worked though. Oh, I forgot.
We have an OnlyFans?
I forgot to put the www.
I don't know.
No, we did it. We signed up for a Subscribe Star. People were asking us about a Patreon, and I started doing a Patreon, and I was like, fuck Patreon. Everyone hates Patreon anyway. But I put the link in the chat, and Danimal asked me to post our OnlyFans, so I did.
Would you agree that most religion in America, that our dominant religions in America, tend towards being right wing?
Dominant religions in America tend to being right wing. Well, I guess we have to define right wing. What are we talking about here?
Well, conservative, how we define it in America.
Like traditional gender roles and stuff like that?
Yeah, everything.
I mean, I don't know. There's those religions that are like, I don't know, Branch Davidian thing was going on. That didn't seem. I think if you were Mormons that are like kind of polygamous. There's these Scientologists who are like way.
The more religious people
there.
tend to be, the more they tend to vote towards the right, to Republican in America anyway.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's not a controversial statement.
I buy into that.
So yeah, I guess religion. Well, maybe religion is essentially right wing.
Mm-hmm.
I'd have to think about this.
But there are left. There are. Listen, my friend, he was getting bar mitzvahed at this church, at this synagogue. That's what they are. That's what the Jewish people
get bar mitzvahed at churches.
Right.
Yes.
And they were the stuffy old conservatives that wanted to make him read about period blood. And she said, listen, I can find a church that's going to make my son virtue signal about taxes. I have to find a liberal church, okay?
No, but that's not, I'm thinking about it in terms of, is the concept of religion inherently right-wing by how we define today? And I have to think about that.
First of all, the biggest religion going right now is the anti-racism religion, and I don't know if you want to call that. I'm talking about
traditional religions. Okay.
What do you mean?
Anti-racism is not a traditional religion,
man. It's not a traditional religion, but I mean, I'm going to think about religion.
Okay.
Like, how you want to define religion? Religion is a group of people that agree to stick to some ethic.
Okay. I'm gonna mull this over
wholeheartedly.
I'll think
I disagree.
Okay.
Sorry, Super Chatter. I disagree. Religion is not
Lord of the
right-wing.
Nerds was saying religion isn't right wing.
Yeah. Okay. So I agree with Lord.
So you agree with it?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Religion isn't right wing. Not at all.
Amazing. Chris Jones for $5 says, Sitch, the LGBT employment rights you described didn't exist until the SCOTUS decision. Laws are supposed to be passed by legislatures, not judges. Yeah, that's true. But judges are the ones who interpret how these laws are to be enacted and interpreted. Sure. That's the process. So if the judge says, hey, you said you can't discriminate on the basis of sex, and we interpret that to mean that includes sex stereotyping, well, that's how our system works. Someone has to interpret it. So there you go. We talked about this on stream a long time ago. Part of the flaw of saying, well, we have to go back to the original intent of the legislature or the people who wrote the law is that oftentimes there is no original intent because everyone's voting for a law for a very different reason. And that specific law that had gender discrimination in it is a perfect example, because the person who attached gender discrimination to the civil rights legislation that said you can't discriminate on the basis of gender, they specifically attached sex in there in order to tank the civil rights bill. They thought if they put in protections for people on the basis of sex, everyone would vote against it. But they ended up not voting against it. They ended up voting in favor of it. So the question is, okay, well, how does that work with the original intent argument? I don't know. That's why I don't really buy that argument. And that's why we have judges who are supposed to work this shit out. I don't know what Adam's doing. He's doing something.
CT posted our Twitters and said follow us. And I said, don't follow me. Go away.
Warrior Vice. If anyone wants to join Discord, just ask CT. CT's Discord is our unofficial Discord.
She posted.
Someone was asking earlier. So people always ask. Warrior Vice for £5 says the word is God. The Bible is characterized as a two-edged sword. Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12. It will cut your opponent, but it can cut the wielder too. Oh shit! Could you imagine if Karlyn had that quote ready?
Would have been devastating.
When Lori said, you know, they think they can use the Bible against us. And she's like, well, Hebrews chapter 4, verse 12. Boom. Oh my God. That would have been hilarious.
Ultimate takedown.
Yes. Devastating.
I like that Karlyn was trying to give her advice after the fact about how to get a husband.
How to get a husband. Yeah.
So good. So good.
Very magnanimous. Thank you. Thank you, Karlyn. Joe Burrito, thank you for the $4.99. Alexandra M for $4.99 says Blair went after both Jessica Yanovan and Onisun, yet she's the gateway drug to pedophilia. Yeah, that's a great point.
Oh,
Blair went very hard after those people.
Yes.
Very true.
Yes.
Very true.
She doesn't know any of that stuff.
No.
She didn't know any of that stuff.
Well, she's not a YouTuber. She doesn't understand all the YouTube drama. She's probably never seen Blair's content. She doesn't understand what she's all about. But...
yeah.
How West was $1 for $5 says, so you would say the government should stay out of marriage entirely? Yeah, sure. I understand.
You think that?
Yeah, I understand. Well, look, I think the argument should be the government wants to have on record that you have some sort of civil union with some person.
No, I'm for enforced monogamy. Everyone should be married by the time they're 18.
Well, that doesn't have anything to do with what I'm saying. But
okay.
I'm saying because he's referring to the argument about should it be called something other than marriage if it's like a civil union for gay people. And my position is, well, if you really want to have the name game, the government should have the version that's the civil union.
Yeah.
And then each individual person creates whatever fucking label they want for their form of civil union.
Get ready for 72 marriages. Get ready.
I'm not saying it would be defined differently. We're just talking about labels.
For 72 different
We're only talking about labels here.
Yeah. Well, all pronouns are labels.
Okay. But obviously, for convenience sake, we just stick with marriage because that's the concept. The concept is exactly the same, and that's where I think the argument falls apart. It's just the same exact concept.
I'm an individual.
Doesn't matter.
I need a special term.
I see. You need a special
to
term
embody
for
my matrimonial bliss. Okay.
Well, look. We'll make a prediction here.
I hate predictions.
In 4 years, people will be advocating that same-sex marriages be called something different, just as they're advocating for the multiple genders.
Oh, really?
The woke people will, yes.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
The grand irony is that the woke people in 4 years from now will be advocating that same-sex
for the
marriage
conservative
be called
position.
Something different. Yes, yes. That's my prediction. That's my
hilarious.
Prediction.
Hilarious. That's good. That is good.
Lord of the Nerds for $5 says for military positions, the only requirement for acceptance should be standardized measure of performance and determinability. The bar has been lowered. I agree 1,000% with that. Yes, I agree. There should just be standardized measure of performance, and it shouldn't be if you're a woman and you can't make the bar. Sorry, you don't get special treatment. Completely agree. Sure. Legend Devil for $2 says we should also talk about V for Vendetta sometime. Sure. V for Vendetta is great.
That movie.
I haven't ever read it, though. I've only seen the movie, but it's a good movie.
It's a great movie. Love that movie.
Cullivar for $20. Thank you very much, Cullivar. Says, for Adam, Sitch, back me up. In the Jewish Bible, there are vowels in the forms of lines and dots under the letters. In the Torah, there are not. And you're in front of a crowd for 2+ hours. S-class is bar mitzvah class. Yeah, so in Hebrew, when you're learning Hebrew, and if you're reading it in an English, like a version that has English in it, they add these little symbols that mean the vowel sounds. But when you're reading it out of the fucking Torah, those symbols don't exist. And if you're in Israel and you look at a lot of the text and signage, they don't put vowels on most things. So it's terrible.
Wow.
Very terrible. I don't know. It's stupid. It's really stupid.
Sounds hard.
It's just dumb. It's the dumbest shit ever. I don't even understand what the point of it is. It's so fucking stupid.
To confuse
that is an example of tradition for the sake of tradition, even if it's completely insane. It's like, well, traditionally we didn't have vowels because we didn't have to write the vowels because it was a spoken language, so everyone knew what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, okay, that's retarded. Like, let's move on. Okay, put the vowels there. The crappy robot for £2 says, just want to say super straight rights. There you go. Super straight rights.
Don't we already have super straight rights? Seems like we do.
We do. But you can always have more rights.
Can we?
Yes.
Right.
Joseph for $20 says, I feel a need to steel man the Christian positions. Gay marriage opened the door because it devalued the mythic values within marriage, sex and gender roles, removed the borders of the category, and all the contents fell out. I don't think gay marriage devalued that. I think marriage was being devalued by our society long before gay marriage came around. Divorce rates were skyrocketing. People weren't really looking at it the same way. A lot of this started to happen in the 70s and 80s.
The pill devalued.
The pill,
marriage.
The counterculture revolution. Well, here's the thing. Whose fault was the counterculture revolution? Was it the young hippies? Sure. But who else's fault it was? The people that were against giving black people fucking civil rights. You know whose else's fault it was? The people sending Americans off to die in Vietnam over a lie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The neocons.
Yeah. Or, I mean, Nixon literally sabotaged peace efforts in Vietnam because he thought it would help his candidacy.
Yeah. Wartime president nonsense.
Yeah. It's horrible. Overseer's Log for $10 says, I dabbled in prepping, and in my opinion, it's better to be self-sufficient than to rely on a third party like these sponsors. My gripe is that political pundits advertise this stuff and not actual survivalists. That's true, but it'd be hard for me to start my own farm in my backyard as opposed to just, buying a package of shit. Right?
Yeah, totally.
One of those things is significantly easier, but I agree with it. I agree with the point. Sure.
I do have a nice little farm in my backyard, though, so I'm ready.
Yep. Zara Richards for $5 says, try to get Blair on. It'd be super fascinating, especially if you found something like the one Contra video you did a few weeks ago. That would be interesting.
Blair's not going to come on, but maybe.
Probably not, but
yeah.
Blair's conversation with Contra many years ago was one of the best conversations on the trans debate. I think that's out there.
That is true. Yeah, definitely.
95 Keat for $5 says, you should take a lesson from this guy's ad sitch. Buy Supervillains Anonymous because centrists are losing, and you must all fight the good fight by giving me money.
Hell yeah, I like it.
There you go. There you go. It's a good sales pitch.
We've been having.
Unfortunately, I have too much morals and ethics.
What? Why are you slowing us down with morals and ethics? God.
I like that you're putting all these memes up. You got the S class, it's best class bird meme.
I know, yeah. I'm waiting for it.
You got your MMT picture.
I did this one. I made this one myself.
Yep. Yeah,
this one
you got your MMT picture.
Got the money supply currency on one side, the productivity service, goods and services on the other. You like
Lore
that?
the Nerds for $2 and another $5. So for $9 total says, Foucault was a pedo and he's a left-wing icon.
Really?
There
Whoa, there we
was
go.
A pedo.
There's the
leftist academic literature is swimming in pedophilia advocacy, and those are the intellectuals most often cited. Queer theory is pedo advocacy. Foucault, Gail Rubin, look up pedophile jeopardy. Interesting. Foucault's pedophile.
The thing that is Yeah, the thing that I don't understand is turning that into like the entire left is pro pedophilia, because I think most people are repulsed by pedophilia, even if they are on the left.
Well, I would imagine even most leftists and socialists are pretty not on board with pedophilia too. I would imagine. I would guess. In 1977, a petition was addressed to French Parliament calling for the abrogation of several articles of the age of consent laws and the decriminalization of all consensual relationships between adults and minors below the age of 50.
Is that Foucault?
A number of French intellectuals, including such prominent names as Michael Foucault, Jean-Paul Sartre, Jacques Derrida.
What? All these guys were into this?
Oh my God. Why were they all into this?
I don't know. 15, that's pretty young. Oh my goodness.
Foucault argued that children are able to give consent to sexual relations, saying that assuming that a child is incapable of explaining what happened and was incapable of giving his consent are two abuses that are intolerable, quite unacceptable. Wait, he's saying assuming that children are incapable of giving consent is an abuse that is intolerable. Okay. Holy shit. Wow.
Ouch.
Well, look, this is good. Anytime any of the commies bring up Foucault or Derrida, you just be like, well, they were pedos, so I don't know why. I don't know why you listen to what they're saying.
Yeah, guilt by association, right? That's the thing. What are you going down the pedo pipeline? Don't send me down the pedophilia pipeline here.
There you go, guys. BreadTube is the pedophilia pipeline. Confirmed.
Yeah, I like it.
That is crazy.
Sounds like we have a good
it's not
argument
that
against him
surprising,
now.
I guess. If your position is that you're going to deconstruct everything, I guess you're going to deconstruct age of consent laws too.
Sad, scary.
It is sad.
These are the people teaching our children now. Yep. Not my children, but your children.
Whale Ears for $5 says, Adam, I'm 12 from the future, and I'm advising you that children cannot be moral legislators.
What does that even mean, too? Like moral legislature? It's like, what? What are we talking about here?
That's funny. The universal acid for 30 Aussie bucks. Thank you, acid. The universal acid. The woke think that nature is perfect and that modern governance structures are oppressive. Children are morally superior because they are innocent, and my indigenous ancestors were all perfect.
Yeah.
That is the position a lot of them have. That was the position the second thought guy had.
It's crazy.
I think he directly said in the video we were watching, he was like, people are all born moral and perfect, and then they're taught by society to be racist and oppressive. And you're just like,
they're corrupted by capitalism.
I know.
Capitalism.
But see, I think that's sort of the danger to Sargon's to him hitching this onto naturalism, because anyone can make the quote unquote X is natural argument.
Yeah.
Or the bio. I don't know. There's too many problems. Too many problems, Sargon.
Yeah.
Too many problems.
Too many cooks.
Shinso Beam for $5 says, my brain says S-class, but my heart is forever A-team. And by heart, I mean moral intuitions.
There you go. Everyone knows on the moral one. Everyone knows, Sitch.
Oh, really? You're the moral one.
I have the best moral compass. The hugest, most stable moral compass ever imaginable.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot imagine a moral compass like mine. Meet me on January 6th when you will see my moral compass in action.
Okay.
What?
That's fine. I'm fine with me being the brain and Adam being the stomach.
The moral.
Oh, I'm sorry, the heart.
The stomach.
The gut.
I'm feeling that. I need some stomach action.
There you go. You need some stomach action.
I need some. I'm hungry. Where's my chilies?
Lower the Nerds for $5 says, Adam, if a future child tells you they have a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you, would you take them seriously? Also, will you buy them beer if they ask?
Well, I've only bought beer for minors few times. But
Oh my God.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking, for heaven's sakes. What happened to this show? We used to be able to make jokes. I feel oppressed by the... If Sarah Silverman's allowed to make jokes now, I'm allowed to make jokes. So, no, I wouldn't buy. First of all, I would not buy alcohol to minors in any way, shape, or form. I might ask them where I can get some acid or something like that, but I'm not going to buy them anything.
Adam's going to be asking them where to get the hookup, not the other way around.
Of course.
The kids all know where it's at. Utter Nonsense for $2 says, can't watch this live, but here's my free will rent. Thank you, Utter Nonsense. There's your 2 free units of free will. Big Preach for $10 says, a recent talk with my homies has prompted me to look deeper into UBI. So I'm curious if you have recommended sources I should look into, since the homies are anti and not great on the neutral sources.
Yeah, this is the thing, because people keep asking me for sources on MMT, but I can't recommend the deficit myth because like there's so much left-wing stuff in there that it's definitely not a neutral source. So, which I think is terrible. Like, why would you do that? Why would you make your book about modern monetary theory completely political?
Right. Is that your cat?
Yeah, Wormy.
What an adorable kitty.
I know. Look, this is where he sits on my desk and stares up at me. So
cute.
He's part dog, so.
Didn't he say he was like had some mental cognitive problem or something?
Why do you got to go
different
there?
cat?
No, this is the one with the mental problems.
Right. When you say part dog, I don't know. That's kind of the implication, right?
Yeah, short bus. Yeah, we call him short bus.
Marv Alice for $5 says, Sargon recorded history is by a massive amount the minority of what happened, and that's because men were away from home for the rest. That's funny. Mad Libs for $5 says, Sargon team. There you go. Get the Sargon team.
He's begging. I'm going to let my cat in real quick.
Okay. Ryan for $5 says, natural justification. Humans are rational beings capable of their own judgments to live their own values. They don't need to be lorded over by Carl. Yeah, I was very surprised by Carl, who for so long had been the champion of classical liberal values. This is what I said to him in another stream, but he pushed back. But I don't know. Whenever he talks about the whole, like, we need to have like this, like a tradition or a prescriptive normative value thing that the individual can't make decisions on their own, like, it seems very anti the classical liberal individual rights that he seemed to be standing for originally. I don't know. That's just my take on it. Melchor for $10 says, in the earlier times, men dominating the land and people wasn't because men are just dominating. It was a battle of resources to help propagate their family and long-term survival overall. True.
I'm back.
Denzer Foster. Welcome back.
Did you miss
Denzer
me?
Foster for $10 says, cohesion.
Cohesion. Yeah, that's good.
Cohesion.
Cohesiveness
Or the
is
nerds
good.
for $5 says, can chat please apologize to poor Adam and Sitch for forcing them with their mean words? Toughen up, buttercups.
Did you see they were mean to us when Sargon came on? They called us betas.
Wow.
Did you see that?
So hurtful.
Did you see that?
Oh,
we have it recorded. We have it recorded. We saved it on the screen, you guys.
I'm going to figure out all of your mothers.
You can't get away with this.
I'm going to figure out all of your mothers. I'm going to inform them that you were being very mean to me. And
no. I thought you were going to try to date their mothers just to rub.
No.
You call me a beta.
I'm
How
going
about
to call
this?
their mothers, and I'm going to tell them that they were being very mean to us on the chat.
Call me a beta. Guess what? I'm your new dad.
I'm going to fuck your mother, okay? And I'm not going to call her back.
I'm happily married. I can't do this, Sitch. But if you want to do this, I'm going to
go on a rampage, motherfucker.
I fully endorse it. Guess what, guys? Watch out. Mom, Sitch is on mom
S-Class
control.
is coming home. S-Class is coming to dinner. Stuck for $5. It's a dark turn. Stuck for $5 says, Sargon, you seem to be suggesting that it's a good idea to use the very social pressures that the wokals constantly whine about from the past. No? Yeah, it did seem like that was sort of what he was suggesting to some extent.
Yeah. Sure. Social pressure. Call them betas. Threaten to date their moms.
Beta. Brian for $2 says, is Sargon not arguing for social constructionism? Sort of. Well, he's saying that there's some sort of, he's kind of doing both, because he's saying there's a natural tendency that everyone should follow. But that's where you get into the problem. You say there's a natural tendency everyone should follow. It's kind of like, well, if it's natural, as Karlyn said, why do you have to promote it?
That's why I asked specifically if the gender norms were intuitive. And I think they are. I honestly think they are.
Right.
Like, you figure it out on the playground. Don't give me any of this bullshit.
Sure.
Nobody taught me about the gender norms. We figured it out on the fucking playground.
Right. But I think that's why it doesn't need to be proactively pushed in society, because I do think that it's mostly natural.
Totally.
I think what society needs to do is defend against the shit ideas in terms of this.
Which is basically that we have to destroy all this because somebody who doesn't fit neatly into that intuitive gender norm system is going to feel bad. And yeah.
Right. And they want to feel special. They need their own special pronoun. Yes. Havin Beckland for another $5. Thank you, Havin. Says, Sargon feels like he is right, so his mind cannot be changed no matter how logically sound your arguments are. Just give up.
We love Sargon. Sargon always comes in with some great stuff.
Yes. Kelson Glaski for $1 Canadian. Thank you, Kelson. Jesus Price, superstar for $5 says, Sitch is the one advocating we give up. You can't be neutral in the culture war. Sorry, they will never, ever leave you alone. False. I'm not advocating we give up. I'm saying we should fight. I'm saying giving up is saying we have to use their same tactics of the people we don't like. That's giving up. Okay. I'm Batman. I'm saying we can never give in. We must always fight. You can never surrender. And using their tactics is surrendering. Okay. Because I'm motherfucking Batman. That's
fighting with terror. You have to pick your battles. So you have to know when to fight. You have to know what is a good strategy.
Sure.
All that's super important too. Like,
the Butter Ample for $2 says A-team because Adam is dumb like me.
I saw that one. Word. Togetherness right there.
Kelson Glaski for another $2 Canadian. Thank you, Kelson. Frieza for $5 Canadian says, Sitch, you should get on with Isaac again. I've been enjoying the streams, but I think you do a good job of keeping him on topic. Have a good week.
You're welcome to come on any time. You're open invitation anytime I stream. You are always welcome. All you have to do is like message me or you can text me. You have the ability to text me.
That's true. I do. I just don't think about it. Yeah. Like it's Saturday. I want to like be lazy.
Me too. Yeah. That's why I do it early in the morning, 9 a.m. and then I get it over with. But
I see. You're swallowing the frog. That's smart.
Sitch and I have been having so much fun on the comic. Like, oh my God. It's a blast.
Ubiquitous for $10 says, Jordan B. Peterson was successful because he clearly articulated social intuitions in a way that is accessible to most people. Why should we not try to do the same for gender? I think we should. Jordan Peterson did do that for gender. And I think there's a difference here you can have Jordan Peterson or someone can clearly articulate the value of these things and why they're important without saying that there needs to be some social prescription or social enforcement mechanism that is sort of like heavily promoting these values. And I guess that's where the difference is.
This is why, though, that the gender stuff is so like the woke side of the equation should just be categorized as a religion, because everything that they're bringing to the table about gender norms, how we should construct society around gender norms is fully just pulled out of their asses. Like, it's not based on anything
right
remotely
well, it's based on what they
objective.
want.
Well, yeah, there are a lot of different people in society want a lot of different things. Okay, why is it based on what they want? I would argue that the majority of people want to go with the intuitive gender norms that just come out of their gut.
Of course.
So why are we restructuring society based on this wackadoodle religion that they bring to the playground?
Right. We shouldn't.
Yeah, we shouldn't. We should fight against that. Oh.
Raw 1381 for $5 says, "Preach, Sargon. You guys are being pansies. Man up and tell the truth. I'm sorry. Is 2% of the population feels left out? Statistically, they are." There you go.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Enlightened Centrist for €21.99. Thank you so much, Enlightened Centrist. Says, "It isn't fair to leave 90% of men and women. It isn't fair to leave 90% of men and women who lean towards being gender typical and be happy leaning into them without guidance. Now, how to give that guidance to society without it being part of the culture enforced culturally?"
Well, I mean, if you're advocating for do what feels right to you, and 98% of the people are going to like cling to the intuitive gender norms that feel right to them, you're going to get that anyway, and the other people are going to be able to buck the trend however they want. The problem is the trend buckers now are trying to make that the norm for everyone and enforce it by guilting people into not accepting it by calling them transphobic or racist or whatever they want to do.
So I think an important distinction to make is which I agree that most classical or traditional, whatever you want to say, is intuitive, natural, is intuitive for most people in most situations.
Yeah.
To some extent, as again, I think we get in trouble because it's not a binary in terms of these quote unquote classical gender roles or whatever, or gender values. But I do believe that most of them are intuitive to some degree. And as you said, the kids learn this in the playground.
Totally.
Okay. They interact with each other. They learn this on the playground. And there is value to some of the rules of how this is to be explained to children. And for example, there are some young boys that don't understand intuitively how to interact with other young boys. But here's the question I wonder, even if you explain to that young child why boys are doing it, and the boys are ragging on you because they want you to rag on them back, and that's how you make friendship, is a 4 or 5-year-old going to understand that? Or are they just going to say, I don't like that?
They're just going to say, I don't like it. They're not going to understand it.
Right. So I don't know if they're going to stand it. So this could be just pointless anyway, because I don't know if it can actually change. But the thing I wanted to say is that in terms of cultural enforcement, is that if people are just acting out these sort of intuitive gender roles, you'll see that play out in television. You'll see characters will be engaged in these sort of typical gender situations in which they're acting out these gender norms, and I'd say that's fine, and that is a type of cultural enforcement mechanism. But I think the difference is when you have a TV show or some aspect of society that's not just showing examples of this, but then is saying this relationship is a good relationship or this relationship is a bad relationship. And that's what we're seeing right now with the woke stuff, is they're explicitly saying through media and culture that traditional gender norms are negative. We saw this in WandaVision. In WandaVision, every masculine man is a bad guy, and the only men that are good guys are more feminine. And it's super obvious. It's very clear and weird, very strange.
And I'm just saying that woke ideology,
right? Yeah, and so, but I think you can have the examples if you remove the ideology, what you would have is you'd have just in our media and our culture, you'd have examples of the gender roles without having the normative claim would just be because you're seeing that most people are doing it. But you wouldn't have this sort of hit you over the head, you must do X. You must engage in your relationship this way. This is the way you should be. And I think that's what's really triggering me and Adam and Karlyn to some extent, is the idea that there has to be some mechanism saying, you must do X.
No, I'm mad because I'm 20% soy and I want to express my 20% soy. Okay.
Well, there you go. Adam's 20% soy.
Yeah.
And he wants to let all the soy out.
Who is 100% masculine or
no, but that's why I said
feminine. It's fucking ridiculous to even think of a thing.
Well, that's why I said it doesn't behoove us, even though I don't know how else we could talk about it. But we're talking about this as if there's a binary, you're either gender normative or you're not.
Even the most masculine guys in the world are 20% soy. As soon as you go out drinking with them, you fucking it's like human nature. No person is 100% the avatar of masculinity or the avatar of femininity.
Right.
Come on. That's a dream world. So Ivan Getterix did a super chat and it didn't post the comment. So I posted the comment in the chat. It says, Adam, have you tried appealing to Isaac's Care Harm Foundation by framing conservative policies as teaching a man to fish, not incentivizing bad choices? I don't know that I framed it specifically that way, but I don't think
he wouldn't believe, probably, right?
What's that?
He wouldn't believe that. He would say, no, they're just racist.
Yeah, totally. And I don't think framing is necessarily going to have a big effect on Isaac. However it's framed, I don't think is going to. I mean, I did do a little bit of that. Well, I did mention that I did a little of that in just that it was inadvertent because I didn't know that he had this interaction with Drew on Twitter already and that he would feel guilty about it. But that is definitely hitting his Care Harm Foundation where he's like, oh man, I beat up on a nice person. How could I do such a thing?
A lot of it is just the dehumanization aspect of social media.
Yeah, he always says that. Social media turned you into a terrible person.
Well, I mean, I went into, when I started Twitter, it's I'm coming from 4chan to Twitter. So I still had, when I started Twitter, I had that idea of it's a game and you pwn people. And then it's well, it's not 4chan. It's different. And not everyone's playing this game the way that you're playing it. And, it's shitty. It's shitty to be the I'm going to pwn you person on Twitter all the time. It's very shitty.
You're basically a Jangles, the science guy. Who fucked that guy, right? Who cares? Well, Twitter is great to actually have constructive dialogue with people. And I have constructive dialogue with people all the time. I see people have constructive dialogue, but with Jangles, you're not going to have constructive dialogue. You should just block that guy immediately.
Kelson Glasky for 2 Canadian says, shaming super straights is from moral prescription. That's true. Fuck. How dare they shame the super straights? How dare they?
Oh my God. Lord of the Nerds says Adam is straight until he has a couple of drinks in him. You bastard. That is
confirmed. Confirmed.
First of all.
Uh-oh.
That's not even. Why I almost said something that, I mean, it doesn't even really make sense because there are living in Los Angeles, guys that are 0% soy that are 100% gay. Which is
true.
So I don't even know how you could characterize being 20% soy as being 100%.
There's lots of gay guys that are not effeminate.
Yeah. Very masculine. Far more masculine than me, mind you.
Roth 1381 for $5 says, I'm a lady. Thank you for speaking for us and telling the truth, Sargon. Sitch is trying to say men and women are treated morally the same. Yeah, right. I didn't say they are. I didn't ever say that. I said maybe they should be prescriptively. Brian for $10 says, The core of Sargon's argument hasn't changed in 4 years. If women aren't told to marry young and have babies, he believes humanity will die out. They must be told and shamed if they shirk their duty. There was this amazing comic I wanted to show Sargon. I want to send him, but I can't send it. I'll send him on Discord. That was like the invasion of robots, and it was all like these like really hot MILF robots, and they're like they take over humanity by just like satisfying all of men's needs, so they never have to leave the house.
This is a comic. This is a.
It was like
awesome.
a 3-panel comic, like a joke comic.
Yeah. Okay.
Adam was like, "This is a comic. I got to read this."
I know.
Oh my God.
I was gonna say. I hope it's like 60 issues.
I
can't wait to see these robots.
I just saw that, and I'm like, did Sargon commission this comic? Enlightened Centrist for €549 says Sargon is for Jordan B. Peterson's enforced monogamy and true enough advice. I'm not sure. This is the problem, is that, and this is why we kept going back and forth, because I feel like Sargon would say something, and then we'd like fight about it for an hour, and then we would rephrase what he said some way, and then he'd say, "That's what I'm saying," and it's kind of like, okay, I guess.
Then why are we arguing?
Why are we arguing? But I don't know. Just never. I didn't feel like we were saying the same thing, so it's very confusing. I don't know. Maybe it's a British thing. I don't know. I feel like we were saying different things. Brian for $2 says third option is the Kantian categorical imperative.
The third option.
Third option. The
I
Nazi
messed
option.
up and said like the third way or something. I don't know. I didn't.
The third way.
Know.
I said it as a joke. That was
the
Nazis were supposed to be the third way.
I don't follow on this Nazi stuff. So.
The Kant.
I'm sure
Kant
Jangles
is the,
will be clipping that out of context later this evening.
The categorical imperative by Kant is act as you would want all other people to act towards all other people. Act according to the maximum that you would wish on all rational people to follow, as if it were a universal law. Nice. I like it. Very good.
Categorical imperative. Sounds pretty good. I like it.
Nice.
Kant was a huge religious guy. You know that, right?
Sure. I'm sorry. I'm distracted by the limbo rings.
Oh!
Why are you posting the
Sitch.
picture of
Sitch.
Turbo Kid?
Limbo rings.
Well, I saw your tweet about it, so I didn't come up with that on my own.
Yeah, limbo rings, soy or not soy?
Not soy.
Tell, I mean,
limbo rings are not soy.
Limbo rings look good on men or women, right?
That's right. There you go. Gender neutral.
Yeah. Everyone loves limbo rings.
Ninja Co-Star for £5 says, "Us English have been doing this a long time before you Americans. Your lack of empathy is sticking and backwards to us." We say it out of love. We say it out of love, Ninja. We say it out of love. But USA #1. USA. CS. For $10 says traditional values are boring. I just want to have fun and be promiscuous with girls. That is the way to true happiness. There you go.
It's difficult for me to disagree with that one, but I mean that's probably the single biggest reason why I could never call myself a conservative. So
Raw 1381 for $5 says, "I love how you fight so hard for the 2% of people." Oh, I see that you were waving the American flag. Perfect.
I'm here for you. I'm here. I'm support.
I'm glad that you have it like offhand, just for such an occasion.
I'm ready for. I gotta learn Yankee Doodle Dandy on the.
You do? Oh my God!
The harmonica.
Yeah, you do. The 2% of people who are different, but not the 98%. Adam and Stitch. Thanks for sticking up for us, Sargon. Yes, thank you, Sargon, for being brave enough.
So brave to stand up for the majority, the 98% that. No one ever hears from in a democracy where they have complete and utter power at the ballot box, right? Nobody ever stands up for the majority. Yes, exactly. Yes. Good job.
Zara Richards says, "Sargon, say Trapp's rights."
Oh my God.
Literature Devil for $2 says, "English made English. Americans perfected it." Yeah. Great. Ooh, what a good sign. What a good line.
That's true. Yeah.
That is good.
We should revoke their even being able to speak it. They should find their own language.
That's true. I agree with that. Thanks. I agree. Not Gay Ben. One of our favorite super chatters. Gay Ben. Not Gay Ben for $9.99 says, Lilo and Stitch. Last week you called me super straight, despite me coming out as super not gay mere hours later. I forgive you this time, but please be more sensitive. Don't be super not gay phobic. Oh, I'm so sorry, not Gay Ben. I super apologize. Okay.
What does super not gay phobic even look like?
It means that you don't like super not gay people.
Oh, okay.
Not Gay Ben is super not gay, everyone. Okay. Super not gay Ben. There you go. Just making it clear to everyone. Ben is super.
Have you come out?
Gay.
Do you have a position on super straight? Have you come out as super straight? Or are you?
I am super straight. Interested? Yes, I'm super
okay.
straight.
Okay.
Yes. That's my position. I'm super straight.
Transphobe.
I think it's hilarious and a brilliant idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $5. Thank you, Hummer. The Ed Boy for $5 says, now that Sargon is gone, I can admit that the dude I'm dating looks exactly like him.
Oh my God.
You should have said it when Sargon was here.
I know, no doubt.
No. Maybe it is Sargon. Maybe it is. A-Team reigns supreme. There you go, Adam.
What?
Still waiting for Adam to wash
Was there a
car.
question mark? Was there a question mark at the end of that?
A-Team reigns supreme? Question mark?
No.
Still waiting for Adam to wash my car.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. If you don't wash the car, you're not supreme.
That's a long... No. Bow. I bow to your long-time support. I honestly do. Because that's from the outro that you used to like. What do I have to do to get you to subscribe? What, I got to wash your car? Do I got to take your sister out to lunch? Subscribe already. Yes. That was cool.
Lemon Drop for $5 says, I don't agree with Lauren, but her past absolutely makes her more relatable and persuasive. Ad hom attacks against her do the same too. There you go, Adam. How dare you?
What? I said she was cute. Sitch was saying she was unattractive. I said I would do drugs. I would definitely do drugs with her. I don't know that I'd marry her or anything, but you know.
Lemon Drop for another $5 also says, my opinion of Karlyn reached rock bottom. Elephant is driving the cognitive process right now, not the rider. Hashtag Team Sargon and hashtag A-Team.
Really?
There you go. Even though I was the one that said, wouldn't her past make her more persuasive? But you know, that's fine. You can stick with Adam. As he ad homs this poor, crazy Christian lady who also supposedly
ad hom her. I called her a drug mule. That was technically true.
And possibly believes in QAnon, but doesn't because QAnon is actually a false flag. So there you go.
Was she the QAnon senator running?
No, that was someone else. She's there's an article where she says she's against QAnon because it's a false flag. So she still believes that there's like secret pedophile cabals in the government, but you know, QAnon is, you know, the honey trap.
I don't know.
The honey
Epstein.
Pot.
How young are we going?
There you go. Overseer's Log for $2 says, sounds like Lauren wants WASPs only for the Republicans. Yeah, that is how it comes out. That is how it comes out. She's against Karlyn's poor Ukrainian husband.
Yeah.
See?
She even used the famous saying, you people.
You people. That's right. He's white. He's fucking Ukrainian. He's white as fuck, right?
Yeah. Eastern
You should accept him. Jason Angelfire for $20. Thank you, Jason. Says, I'm sure many people in chat would agree Lauren's version of religious conservatism was the same that went after video games in the 90s. A lot of younger Trump voters would abstain for voting for that. Very true. Very true.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
Gone, daddy, gone.
Lauren and John I don't think have any sort of clear vision for which I guess is true of all ideologues, don't have a clear vision for what would be persuasive to most Americans and what would create a broad coalition for, well, they don't want to create a broad, but what would create a large coalition for the Republicans to win elections. It's not not going back to this old-fashioned religious conservative argument.
Yeah, they think what would be persuasive for them to get off drugs.
Right. Speaking of that, Mark Collins for $5 says, "Wow, Karlyn, you made fun of a recovering drug addict. Slay."
Oh, I know.
Yeah, Adam, slay.
I would argue that she was not a recovering drug addict. I would argue that she is a concurrent drug addict.
Oh,
she's just partaking in a different substance.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. John Smith for $1.99 says, "I want to see Lauren go at it with Vosh." Oh God, I don't want to.
Yes, I do. I want to see that. I want to cover that on this show.
That'd be the worst thing ever.
Make that happen.
Oh my God, it would just be nothing but shouting and ad homs. It'd be terrible.
Yes, it would be beautiful.
Oh, okay. So you want? I gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
Stop ruining my dream.
I see. It would be Blair Candace Owens 2.0, basically.
Yeah. Yes.
Mark Collins for $5 says, "The Republicans got nowhere against the left. Let's turn them into the left. Victory. Trump is dead. MAGA is dead. Karlyn, enjoy the woke future." The Republicans, I don't disagree that they didn't move much ground on the left, but I think that's because they didn't really want to get anywhere. Well, here it's one of those situations where if you're in power and whenever you legislate something, if it ends poorly, you're going to look bad for it, right?
Hell yeah.
But
Best
if you don't do
nothing,
if you don't do anything,
yeah,
not doing anything will be looked bad. But if you can distract them, which Trump is very good at doing,
well, Biden's good at it too. What are you talking about?
I don't think Biden's very good at distracting anyone, but I don't think Sleepy Joe is very good at distracting people.
I mean, do you count appointing? I mean, they've literally come out and said, well, we appointed women to our cabinet. Like, how is that a policy victory? It's like, I want a universal health care. Well, you got a couple women in the cabinet.
Universal health care. I'm appointing women to look into that. Yeah, that picture with the female military people was really
how is that
disgusting.
Not distracting? That's a total distraction.
No, you're right. It is. I just don't think it's effective, I guess. I think Trump's effective at distracting people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Both the people that like him and the people that hate him. I don't think Biden is wholly ineffective at distracting the people that hate him. And I don't think he's effective. I think there's a honeymoon period. Right now, a lot of the people on the left are just so happy that Trump is gone that they're like in the honeymoon phase. They're like, oh, yes.
Yeah. Well, you heard it here first. Sitch's position is Biden is basically a pander, but a failure at it.
Yes, that's true. And especially in terms of these appointments, that's very true. Very true. Zipidus X for $5 says, "I'm not usually gay, but after this debate, you're looking cute, Adam friended." Winky face.
Oh, man.
Ooh.
I finally turned you. It was that 20% soy.
The Butter Anvil for $2 says, "I changed my mind after the Jefferson thing. S-class."
What? This guy's a bigger flip-flopper than Romney.
Got him. Oofa. The Salty Trisket for $5 says, "Cutting your pee-pee off is bad unless the state does it."
What? Yeah.
There you go. The Wooster for $4.99 says, "DeSantis for president is the way to go. Having Florida man for president would be very meme-worthy."
DeSantis.
There you go.
He's way so far in the opposite direction of my prediction. I can't condone that.
People like some of his positions, but I don't know. Whenever I hear DeSantis talk, he has like zero charisma. Falling asleep when I was.
He looks presidential though. He does look like central casting presidential.
He does, but that's the question. Yeah. Trump won because he didn't match that role. So that's the question. Is people going to want to go back? Are Republicans want to go back to the safe-looking, nice, generic president-looking person for 2024, or are they going to want to go different, like with Trump again?
No, black guy. I'm telling you.
There you go. Kanye. 2024 Republican Party.
Maybe.
Shadow Hunter 60 for $5 says, Lauren is proving once again why we should ignore Canadians by default.
Is she Canadian? Oh my
She
God.
was American.
How'd she run for Congress if she's
Well,
Canadian?
you can run. You don't have to be Canadian. I mean, you can run for Congress. It's just president, right?
You can run for the Senate if you're Canadian? Get out of here. You can't run for Senate if you're Canadian.
I mean, I think the requirement is just you have to live in the state for a certain time, right?
You can't be a Canadian national and run for Senate. That makes absolutely no sense
obviously.
at all.
Well, yeah, I don't know if you. Well, actually, I don't know. Actually, no, I don't know the answer to this.
A naturalized Canadian? No, come on, she's not.
I can't find the answer to this. I don't know.
That was a hilarious super chat, though.
It's a funny joke, though.
Yeah, and we should. I mean, substantively,
it's true. We should ignore Canadians. I agree. Sorry, CT.
Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross for another $20. Jeez, thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Going back to the Supreme Court question. Third one here. The U.S. Constitution requires state legislatures to ratify the rules. True. That is true. Yeah, state legislatures have to ratify their own rules. Yes. I'm not sure what that has to do with the broader conversation. Salty Trisket for $2 says, Texas did the same thing they sued Pennsylvania for doing. I had heard that. I never looked into it, but I'd heard people make that argument saying Texas was being completely hypocritical in that regard.
My God.
Which is funny if that's true.
We started this saying, you said you were beat when we started. I remember you said you got 0 sleep last night.
I didn't sleep at all last night, guys. I'm running on 0 hours of sleep. Slept.
You're doing great. You're doing amazing. I'm here yawning. I'm like,
well, it's this is one of our record breaking streams here.
Yeah, we're making records every single stream now. It's crazy.
Yep. Well, whenever Sargon comes on, her like,
I know,
4 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we always argue, but it's always a good conversation. I feel like
it is good. Yeah.
Yes.
It's nice to have people to argue with that you can.
It's true.
Yeah.
The King Karos for 499 says, on the topic of Republicans secretly being gay, reminder that Jesse Lee Peterson retweeted a guy getting his back blown out by another guy. Really?
What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I don't know that I want to know what that means.
I think it means he retweeted a guy who was getting blown by another guy or getting fucked in the ass.
Oh.
Ooh. I would imagine that's what it means. So there you go.
Yeah.
Come on, Jesse.
This is the part where I like the what you do in the privacy of your own home. Like,
right.
Please do in the privacy of your own home.
Mark Collins for $5 says, hi, guys. I'm a MAGA conservative from 2023. I support transitions for children and communism. Thank you,
Favorite
Mark.
Super chat of the night.
That's a funny
there.
One.
Yeah.
Jay for $20 says, Georgia legislature already keeping election integrity by making ID laws tougher and limits availability for absentee ballots. As a Texan, I think this is a step in the right direction, especially for states with red legislatures. So I have 0 problems with ID laws. I think it's a completely losing issue for the left.
Yeah.
Completely losing issue.
Voter ID. Yeah. You sound like a ridiculous, like you just want anyone to be able to vote.
Right. And look, they could compromise. They can say, okay, if you want everyone to have voter ID, you just create a program that's so for people who are super poor, they can just, they don't have to pay for their ID. They can get an ID. Right.
Sure. Totally.
That would be the compromise.
But they're making the argument that like blacks are too stupid to find the DMV. Like that's the argument that they generally make.
They're making a friction argument that whenever, this is a Scott Adams, whenever you add friction to anything, you are going to stop some percentage of the population from being involved.
Yes.
Which is true to some degree.
Yeah.
But look, I agree. If you can't be bothered to have a
population that you're stopping is those that aren't legal citizens.
Well, I don't know how much of that concern is, but I agree with if you're too fucking lazy to get an ID and to like not lose it. I don't know. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't feel that bad that you lose your ability to vote if you can't hold on to a single fucking ID. I mean, I don't know. It's really that difficult.
Who can live without an ID these days? I'm just
I know.
it's ridiculous.
I don't know. It does seem ridiculous to me. So to me, it's a total losing issue. I don't know why the fuck they care about it.
You can't get into the club without an ID.
Right.
What? That's the first thing young people usually make their ultimate goal is to be able to get into the club.
Right.
So it's like, okay, if you want to vote, get an ID.
Right. Or to be able to get alcohol or something,
Yeah. So silly.
Now, when it comes to limiting the absentee ballots, I think what I think would be far more, what I think would give people greater faith is for there to be a system where you can say, well, once we have all the votes and tallied them, we can somehow prove that they were not fake, that they weren't flooded, that they were real votes. To me, that would be the way to go. More than preemptive limiting. There has to be something you can do after the fact to prove that they were legit.
Better chain of custody would be a step in the right direction, that's for sure.
Chris Jones for $2 says, right on with Texas lawsuit, Sitch. Thank you, Chris. Nathan Margolis for $5 says, Sitch, you were swearing like crazy last week. Oh, was I? One clip even got demonetized because of it. I bet that's why I got hit with the 18+ rating. Maybe.
Oh, really?
Maybe I was pretty triggered last week.
Fuck this. Fuck that. Fuck you.
I was very triggered.
Fuck this guy. Sweating communist. I cuss way too much on these things.
Lord of the Nerds for $2 says, good stream. 2021 is a solid run of content so far. Thank you, Lord of the Nerds. I agree.
Wow, we got this Lord of the Nerds approval. Holy shit!
Lord of the Nerds loves us. Okay, he's hard.
Hell on us, is freezing over.
Loves us. He is totally in love with us in the super straightest way possible.
I like it.
Wink, wink. Misanthropic Nihilist for 5 Canadian says, just found your channel so dang long, but I watch the snippets of the week in between studying. Takes me a whole week to finish one video. LMAO. Well, that's what we're here for. We're giving you a week of content. So thank you for the support, Misanthropic.
Sometimes I listen to a stream that's like 40 minutes long and I feel, this is so short. Why am I even listening to this? So I got to admit, like you have something to do and you put it on and you're like, I'll have to change that so quick. I want something long. Long man good, right?
Long man good. Well, the nerd says you're the top shelf of the bottom shelf.
Oh my God. The top shelf of the bottom.
We love you too, Lord of the Nerds. Diogenesis Digonese Dig Trio says for $20. Thank you, Diogenes says, hey guys, very serious request for a call-in stream. I don't know how else I can ask. Also study more philosophy for understanding the relationship between morality and nature, something I'm looking into myself.
Yeah.
When are we gonna do a call stream again, Adam?
I think he's following me on Twitter. Well, I'll jump on randomly on my Adam Friended channel and talk to people. So that's a possibility too. The call-in streams are just, I feel so. They make me feel horrible because there's overwhelming number of.
I know it is pretty overwhelming. Yeah. But we'll do one again, or 2, or 3, as many as we get through. Oh, that's a good question. Whatever happened to Darth Fagit, our favorite super chatter? He just disappeared from the world. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, me too.
I hope Darth is okay.
I think he resurfaces from time to time on Twitter.
Okay, that's good. Darth for CS for $5 says, Sitch is so wrong about 300. A-Team, please regulate him. There you go.
Fuck you. 300 has the most amazing scene for exposition because it totally ties it into the story. Like it's a difficult thing to enjoy all of the climactic action in the end unless you know how they fight. So it's important to figure out how they fight, but putting a scene in where they just talk about like how they fight is a difficult challenge, but they put it in with the hunchback. So.
Yeah, when he explains why they can't have the hunchback.
Right.
Yeah, but is that straight from the comic? I imagine, or is that his own invention?
I'm not sure if it's from the comic, but it is brilliant screenwriting. And
that
is out
good
to me because they set up for a long time this totally boring exposition scene with a way that you would be invested in it, which most screenwriters don't take the time to do that. And they're talking about the boring fucking exposition. Exposition is just like factual information. So in order to enjoy the climactic action in 300, you have to know, like when you see them being pushed back and standing in formation and will the line hold.
Do you really have to understand the logistics of
yeah, it makes it 10 times more interesting. It does make it 10 times more interesting. Yeah. And they explain all that in the scene with the hunchback.
Right.
Which is
that is a good scene. I agree. That's
so perfect.
That is a good scene.
He's explaining the thing that you need to know to understand the climactic action. He's also tearing the heart out of this marginalized person.
I like the next super chat from Digenesis for $5 says, A-Team reigns supreme, by the way. We're bringing back traditional masculinity. But then he says in parentheses, unless you don't want to, then it's whatever. There you go. See, 8, you have sway. You have sway over him, Adam. Whatever you want, that's what he'll advocate for.
Unless, of course, you don't want to.
Yeah. Perfect.
I don't know.
I love it.
Anything more than 20% soy, I think, is a little excessive.
Thank you, Pixel Shine. The chat says, love you, PSA. Thank
you. Do you drink soy milk? Do you like soy milk?
Not only do I not drink soy milk, my doctor specifically told me that you should not ingest soy of any kind whatsoever.
Really? Oh man, I love soy milk. Soy milk is delicious.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be pretty.
There you go, guys. A-Team is the team for soy milk drinkers, and S-Class says no soy of any kind.
First of all, you got to be pretty. You got to be pretty comfortable in your own skin to admit something like that. To admit something like that in front of this crowd.
S-Class believes in superior oat milk. Okay, masculine oat milk. Yes.
Oh my God, you don't get more hippie than oat milk.
Well, I'm not gonna. What am I supposed to do? I'm lactose intolerant, Adam. I can't, and I'm not gonna drink soy milk. So I don't have a lot of options here. First of all, oat milk tastes delicious, so fuck you.
First you start drinking oat milk, then you're joining a fucking commune.
Says the soy milk drinker.
Well,
first you drink soy milk, then you're transitioning, Adam. You're basically transitioning by drinking the soy milk.
First of all, I don't drink soy milk every day. Like I rarely drink soy milk, but every time I do drink soy milk. Every day
Adam gets up and has a tall, cool glass of soy milk to start the day.
Not true. I can't.
What do you put in your coffee?
First of all, I can't have that much estrogen in my system.
What do you put in your coffee?
My testosterone and the estrogen fight to the death. I'll be mortally wounded if I drink soy milk every day.
What do you put in your coffee?
I drink half and half in my coffee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Sometimes I drink whole cream.
Oh, whole cream. Oh my God.
No.
Whole cream. Great. Yeah, I've never been big at almond milk.
Soy milk. Soy milk, oat milk, almond milk, none of that stuff comes close to my coffee. I drink what comes out of nature's titty. Okay? I only drink from the breast of the cow.
I was going to say, Adam, no, it takes us up further. He only drinks human milk.
Human milk. Oh my God.
Adam only drinks. He has a big flask, a big gallon jug in his refrigerator of human milk.
Can you drink human milk? Do they sell?
Sure, I guess. I don't think they.
Would it be legal to sell human milk? I'm not sure. That I faintly feel that this is somehow cannibalistic.
I don't know. It's a good question.
I mean, technically, babies drink it, so it's like
yeah. Obviously, I imagine you can drink it health-wise. I don't know if it's being sold.
Would it be good for you? I don't know. Can you drink it? Can you? Are you allowed to drink it? I don't know.
Allowed by who?
Well, imagine I imagine there are people that would make it illegal to sell breast milk.
Is breast milk sold
legally? Can I?
Wait. You can sell your breast milk from anywhere between $2 to $2.50 per ounce.
Oh my God! It's going for big dollars. Not only is it getting sold, it's getting. Wow.
There
we
you
gotta
go.
get some of this.
You can sell.
Let's check it out. Maybe
No,
it's delicious.
No, we don't.
Do we get? Hold on. Look it up. Does the breast milk come with photos of? I kind of want to know, like, what the breast looks like.
That's right. Every bottle of breast milk comes with a picture of the tits that it came from, that it's milked from.
Is that wrong? Is that improper?
I mean, that's the only way I would buy it.
I mean, come on. It's like you have to see the product, right? I mean,
right, exactly.
Yeah. Fine dining.
Breast milk is a booming market online.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do I have to sign up on the dark web? Where do I get this? Can I get it on eBay?
Breast milk's for sale in Cambodia. Oh, that's a weird picture.
Really? Oh my God.
Wow. There you go. Adam is interested, guys. Adam is interested. He wants to get some breast milk.
You guys know you would try it. Just a little taste.
Hey, I would be curious.
Finger. Put some.
I'd be curious.
Finger.
I imagine it tastes nothing like normal milk, unless everyone would be like disgusted by it.
I believe that I've had breast milk before, but I was too young to really enjoy it.
Well, you're right. I believe I've also had breast milk, but was too young to remember.
I don't remember what it tastes like.
Yes, I agree. Yeah. That did happen.
Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Anyway, are we done? Is this good?
We're not done.
Sitch loves it when I serenade the outro.
I do love it. Unironically. Big Brain for $5 says, explain why MMT is better than Keynesian economics. Oh, fuck you, Big Brain. Why did you ask this question?
MMT is so simple. Every time I do a stream on MMT, I love it because the comment section is just nothing but straw man about MMT. They're like, MMT is about being able to print money infinitely and never getting inflation. Wrong. There are two ways to influence the money supply. You can spend money into existence, or you can tax it away. It's that simple. But Keynesian economics, I mean, I guess there is some overlap, but I mean, Keynesian economics basically said that you could have a jobs program that you just hired people to dig holes in the ground and fill them in, and that would be a good enough way to get money into the economy. But MMT says, no, to avoid inflation, you have to increase productivity. I don't know if you know this, but if you dig holes and fill them in, you're not actually creating productivity in the economy. So that's a huge difference. There you go. Adam wins. Let's move.
There you go. Anthony Williams says, no, breast milk just tastes a little different. Not bad.
Oh, really? Someone's tried it. Thanks for chiming in.
Ninja Co-Star for £5 says, thanks, ninjas. Thank you, Ninja. Ben Toki for 5 Aussies says, should be working on my ethics application, but I appreciate the mess of a discussion. Sargon gone full traditionalist after having kids. Me thinks.
Well, people do get more conservative as they age.
Our favorite person, Socrates.
Socrates.
Or as they said in Bill and Ted, which is a superior movie than 300.
Bill and Ted? Well, no argument there. I mean...
for 5,000 W's, I'm going to say 5,000 winners. Thank you for the 5,000 winners.
Holy cow.
U.S. has become too diverse to succeed and will soon fail. Oh no.
What?
Only white East Asian countries have had first world democracies. We are becoming Brazil. I'm going to have to strong disagree with that one.
Yeah, strong disagree. We have the...
America #1.
Yeah. We have all the stealth bombers, so...
That's true.
Cornered the market on those.
Oh gosh, Anthony said something in the chat. I cannot read that out. Who
said something in the chat? What?
Anthony. Allard K for $9.99 says A-team shout out.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
I wonder how long my serenading in the intro got in.
Stug says, my favorite Greek philosopher's testicles.
Is that for real? Is that a Greek philosopher? Wouldn't surprise me. Would not surprise me in the least bit.
It's 1 a.m. Okay, I'm getting tired. Ivor and Getterix for $10. Thank you very much, Ivor and Getterix. Mr. Tickle Trunk. How are you doing today, Mr. Tickle Trunk? For 5 Canadian says, the argument of monogamy versus polygamy is dumb. Might as well ask, are humans carnivores or herbivores? We're both, but veggies are better for you.
Omnivores. Yeah, we are omnivores.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if veggies are better for you. I've seen good. I've skimmed the plant paradox. Okay. I've seen arguments against that.
Well, if monogamy is the veggies, I completely agree. If polygamy is the veggies, then I disagree.
He's saying monogamy is the veggies and polygamy is meat.
We're in total agreement then.
No.
Yeah.
I don't think veggies are necessarily better for you. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ninja CoStar for another £5 says, in the UK, the Labour Party went over to Pakistan to campaign for votes. Wait, how does that work?
Yeah, what? Huh. And you think America's falling apart. Jeez.
I don't know. How does that work? How does that work? Why were they... I don't understand that. Why were they getting votes for people in Pakistan?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they made the fake ballots.
I didn't read your super chat, Ninja. Which one are you talking about? I don't know which one you're talking about. Sentry for 2 Aussies says, no soy, Adam. What are you doing to me here?
No soy. Soy milk is an occasional
18 betrayal.
Soy milk is an occasional treat. I'm not gonna lie about it.
Mm-hmm. Sure, it's like he's backing up now. First, he's like, I always drink soy milk every day. And he's like, soy is an occasional
You
treat.
said that. I never said that. I do not drink soy milk every day. I occasionally drink some soy milk.
Dr. Diller, meat enables us to grow our big, juicy brains. That's very true. Meat made us human. I agree completely. Mm-hmm.
Occasional little bit of breast milk is not going to hurt you.
All your relatives back home call you and tell you to vote Labor. That's fucking bonkers. Jesus. I can't imagine that's a viable strategy. I can't imagine.
I can't imagine my relatives telling me who to vote for. Like, we kind of have a thing. Like, we vote for who we want to vote for.
Well, it's American, though.
Yeah.
It's American.
Tell me who to vote for.
Yeah.
I'll vote for the other guy just to spite you. Thanks for telling me who not to vote for. That's what I say.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, A-team or whatever needs help opening pickle jars.
Oh my God.
Got him.
Not true. Not true. Not true. My wife just brought a jar to me in bed, and she asked me, do you want me to break the seal on it? You know, hit the little break the seal. And I said, no, I will open it without that. I will open it without breaking the seal. Watch this. Snap! I opened it right up. That's right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was soy milk. I opened it up. No, I'm just kidding.
That was a jar of soy-based mayonnaise. Okay.
It was a carton of soy milk. I opened it right up. No, just kidding. Obviously, that's a joke.
Sentry for 5 Aussie says, I had soy one time and grew breasts. wait, that may have been the burgers and bacon.
Yeah, you can't have.
Sure, you
can't grow breasts on one soy. Are you kidding me? Every transitioner would be like in the soy milk aisle.
Right. Well, it's true. I mean, look, if you complain about estrogen and soy, you should make sure you're eating all your meat hormone organic, because they fucking chock full the female cows full of hormones and shit.
Estrogen.
Yeah. Though I guess are the meat that you when you eat beef, is it primarily from female cows or male cows, or is there no distinction? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I don't either. I kind of don't want to know, to be honest.
Chat, do you know the answer to that? I'm curious.
Isn't it probably 50-50?
I have no clue.
Beef cattle are probably 50-50.
Well,
now you're all hung up on it.
Well, no, because I mean, if you're housing a bunch of cows in a factory farming situation, I mean, you don't want them to be mixed gender, because wouldn't they like try to fuck each other or something?
Yeah, let them fuck. They're not going to live very long. Let them fuck their brains out, Sitch. What are you talking about? Let them go crazy. Let the cows fuck.
Mr. J for $10 says still streaming, going for a record. Yeah, unintentionally.
Not on purpose.
Yeah.
We're not letting Sargon leave. Next time Sargon comes in, he has to stay till the end.
It's like 6 in the morning for him. Sorry, you have to stay in here, you fucker. Noth for 314 says, Sitch, I'm trying to understand your position and values when it comes to liberty and liberalism, not progressivism or communism or real liberalism, because I feel like I see contradictions in your words and your actions around Biden and the legacy of Trump.
True.
I don't know what the fuck that means. That's way too broad a question. But they continue. Noth for another 314 says, to ask my question another way, I'm having difficulty determining that you are not a walrus or a carpenter.
A walrus?
As we found out, I was incorrectly creating the walrus situation from Alice in Wonderland. As I'm struggling to make sense of this contradiction, I love your streams, both of you, but this question I've wrestled with since Fortified November. I don't understand what you're asking me. I'm trying to understand
why did you vote for Biden? S-Class is...
Sitch, I'm trying to understand your position and values when it comes to liberty and liberalism. Well, why didn't they just ask me that if that was their question? I talked about this a million times.
He's talking about Biden being an authoritarian dictator, trying to get us all into the woke re-education camps.
Trump could not defeat wokeism.
Trump couldn't defeat the media. The media is what ousted Trump from office. If Trump would have...
But you agree with that. I don't see how anyone could disagree with that. Trump can categorically never defeat wokeism. All he does is make himself the avatar for wokeism. Every woke person gets to say, we're right about living. Yes, we're right about living in a racist, sexist country because Donald Trump is president. And every liberal who's not woke, right? And every liberal who's not woke, who you say we need to start caring about wokeism, says I can't care about kids on college campuses because Donald Trump is president.
Oh my God!
We've all had these conversations with a million people on the left. That's what they say.
I'm so sad.
It's really funny. I've actually been able to change some family members and friends' position on wokeism now that Donald Trump is not president. I shit you not.
Oh my God, it was like instantaneously.
It's like they're more attuned to listening and be like, yeah, this is a problem. I disagree with it. I completely disagree with this. I'm like, oh, now Trump's gone. You can fucking suddenly you can hear me.
You can think clearly now. Yeah.
You can think clearly now. Yeah.
The veil is lifted.
I know.
Hilarious.
S-Class Simp.
Yeah.
There you go. S-Class Simp for $6.96. Thank you.
You have a simp?
I have the S-Class Simp. Thank you. I have a simp. Says, I am now a simp for S-Class after finding out that Sitch plays Subnautica, a game for real big dick alpha men. And I too have a Leviathan trophy room. Thank you. Thank you, S-Class.
Wow.
Simp. Thank you.
Wow.
That's true.
Subnautica. Now we know why.
If you're a real man, you kill every Leviathan in Subnautica and you take a fucking picture of it and you post it in your trophy room to show the world who the fuck is boss. It's you.
We shackle our Leviathans and use them to take over the world. That's what we do. An A team.
There you go.
S-Class is breast class. S-Class is breast milk class.
Wait a minute. You're literally the breast team. Okay, you're the one like I want to drink breast milk. I drink soy milk every day. You're the one.
I changed my mind. I changed my mind now.
Yeah, now that he's getting some pushback, he changes his mind. He folds. Now he's getting pushback like a true soy drinker. Yes.
No, I changed my mind. I made up my. I have free will. I changed my mind on my own.
Doubt.
On my own accord.
Doubt.jpg.
I realized the errors of the soy milk ways.
Jesus Christ. For $1. Says, sup, young bloods. Yo, this bitch cray, but y'all can't deny I got him 10s in my squad. Know what I'm saying? Yeah, with her crazy fine ass. King chew out. Deuces. Heading back to heaven where I help the meek and clap some cheeks.
That's pretty badass.
Thank you, Jesus. Wow, Jesus graced us with his presence. It's impressive.
Yeah. He's got 10s in his harem, too. I like that.
Yep. Lemur Wrench for $1 says, written Hebrew has no vowels. This is a worse sin than calling soda pop. Suddenly, all the persecution seems much more reasonable. Desert Runner for $5 says, sorry, I wasn't listening live last week. Does Adam still need help with Discord? Also, I bought a pair of Platronics BT headphones 4 years ago for $120, and they're still going strong, so they don't all suck. Oh, awesome.
Oh, are those Raycon Platonic?
No. Platronic BT headphones. I'll check them out. Sweet. I always have difficulty getting headphones. Radical Centrist for $1 says, wish you invited Karlyn and Aiden on.
I did. I invited both of them on.
This was before. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Karlyn came on. Aiden didn't respond, but she might have been going to bed. She's I think she's in a far off time zone as well.
Isn't she in Germany or England or something?
I don't know. Yeah.
Somewhere in Europe. I thought. I don't fucking know.
So she probably went to bed.
Thank
goodness she's not.
He who watches and laughs for $3 says, build society around exceptions. Adam and Sitch, the funniest part of this is that you guys are where Sargon was a very long time ago, at his most naive and ignorant. The hard cock of reality is going to slap you down just like it did him.
Are you saying that Sargon has adopted his positions because a hard cock slapped him down?
It looks like that's what they're saying. Thank you for $3, but yeah, that's what it looks like they're saying.
Ooh, ouch. Tell me,
radical centrist.
I'm not going to have to get slapped in the face by a hard cock, am I? I don't want that to happen.
You don't want to get slapped, cock slapped?
No. I don't think that would make me more attuned to Sargon's position at all. I think it would make me run from it.
Well, also, I think England's a lot more in trouble than the U.S. is in terms of
hell yeah, they are.
Stuff.
This is one of the things that makes it difficult having these conversations with Sargon. Is Sargon is in such a smaller area, so it's a lot more difficult for me to imagine the kind of problems he's probably experiencing over there.
Sure.
In America, America, we can turn the immigration tap on for a long time.
Right.
Yeah. England. Ooh, man. Ooh, that's small.
A tiny country.
Very small. Yeah. Yeah. You got to be careful. You got to have your hand on it. Got to keep your hand on the tap.
Yep.
You might scald yourself.
Radical Centrist for $1 says, totally agree with Adam. Conservatism is for morons. A team for the win.
There you go. I didn't say that. What do you call it? That's terrible. Someone's trolling us.
Radical Centrist for another $5 says, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas said it was a big mistake to not look at some of the cases. Yeah, he said he thought they should have to look at it because of original jurisdiction, if I recall correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much to determine who won, but to once and for all state how the process should work for future elections. Is that why he said? I don't remember. I have to look at it again. But he gave some paragraph about why he thought they should look at it. I thought it was just for the sake of original jurisdiction. I don't know if he made this other argument. Anyways.
That's it? What?
Anyways.
I thought we were just getting started. I want to hang out longer.
No, you don't.
You're making me start
No,
the
you don't.
harmonica now? It's only been 9 hours and 20 minutes.
Okay, I know how to get Adam off. Okay. It's time for some
What did you
chili.
just say?
Chili. Yeah, we're gonna get Adam off.
Don't say that again, Sitch. Okay.
All right,
Listen,
guys. Let's get Adam.
I don't feel. I know how S-Class rolls.
Adam
okay.
off.
I don't. It's just, we're
stream.
just friends.
Off the
okay.
stream, guys.
We're just friends, Sitch. Okay. I tried to tell you. I'm super straight. Okay. None of this trying to get me
Adam
off. You know, I don't like that kind of talk here. You know, let's just keep this professional between you and me. Okay.
Okay.
We're just friends, okay?
That's not what you were telling me last night.
Not don't just because I drink a soy milk occasionally, okay? It doesn't mean. All right, here we go. Ready? I'm warming up here.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your very generous donations. Thank you, Sargon and Karlyn, for coming on and having a very interesting conversation with us. Thank you all for making it through, listening to that very crazy slugfest between Blair, Karlyn, Doug, and Lauren, or Lori, whatever her name was. Crazy lady. Former drug mule. Thank you all for supporting Supervillains Anonymous. Thank you all for being enlightened centrists. Thank you all for existing as human beings together on this planet Earth. Thank you all for sitting there and listening to Adam continually blowing through the harmonica till the breath slowly leaves his lungs and he dies of asphyxiation. Thank you all for being thankful for listening to my thanks. I know it's a lot of thanks to get through, but thank you all for sticking with it.
Bye-bye! Oh my God, that tuckered me out.